Woke up in the middle, in a field full of fighters, fighting a battle, fall down, get up, losing requires. Stay strong till you're moving to a higher ground. Rise up and proving steady forward, I'll stay around. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher, I ain't faking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make it. Put your armor on, setting the game straight, something to hold on, 'cause I count on checkmate. You won't be alone, we'll be standing tall till the day is gone. You find it all the way up. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher, I ain't faking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger. there. I'm okay, right, right. Been doing this for a minute. I'm feeling right, right. I'm about to go and get it. You never ever seen it quite like this. You best believe I'll keep you bopping your head. Never ever gonna stop that chase of the bread. I'm turning up. You feel that heat? I'm checking the room up. The 808 thumping the beat. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Keep the room moving. I keep you shaking, yeah. Pull up another cup. Throw your hands in the air. I'm up, I'm energized. Looking like $1,000,000. How about we catch a vibe? We cannot give no. Rolling, rolling, knock 'em down. Never slow another round. Pull up, just like that. Got 'em moving round and round. Rolling, rolling, knock 'em down. Never slow another round. Pull up, just like that. Got 'em moving round and round. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Yeah, we're young, getting by. It ain't bad, killing time. Running around every night. It's gonna be alright.
Out of cash, but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. Word aside when we're stepping on the scene. Word a night like we're living in a dream.
Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me.
I wake in the morning, I see it so clearly. It's no competition, it's just on with the vision, we giving incisions. We feeling amazing, it ain't never gonna stop when we take to the top. We feeling amazing, feeling amazing, feeling amazing. Now back to the basics, we just keep it in moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces, ain't no stopping us now, we controlling with aces. Now tie up your laces, ain't no tripping, we living this, giving the chase this. Now turn up the face this, we keep living this grizzly, we got it to face this. Feeling amazing, take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing, take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing, we just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing, we ain't never gon' stop and we living it up. I'm going through changes, living so dangerous. They saying he famous, I keep telling myself I'm the best with the aim. Is saying it's criminal, they do the minimal. I'm just a general, keep it subliminal, break them the minerals, keeping it cynical, keeping it moving in the speed of pinnacle. Feeling amazing, take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing, take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing, we just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing, we ain't never gon' stop and we living it up. Feeling amazing, raising the temperature, counting your days in. Feeling amazing, raising the temperature, counting your days in. Feeling amazing, raising the temperature, counting your days in. Feeling amazing, raising the temperature, counting your days in. Feeling amazing, raising the temperature, counting your days in. Feeling amazing, raising the temperature, counting your days in. Feeling amazing, take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing, take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing, we just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing, we ain't never gon' stop and we living it up.
Good morning, good evening, good night to all the Rocket League fans around the world. We're about to kick off the FIFAe Finals 2024 in Riyadh, featuring Rocket League. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and it is my dearest pleasure to be joined by an incredible cast of talent to bring you what promises to be an incredible and groundbreaking weekend of Rocket League. Here on the desk, I've got Chiefs, I've got Cole, I've got Johnny Boy. I couldn't ask for better, but we're going to be swapping you out all week long, so I get to have a sample of everybody. Fortunately, starting things off, Chiefs, what does it mean to you to be here?
It's great to be back in Riyadh. I had a lot of fun for the Esports World Cup. I'm ready to see some top-level players mix it up a little bit with the rosters and get a chance to play for their country. I'm looking forward to it.
It's the same for me, yeah. It's always lovely to be here in Riyadh. And the fact that it's a different style of tournament, a different format as well. And of course, Johnny, you're going to be rooting for England, just like me, aren't you, mate?
We'll see about that. But yeah, I'm really interested. It's the first time we've been here and it's not been an oven outside. It's nice that they turned the oven off this time. Every other time we've been here, we've been melting, but it's beautiful outside.
Yeah, great weather. The players are rested. They're ready to play. We have 16 teams representing their nations, chosen to represent their nations from around the world. We've divided them up into Group A and Group B, and we have got two very stacked groups, Cole.
Absolutely. I mean, both of them have got potential winners in them. Over in Group A, I'm looking at Saudi Arabia, the home team, players that have been at grand finals of these stages and not quite done it. And then in Group B, France achieves. I think they're the team that everyone's going to be turning to as the favorites here.
Definitely the team to beat in Group B, that's for sure. A couple of wild cards in Group B as well, though, in Chile and Brazil, so a lot to play for there and a lot of questions to be answered.
Any standouts for you, Johnny boy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Morocco especially. They're a really fun team because it's a team of 3 players that are the clear best players from their nation, and I think they've got a chance to go the whole way. They're a great dark horse pick achieves, I would say.
Oh, fantastic tips, and I'll be relying on you guys for information all weekend long, but we've got a good piece of information for you coming up next. You saw those two groups. Let's take a deeper look at the format our players will be using.
The first ever FIFAe World Cup, featuring Rocket League, is a unique chance for players to represent their nation on the biggest stage. Based on past performances and the size of their player base, nations were invited to accept the invite for this inaugural event. The 16 nations which accepted will compete in the competition, with each one choosing their own national team via direct invites or local qualifiers. At the FIFAe World Cup, the 16 teams will be drawn into 2 groups of each 8 nations. A nation will face every other nation of their group in 2 matchups, each consisting of 2 games. The first matchup on day 1 of the event, the second one on day 2. Nations can earn 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. After having competed on 2 group stage days, the top 4 nations from each group will progress to the next round, the knockout stage. If nations are tied on points, direct comparison, followed by goal difference and goals scored, will decide who will make it to the knockout stage. The best placed team in Group A will compete against the 4th best in Group B, the 2nd best in Group A against the 3rd best in Group B, and so on. The knockout stage will consist of quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final. Every matchup will be played in a best-of-7 format. It all comes down to the final. The best 2 national teams will compete against each other in best-of-7 format to determine who will be crowned the first ever champion of FIFAe World Cup 2024, featuring Rocket League. Become part of history and tune in live from December 5th to 8th on twitch.tv/FIFAe and find all results, news and live stream on FIFA.gg.
An excellent explainer of our format and taking a deeper dive into it is how it applies to Rocket League and how these teams have been put together. Johnny boy, any thoughts of how it might affect the outcome?
I love it personally. I love that we can have a draw. This is a really unique format for Rocket League, and it's really suitable for a national tournament. It's just like football or soccer for you guys at that end of the desk. So
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. And with all these teams that have come out here, Cole, you were making some observations before about England's chances, but, with the footy ties, maybe better?
I mean, we did win a World Cup once. But no, I think that genuinely speaking, it's all going to be about which of these teams come forward the fastest and play together well. There are some that are already in their orgs together, some that have been put together that are brand new, and I think we're going to see that out there. Maybe 1 or 2 errors, but with this format, there's no room for error. Lose a game, the best you can do is draw.
Any thoughts, Chiefs?
No, I think there's a lot of value in seeing what a draw can do to a lot of top players. So I'm looking forward to it as well. As a guy who doesn't see a lot of draws, I'm excited to see my first one.
Fantastic. We've got the great format figured out. We have told you a little bit about our teams. We'll get into more of that later. But why don't we take a look at the incredible venue that our players will be playing in this weekend?
I'm so excited, man. Yes, come on!
Very excited. Can't wait. I feel exhilarated. Wow. We are setting up the things. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
We can definitely get comfortable here. I think we can prepare as much as possible.
That's right, everybody. This is none other than the FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League. I am Veracity. I'm going to be your stage host for the event, and boy, oh boy, does it feel good to be back amongst the Rocket League gamers. Now, with national pride on the line, I'm super excited to introduce our Team A, our Group A, 8 set of teams. Let's go ahead and introduce our very first one. It is none other than Team Australia. Representing the land down under, we have Gus, Torsos, Fever, and Rez. Our next team is Belgium. With Atto, Compact, Astral, and LDC. I'm excited to see what these boys can do. No introduction, it is Saudi Arabia. The hometown heroes of TRK, Roas, Kaliz, and Doom. It's time for Team England to make some noise. Rise, Joyo, Archie, and Toxic. Show this crowd what you're all about. Next up, we have the Netherlands. With Oli, Jorius, Mike Boy, Assyrian, and their coaches, Violent Panda and Beastbound. Welcome to the stage, South Africa. We've got Sweaty, To Die For, Snowy, and Zebra. Germany. Tox, Riziz, Rizex, Freaky, and Catalysm. Our final team from Group A, please welcome Team Spain. Atomic, CRR, Stizzy, and Braun. Well, there we have it, everybody. That is Group A. All 8 of our teams and players are ready and raring to get this show on the road. National pride is on the line. But which one is going to come out on top? Des, take it away.
Well said, Veracity, and thanks for kicking off this tournament in a beautiful way. Now, gentlemen, we've got our 8 teams on the stage here. They looked incredible coming out, but I want to know a little bit more about how these rosters came together here. Take a look at our first team from Germany.
Yeah, we've got 7 teams on the stage here, looking great. England as well, Cole. They're out there. Also,
I see. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, Germany, a really interesting team. They've actually got one of the only teams in this tournament who have 4 players who we could genuinely see playing. So there's not really a substitute at this event. It's the teams had an option of bringing out a 4th player. Some teams did that, some teams did not. They just stuck with 3, and then the coach is kind of the honorary 4th player. But Germany have got 4 really good players, solid players in Europe. Catalysm's the one in the back there, but Raziers, Tox, and Rizix, all RLCS main event players in Europe.
Also, their coach in Freaky as well has been a qualifier for the RLCS lands in his time. He has been at these bigger stages himself, so he'll bring with him a wealth of experience, as are all of the German players. I think that they would certainly be looking to, in my opinion, Tox is someone who maybe not be the best mechanically on that team, but he's certainly the game changer. He is the one that is completely unafraid to get in opponents' faces if needed. But I think Raziers is the mechanical powerhouse for the German team of Chiefs.
Yeah, Raziers has to be considered the top dog over on that team, at least in terms of being able to really break down a defense. So it'll be curious to see what Germany is capable of. I got a weird feeling they're kind of that, it could have a Cinderella type run.
Saudi Arabia then. I mean, these are, as Rusty said, the hometown heroes. And I think if anybody has not seen Rocket League before, they're going to see pretty early on why this team are so feared. The guy that's turned to his left right now, Roas, one of the twins. You may notice killers in the background. Looks very similar. It's because they are identical twins, the 2 of them, with TRK in the center. One of the best goalkeepers in the world, one of the best mechanical players in the world. No real weaknesses for Saudi.
They do sometimes sit straight up in their chair, but that's not going to be how they're sitting during the matches. They really lock in, very forward-leaning. And I don't know if we're going to see that from many players. You know, Astral from Belgium does that as well. You could get the twins and Astral in a fully locked-in, leaning forward roster.
You ever tried leaning forward like that? Does it make you play better?
No, I mean, I'm a keyboard mouse player, so I can't really do that. I'd be like a T-Rex, you know.
It might help you, mate. It might help you. I've seen your gameplay. TRK achieves. I mean, he's just someone that he's been around for so long in Falcons and Saudi Arabian teams, and he just continues to get better, doesn't he?
Yeah, anytime, anywhere. That guy can be in the net, can make a save, and honestly, you couldn't have asked for a better pickup for Roas and Kalirs in terms of TRK. He really does round out that team in a robust fashion.
The issue that Saudi Arabia may have, and Falcons have had historically, is that they just can't quite get over the line. Multiple grand finals on LAN stages. They can be blitzing their way through quarterfinals and semifinals, and something just seems to change when they make it to that final stage. I've got a feeling that this will be the time that changes for them, but I've said that before. So
yeah, I mean, a lot of people are saying they're going to make the final, but they seem like a different team in finals when they get there, whether it's abroad or here in Saudi Arabia. The Twins have got 2 second places here, TRK alongside them this summer at the Esports World Cup, 2nd place. But until they make finals, they look like the best team in tournaments very often. So I expect them to be extremely strong in the group stage.
Yeah, they've got the skills to get them to the finals time and time again. Do you think the energy from the crowd here that was coming towards them, and also importantly against the other teams, might be a factor?
Yeah, I'm really not trying to rub it in, Cole. It did seem like England copped the most boos.
Hey, look, we excel when we are the underdogs, do we, English? I think.
It did sound like they were cheering for everyone else and not England. I should move on. Spain, they did cheer for Spain, though, the CRR, Atomic and
CRR is
Stizzy.
fantastic.
Really cool team. We've seen them once in a show match on LAN. They played against Carmine Corp, and they played really well, lost in Game 7. So that was at KCX, and now they're going to be here with a lot more than just one match to play. So time for them to get that needed experience and practice as a trio together.
A well-traveled team as well, CRR going off to South America, and Stizzy, who's been in North America with Dignitas over the recent season. So there'll be no strangers to getting on planes, traveling around, not being in their hometown. In fact, they're not in Spain and not even in Europe. Shouldn't be too much of an effect for this.
CRR has been in a grand final in Saudi Arabia before. The very first game he did make the grand final. So this is a familiar
and that was an upset as well. So the fact that Spain aren't the most fancy team, that won't phase him in any way.
Yeah, there could be a dark horse maybe for the tournament, but definitely a favorite to make it out of this group.
Yeah, you got a positional wizard like CRR. I've been big on CRR's capabilities around the pitch for a couple of years now. That guy can be lights out. It doesn't matter, if you're playing one of the best teams in the world or just anybody else. He can lock it down when he needs to.
The guy to your right now, though, Atomic, he is someone who is coming into fine form. Not to be confused with North America's Atomic, who isn't here. This is Spain's Atomic. And he was just absolutely stunning towards the end of the regular RLCS season. He was really starting to play his best Rocket League. It's almost a shame for him and Spain that the season finished.
So another team who I think had a pretty obvious selection. Some of the nations have a really obvious team. It's like, oh well, we'd look at that. It's Team Falcons playing for Saudi Arabia. In the same way, Limitless from last RLCS season playing for South Africa. No surprise there, clear best team in South Africa. But the lowest rated team in this group. They're not the lowest rated team in the tournament. I think most people have them ahead of Portugal and Turkey, but Portugal and Turkey are both in Group B. So these guys are the underdogs in this group, and I think that this format could help them out a little bit, because if they can get a game, that's already guaranteed a draw.
Yeah.
Whereas before they get a game, well, you got to get 2 more, or it's pointless in a best of 5.
And they've definitely started to make some really strong teams really work for their meal against them as well. And I think I'm with you there. They could be some surprising draw hunters that if they're on a good day, they steal a win here or there. Who knows?
It was actually this roster for Limitless at the World Championships that showed me that this format, this best of 2 format where you concede 1 game, the best you can do is draw, is so beautiful. They came up against Pioneers, which is, I guess, would be Australia, the direct comparison, exactly, the OCE 2. And they got a 0-second goal in game 2 to win. I think it was their first international game. I might have got that wrong.
In front of a crowd, yeah.
In front of a crowd, that's what it was, yeah. And it was a huge moment for them. And it just goes to show that, yeah, if you take your eyes off anything for 1 second, you're going to be in trouble.
At Germany here, too, also boasting a roster with a lot of history.
Yeah, like Germany, historically throughout Rocket League, surprisingly strong 1v1 players. And I feel like this particular national team of them has kind of said, you know what, let's go back to that a little bit, because they've got Raziers, who's a phenomenal 1v1 player. Rizex also fairly strong in his own right. I mean, Rizex has been making a lot of Swiss stages now and then, but he hasn't quite been at the top of Europe for a while now, and Tox as well.
Yeah, Tox on the camera there, looking pretty comfortable,
in the
middle of the stage. Rizik's very close to his monitor. Hope he can see the boost in the bottom right corner there without hurting his neck.
I did not know that Rizex was one of those players that got that close. You were mentioning some earlier when we saw Ruas, but Rizex apparently is one to add to that list.
Some players bring the monitor to them. That's what Rizik seems to have done. Some other players bring themselves to the monitor.
That's better for your posture.
Yeah.
If you go to the monitor, then your back is in serious trouble. And one man whose back was in serious trouble last time he was in Saudi Arabia is Jorius, thank you, who absolutely excelled with Chiefs. It's one of the best individual performances we have ever seen, probably from anyone. The MVP, the well-earned MVP.
He got 50 grand for that.
Well worth. You know, considering his team finished in the quarterfinals. Somewhat controversial, but we stand by our vote. And then Oli as well. I mean, he is just a brick wall of a Rocket League player.
Oh, yeah. I think across the board, Netherlands, very likely a gatekeeper team. I think they've got a great shot at qualifying for playoffs, but if you're not beating Netherlands, you're probably not going to make it.
And My Boy as well, he's done well for Netherlands internationally. They came second in the Intel World Open, and they won a European event representing Netherlands after as well, with My Boy on that team. So Netherlands are, they've got some history in these international events, so, you know, expect them to step up.
And I don't mean to pick favorites, but gotta be my favorite team uniform, of course.
You like the kit, you like the bright orange.
It's giving Saiyan, it's giving power. I think they can really bring a lot to the tournament just based on that alone. But we got to talk about also what these players are fighting for. There is a lot on the line in this tournament. Taking a look at our prize pool, gentlemen. You know, we talk about factors that are going to affect play here. Is this life-changing money for any one team? Is this what you fight for all year long? Who prepared for this most?
Well, for Monkey Moon, it's road to $1 million. And he's already, I think, at 900,000 career earnings. So you never have enough.
He's good.
You know, you want to have more. But yeah, it depends who really, because for some of the teams playing, you know, every step is going to be a massive addition to your career earnings. For some of the top teams like France, your Saudi Arabias, these guys are used to winning this much money, so that this is going to be very comfortable for them. I don't think they're going to be nervous with that on the line compared to other teams who are thinking, okay, just something else to maybe worry about. It's not in the forefront of your mind, but it's in the back of your mind that this, as well as national pride, you got national prize pool, I suppose, as well.
Nice.
I'll give it to you.
We'll allow that here. And while you brought up national pride, thank you so much for that. Let's talk about what else these players are playing for and how much it would mean to them to win. Let's talk about national pride.
Yeah, I kind of deserve to be representing the nation, so I'm glad to be here.
To play for your country, represent your nation and everything.
I think it's such a dream for everyone.
Yeah, obviously.
As a kid, you always dream of wearing this kit.
It feels so good, it's crazy, but it's a big pressure, to be honest.
You have to put all the effort in, so it's a big feeling, I can't wait to play.
I couldn't be more excited, to be honest. This is a big one.
Yeah, I think winning this tournament at South Africa would maybe be the biggest achievement of our careers. To all the fans of Morocco, thank you for supporting us. We will try to win it for you guys.
We aim for the title. Nothing else will be satisfying.
Well, now I'm representing England, so I'm fish and chips man, I guess. Chippy man.
To all the German fans, I think we'll bring on a really good show for you.
When we win the tournament, we will remember the people who are supporting us.
Let's fight in the field.
طبعا شعور استثنائي وأشعر بالفخر أنهم اختاروني من بين خيرة اللاعبين.
A lot of pressure for some teams they're feeling for that national pride. An opportunity, a gift they thought they'd never be given for other players. It's so exciting to see what motivates each of the players on each of the teams. And if there's a particular nation, a particular team you're cheering for, well, here's our schedule so you don't miss their match. But gentlemen, if you had to pick just one match to tell people to tune in for, Johnny Boy, which one would you choose?
Oh, you know, I think it might be this first one here, England, Saudi Arabia. I'm really a big fan of one-sided matches. I love a blowout. So if you, like me, want to see a complete thrashing, then tune into Saudi versus England.
It'd be nice for you as well, as a Scotsman, to see the home crowd be bitterly disappointed. That'll make you feel like you're right at home too. So another reason you're going for this one, Johnny.
I think for me, I actually want to see Netherlands-Germany. I think they're two teams that have a lot of overlap in terms of skill set. So at the end of the day, I think we get a really close one.
Do you know what? I'm going to chuck out as well, Australia versus South Africa. Won't be the highest quality matchup we'll see, but as I mentioned earlier on, last time South Africa played OCE, they really upset them. And in this format, if they get, if they steal a game, then Australia will be very, very disappointed.
Oh yeah, we're not just looking for blowout wins here. We're looking for the most exciting matches, the thrashes, the head-to-heads, the draws. There's a lot to look forward to with the matches coming up here today. And yeah, I think that there is one more person who would like to check in with our players and see how they're feeling. So let's throw it on over to CJ and get the buzz from the floor.
Thanks, Rachel. I'll be your sideline reporter throughout the week here at the FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League, giving you guys all of the behind-the-scenes access, exclusive insights. We'll be exposing national rivalries, getting interviews with the players, with the teams, all of their thoughts pre- and post-series. I'm looking forward to it. I cannot wait, and I better get in there. See you real soon.
Yeah, you better get in there, CJ, because this is about to kick off. We're going to narrow the focus now down to our two teams heading into that first match. And Johnny Boy, as you said, it's going to be Saudi Arabia versus England. Home team is hype.
Yeah.
England,
well,
Cole will check in on that.
If you ask the home crowd fans, I think they're gonna have one team here that they want to see winning. And I do wonder if they're gonna give England any love in the future matches. I did realize just now this is maybe why they were booing England. Right now.
Very generous of them.
I like to think so.
But yeah, we've got all the teams playing, so it's going to be interesting as well to hear about the other results coming from the other games. Every team playing in every single round. England-Saudi is going to be the main one we keep our eyes on, but every match in this group is, but there's a lot of coin flip matches, really. Saudi the big favourites, South Africa the underdogs. Every other match, really, you could pick any team and have a good argument.
It's brilliant as well that we can jump to other games as well, once this one is done, or even during it, if something else exciting happens, that'll be something our cast will have to keep an eye on, but these are, the full games.
Expecting it to go quickly?
Of England versus Saudi Arabia?
Perhaps.
Long overtimes, long painful overtimes, but no one comes out of happy.
Every time that Saudi Arabia score, we do have to watch it again in the replay, go back to the kickoff.
You're expecting a long one.
It really adds up if you think about it.
Well, what tech would separate these two players if one of their teammates or the team was able to execute at the highest level? If there's something that one of them can do to get the edge over another?
I mean, Rise with Carmine Corp did actually beat Falcons in the most recent World Championship. However, Falcons then utterly, frankly, destroyed, in my opinion, Joyo and Archie for Oxygen next to him. It was 4-2, I believe, in the series, but there was a bit of a quality gap, I think, between Falcons and Oxygen. So hopefully with Rise in, I say, you probably think not hopefully, that will begin to breach that step.
Well, it's definitely a rivalry. Rise versus TRK in particular is a big rivalry. They've gone back many seasons now. Rise and Joyo versus TRK with his old teammates, Khaled and Ahmad, in London 2022, going all the way to the grand final, where Rise and Joyo won two series in a row to win the tournament. So if there's Rise's only tournament win, actually, LAN tournament win. Every other time he's made a final, he's finished second. TRK, Rawas and Clears have only made it as far as second. So they're looking to take him down today. Maybe a bit of revenge, but it's a marathon group. You can't put all your energy into round one.
Well, I wonder if revenge is on their mind. We got a chance to check in with team from Saudi Arabia, so let's see what they had to say before this match.
اسمي يزيد الملقب بكيلر وأنا لاعب محترف في لعبة روكت ليج وأمثل المنتخب السعودي في كأس العالم. طبعا أشعر بالفخر أني أمثل المنتخب السعودي في بطولة كأس عالم، خصوصا أن هذه أول مرة تصير كأس عالم بروكت ليج من الفيفا. طبعا شعور استثنائي وأشعر بالفخر أنهم اختاروني من بين خيرة اللاعبين. رسالتي لجمهورنا اللي أقول لهم أن نحتاج دعمكم في البطولة، خصوصا أن بين أرضنا وجمهورنا يكون، ونوعدكم بالبطولة بإذن الله.
The confidence. He promises that his team will lift the trophy. We've talked a lot about the possibilities of that. We've theorized, we've guessed, but any final words for the Saudi Arabian team before we see them on their first match?
I think you have a good opportunity for tone setting if you're Saudi Arabia. That's exactly what they did in the Esports World Cup. Came out and they took care of business in strict and highly judgmental fashion. They did take no prisoners last time, and I expect the same here, regretfully for you, Cole.
I mean, that's something that Saudi Arabia and Falcons love to do. If they go 3-0 up after a minute, they won't slow down. They will keep on scoring. They genuinely want to score 10. You know, if you're looking at matches that could be blowouts, in all seriousness, I don't think Saudi Arabia versus England will be a blowout, but when Saudi Arabia do play some weaker teams, expect them to just, you know, keep on the throttle the whole time. A ruthless, excellent and fantastic.
I do have a question for you, Cole. So we all know that England love playing for draws in national competition in football. Do you think they're going to do that here, or are they going to go for the 1 point?
I think if they get that first game, they will be overjoyed. You will see Rise turning to them going like 1 point max. You know, that's all they want. I mean, Joyo's lovely. He doesn't get in people's heads, but Rise is the, you know, I say this in a nice way, the mean one of the team, the mean one that every team needs. You know, he's that guy. And then Archie can be a little bit toxic too.
Well, we've got Joyo actually down there with CJ to check in on how he's feeling before this match. Let's check it out.
Here I am with none other than Joyo representing Team England, his country here, his nation at the FIFAe World Cup. Joyo, how you feeling?
I'm feeling excellent. I'm ready to take it home.
What's it feel like? You've competed in so many events, obviously under organisations, but what's it feel like to represent the badge?
I mean, for an English person, I think it's different to a lot of people. Very patriotic country, football oriented, so you know it means the world to me. It's way different than any experience.
And give a little something for your supporters, for the fellow countrymen out there that want to see Team England shine. What do you think you guys are going to do out there?
Plain and simple, it's coming home.
It's coming home, baby. There you go. Thanks, mate.
Is that standard, Joyo?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty even keel.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, fairly understated and yet still adorable and lovable, you know, in ways you can't quite put your finger on.
Did he dye his hair for this tournament?
I'm sure he did.
He must have done.
Yeah, the English red.
Well, let's see if that English red gives them the fire they need to win. Twitch, we're going to be asking you now. Vote. England? Saudi Arabia? It's your choice, and we're maybe going to try and influence you. We maybe have already been giving you some hints about who we think might win here, but now you get to vote. And while you do that, Cole, not to return to you once again in the England game, but, you know, some words for your countrymen that might perhaps bring them over the edge?
I mean, a dull 1-1 draw. There's probably nothing more English football than that. So I can see us going for that draw. We'll go for that 100%. You know, my prediction is genuinely, I think this is 1-1. This is the series where they would genuinely be feeling each other out. I can see that being very viable. Yeah. I think England might take game 1 and then in a tight one, then Saudi Arabia
don't want them to fight back.
Game 2. No, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen here. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen here.
I'm going Saudi Arabia. Let's not overthink this one.
Oh.
It's got to be Saudi Arabia.
They're not overthinking. They're ready to play. Twitch chat, do we have your answers? We've got ours locked in, so let's find out which one of you is feeling lucky today and correct. Oh.
I'll take that. I truly thought it would be more for Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by that. I think the English, they're up there voting, and I'm proud of us.
You're allowed to own that, and that's good, because I actually kind of agree with you. A draw is very possible. I don't think it's going to happen, but I agree. I think there's a lot of defensive stability over there that they've gained over on that English side. And it's the first game on stage. You know, it takes a bit to settle in, and you could be right. The 1-1 draw could be on the table.
Well, Johnny, as time is counting down here, I want to turn to you. Any words of advice for Twitch chat and their future voting and their considerations?
Just when England are playing, go for the other team.
Now, if you turn this into a popularity contest, Johnny, I'm not going to win because you are Johnny Boy, and I'm not Johnny Boy. So I feel like that's cheating somewhat to start playing that game against me.
Well, you've sent the teams your personal strength. I know everyone here in the stadium is cheering for the team that they're hoping to win, and I know everyone at home is ready to get these games started. So if our players are all set and our lovely casters are in place, then, ladies, gentlemen, Rocket League fans around the world, it is just about time to kick off the FIFAe Finals 2024 in Riyadh. We're going to send it on over to our casting team of Jorby and James Bond and get this thing started!
What a way to start the FIFAe World Cup with Rocket League. England versus Saudi Arabia to start us off here in Group A, James. And, well, I mean, the Deaths kind of set the tone, or Johnny kind of set the tone, said, yes, Saudi Arabia, easy does it. But I think he's going to say that against every team against England.
The host country, Saudi Arabia. I mean, even outside of an international event like this, those players on Team Falcons, some of the best in the world, but already we see England get on the board, taking this early lead.
And it's Archie setting up that assist over on the corner, beats that first defender off the wall. And you saw them coming back, trying to shade back and get that challenge off of him. But Archie was a standout in 2024, especially late in the RLCS season, James, where he's had, you know, he's kind of been a streaky player, and everyone's kind of waiting for him to take the next step. He did take that next step. In that last LAN that he played in. And with Joyo and Rise together as well, you absolutely can't count out this England squad.
Oh, certainly. I mean, even Joyo and Archie getting that opportunity to play at the World Championship because a team from MENA was not able to attend. And boy, did they make the most of that opportunity, really elevating that stock for Archie and Joyo. And it's also showing up here, England with this early lead against the favorite, and they pick up another goal. Rise slotting it top corner. You can see the defender stuck flat-footed in net.
And they slotted it to the right, slotted it to the left. You see, completely helpless. I mean, Kalir's nothing he could do there, sitting in the middle of the net with no boost, and that's twice now. They've kind of caught them on the back of the rotation, and this is a Falcons team, James, or not Falcons, excuse me, Saudi Arabia, known as Falcons outside of the World Cup. You know, they are so oppressive with their offense. They've got one of the best defenders in the world in Roas, but they have not been able to get it going outside of this first minute. England are kind of smacking them in the mouth right now, putting on some pressure, but a double commit. Archie's got to hold by some time for the rest of the team to get back. You know, you kind of heard it from Joyo, though, in that pregame, where it means a lot to represent England in this tournament, and that's definitely on these players' minds. They're playing like it right now.
Oh, certainly. There's still a lot of time left on the clock for Saudi Arabia to get back into this one, but you also cannot forget that this is a set of two and double round robin as well. But if they can pull off a win or a draw here against Saudi Arabia, that would be huge for England and their chances to make it through to the playoffs.
Yeah, a draw alone, you deny 2 points to Saudi Arabia, who are calling the clear favorites of this group. But England trying to make that statement. So far, so good for them in the opening 2 minutes. But it's England up 2-0 and pushing down the field again. Saudi Arabia starting to find their wheels, if you will. Not letting all that pressure get to them. The midfield still held by England. Joyo has it down to Archie. Archie.
Boy.
Missed touch and Rise. Whoops. Not going to hit that one. I think Rise actually left that one on purpose. He would have just cleared it right back into Saudi.
But that was a good turn from Joyo on low boost to keep that ball in the Saudi Arabian half to prevent the counterattack. And England still have so much pressure going on. DRK does find Roas. Corner pass attempted, but Joyo there to break it up.
I mean, this Saudi Arabia team, when they've been on home soil, they've been near unbeatable right up until they get to the grand final. And even if you go to the RLCS World Championship, they lost to the world champs in 7 games before they were finally eliminated. It just shows you how close this team was to being the world's best. They can play like the world's best. The same can't really be said for Rise, Joyo, and Archie, at least together. They've definitely gone through some struggles, but this is the best they've looked in a little bit of time that we've seen.
Yeah, this would be a huge result. Like you said, Jorby, the 3 players on Saudi Arabia, they are world contenders when you're talking RLCS. You can't really say, or you haven't been really able to say the same for the players on England, but this matchup, England has been playing inspired Rocket League, and we're not seeing the same pressure offensively that we've seen from the Saudi Arabian players in the past. Usually you see them in the air, having all the possession, going for those flip resets, yeah, just playing so fast, but they just have not had that same pace.
Trying to control the ball now. Roas doesn't get the midfield boost. He's forced to just whip the ball to the side on the challenge. Saudi Arabia are running out of time here. It would be huge for England if they can hold on for this final minute. Rise is going to do just that with the ball. Still, they're just stuffing Saudi Arabia. Nowhere to go with the ball. First man, either on low or no boost whenever they finally get to it. Now they try to get aggressive on the challenge, but Roas just a step behind on the play. Gets a redirect, so it's too light, and Archie was ready for it.
You saw the idea. Killers was streaking middle. The pass that was too far away, and Rise. Oh, he's finishing this game with a statement here, Jorby.
I mean, this is quite the statement from Rise and company. 3-0 against Saudi Arabia. If you said it's going to be 3-0 at the end of game one, who do you think actually got it? Probably Saudi Arabia, right?
Pre-game, you're probably expecting Saudi Arabia to get that scoreline. So to see England not only have this 3-goal lead, but also keep Saudi Arabia scoreless. What a game this has been.
One of the most high-powered offenses in all of Rocket League. Completely shut down here in game number one. England will, at the very least, force a draw here against Saudi Arabia, and it's going to make Group A real interesting.
At a minimum, and like you said, Jorby, looking at all the teams in Group A, Saudi Arabia, I think almost every analyst you talk to would peg them at number one. And so, you know, it looks like there's, you know, 5 really solid teams. It's going to be a battle. England, I think for some people, when we were talking in the green room, you know, is this a team that is going to be capable of finishing in the top 4 of this group? Some people were saying, well, you know, maybe they're that 4th, 5th team, but no, England has come out against this Saudi Arabian team who's that number 1 favorite in many people's minds and obliterated them this first game. 3-0.
Complete possession. Like, I mean, Falcons, I'm getting used to that.
I mean, it is technically Team Falcons.
They are Team Falcons, but they are representing Saudi Arabia here in the FIFAe World Cup. And I mean, I'm honestly flabbergasted. Like, this offense never gets shut down.
And you wonder if it's just going to be a slow start. And I think, you know, for Team Saudi Arabia, it is going to be a long day. Like this group stage is going to be going on all today, all tomorrow. It's a double round robin. We're doing one playthrough of the round robin today, one tomorrow. So they'll have a lot of time to recover. And you do sometimes see favorites come out and not necessarily play that solid first game, but then they find their stride.
This team doesn't start slow, though.
It's true, but you know, it's a different stage here. It's a different feeling. This is it's a historic moment in Rocket League to be able to come out and represent your nation in the World Cup. So this is big. You wonder how the players will handle that pressure.
Most times you come to a Rocket League LAN to participate. It's just you and the other team on stage. But everybody's facing each other here on this stage. It's a different feeling. It's a different vibe. England have smacked Saudi Arabia in the mouth. How do they respond? I mean, they just got completely boost-starved the last time around. How often you finally see Saudi Arabia on the ball and they have no resources to work with, and here come England again. But it's taken away, and Archie's forced to hold the ball. Joyo retreating, doesn't have a lot of boost, needs Rise to buy him time.
And then you see those passes continually being intercepted by England, and you can see this bump attempt from Archie. Rebound goes right out to Joyo. Archie got a piece of that, but it was still saved.
Great save. I thought for sure Archie was hitting the top shelf on that one. The fact that they save it. Saudi Arabia, they gotta let that one be the juice that helps them get the energy going. Still, you're talking about 6 scoreless minutes for Saudi Arabia. First shot, a weak shot right into the dirt. Archie makes an easy save. And this is not the Saudi team we were expecting. They get the bump though. Roas sets it up back to TRK. And challenged again. England are set on defense.
Oh, the speed of challenges, work's been so good for England. That little touch from Rawas I thought was going to be at least enough to get Saudi Arabia a shot on net. We do see one there. It's saved off the post. Another lovely little infield tap. Rawas trying to get that around, but got demoed. Even had boost, and you see another off-ball demo.
Well, that was Rise initially responding to that demo from Saudi Arabia. You can start to feel it turn, though. You start to feel the heat that Saudi Arabia are bringing a little bit more on offense. They were completely lacking in game number 1, but a lot more possession here in the blue half. TRK not a ton of boost to work with, and Killer's tough to hold on to the ball, but still possession long into Saudi Arabia. How do they actually work through Joyo and Rise? How about you just beat Joyo, but TRK can't get back to the ball. Still has his help from a team, and Kalir's got the next goal. Saudi get there first.
And this is something that these Saudi Arabian players are so good at. You see TRK for a brief moment fake like he's going to go for a double, or at least threatens that, and then gets called off, just leaves it for a nice open shot. And Saudi Arabia stabilized.
Exactly what they needed. It hasn't been easy, though. England's defense has been rock solid. Can't give them all the credit. I don't think Saudi Arabia's shooting has really been at the excellence that we expect it to be. One goal is usually all you need to give yourself the confidence, open up the floodgates. Look how England are challenging the midfield, really forcing Saudi Arabia to respect them, and no boost for TRK either. Had a demo on the other side. Joyo misses the edge of a bump. Rise next up, though. It's not over. Had a high pop. Really good control. Gets through one, but you still had to get through a whole flurry of them in the corner. Joyo challenged again. There's no way in for England just yet. Or no boost for Archie either, and cleared out for Saudi Arabia.
Good defense there from Saudi Arabia. That shot barely missed by Archie, who's really low on boost. England with a lovely attack there. Not able to convert.
I even feel like that ball right there, most times, that's a hard redirect on target into the net with pace. And the shooting just not really up to snuff.
Even on the Joyo play,
yeah.
you expected him to land that bump.
Ooh, Rise got a nasty catch. Still midfield belongs to Archie, and ended up leaving the ball in the midfield. Killers up off the ceiling. Waiting for England to try to push forward.
Got the bump as well.
Rawas bouncer, but wow, Archie somehow avoids the bump, gets away from it. Still pressure from Saudi Arabia. Everyone off the ball. Rise barely has any boost. He had to pick up 12, and it was good enough to get the clear.
Took that first defender out, and you can see England scrambling a little bit. There's a pass up to Rise, who's got the boost, but his double tap ball broken up.
The midfield has not been as easy as it was in game number 1 for England, and they're starting to run out of time here in the final minute. They're getting a little bit more out of these challenges. They need some boost. They got it at the midfield. Oh, a little bit of a fake on the challenge, but a miss on the wave dash from Rise makes them unable to get back to that ball, and they're forced to concede.
Looks like this game, this series shaping up to be a draw unless England can pull off some last-second magic.
30 seconds. Another challenge, but is there anybody in position? No. Full control of the midfield by Saudi Arabia. You got one player downfield for England. Archie just has to take the challenge, and at this point, England are just hoping to get some consistent pressure here in the final 15. TRK hoping for a bump. He didn't get him. Rise has control. Not a ton of boost. Fakes on the reset. Had another 50 out to the side, but out in the corner is going to be hard to get the work. You steal Rawas's boost. You starve him out. You take a bouncer, and with no time left on the clock, you get a perfect bounce for England. Still in play, up high in front. TRK gets in the way. Kalir's comes down with it, and there you go. They draw a point each for England and Saudi Arabia.
And I think that is really the best that England could have hoped for. I mean, they came out swinging. What a first game that was for England. And to talk about it, we've got Veracity down there on the stage.
Doom, really quick. Slow start today. Next up is Germany. In 3 words, how are you going to beat them?
We're going to beat them 2-0.
2-0. I love to hear it. GG's again. Back over to the desk.
We're heading over to another game here in our first little segment of matches in Group A. We're over to Spain and Australia. Coming down to the final moments, Spain have a 2-0 lead here on Australia. Spain were one of my teams to watch in this group as a dark horse, James. And against Australia, obviously, we're going to be the favorites, and they'll take the dub, no problem.
And they get the 3 points as well. So outright win there. Well done. Australia will have to go back to the drawing board. Torsas, an OCE legend, not able to lead the team to victory that time.
But considering how that England-Saudi Arabia game just went, it might open the door for someone like Spain, for a team like Spain to come in and maybe take a few punches, or not take a few punches, but throw a few punches that we may not have expected.
And I think what we might see as well is how important those outright wins are going to be.
Yeah.
You saw
triple your
England,
points.
Oh, certainly. For England to get those points against Saudi Arabia, or to get that single point, that is huge. So those wins going to be invaluable. Spain picking up one there as we tune in to what Belgium and Netherlands are cooking up.
Yeah, Belgium versus the Netherlands were going. Game one, it went to a very long overtime. I believe it was almost it was like a 3-minute plus overtime when I had taken a look there earlier. But as you can see, Netherlands had taken game one on that overtime. In position now after this first goal at the start of game two in order to get those 3 points. Compact representing Belgium, trying to put on that offensive pressure.
Achieves describing the Netherlands as that gatekeeper team. The Netherlands, they might be surprising people here.
These are a lot of names that, if you're a longtime fan of Rocket League, you might recognize some of these names because you may have not seen them for a little while.
Ooh.
That was a little juicy. Namely, though, Astral, a name we haven't really talked about in quite some time on the pitch here. And almost a dunk there as well. Astral trying to get that demo. And, of course, Mike Boy, the K-Corp killer, or the Vatira killer, as I like to call him. Absolutely destroys him in open brackets for some reason.
Which is, you don't sleep on him. Don't sleep on this team.
Not at all. I think the main thing that Mike Boy really brings to this roster is he's always willing to go. That challenge game has been something that he's always been consistently solid at. Astral move this one downfield. It was a close one in game one. Again, a long overtime. Very well could end in a draw here. So Group A is really shaping up to be something interesting as we've come across all the games so far. Maybe not as free for some teams as we may have thought earlier. The pass comes down, and Belgium having a little bit of trouble getting set up. Jory is leading this Netherlands squad, the MVP of the Esports World Cup. Absolutely deserved it for what he did with the OCE squad a couple of months back.
Yeah, and that was coming off the tail end of an NA stint on M80.
Been all over the place.
Yeah, where they Swiss merchants, but not able to get that playoff round victory. Jorius was able to shake that off at the Esports World Cup.
A little drop. The other team has really had a solid possession. You got this air dribble challenge here, and then a clear right back into third man, and Mike Boy with no boost just pumps it away. Does buy a little bit of time, though. You see, he's got some boost. Tried to pitch it across on the pass, but well held by Belgium. Of course, Otto on this team as well. If you're a more recent Rocket League fan, you're no doubt familiar with his name and some of the crazy shots that he's hit on the highlight reel. A lot of dead balls, though, as we clear it back and forth.
Good bump there from Atto. Trying to clear some space. Atto picks up boost and will stay in the play off the ceiling. Uses his flip last second, forces a double commit. Astral will go towards net. Mike Boy gets a tip.
Such a good touch right away from the strong side of Belgium's rotation, and they almost kill him on the counterattack. Ole almost had him. Otto kind of missed on the reset there. Compact actually helped out. Gave Astral a chance at the challenge, but he's forced to retreat quickly, and he's lost
that's
it.
A tough read.
Look how tough Otto has to get back and recover.
Oh.
And wow! Somehow got in the way enough to prevent that shot from going on target.
I mean, that was a vulnerable net there. Belgium, they almost conceded.
Ooh. I don't think Astral was expecting that touch there from Compact. He's looked pretty solid in this rotation. It's definitely my biggest question mark for Belgium. You know what you're going to get with Astral and company, but also Mike Boy is here to play, and Netherlands looking like they're going to walk away with 3 points if this keeps up.
Good recovery there, Mike Boy. You saw him get some contact there, get back down to the ground, and just put that shot on target. Trying to get that insurance goal for the Netherlands, who are just 1 minute, 20 seconds away from securing 3 points in this matchup against Belgium.
Again, very big considering the two favorites of this group did draw their first game. Granted, there's a lot of games to play in the group, a lot of points to be earned. But every single point will matter. Those draws, especially for those lower-seeded teams, mean a whole lot. What a stop there on the back line from Belgium. All the defense is great. They need 2 goals, and they only got less than a minute to get it done. Mike Boy holding them down. And Netherlands getting the job done right now. Solid pressure, good shot, and saved off the bar.
Netherlands, be big 3 points here. I think looking at Group A, them, the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Spain, where do they all match up against each other? Who's going to be able to secure that spot in that top 4? These matchups are so critical. And the Netherlands, this is looking great for them.
I had Spain as my maybe sleeper team to make the playoffs and make some noise. But this Netherlands team also has a really solid roster overall. Oh my goodness, Mike Boy.
Still going for it.
If he's looking like that, or has the space to look like that, watch out. They might be the sleeper team of the group. But as the final seconds tick down, Netherlands will collect their 3 points against Belgium. What a start to Group A. What a start to the FIFAe World Cup.
And what a start for the Netherlands as well. Looks like they might be more than just gatekeepers with a solid performance like that.
Absolutely. No shortage of talent on the team at all. And no shortage of veracity today, giving us all those winner interviews veracity.
Thank you very much for that, boys. Joreas, last time you were here, you were back in the Aussie, boys. Talk to me. Representing your country, the Netherlands, how does it feel? Is there any key differences that you've noticed?
Yes, I'm very... Well, what I said at the Esports World Cup was we didn't have any chemistry. We have loads of chemistry, these boys. We're playing very well. I think we're probably regarded as the underdogs of this tournament, but we all feel very confident, and we can. I think we just showed already that we've got a lot of store, and we can probably take it all.
Take it all the way, but game 1 was an overtime, a little bit shaky for you. Do you feel like it's going to take a little bit of time for you boys to find your footing heading into this tournament?
Yeah, game 1 was definitely a little bit of nerves, so. But I think already in game 2, I think we showed levels. So always the first game of the tournament is always a little bit difficult. It's been a long time. Mike as well, it's been a long time since he's been on LAN, but I think he's playing really well, and I think we're right into it.
You know what, GG's once again. Joreas, back over to the desk and excited for your next games.
Let's talk about highlights from those first round matches. Jumping right into Australia and Spain. Cole, I know you had the 4 box up watching all these matches. Did you catch any of this fire?
I did, and I was a little bit disappointed with Australia from what I saw. Spain seemed to overwhelm them somewhat, but over in this one, in our featured match, Joyo starting off with an absolute stunner there against Saudi Arabia. They won that first game 1-0 and pretty much grinded out the draw at the very least achieved.
Yeah, and Germany and South Africa continuing along, and now Belgium and Netherlands. There's a lot of action to pay attention to at the Esports World Cup, but no shortage of great play. Spain and Australia would loop back around. CRR would go ahead and get them the early lead in game 2. And that's going to make it pretty tough, because after you know you've got that lead locked up, you really can back up and just say, come take it from us. And that's exactly what England tried to do against Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, beautiful prediction there, Cole, too. You were saying it was going to be a 1-1 draw. Heck, accurate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just sort of had a feeling that Saudi Arabia, the home team, tends to take a few games, understandably, to grow into a competition, but that is the beauty of this format. It's why I love it so much, the fact that you can't afford to do that. We even saw in the game against South Africa that Germany had. You know, they had to win an overtime in game 2. If they lose that, they don't get a win, and suddenly you're looking at the rest of the teams and they're thinking, man,
you want to think about it, Cole. England came out ahead. They have a higher goal differential. Tiebreaker.
You made his day already. It was round 1. He's psyched.
Yeah.
Oh, we'd love to see
I like
it
this
here.
guy.
Yeah, no, your antagonist has left. We've only got a coach now.
That positive mindset is why he's such a good coach as well. I love that. I feel top of the world right now. Thank you.
Oh, we saw so many great matches, and a team that feels at the top of the world right now, Netherlands. They've got a great self-assessment. They seem to know their limitations, but they also seem to know their full potential. Your reactions to the interview?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of makes sense from Joreas. He's always a very confident player. He he can blow hot and cold somewhat. And when I think it's fair to say he's one of those players that when he's bad, relatively, he's very bad for himself. High ceilings and unfortunately a low floor as well for Joreuz. But these three just seem to fully understand each other. And I'd say that there was a lot more cohesion from them than there was from Belgium.
Yeah, for sure. I think Belgium's definitely got a few gears to align, just trying to figure out exactly why that first series didn't quite go your way. And I think that's also the nice part. You get the couple of chances at the group stage. You're going to play a lot of games. I know it's only best of 2, but there is a surprising amount of time to get it dialed in.
Yeah, talking about that warm-up, getting used to the tournament, getting used to the tournament meta, the vibe, this incredible studio, there's a lot to take in. So are we going to see more of these teams kind of hitting their stride, or are any of them potentially going to max out earlier in this group play?
I can see them all hitting their stride as they go along. I mean, we've got 2 days of this group play for both groups. And you're right, it's a different sort of stage, this one. You've got all the other players around you. I think you guys can see behind us here just how the fact that all the players can stare at other players, there's a lot of distractions, there's people milling about. You just got to focus on your screen in front of you. And it's not an easy thing to do when you start, right? If you were coaching players right now, would you just be saying, like, concentrate, lock in?
Oh, I mean, it's a difficult one, because you're right. There is a lot of stimulus already in a live environment. And then you say, okay, now there's going to be 7 other teams in front of you as well, and they're all going to be yelling and shouting whenever anyone scores. You know, when that team that's across from you is playing and pops off and jumps up out of their chairs, it's like, we don't care about that. Yeah. We have to score this goal. We're down 1. So it is a lot to take in, and you're absolutely right. There is something to be said. No matter how many live events you've played, you come in and you have to acclimatize to the environment. It takes time.
Well, and this is something that as analysts, as casters across esports are always theorizing about. How do the players feel? How are they actually reacting? Well, funny enough, we can actually check in on their vitals. We got them hooked up to a heart monitor, and our teams, England and Saudi Arabia, well, we've got their stats. Looking at England right now. Ooh, okay, we saw a big spike from Archie there in the end. What would account for that?
I guess, was that the 3-0 win, the end of game 1, and suddenly he's thinking, oh my goodness, we're actually going to do it, and then of course they didn't do it in the end. So maybe that's why at the end he was like, oh,
it's so
weird. Archie casually hanging around the 140 line. Dude's amped up from the start, and he just goes up and down a little bit from there. It's amazing to see him that high. I was kind of curious to see if anyone would start like super low-key, 60, 70, but no. They're kind of ready to go from the get-go, and they're like, nope. Round 100's good. Let's get it started.
I mean, they're athletes. They're elite esports athletes, but I don't think they've got 60 to 70 resting heart rates in the world of esports. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm doing them a disservice.
Yeah, it's too much caffeine.
Well, I'm glad you got enough caffeine, because we got a lot more matches to get through. And the next one we got coming up to feature on the stream is Spain versus Netherlands. Both of these teams came ready to play. We checked in with Netherlands and Veracity in her interview, but getting a temperature of how they regard themselves. Achieves. Any thoughts on how that might play out in the field?
So I think Netherlands likely to be pressing the attack more often than Spain, just because it feels like there's a lot more attacking potential on the Netherlands team, but at the same time, Spain's going to be a pretty tough nut to crack. Again, I mentioned it a little bit during the pre-show. I have a lot of faith in CRR as a positional player. I think there are very few players in the world that go toe-to-toe to him when it comes to being in the right place at the right time. And he can get his team out of some really tight jams.
It's interesting as well because 2 teams who are coming off the back of wins. The question for me is, did Australia and Belgium underperform against Spain and Netherlands respectively? Or was Spain or Netherlands that good? And I think we're going to find out pretty early in series number 2 the answer to that question. To me, obviously when you're watching 4 series at once, you're not taking it all in. I would say that Netherlands, said the word cohesion, their sort of team dynamics seems one of the strongest ones that I've seen.
Well, we were talking a little bit about Joreuz and his perspective on this matchup, but it's 2 teammates. What do we know about them? What do we know about the synergy they're all going to bring to this?
I mean, Mike Boy is known as taking down favorites with Star over in the regular season. They actually knocked Carmine Corp out of qualifying for a top 16 event, which was a huge upset. Then they beat them again in the qualifiers for the next one. So that's sort of David versus Goliath. I think the Netherlands are big for that. And as I mentioned earlier, internationally, Netherlands have done well in the past. Clearly a team with a lot of national pride.
Yeah, Oli's been placing on top EU rosters since 2022, 2023. And in 2024, he's had to fight for multiple playoff potential spots and had a really strong showing in the EU 2v2 Open that just happened during the offseason. So he's showing a lot of promise as an attacking and supporting player. So that's kind of why I expect to see a more aggressive approach here.
Just quickly as well, he finished the season well, did Oli. He was top 4 in the final European qualifier as well. So yeah, good
well, their opponent in this matchup, Spain, as you said, they've got some experience, but new venue, new format. We're going to find out exactly how Spain is feeling before this match.
My name is Sergio, or Atomic, as you want to call me. I will be representing Spain in the FIFA World Cup. Hopefully we can win the entire tournament. It feels amazing, having being or at least representing your country in the biggest tournament that it's been done is huge. I'm so proud to represent them in this tournament, so I'm gonna try my best and win it out. I think we are all together like friends, so that makes us way better. If we win the trophy, it will be very happy for me because in the conditions we are winning it, it will be I can't really ask for more. Thank you, obviously. We couldn't ask for more to all the people who are supporting us every day. We will remember all these guys that are supporting us. It's just a pleasure to have them.
Atomic, what an incredible spokesperson for his team. What a great mind. We're about to head on into this match, but 2 words from each of you before we get in. Go, this matchup.
2 words, Spain just.
All right.
Time of possession, the most important factor. And if Spain, if you're not holding the ball, you're losing.
How is so many more than 2 words?
Steve's, you're out.
Oh,
I guess I said time of possession, so tough.
We appreciate everything you bring to the table. So, thank you. Fans, get ready. We are about to head into our next match. Netherlands, Spain. They've got to move forward in the group. Let's send it over to the casters.
Here we go. Netherlands versus Spain. We just got done watching both of these teams. At least Netherlands, we got a full game look at them against Belgium. Both of these teams trying to vie for those playoff spots. Definitely on the edge of that picture, James. So a very crucial match for both these teams.
Oh, and I think a lot of people really excited to see this matchup, especially with this, blossoming of Stizzy and his ability. We saw him play in North America. Now he's linking up with his Spanish teammate to represent Spain. Where do they stack up against the Netherlands? I think a lot of people have them just above them.
I loved how Jorias sounded in his interview after their match against Belgium. He sounded very confident after that first game. And, you heard him say it. He's like, I hope we show people that we can really bring it. And Jorias catch underneath with the double reset going for it. Was going to get challenged all day on, and I'm surprised he decided to go for it.
And I do feel like if Netherlands do manage to beat Spain, they've got to be a lock for top 4 in this group.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough with the amount of games that you have to play. The important ones, these ones, would be huge if you could take both of these games and really force the other team to squirm a little bit and try to catch up to you in points. Atomic, good moves across. We regularly talked about Atomic being one of the better players in Europe. Kind of that poster child for Spain, and had a lot of standout moments in his time playing in RLCS and everything, but you said it as well. With CRR and Stizzy here, CRR had a long stint playing in South America, over with Complexity, but here representing Spain, I mean, this team on paper, they really have a lot of firepower. They're doing okay right now, but Netherlands also getting a handle of the midfield. Oli pushing it right back over to Mike Boy. I really like how Mike Boy's been slotting into this roster so far, the little bit we've seen from Netherlands.
The Netherlands, they have a chance here. Stizzy, that little touch is going to make Jorias retreat. CRR will be in a race against Jorias, but Jorias does win that ball over to Mike Boy. Mike Boy looking for Oli, but the pass was too far out of reach. Good idea, though.
I'm actually surprised Oli didn't just try to force that challenge. You did have a man back. You already had your second man back on the retreat as well. Bit of a team bump, but right back into position, and Mike Boy will take full advantage of it. Catches them out a little bit, but a great challenge there on the back wall to stuff the ball. And Spain get reset quickly. That looked like a dangerous situation, completely nullified.
Oli, heavy first touch, but bailed out a bit by Jorias with that demo. However, still gave the ball away. Mike Boy, though, rushing in. Does get a little bit of space. Rebound out to Oli. Oli double tap. Ball! It's slow, but it's enough. Oli on the board first for Netherlands.
I'm not sure Netherlands know much about baseball, but that's a change-up shot right there, James. Beautiful underneath. I mean, that slot's kind of ridiculous from Oli, but we can't be too surprised about it.
The importance of putting those on target.
Yeah.
No, whether they're fast, slow, doesn't matter. Just put it on target. Hope for the best. Now we see another chance
While Spain was about to concede 2 there. Man, Netherlands got some firepower to him for sure. And I love seeing Mike Boy just be that player that just goes, and nice save. Spain holding on to it, actually creating a little bit of pressure out of nothing here. CRR out of boost, still going to stay downfield, trying to harass that back line. Oli, he was able to hop over him, and Netherlands kind of stuck in the corner.
Wow, and somehow in the corner, Chorius was able to walk away with that boost. Made the most of it as well. So many demos in this game. Mike Boy with a demo there, giving some breathing room to the Netherlands, but Atomic infield pass. CRR flips quick, rebound out. Stizzy met by the Netherlands defense. Now it's cleared out.
Tough to see where the defender was through the smoke as well. Also a clenching moment for Netherlands there. Now I really want to see the heart rate spike when you get smoke screened. Netherlands holding on to it. As we are in the final minute. Jory is looking for a pass. Spain find a way to cut it off. Jory has no boost left in the tank. He's got 2 players committing for the same ball, but he steals the boost. Oli will take it off the wall. CRR can't get there in time. Mike Boy will score. Netherlands are all over him.
And this was so good from Oli. Look, he wins this ball, and then instead of putting it off the corner, he goes straight off the backboard. Had he gone corner, there's no way that shot would have gotten taken in time. Lovely ball. Good positioning as well from the Netherlands. They are playing such a smooth, synergistic game.
And look, it's 2-0 here. But I'm looking over on my other monitor, James, and I'm seeing Australia versus England is tied 2-2 in game 1.
And Saudi Arabia is tied 1-1 with Germany right now, and they're about at the halfway point as well.
This group is not turning out the way we expected. But who knows, maybe the result will still fall the way we do. And if this game does finish up, we will take a look at all the other games being played in this little round of matches. Spain get completely shut down though, and Netherlands, they have all of the pressure, they have all the goals. And with 10 seconds, you're playing with house money here in game 1. Will force at least get yourself 1 point here against Spain, but now put yourself in position to take all 3 of these points in the best of 2.
And that's going to be game here for the Netherlands. Solid performance. And there's really not a weak link on the Netherlands. I mean, Mike Boy there to clean up. Oli, he is that vanguard that was leading the attack, got that little touch off the backboard to set up the goal for the Netherlands. Also had that double tap. We'll take a look at the highlights and we see it again, this double tap from Oli.
Oh, love that precision. It's like a shot that slow you don't think is going to make the save, and obviously Mike Boy finishing it, but Oli was at the center of this offense. I think maybe less or no, but Jorias continues to be just rock solid. Like, used to be such a streaky player, but lately, like over the last 6 months, has found new life. And he just, I'm not gonna say he looks like a new player. He's just looking so consistent.
But I mean, it was in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup where Jorias had that MVP performance, pocketing $50,000 for his level of gameplay. And, you know, he's continuing to bring that here as we get right into game 2. Spain, they're going to be desperate for this game win to get that draw, that point. Because if Netherlands get the win here, feels like they are going to be a lock for top 4. And now we see Chorius be the first one to score for the Netherlands.
Oli went for that challenge, and you saw Spain, they went high on that challenge, and Oli, he was not getting that high at all. Mike Boy, he forces the last man into hurry-up mode. He's forced to jump up to the top of the net. And I mean, Netherlands all over them. And look, this is something where Spanish Rocket League, they don't call Spanish Bim Bam for nothing, James. They're the ones being aggressive. They're the ones putting pressure on you. But Netherlands, they've been the ones having Spain in a chokehold. They have no answer, getting completely shut out right now. They haven't scored a single goal yet.
Good class so far. Netherlands, lockdown defense. You can even see there that fake challenge from Oli. Forces the ball out, grabs the corner boost, now gets his team possession. Atomic has plenty of boost, but didn't get the first touch he was looking for. Now, on the other end, it's a 1-2 play. Mike Boy scoring another goal for the Netherlands.
Well, Atomic's got to be kicking himself for this touch, because he's like, really, I'm going to get punished for that? Yeah, you're going to get punished for it. You only got one guy covering you. That touch had to be solid. You called it out right as it happened, James. Too high, couldn't get back to the touch, had to abandon the play, and Stizzy was left stranded trying to make magic happen on defense, and here we are at a 2-0 scoreline this early. And Atomic with the failed reset actually breaks through that midfield. CRR helping out, back over to Stizzy and Atomic. Stizzy doesn't make contact. I think it was intentional. The ball was going nowhere. Try to give a free opportunity to your teammate. As they combine together, Stizzy and Atomic trying to get some kind of offense going here.
Spain, they need something.
Whoa!
And there's the break they catch. As we take another look at this one, this is not really how you write it up.
This is how I write it up when I'm playing. As I get calculated. Wow, that's actually probably calculated. That is so, the margins are so thin there. He's playing so close to the ball, and you're not really looking at Stizzy. You're looking at the guy that was on the ball initially. He's so close to it, you think, yeah, he's going to play it again. But then a free touch happens. No one was covering that touch. No one was looking at him. Oh, here they go again. Double tap? No, he lets it go, and Stizzy gets a second. All of a sudden, the Spanish explosion.
How many seconds did that take? CRR blasting that off the backboard. You can see Oli getting hung up on the post, had 0 boost. I think his teammates were expecting him to at least get out there and meet that shot or try to cut off some of that angle. But the lead just withers away, and now Spain in a position to potentially force overtime and maybe take this win.
Well, CRR did a good job delaying that counterattack from the Netherlands. Oli trying to get up there in time, but he's been a little slower to those challenges. Ball hasn't been in a favorable position for him on his last few attempts at it. Look at Spain, they're getting more of it. Stizzy forcing Oli into a tough situation, not a ton of boost. He's forced to concede the ball, and CRR gets the boost. Plays the 50 back to his team in the midfield, but that's a good touch there from Oli. Finally breaks it out here for Mike Boy, no boost, and cleared out.
Oli has plenty of time to prepare. We'll try to boom it down the sideline, but CRR is there to intercept. Mike Boy wins that in the corner, booms it all the way downfield. Oli trying to get a bump, does bump. Spain off the ball, that shot, just off. And now Stizzy with a chance, going for the air dribble bump, and that's deflected wide.
Yeah, you know, he absolutely wrecked North America with those air dribble bumps. A little harder here against the Netherlands, but still, you like how Spain has responded in this game. After, what, 4 unanswered goals, they go ahead and rip 2 off, and they've really had the lion's share of the pressure here in the last minute. Stizzy has been on this ball all over it and actually forces that challenge away from Netherlands. CRR saves that flip to try to chase the ball down, but they lose control of it, and Jorius wants to make a pay. Drops it underneath, and no play as Atomic had the angle covered. CRR gets the demo. Stizzy's forced to hold the ball. Without any boost, and honestly, great hold there with low boost from Stizzy.
Atomic, though, losing possession. Mike Boy has Jorius upfield. Jorius, though, rotates out. We'll give Oli a chance to contest. Oli up a little late. Gets faked. And Mike Boy.
They got caught.
There's support. Is that in? It's just in! Atomic's racing back, and you saw it, Jorby. Got caught out.
Atomic's watching Stizzy here. I don't think he knows where CRR is. I think he thinks CRR's covering it, and all of a sudden CRR comes through on his periphery.
That's
and Atomic's like, oh, I'm out of position.
That is a tilter to give that up.
Not a lot of time left either. You're just trying to get a point out of this game. But now you've just put Netherlands in the position where they're going to take 3 off of you here. Jorius trying to find the read. He did have it. I mean, jeez. Jorius had that so well, he tripped me up.
Gonna try to land that bump. Oli. And field pass late to Mike Boy. Jorius retreats all the way back. Actually gives Stizzy the ball. Will he regret it?
Whoa, Stizzy left it. Not able to have that control. Off to the opposite side. CRR off the pass. Yeah, those lanes are covered pretty well. Midfield. Actually, CRR is going to get a clean touch. Jory is not the best 50. Does get a little bit of support, but Spain are back playing aggressive. Fake challenge in front. And they can't get the ball. If you're going to fake challenge, you got to get the touch. And that just may have sealed the deal.
Oli with the dozer, just pushing that ball right into the net. Uncontested, easy peasy. And Netherlands, they have that insurance goal late. It looks like they're going to be picking up 3 points unless Spain makes something happen.
Fake kickoff for the Netherlands, trying to keep possession of the ball. But Spain, they actually ripped it away from them. Actually having to cover the retreat. Everybody had to leave and go get boost. Nobody in immediate position here on offense. They finally get it clear. Back to CRR, looking for a little dink and dunk. Maybe a slam into the net. Off the post and in. CRR with a question mark.
And we've seen Spain score 2 goals very quickly. They're going to have to do it again if they're going to try to get this draw. And so we'll see what kind of kickoff strats come out for Spain.
They don't call it the Spanish kickoff for nothing. They pioneered the fake kickoff in Rocket League. They're not going to do it here. They're actually going to play an advanced kickoff as both players cheat up, but they couldn't get control of the ball.
Yeah, boost,
My boy knows he just has to hold them. Look how close Spain play together. CRR finding his man, but can they do anything with this ball? Drops down on the midfield, keeps it on the ramp. Stizzy stuck it, pass, denied. Mike Boy stayed with it the whole way. Jorius makes sure nobody from Spain can get there. 3 points to the Netherlands.
What a win for the Netherlands. Picking up those 3 points against a team that is surely going to be battling for that top 4.
A veracity. Let's take a listen in with our winners.
GG's again. The team synergy is absolutely incredible. So tell me and everybody, what is the secret sauce for that team synergy? What's the recipe?
The secret sauce is gonna stay a secret, but nah, these guys are amazing. Like, they've been listening to everything we've been talking about. They've been working together on problems. We've been having our ups and downs, but they're pulling it out when it matters.
I'm going to drag that answer out of you eventually. Let's check in on the Saudi Arabia game.
Let us check in on the Saudi Arabia game. James, you had said it earlier. It was a close one between Germany and Saudi Arabia. They did take that first game, but Germany have a late lead here. Albeit a 1-goal lead, they could draw and make a point out of this. And Saudi Arabia getting stuffed. The Viziers having to flick it out here, but the final minute commences here for Saudi Arabia. See if they can tie it up.
Rizex trying to catch the ball. It results in a rebound, but Viziers getting there in time to hit it to safety. Tox in the corner, trying to bump his adversaries off the ball. Couldn't do so. Killers. Infield pass going to be broken up. Final 30 seconds. What a result it would be if Saudi Arabia draw as well with Germany.
I mean, that one is even more surprising, though. England, you can understand. You can understand Rise, Joyo, and Archie getting that draw, but Germany? It's not a country in Rocket League that has really seen the best of days lately. No one's there for the pass for TRK. There was really no entrance for Killers to find. The shot not even on target. And time is expiring. Germany, do they do it? Ross doesn't have the ball. This is not looking good at all for Saudi Arabia, and it's on the ground. Germany draw against Saudi Arabia.
Wow. Oh my. And these are the results that you hoped for coming into the FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League. To see these nations step up, it's awesome.
That's a first-era player and Freaky on that. Hey, Veracity, what's going on with Germany?
Thanks very much for that, guys. Tox, talk to me. Saudi Arabia said they were going to take you down 2-0. What do you have to say to them?
2-0? What do you mean 2-0?
They thought they were going to dominate you boys. What do you have to say?
I mean, they can think what they want. We show on the field that we can keep up with the best. They can think what they want. They can be in their own little world, but we're here to game.
And you're going to keep up the same pacing heading forward?
Oh yeah, 100%. We're just going uphill from here. First game we won, now we got a draw against arguably the top 2 teams, so now we're just going to go on a roll.
There we have it. Let's go ahead and continue with the rest of the show.
So much veracity, excellent sideline reporting, getting these quotes from these players hot off their wins. Talking to Tox there, feeling confident despite what Saudi Arabia might have thought.
No. As he should. I mean, that's a big performance from Germany. Yeah, Jorby was right to question, like, well, what's going on there? You guys should be finding a win. And Germany's saying, nah, you got to work for your meal. And they come up with a big win and found a draw there against a tough seed. And Netherlands and Spain was also a battle. And Netherlands got exactly what we thought we were going to get. Very attacking game. Spain tried to keep up, but just could never quite find a way to hold on to the ball long enough.
The Netherlands seem completely free. They seem to have absolute faith in one another. I didn't see too much of this game myself personally, so I'm seeing more now from South Africa versus Belgium. Looking like a better performance from South Africa, but still Belgium having enough, at least in game number 1. And there's Compact getting involved. You're keeping an eye on Compact as well. Not as storied as his 2 teammates. How is he playing the game? And it seems that he's the furthest man forward.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to see Compact having such a forward position on that role, because I would normally think that when you're so confident as England put quite a show versus
Well,
they play?
they did that against Australia. They were 2-0 down in game 1, ended up winning it. They were 3-0 down in game 2, Achieves. Tell me what happened.
They brought it all the way back.
They won it 5-3. It's coming home, baby. England can't stop winning. Spain just couldn't get enough scoring against Netherlands, and Germany sealing that draw against Saudi Arabia. Huge. And you can see from Tox as well, Rachel, that it means so much. You know, it's only a draw, in air quotes, but to Germany, that's a big result, and that is why I love this format.
Yeah, he was excited just to draw against these teams that people came in so afraid of. Now we are 2 rounds in, and we are already seeing a big mix-up in who we thought would be ahead and who is really starting to pull ahead here. Saudi Arabia, from the games you've seen, achieves anything they could be doing a little bit better to get themselves back in the mix.
It's actually a surprisingly tough format, I think, as they're finding out. If you've only got 2 games to figure them out, you got to come out hot, and you got to be willing to play anybody at any point. And Saudi Arabia historically has tended to be like, okay, once we figure it out, then we crush you. You don't have a whole lot of time to figure it out. You got to know from the jump.
Yeah, this is coming into play for some of the other teams here too. England just looking so sharp, picking up that huge win.
Well, I mean, it's more the fact that they seem to have team spirit with them. If you go 2-0 down in game 1 and 3-0 down, 3-0 comebacks in Rocket League, hugely.
Yeah.
You know, they're not common at all at this level of Rocket League. If you go 3-0 up, you're very much expecting to win. They do happen, but in a row to get comebacks like that shows that team spirit in the England camp must be massive right now. But what I would say is I'm glad to see Australia scoring goals, because they are a team that I always like to see doing well as well. So they underperformed in their first one, apparently performed a little bit better in their second.
Absolutely. And our focus match, Netherlands versus Spain. Netherlands coming out with a big win once again. We saw their confidence after that first round. Is it only going to increase from here, Chiefs?
They're on 6 points. You gotta be happy with such a strong start. You can't ask for anything better, to be quite honest. You never know what you're going to get when you only get to play 2 games. So coming out there and finding 2 big wins off the rip says, yep, we're coming in here, we're locked in, you're going to have to work hard to beat us, and they're playing like it.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the effect this match had on the players, because once again, we've got the heart rate monitors on, and we're going to be checking in with Netherlands to see what got their hearts pounding.
Probably that game, too. They were surprisingly had to battle for it.
Yeah, I think the series we saw before, there was sort of more of a consistent peaks and troughs, whereas this one apparently, you know, was
Jorius is pretty
crazy.
chill at the start. He's around 70, and then he goes way up.
If you look at the middle as well, you see for Mike Boy in orange there, 2 Ws. You know, the WW, and that's exactly what Netherlands are on as well. So his heart rate is matching reality. It's a beautiful thing.
I'm just amazed how synergized they really seem to be. A lot of the same peaks and troughs across these heart rates. You're talking about the synergy of the team. We're seeing it physically, biologically in our players here. Now, how do they keep that up over the course of the next, we've still got 5 more rounds of Group A.
They're playing attacking Rocket League, and much like in chess, if you're attacking, you're probably winning. You don't want to be defending, so keep that up. There's no reason to give up what's running hot.
Tough though. It's not easy. You know, we will very much expect to see some teams slow down and speed up. It is far from simple to keep up to these high standards they've set themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we take a look at the standings here, I think it is important to remember exactly how much stamina can decrease over the course of these intense matches. So if you're cheering for a team now and they're a little bit behind, maybe send them some of your energy and get them back on the top of the leaderboard. Certainly South Africa, Australia could use it, but where are you sending your energy towards next round?
Australia. Just because I want to see it. I know it's in there for them, and it's just a matter of I want to see it get pulled out of them.
Saudi Arabia.
England.
No, I'm not
Don't
that one strike. Don't worry. No, you're dead on. I think Saudi Arabia, I want to see them really start to showcase, because we all want to see great Rocket League, and Saudi Arabia are one of the most entertaining teams here.
Yeah.
Not quite showing it just yet in these compressed matches. They got to get going. They got to really start how they finish series normally.
Absolutely, and I was promised a raucous crowd. I know they came out really loud for Saudi Arabia, so I'd love to see some big pickups from this team and really get the house going here. But our next matchup that we are going to be focusing on is Germany versus Australia. So let's take a closer look at these 2 teams here, and especially these guys. Cole.
Well, I mean, Chiefs, you've already given Germany your energy, which will make it even tougher now for Australia. And actually, I want to ask you, Chiefs, because for me, if I've just gone 2-0 up and 3-0 up and lost both games, that's got to be impactful to my mindset. And Australia, they are known to have a bit of a tilt, they can shrink when things start to go wrong. Is that likely to happen for Australia?
Is it likely to happen? I actually think they have a pretty good chance to rally the ship here if you're versus Germany. Just because I don't think there's anyone on Germany who's going to single-handedly like take a game away from them. You know what I mean? They don't have a Joyo to go out there and just beat 3 people and score a goal, right? So I think they get a bit more of an even keel game here. And if anything, I think Australia may be able to have a slight mechanical edge, because I know that Germany has solid 1v1 players, but that doesn't necessarily mean mechanical brilliance. That means you're rock solid across the board, positionally and able to press and give a little ground when you have to. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to destroy people.
What I would say in Australia's favour as well is that Germany, they've just come up from a game where they've been huge underdogs against Saudi Arabia. Everyone expects them to get blown away, and well done them, they didn't. Whereas now against Australia, I'd say that Germany probably the favourites coming into this one, considering when you look at Australia's matches so far, no game wins out of 4, I believe. So Germany certainly will be the team that people are expecting to carry on that momentum, and that could be something that they find frustrates them if they start the game poorly. I just don't want to see Australia go into their shell, because Australia, it's a region that is known to be so aggressive, foolishly so at times, and we love them for it, don't get me wrong, but we're not quite, well, I guess we are seeing that version then, because their last game was 5-3, so they've got to keep on going and hope the luck turns somewhat.
And it's in there.
Now, it's a tough team that they got to go up against and trying to fight their way back, as Germany, as we saw before, lots of confidence, riding high, but that could throw them for a loop here. Is there a cliff to the confidence that Germany could potentially stumble backwards off?
Ooh. I don't know if Germany's going to get too rocked by anything. I think they kind of know that, hey, we're not, major powerhouses, and I think they're well aware that, a team like Australia has 2 world contending players for their region consistently out there, and they're like, okay, yeah, they're a good team. Yeah. They know what they're up against, despite thinking that they should be able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, in FIFA and Torsos as well, they've had players that have been winning everything in their region. They're used to being serial winners, so the fact that they've lost a few games won't affect them too much. They've been around the block. Torsos has been at every LAN since season, or almost every LAN since season.
It feels like forever.
I used to be really good at knowing what happened in season 1 and 4 and 8, but now it's starting to all turn into one thing for me. I've reached that point of my age, arrived on age of 31. I know. We're getting on. We are getting on. But yeah, I think Germany favourites is whether they can deal with being favourites is the story for me.
Well, let's see if they can deal with being favorites against this Australian team. As we discussed, let's get to know the Australian roster a little bit better and check in on them.
I am Torsos and I'm representing Team Australia. This is the first time I've been able to do it, so I'm glad to be here. I want to do well, because it's not like, oh, I'm doing badly. It's just like, oh, the entire country sucks if you come last. So there is a bit more to it. I guess it's like very funny that I get to have Australia's hopes and dreams like in my hands. Some of the Rocket League people aren't too happy about it, but I mean, I'm happy to be representing the country. And personally, if we won, a LAN, especially the World Cup, that'd be pretty good. World champion, that'd be a title I would like.
Lots of love about both these teams, but Australia, I love what they're bringing to the table for this one. Twitch chat, we're going to turn it over to you now and see who you think will win this next head-to-head. And if we wanted to greatly or probably actually negatively affect what Twitch decides to vote for, achieves, what would you say to them to persuade them to the side of Germany?
Chance to write the vote for your Australia, but it's not going to happen. Germany dialed in. You can take a lot of confidence from finding a draw against a team like Saudi Arabia and saying, okay, we know we can play rock-solid defense, and that puts a lot of pressure on Australia to execute. Right now, they're not.
Might flip them around all the way to the other side. The Australians upside down. Could this be what they need?
I mean, it's something that Australian teams have been doing since the beginning, coming up against teams that everyone expects them to win. Everyone expecting to beat them, and normally losing to them, don't get me wrong, but every now and then, OCE teams just out of nowhere. We saw in the World Championships when Pioneers knocked out Gen.G, which nobody expected. And I'm pretty sure that Power had beaten Gen.G in the same event in round 1 as well. So Power certainly, and I say Power, I mean, it's of course Team Australia, more than capable of beating Germany here. I've got a feeling that this will be the game when Australia weirdly become amazing. And it won't last. We'll all hype them up, be like, oh my God, Australia are back. And then next one, they'll be a bit dodgy again. But this could be the one. There's always one series per tournament, and I reckon it's this one. Am I crazy? I could be.
It only takes one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the really fun and beautiful part about Rocket League is one guy makes one big play, and that brings, what's the old saying, you know, rising tide raises all ships. So very possible for Australia here.
I just appreciate the specificness of the prediction. It's like, it's this one. It's not going to be their new hockey stick up. They're just going to get real weird and real good in this one match. So we look forward to that here, because when you see a weird match of Rocket League, something particularly stands out for you. What are you seeing in that match, or what are you not seeing in some of the weirdest matches?
In the weirdest matches, you're seeing teammates bumping each other. If you see a teammate bump each other, lean to a goal, that is normally insta-tilt, head in hands, game over. And Australia have had a few of those moments in their time. Very self-deprecating are the Australian team as well, which we love from them. But I mean, Chiefs, you're a purist, aren't you? For you, it's the rotations and stuff, right?
Yeah, a lot of stuff I look at, it's a lot less on the ball stuff, because on the ball stuff is very concrete. You know, we're attacking the net, we're putting it in a specific area to try and do a specific thing. For me, a lot of times it's where are supporting players. Do you have a good understanding of where the play is actually headed? And like, if your teammate is passing the ball from their white wall across the box and you're playing on the right side of the box, why? Go get on the left side of the box and make the ball come to you. Trust that your teammate's going to make a play. Let the guy behind you worry about it if he loses. So when you start to see like your supporting player be a little bit too tight or just not quite where they should be, then I'm like, all right, guys, come on. What are we doing?
Well, it's a shame we didn't have a vote button for it's going to be a weird game, but we do have the results of how Twitch thought this would pan out. And whew,
wow,
almost dead center. A little favor to Australia. So I think you really convinced them there, Cole.
Good job, Cole.
I don't know what I said that convinced chat, but there you go. Cool.
They believed in the funky weirdness, man.
Is it just me surprised about that? I would have thought that Germany would be favorites in this one with chat.
I think it's reasonable to look for a coin flip, I think. You know, it's Australia, or at least OCE as a region across the board on the international stage, has always been a bit of a coin toss. So I think giving them a little love here and saying that, look, they've already got the team synergy built out. Why not?
Well, synergy is built out. They've got their game faces on. Did see them smiling back and forth at each other there. Generally a team that gets along really well. How's their team synergy? Quick check-in, Cole, before we head into the match.
They're going to be absolutely fine. I think that both these teams will be happy enough for now with how things have gone. Australia can step up. Germany happy with their results.
Fantastic. Well, let's see what those results will be. We are just about ready to get on into this match. It's Germany versus Australia, and I'm sending it on over to the casters. So get things started in the third round of Group A here at the first day of the FIFAe
2024 World Cup featuring Rocket League.
Well, James Bond, not how we expected Group A to go at the start. Germany in second place with 4 points, and Australia yet to collect a single point. They'll definitely start needing to grab some, and Germany are starting to set the tone. Talks with the first goal.
Well, that didn't take long, did it? Braziers pinched that ball out to the middle. It was really remarkable that follow-up from Rizix didn't get punched in, but ultimately that early pressure going to favor Germany. And a really great play from Braziers to get that ball into a dangerous spot.
The other games going on simultaneously right now. You got Belgium versus Saudi Arabia. Belgium are right behind Germany in third place. Saudi Arabia below them. You got Spain versus England going on. And Netherlands versus South Africa. And obviously Germany versus Australia here. And Germany are putting it to the paint right now against Australia.
And maybe Germany took that Twitch chat vote seriously and were offended.
I think that was just a lot of Torsauce love. I feel like Torsauce just gets a lot of votes for being Torsauce, you know? I mean, dude, I'm just, look, all right, I'm a Torsauce fan.
Australia's got fans. I mean, they've got the flash and flair. But right now, Germany's got the goals.
That's fair. I mean, credit to Torsauce. He's played some of the best Rocket League he's ever played in his career in the last few months. Whether it was at the World Championship, RLCS, or whether it was at EWC earlier this year in Riyadh. You know, Torsauce, he's really kind of surprised, at least me, with where he kind of leveled up almost out of nowhere. I mean, he's always been a solid player coming out of OCE, but to represent Australia here, I think it's great for him. And Gus on this team actually found a way through, but the touch high, and Australia immediately challenged. Germany slipped through.
I think Gus is that player that you're going to be looking for. You know, we've seen a lot of Fever on land. We've seen Torsas. Haven't seen a lot of Gus, but right now it is Germany just walking all over Australia. This is 3 goals. We're not even a minute and a half into the game. Germany has this in control.
This is quite comfortable for Germany, and I mean, the start that they've had so far, in second place with 4 points, you get 3 points here, and you're really feeling great about yourself. And the little bit we heard from them, I mean, every single game is a confidence builder, a booster. And the best of 2 format, I think Achieves really hit the nail on the head with it, is that the teams that we expect to win, usually when you drop that first game, you can get it figured out in the best of 5, best of 7. You always get the result you expect. But it's so different here in this best of 2 format, where you don't get that same kind of chance against that underdog team. And I think the group has really been playing out exactly like that so far.
Certainly, you don't get that time to make adjustments, really. No timeout. It's not even a best of 5, it's just 2 quick games. So having that game plan is going to be so much more critical. Like Achieve said, you want to be the team that's out there attacking, putting the pressure on, not the team that's stuck in the back, trying to make those adjustments. It's a lot of times just too late.
Been a couple of broken rotations for Australia. I think even if Torsas makes contact there, good chance it gets blocked. Sears gets the clear downfield as well. Yeah, Tox and Rizex in particular, I think Razier's a little bit later than those two, but 2 players that kept sniffing a land, kept, German amigos, almost getting a 5th Europe slot in RLCS years of yore. Never could really quite do it, but here they are on land now for Germany. Playing quite well here against Australia, granted, probably the expected result, no matter what Twitch chat might say. Australia, they played England close in the last game. It was a 1-goal game for most of it, right until the very end. It was tied until England finally scored to close out that game number 1. And this Australia team has it in them, but sometimes it's just belief that carries you through. And when Germany have had the strong start that they had, that confidence helping to carry them through. They're locking down Australia right now. Rizek's failed reset grab. The Tox will immediately jump onto the ball, and Australia trying to predict the future. Simply can't get behind the 8 ball.
Good 50 there from Gus, but you see Rizex drive right in to help with that second layer of defense, Fever. You can see the pre-jump from Gus, but it doesn't even make it past that first defender.
Yeah, this was the best look they had, and I mean, what a save off the bar there. Very comfortable game for Germany. Australia, that will be hoping game 2 can go a little bit differently within a minute. I mean, just try to get some sort of solid rotation going. They're not getting solid touches. They've gotten 2 of these goals from Germany were blown rotations on defense, and really just not quality gameplay that you were hoping to see from Australia.
And really for Germany, this, they're doing the exact thing they should be doing. Just run up the score as much as possible. If it comes down to how many goals you score, that makes the difference between in a tiebreaker. It's important. So you'll see teams not let off the gas whatsoever, even when you're like, oh, the game's already won. Why don't you want to waste the time? Those goals are valuable.
And really just comes down to the fundamentals again for Australia. I mean, you got to hit the ball there. It's the basics. You got to make sure you've got your net covered. But Australia keep on, I said it earlier, trying to predict the future on some of these plays where they take a hopeful rotation. They expect a challenge from their teammate. They don't get the challenge. All of a sudden, third man's blown apart. You miss the ball, it goes in the net. That's going to happen at this level every time.
And looking at the games scores from previous Australian games, they didn't struggle to score. They were able to put some in, but here they have just been outclassed by Germany.
Some struggles in game number 1. See if they can right this ship and get their first point. Australia still yet to grab a point in their first few games, but they do grab their first goal here at the end of game 1.
Avoiding the shutout very late. Fever quickly hitting the brakes, just getting enough on the ball. Nice shot.
Great shot,
Unfortunately
yeah.
for Australia, not really getting them back into the game, but it might help the
-4
mental
instead of
going into
-5.
game 2.
Yeah. You talked about the goal differential being one of those tiebreakers, and I have no doubt that we're going to be seeing some of that. The way it's been going for Australia, they're probably going to be on the bottom end of that, so they'll need to try to mitigate as much as they can with the goal differential.
Australia, how will they bounce back? I mean, I was excited to see them play, excited to see what Gus would bring to the table, but ever since the very beginning of this game, Germany just got out to a hot start.
And even right there, broken rotation from Australia, expecting a challenge from your teammate, missed off the back wall, but the game was already over by that point. Like you said, solid and comfortable from Germany, and I mean,
they made it look easy.
What a tournament so far, though. I certainly, look, I'll admit it, I was going after Cole before this tournament, and I was like, I'm a stupid American. I don't get
How
draws.
are these draws going to work? We don't have draws
What do you mean we
Rocket
don't
League?
resolve every match? That sounds dumb. I was wrong, Cole, all right? You were right. This is hype.
It's been exciting, and can't forget the fact that we're going to do this all again tomorrow as well. So a double round robin group, but every one of these matches could be the difference for a team making that top 4 or being eliminated. So already we're jumping into this game. It's 3 seconds, and then a goal has already taken place.
That's the most OCE concede I've ever seen. Bounced off of the cheat up on the kickoff. Third man comes back, doesn't know, is that shot coming in? Is he going to whip, or is he going to catch the ball and then flick it over me? And he just got caught between trying to defend both of those options. There's nothing you could do it by that point.
So last game, it was 11 seconds. This one, just 3 for Germany. So Australia's woes continue. Will they be able to get a response here? Torsas trying to pass it off the corner, but nobody there from Australia. This ball's boomed down. No corner boost for Fever either. Just has to opt for the 50.
Really need just solid rotation. Get some pressure opportunities. How about Gus the Bus ripping that one on?
I said I wanted to see Gus. And man, he has made himself visible. Look at that laser top corner.
Impossible to save. Not even a bad position for the defender. Got the touch, just had too much heat. There you go, Australia. A little wild on the kickoff here. Australia might be able to do something with this, but they get a little too antsy, and the discipline breaks down. Second and first man not on the same page. Third man is forced to just hold the ball and protect the retreat here for Fever. Only has 30 as he leaves the wall. Left it on the challenge. Love that idea from Fever. Leave it on the challenge. Don't try to force that ball. Try to get it out to your teammate. Better defense here from Australia, but they're having some issues getting rid of this pressure.
Gus linking up with Torsas. Torsas trying to do as much as he can with very little boost. Gus keeping this ball in the Germany half. And now off the arc and down! Oh! And it's missed by Torsas. That was a gifted opportunity. Should have been a second goal for Australia.
You absolutely have to put that one in 10 out of 10 times. Torsas, that's not even the first real near miss that he's had. Fever trying to set up another push. Bit of a fake from Gus. Demo off the corner as well. Good recovery from Fever, just didn't have the boost to chase it down. Aggressive position here from the third man from Australia. They're able to punt the ball downfield. Not a lot of boost either. Also, Germany's struggling to actually get control of this ball. They're just trying to find some space so they can buy time, get some boost. They've done that, but then have to use a bunch of boost to get back to it. No one really able to get a solid possession play, and Australia again completely lose track of Raziers. Nobody's watching.
Torsas, look how far he creeps up. You see him right there. He's too far away to challenge and not far enough back to cover net. Fever was over by the mid boost on the wall. Bit of confusion there for Australia on the defensive end, and it bites him.
And Torsas just has to be aware of Raziers there. There's no business ever going for that ball. Raziers had him beat all day. Gus with the only goal in this game for Australia off the redirect. Tries the short hop pass, and third man actually gets demoed. Fever trying to hold the midfield line. Torsas not going to get back to the touch, and that's really been the whole story of this series is Australia catching up to these challenges and not really making the contact they need to keep the pressure up, to actually get possession.
Tox will leave this for Raziers. Raziers had a lot of net to shoot on, puts this one near post and extends the lead for Germany.
Great catch from Tox as well. I mean, even if that net's better defended, Tox is going to make that one a hard bout for Australia to beat. Such a good control coming off the side wall. And man, Germany, it is Australia. We kind of expected Germany to win this with a very strong performance from them. Gus, good catch underneath, tried the 1v1, but immediately denied on the flick. Australia sending a couple of haymakers. Germany dodging them expertly and getting the clear downfield.
It's not too late for Australia, but time is winding down. Under 2 minutes left to play. Gus finding Fever, and Tox breaking up that pass. Tox, almost no boost there. Still able to influence that play. Tox and Rizex have to play this carefully. Tox out to the midfield. Torsas bounces it down right to Rizex. There's a bump from Tox, but Fever recovers. And Australia slow down this attack.
Australia, all they can do is just jump for the ball and hope they can get it over to a teammate. Fever gets deleted. Australia doing what they can to keep themselves in the game, keep this a 2-score mark. Torsas setting it back up for Fever. There's always a German player right there to stuff them. Gus brings the ball down, buys a little bit of time. Australia do get reset. They have that midfield line. Rizex happy to give it up. It's a lot of boost and a free clear down the field. Gus cuts Rizex off, but it's a free ball. No one from Australia was there, and Germany leave a goal on the table. Australia, can they find a way to punish this?
Australia, that shot too high. Tox getting the rebound. Raziers with the challenge. Rizex in the corner trying to slow it down.
There's stuff here from Fever. You need at least 15 seconds on this clock. Give yourself time to move up and down the field at least once. And they're starting to run out of that time. Fever goes for that reset. It kicks off of his car with too much force. And how about Germany keeping that ball locked into the corner and making that clear into the blue hard for Australia. And with 10 seconds left, it's Germany's game to lose. Raziers drops it down. Australia, no answer. The last cry, the last breath here to try to get a single point. But Australia gets shut down. Germany collect 3.
And Australia, they just couldn't recover from the slow starts in both games. They gave up early goals. You saw the first game, 11 seconds in. The second game, 3 seconds in, giving up a goal. And then also, you had the missed shot from Torsas.
Now, Veracity has another interview for us. Veracity.
Tox, talk to me. That was GG's for you. This, for those that don't know, is your international LAN debut. So how on earth are you keeping those nerves at bay? Because you boys look right at home.
Well, I think it comes down to the environment that we've been putting ourselves in. We've been practicing as a team. We've been practicing everything. We've made sure that we enter as comfortable as possible to the tournament. So even when we have nerves, which you obviously do, you will always be nervous. We're just maintaining the confidence and maintaining the focus on everything, yeah.
So the pressure of being in the stage environment, surrounded by all of these players, do you feel like that's affected you whatsoever heading into this tournament?
Well, I feel like everyone thinks it's a negative effect being online, but I feel like for us as a team, and for me personally, it's an advantage. I feel like I get this adrenaline rush that I don't get when I'm playing online, and I feel like I have something to prove. We have something to prove as a nation, so we're just here to make everyone proud.
You know what, on that note, I'd love to check out your heart rate monitors, but back over to the studio to see what they think of this.
Thank you so much, Veracity. I hope we get to check those heart rate monitors out too, because I wonder if this was a chill game for them or a more intense one. Germany and Australia, we're looking at the highlights now, Cole. What stands out?
I mean, Germany playing very well against Australia. I said this could be the one where Australia weirdly wonderful. They weren't particularly. Germany played well, but I think Australia helped them out somewhat as well. Meanwhile, Spain versus England, a couple of tight games achieved. England's at the leading game 1.
Yeah, tough go for them, though. Couldn't quite find the win. Spain able to battle back. But Netherlands still continuing, finding multiple wins in a row now. They're on 9 points, and Germany picked up a pretty confident win here versus Australia. Gus and Fever really trying to struggle to find their stride together. That's really seeming to be the disconnect there on that team for me.
Yeah, we still haven't yet seen Belgium versus Saudi Arabia. I'm curious to see the highlights of those ones. We were watching it in the ground, and you guys might have heard a bit of a cheer in the background when some of the other games were going on. Here we go, Belgium, Saudi Arabia. Look at this one. Currently, it's 1-0 to Belgium in games and 1-0 in goals as well. So a huge turnaround required from the Saudis, but there was one there to equalise. Netherlands 2 up. I think we expected that against South Africa. Good to see South Africa get themselves a goal.
Yeah, good job for Netherlands to really close it out. Continue playing solid Rocket League. Only a quality challenge. And
What's
really...
doing in the background there? She was just hovering, waiting for the interview.
She's like, I know you guys are going to win. So
yeah, exactly. What we didn't see there really quickly was a 0-second winner in Game 2 for Saudi Arabia. Huge moment potentially for that team in this entire tournament.
Yeah, big one there. Glad to see Saudi Arabia back on the board. We did get to see that goal there from Australia, like you were hoping for. We did get to see some from South Africa as well. So I would say things maybe have a chance to even up here. We're about halfway through this group now, and we do have some clear leads. Now, are they the leads we expected? Somewhat achieved? No, you shake your head.
No, I really expected Saudi Arabia to be doing better. They're not doing terribly, but, you know, I came out here expecting them to be like, okay, we're just going to win everything because we're that good. So it's been quite a surprise to see it not be smooth sailing, I think.
Yeah, they're currently on 3 draws, which is at 3 points, 1 point below the current cutoff for the playoffs. So if everything continues to go as it currently is, Saudi Arabia will not be making our playoffs and surviving until the next couple of days.
Wow, fans of Saudi Arabia better put some gas in that tank, or at least some boost, and get them across the field. We were thinking the home team advantage would have been helpful for them here, but looks like our teams traveling in from all around the world have managed to hold their own. Now that match, Germany-Australia, let's check in on Germany's heart rates, just like Veracity asked.
I'm curious here. They have kind of been on
Whoa,
bit of cruise control, yeah.
I'm not surprised he talks so high. He is a man that plays on the edge, at least on the pitch, so it's good to see that his body is following suit. I think it has to. Rezex and Razia's
around 90 to 100.
Comparison. Yeah, 100, that's, you know, it's a decent exercise, but the 140, 150, God.
Just chilling.
Yeah, well, a little bit, it looks like, you know, Tox's heart rate would spike, and then his teammates would follow along there.
That's how good Razier's is, though. Dude just doesn't move. He's just like, yeah, okay. I'm playing Karsak. He is dangerous, too.
I do like the discrepancies there, too. There were a couple peaks that were not shared across all 3 players. Somebody was spacing out, or somebody felt like they had it in control. But it's so much awesome data that we're getting from the heart rate monitor.
Yeah, I reckon it's when Raziers is defending, he's going for a crazy touch onto his own backboard. His teammates are like, oh, hearts and mouths. Hey, guys,
he's like, yeah, I hit that all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I was going for the psycho. It's like,
I got it.
Yeah.
Well, we've got CJ down on the floor now with the coach for Team Australia. Let's check in with them.
Little mid-round update here with Team Australia. You've had a chance to get the feet wet, but a couple of, tough stuff so far. Coach Shaw's, by the way.
Look, what can you do? Bit of a rough start. Obviously, Gus was firstly in, so you can't really ask for too much, but it's looking good. Like, we've had a few close games. We should probably beat England in one of the games, so that's what we can really bank on, is like taking a few games, working our way up.
Yeah, you talk about those, you think you were 2-0 up in the first game, 3-0 up in the second game. Do you look at that, I guess, as a positive, that, you know, if you guys can hold on, then you're good enough to take down anyone?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, it's not like we went up and then, like, got scared or something. We just got overconfident, so it's good that there's confidence there, but, yeah.
And we talk about, I guess, before off-stream, the fundamentals for the Aussie boys. Is that going to be the focus now? We've seen the mech come through, but just kind of locking down and playing solid rock.
Oh, of course. Like, the fundamentals is everything. That's what wins you to the games. Not the mech so much, but yeah, he just has to be solid, not get conceded on them, not make mistakes.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to the boys. Hopefully they can get some wins on the board.
2 Aussies there. I love to see the synergy of the interview and the coach.
Yeah, the most Australian thing, play some solid rock.
Yeah, break that down for me.
We are playing some solid rock, man.
I was going to check it. I was like, is that a Rocket League term? Is that an Australian thing?
I've never abbreviated Rocket League in my life, but now I intend to.
I intend
hey, you have to play some rock? Yeah.
Let's do that. We have some teams playing some rock today. Let's check out the standings and the results of those Rock at League matches. Whew.
Oh, boy.
Netherlands sitting pretty at the top. We called them the underdog at the start of the day. They called themselves the underdogs at the start of the day. but that does not seem to be panning out from the top of the group, Achieves.
The back half of the schedule is going to make the difference, though, right? You can always question the strength of schedule. That's the fun part about a long, drawn-out double round robin like this. The Netherlands, it's a hot start, but it's a long way to go.
It is, but two of the teams they've beaten are currently in that top four. They've beaten Spain 2-0, they've beaten Belgium 2-0, and then South Africa, as expected, 2-0. So it's not like they're destroying minnows here, Netherlands. So fair play.
They still got England, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm not saying, knock them through now. I'm just saying they're doing even better, perhaps, than those numbers say.
Yes.
Well, we get to see what happens with these teams in the back half of the group after this break. So stick around. We'll be right back with more Rocket League.
I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Hey yo. Ain't no competition, dog, we the livest. Never gonna fade us, in the end we survive this. Trials, tribulations, but it only make us stronger. Never gonna stop and bring the heaters like a sauna. Gotta take it to the highest heights, deeper depths. Gotta move it right to left, but we always move in step. Gotta be the champions, dog, never losing. Get it, I gotta deliver to go. Never gonna stop it, I take it a blow. Wanna get to it, they never can know. Wanna get to it, I'm back at it though. My down like a python, I'm an icon, I got this. Never gonna stop it, we take it to the top. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. I got change. Now let's bang. I got change. Now let's bang. Winter time is like summertime. We gon' ride tonight. We gon' feel alright. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change. I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang.
Darkness creeping over, I don't see a world beyond. Calling to the distance, only silence to respond. Peace is not a virtue, it's a sign of what was lost. Play until the end, but every battle has a cost. Into the dark, hiding in the shadows from the truth of who you are. Into the dark. into the dark. Facing inner demons with a fire in your heart into the dark.
2024 in Riyadh, featuring Rocket League. We are well into Group A, and already we've had a bunch of shakeups in the predicted outcomes. But that's exactly what these players are here to do. Shake things up, make the best impression they can representing their nation, and hopefully take home a big bite of that prize pool. I'm your host, Rachel, and I'm thrilled to be joining you, more so because I have an incredible desk here full of all the knowledge and genius that Rocket League has to offer. I have Achieves and I have James Bott. And gentlemen, it is lovely to see you. James Bott, you were down in the casting seat.
Yeah.
What was that like?
So, I mean, it's great being in the action, getting to call the action. But, you know, I would have loved to have watched all the matches.
I'm sure.
It has been crazy. I mean, looking at these results so far, obviously, you know, we're only 3 rounds in, but it is not what I expected.
Yeah, you're in luck. The four spots right up there, so you'll get your wish.
Yeah, this is the premier viewing spot up here. You can even see the expressions on the players' faces as they win, as they lose, as they sink these goals. But James Bott, you didn't get to see these results until after you're done casting. Which one jumped out and scared you the most? Of all the results that you saw, did anyone leave an impression on you? What was your biggest shakeup?
Go ahead, Achieves.
I think currently it's England. I think the England-Saudi Arabia from round 1 was probably the most surprising for me, just because of the way they did it. And because Cole said exactly how it was going to go. They're going to get the first goal, and then they're going to sit there and stack the net. And that's actually kind of been the approach that everyone has taken against Saudi Arabia so far. They are willing to play defense and say, look, you got to come beat all 3 of us. You're not just going to break through one challenge in the midfield and then just score on me 1v1 on the net. We're not going to let that happen. And Saudi Arabia is going to have to find some ways to adjust.
Absolutely. And yeah, after that first match, I really thought Cole had the gift of prophecy. We had to get all the way to that Australia match against Germany to be like, oh, maybe fallible a little bit. But not too fallible, really. All of you have your finger on the pulse of this scene here. And James Bott, now that you're back, I want to check in with you. You came off the casting booth. You saw all these results laid out before you. What struck you first?
Well, I honestly, it has to be Saudi Arabia. We expected them to run the table. We expected them to come out here and really demolish this group. And they haven't gotten a win yet. They haven't lost. They've drawn every single time, which is a surprise. So that, to me, is the biggest surprise. And now they're going to be taking on the Netherlands, who are sitting at 3-0-0. They've only won up to this point.
Yeah, I know. Or 6-0, sorry. I'm so used to those best of 3s, my man.
Oh, that's the Saiyan suits for me. They're going Super Saiyan on these teams right here. But Saudi Arabia, we talked about the momentum they needed to maybe build to start bringing their performance that we're used to seeing from them. Do you feel like the matches they have had so far have beat them down or have fueled them up?
That's a great question. I think this break was probably the big turning point for them here because obviously a disappointing start for them. You can't deny that. So you take a 10-minute break, and this first game versus the team at the top of this group at the moment is really your opportunity. Okay, what are we going to be capable of today? Because if you draw this one...
Or lose,
those probably not okay. We'll take a draw, right? But Saudi Arabia is probably thinking, all right, we've had our time to collect ourselves that we haven't really had up to this point. So take your 10-minute break. You come in and say, all right, now you're going to see what we're capable of. That's my impression.
Yeah, well, James Bott, let's say you get to step into the role of coach here for Saudi Arabia. You've got one break here, 10 minutes to step aside. What are you going to say to them that's going to change their fates?
It's still early. We've got a long road ahead of us. This is day 1 of groups.
You just jumped right in. You're coaching me. I'm Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, sorry. Hit me with it. Keep going. I'm feeling it.
We have a long road, and this is where things turn around for us. This team, the Netherlands, we're better than them. How are they undefeated? We're going to come out after this break and show everybody that we are the best team in this group by taking down the #1 team as it stands right now.
I better go sign up to play for them because I'm hype as heck from that speech. Right? The eye contact really sold it, too. Now, Achieves, we're taking a look at Netherlands here. We're going to take a deeper look in a second, but anything to stand out on this roster, keep an eye on? What is making or breaking their performance so far?
I think Oli is having quite a show so far. Obviously, I know to expect good things from Joris, but across the board, for me, Oli has looked exceptional when it comes to just saying, look, you need me to come in and stop a clear and go out on transition? Yeah. What do you need?
And there was the one play that he had where everyone's thinking, oh, he's going to blast this off the corner, gets the loveliest, lightest touch, bounces it off the backboard for his teammate. I mean, he's one of those players that I feel like does anything to win. You know, like players like Itachi, who they might not be the player who you expect to hit all these double flip resets or anything, still capable of it, but he's just in there in the trenches doing what needs to be done to get the dub.
Well, let's see what Netherlands thinks of themselves, checking in on the team before this matchup.
I'm Odie, and I'm playing for the Netherlands. When you start like playing football as a kid, you always dream of like wearing this kit, and it's pretty amazing that you can do that with like Rocket League and gaming. I always watch like football matches of the Netherlands. I mean, the World Cup is always amazing, Euros as well. I mean, it's pretty sick that like it's basically the same, but then in gaming. We also got like a Dutch stream like set up for us to like for the Dutch fans as well, so they can enjoy like watching us. It's amazing to be at the FIFA World Cup. I mean, it's great to represent my country here and like try to win everything.
A serious team. Interesting to see this. I'm not sure. I think we talked to them before matches even kicked off today. I'd love to see them do this whole thing again with how they have performed. We see they keep a great head on their shoulders. They're not getting too big on themselves, but they've got to feel confident heading into this, Achieves.
That is exactly the banana peel that I'm worried they're going to slip on. Ooh. Just because it's nice to sit up here at the casting desk, you know, and analyze like, oh, what's going wrong with Saudi Arabia? Oh, everyone's stacking the net. Netherlands don't necessarily know that, right? Like it's very easy to think, hey, we're playing well, let's go play our game, and then you just get smacked in the mouth. Because that's exactly what Saudi Arabia wants. They want people who are playing to win, and that is when they come for your throat. So I'm a little bit worried for Netherlands.
Well, we talked about coaches before a little bit, and I would wonder here what the coach would be saying them to keep their head on straight for this one. Like, we got the hype up from James Bond. I really felt that in my soul. But I do wonder how they are doing. And actually, there's some other voices I'd like to hear from. We got CJ on the floor with the casters. Let's check in.
I've rated the caster desk, found Jorby and Herc down here. These guys have been covering all the matches so far. I want to ask you first, Jorby, who is the team in Group A that you're liking the look of?
Oh, I got to tell you, I mean, first of all, shout out to Germany. I'm not picking them, but I'm liking Netherlands right now. They're looking pretty strong.
The big great white shark, he's looking good?
Hey, he's looking swimmy.
And Herc, what about you? Who are you liking the look of? Which nation is impressing you?
Honestly, I kind of say Belgium a little bit. I was shocked with their Saudi matchup, and I know it ended in a draw, but I was really proud of them. So, yeah, excited to see the rest of their group.
Caster booth looks kind of snazzy as well. How are you liking the casting down here at the FIFAe World Cup?
It's honestly a little bit intimidating because, like, everyone is behind us, and I haven't heard everyone yet, so I'm excited for the noise.
And Jorby, everyone's loving having you back in international lands. How are you liking being here at the FIFAe World Cup?
Oh, man, you know, it's great to be casting Rocket League again. We got these two big monitors right here. I'm not even behind the desk when I'm up here. I'm like, my face is in the monitor like Rizex.
That's what we like to hear. That's the Jorby special. He gets nice and close, but there's your insight from the caster booth. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, CJ. Love to check in with Hercules and Jorby. And we've only got a couple seconds before this match starts, but I want to check in one last time with the Chiefs. What do you have to say about this coming up match?
I think if you're Saudi Arabia, don't change anything. Trust your game plan. I know it's been tough. Go out there and do it again. And if you're Netherlands, caution advised.
Ooh, good luck to both teams. They are ready. They're hopping into this match. So let's send it down to Jorby and Hercules.
Here we go again. Round 4, Group A. Saudi Arabia drew 3 times in the 3 matches that they've played. Netherlands sit at the top of this group so far, and they could really stretch their lead here, Hercules.
This is a crazy storyline that has been unfolding in front of us, and it's about to continue here. This one to the backboard, but yes, Saudi Arabia, you heard that right. It's not the losses that are frustrating them, it's the draws, Jorby.
Yeah, just cannot get the, I mean, the draws come against unlikely teams. 2 of them, Belgium and Germany. You kind of understand England. But Belgium and Germany, you kind of expect Saudi Arabia to start strong. They're starting hot here on offense. Just can't find a way into the net. But yeah, the draws are not what you expected from Saudi Arabia. You expect them to be taking those 3-point wins against the likes of your Belgiums and Germanys. And of course, Netherlands sit here looking pretty strong as they get the double tap, and there's Jorius.
This is the player to watch for me. He's had so many incredible runs in matches past, but now representing his country, we got to hear it in an interview before. It means the world to him right now. There's a level of peaking that these players are going to be reaching that so many of us haven't seen yet. So Jorius to get Netherlands first on the board, back in a place they've been so comfortable with all morning long. And Saudi Arabia trying to do the same. This one just a bit high and wide. As TRK tries to take them to another point opportunity, but this one sent off.
Netherlands get the free clear out. Oh, I thought the passing lane was open. They had waited on the side. Third man sitting back for Netherlands, actually getting beat by Killers. Off the ceiling, Roas tries to get there. Kalir's on the back end. Actually might create a front end here. Mike Boy getting around it. And no rule one. Kalir's just broke that one. You know, this is the World Cup.
That's bad luck.
All the rules are going to be broken.
Hey, I honestly, you might want to take any luck you can get at this point, Saudi. You might have wanted to stick that one there a little. 3:24 on the clock, though. Netherlands still holding on to the 1-goal lead. And if you want to pay attention to points, don't forget, Saudi, as incredible as they are sitting in 6th with only 3 points to Netherlands' first place holding at 9. So they need a group stage win right here.
Mike Boy has a little bit of support. And Mike Boy scoring on Saudi Arabia with a little help from his friends.
I like this. It's just been such a connected team this entire event so far, and that's exactly what you need, especially against teams like Saudi Arabia. I'm sure they came into this knowing that they had a huge target on their back. This is a team that makes multi-LAN finals, and of course, this is home for them. So all the pride in the world rests on their shoulders, and they're going to continue to show why.
There he is. Hello, Roas.
Good morning.
Beautiful touch. No one there to challenge you, and of course you're going to score that one. That's actually a tough bouncer to read. You're thinking, wow, are Netherlands really going to run away and potentially get a 3-goal lead? No. Roas catches one out there. I mean, you said it, target on their bat. Everyone wants to beat this Saudi Arabia team because they know what they bring to the table. You know, if you can bring it against them, Jorius is slotting them. My God.
Give them the answer, and quickly 2-goal lead just like that from Jorius.
And I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Roas looks uncomfortable on defense. That's 2 times now. He has been hurried up on the touch. The first one, he didn't have any boost, and he was being hurried up by a Netherlands attacker. Missed touch out, Jorius stole it, did the double tap. That kind of a similar situation. This time he had the boost to try to do something with it, but he slapped it against the wall. There was no support, and again gets punished. And I mean, Netherlands, are they really the strongest team in this group?
I feel like they are, and a lot of it just comes down to consistency. They're playing the game that feels safe for them. They're not taking too many risks, especially against teams like Saudi Arabia. But the double down still doesn't find its way through. They're going to try again here as Roas denied. Tries to spot TRK. Too slow to this one. No follow-up fast enough as Oli, even on no boost, you thought he could have taken it out, but no. Saudi finally back on in.
That's a world-class own goal. Kalir's putting that shot on, and wow, Oli wants that one back for sure. That keeps Saudi Arabia in this game. And something I don't think has been mentioned too much, though, is that Saudi Arabia, outside of the World Cup, in a lot of series that they play, they can start slow. They usually don't against teams that they are dominant against. It's usually against teams that they're a little closer against. So that's why those ties against, or those draws, excuse me, against Belgium and Germany are a little shocking for you. But I mean, there's so much pressure, and on this stage that's kind of unique to Rocket League. Never really been on a stage like this. Everybody's playing at the same time. You're facing inwards on that arena. It's a different kind of atmosphere, even though you're on your home turf. And Netherlands, they're in a little bit of trouble right now, having to pull this ball out on defense. They're really still bringing it. Mike Boy, is he just gonna score? Mike Boy with 2 goals in this game.
Just a laser of a shot. It was Jorius and Mike Boy together. Nice communication to get around Killers too, and just not enough space to get to the ball. But like you said, I did like what you mentioned about how Saudi sometimes does start a little bit slow. And the problem problem for them is you're playing best of twos. There's no room to start slow, and they've realized that. So headed into the second round, you got to come in with some heat. They tried, but still down by half the lead.
Netherlands are playing complimentary Rocket League. And when you're getting Mike Boy involved on the offense, as he's scoring as much as he is, you had the assist from Oli to start. Jory is getting that as well. I mean, Jory is with the slots he had. He started the scoring with that double tap and that top left slot that he had earlier. I mean, usually for a team, when Oli own goals like that against Saudi Arabia, usually they bring it right back. But even right there, had to pass the top of the box. Such a sure pass, such a sure shot, and yet right into the defender. Netherlands had it covered up, and they're holding Saudi Arabia down here with 45 seconds left.
I mean, when you're playing against a team like Saudi Arabia and you've got a 2-goal lead, you're going to do everything in your power just to hold on to it and extend that time until it gets down to 0. Ruas to the backboard. Great power, but even more to send it back. And 30 seconds left on the clock here. Saudi in their own half trying to break on out, but sent running home. This one off the backboard. Follow up down into the bottom corner.
Hat trick for Jorius. He set the tone, and now he's playing the music off the ceiling. Nobody could get there. Ruas thought he could get the touch off of Jorius' shot, but he learned the hard way.
That's just beautiful placement. Staying cool, calm, and collected. I mean, we've taken a peek at a couple of their heart rate monitors too, and Jorius is one of those players that stays fairly calm, and then he gets that little spike, and I'm sure that was one of the ones we're gonna see later on, but 10 seconds left on the clock. Crossbar down and in for Clears. 3-5 for Saudi. Is there enough time?
Well, you're gonna need the bottle job of the day to throw this one if you're Netherlands. I don't think that's gonna happen, and I mean, think about it this way, no matter what happens at the end of this result, Netherlands are going to get at least a draw out of this, and Saudi Arabia, in all 4 of their matches to start the group, are going to draw them, at the very least. I mean, they might even lose this one, who knows? As we head into the next game, you get one more goal, you make it look close, but Netherlands dominate.
At the end of the day, Netherlands still comes out on top, and you got to give it to them too. Saudi was still starting to get back into the game. You could tell that there was a little bit of pushback finally, and that's what they needed. But somehow, Netherlands, they understand their game right now a little bit better than most. And I think, again, you go back to the draw system. That puts so much pressure on Saudi right now to start to get back into this, because what is it?
Yeah, you said it. They're 6.
They're 6. That's 2 down. They're not even in.
No, I mean, look, James said it on the desk as well, right? It's a long, long group stage. There's a lot of games still to be played. And so, like, this first leg of the journey, though, is so important. You win your first 3 games with Netherlands, and then you at least get a draw here against Saudi Arabia, the favorite of the group, to get the top of the group. And I mean, this is a better start than I think anybody predicted for Netherlands. I don't even think people had them in their top 4 in this group.
Definitely did not. I will say I saw a world already, though, where this drawing system was going to hurt Saudi Arabia, and to see it actually unfolding is very interesting, because I really did want them to prove me wrong, right? They're favorites. Everybody loves them. Everybody here wants to see them win, but unfortunately for them, it is not their time. You got to come in swinging from the jump and continue that pace all the way through. Unfortunately, they're just getting into it a little bit too late each time.
A little bit too late each time. Saudi Arabia still need to be putting points on the board. They need to draw this, giving Netherlands another 3 points. What a start for them if they could pull it off. Jory has started that scoring with a double tap. Netherlands will get the clear downfield. A miss from TRK. He has to make up for it with the heroic save. Clear's gonna buy some time. Nice air dribble 50. Back over to Ruas. Now Saudi Arabia starting to find their rhythm a little bit. TRK had to concede a lot of ground, though. That gives Netherlands the chance to get that midfield boost. Set a couple more 50s up. Although you got third man kind of sitting back on the wall. Oli hoping he can support somehow there, but it just takes a little too long to get to it. And Netherlands were in a bit of trouble, but they actually collected both of their corner boosts. They're not in as much trouble as they could have been. They get through one. No way, save!
This is a great save from Saudi. This is the level of defense I need from them too, because I expect Netherlands to continue to put shot after shot. Here comes another one from the ceiling. No boost. Try to let it float on in. in, but Saudi had that one red. And Rawas is going to take his time with this. Flick, not over one. Instead, it's TRK to finish following. And now that last man pushing up, it's Killer is going to try and follow. But Netherlands plays such a patient defensive game that Saudi, they're trying to up the pace a little bit, but it's not working.
And it's the Dutchmen, these are 3 longtime players in Europe coming together to represent their country and bringing it to one of the best teams in all of Rocket League. But Saudi Arabia, what makes them so tough to beat is they adapt. However, that pass, not the adaptation they were looking for. Mike Boy gets a clear down the field. Joria's, not much he can do with that ball, pumps it. Off the way for Rawas, who has not looked the greatest in this series. Has been hurried up a couple of times. And the carry up in front, trying to feed Mike Boy. Mike Boy actually ran into a Saudi Arabian, and we'll get right back to the ball. Netherlands not facing as much pressure here on defense. They're able to get back to the touches, and no one there from Saudi Arabia. No presence from them, and you're just not seeing that aggression that you're so used to seeing from these 3 players.
I just think with all the draws that they've been, collecting throughout the day, right now, Saudi Arabia is walking that fine line of, do we play a little bit safer, try and get 1 goal, just hold on to it, 2 if it's given to us, or do we do that aggressive style that we are so known for? And right now, the decision to go the more aggressive route really just hasn't been ticked off a box yet. And Netherlands, they're taking note of it. They're just taking these challenges one at a time. Well read. I gotta say, I gotta give flowers to the Netherlands. So many of these challenges have been read incredibly. And that really is what's hindering Saudi from finding any sort of a play.
Nothing really developing on offense for Saudi Arabia. They were able to get to the 50s. They're able to work around the corners, but they're getting diced up by Mike Boy and company here to get through the midfield line, and not something you really can say I expected too much of. I mean, Netherlands, the strategy when they do get on offense has just been full send it, hold the ball, tackle. That's how they scored 3 out of 4 of their goals, or 4 out of 5 of their goals. After some screamers, TRK makes a little bit of noise in Saudi Arabia looking for that draw.
This is the aggression we were missing. This ball pinches around, but you see the speed with which TRK goes to get to that ball. That's what gets them into the net. Now, finally, a 1-goal lead. How long does it last?
Netherlands, as much as you talk about their offense last game, it hasn't been as effective this game. They haven't been able to find those bumps that cleared the way for Mike Boy. Joria's hasn't found those steals, finding those electric opportunities that he had. And now Saudi Arabia in position. The second goal here will make it a little more than difficult for Netherlands to come back. They're still sitting on defense. Ross going for the tackle, but Mike Boy has the touch, has the clear out, but can they actually get possession?
I like this pinch forward. Immediate send back. 1 minute on the clock. Netherlands, what feels like a rarity. They haven't found their way on in quite yet. Around the corner here. No bump on a TRK, but still lurking in the distance. That's across goal line, but nobody to finish. 43 to go, and Saudi heads orange.
They needed that big clear, and
what a save!
He stopped it. Yeah, Saudi Arabia not happy about that one, but they still can't get that goal. Netherlands need to get downfield. Time starting to run out. Pass to Oli. Is he going to make that work? He barely had any boost. Missed it, and put down again. Another challenge out. Mike Boy will take it. He just wants the boost to leave, but they need to keep this ball. Saudi Arabia were happy to give it to him. Full send back to Oli. Has to recover. Got the challenge underneath, but again, time ticking away. Mike Boy looking for somebody. He's got him. It's Jorius. Where's Oli? He's got to be next on the touch. Had to wait for Clears. Gets pushed off the play, and Saudi Arabia are on top of it. As time expires, it'll have to be through the air. Oli keeps that touch up high. Only Jorius could get it. He's got one downfield. Netherlands! Oh! The Flying Dutchman tie it up!
They are them! I'm so sorry to everybody in this group, but the Netherlands are connected like no other right now. 0-second goal to give the Netherlands a chance to 2-0 Saudi Arabia.
Trying to triple their score and get 3 out of this instead of just 1. You thought maybe it was over, but here they come. Pass from Oli denied by TRK. And now Netherlands are starting to feel it on the energy. Kaliers needs a momentum-killing touch. He doesn't find TRK. Roas barely avoids the bump. Tries to recover on one, but there's too many obstacles to dodge. And he's still sitting downfield. Are they going to be able to stop him? Yeah, he gets in front of him only. Back over 3-man passing play off the bar and save.
That's a great save, but it's not going to stop there. Netherlands already on the attack again. It's a demo that finally slows them down just a little bit. Pinch on out. No boost means Oli's first to this one, and he's going to try and follow it. 50 slows it down. Mike Boy taking his time. I respect it from the Netherlands right now, but 44 seconds into this one, we're sitting midline.
Pass to nobody. Everyone playing it safe on Saudi Arabia. There's not something you see too often. Oli looking in front. Nice 50. See, Roas had to get under that and buy time because the Netherlands, they were cutting off every angle there. He tries to go deep. He gets challenged. Netherlands send it right back. And here they start to close. Now Roas actually gets it away from the rotation. Jory is sticking with it. Off the ceiling. He's through one. White Boy actually gets through the second. Saudi Arabia are forced to get back into position. They find TRK though. Hang on a second. An opening has just presented itself. The pass denied. Netherlands were ready for it, and a tense moment there for Netherlands.
And it still keeps going. Mike Boy is going to redirect this one on back and follow it through. Ruas gets that boost, and this could be big in allowing Saudi Arabia out, but they continue to be denied. Even at the ceiling, they get pushed on down. And Netherlands, they've ramped up the pace. And now, what the problem could be is this is a comfortable one for Saudi. The longer time goes on, the more they are starting to find each other. And Ruas, no connection instead. It's to Jorius. Jorius, can he get past Kaliers? No.
Off the ramp, Kaliers trying to avoid that demo. Narrowly avoids one, and Roas can't find contact with the ball or a car. TRK trying to hold them and buy some time for Saudi Arabia. Won't get the dunk. Roas gets another clear. Saudi Arabia get to survive for another couple seconds. Maybe even put on some pain here. But Netherlands, they're catching Saudi at their own game a little bit, faking that go-ahead touch and giving themselves a free clear out.
Again, it all comes down to the immense amount of pressure that is resting on Saudi's shoulders right now. If they lose this, they get no points and could potentially fall down to the bottom of the group. That is the last place they expected to be. So this win is almost everything to give them any bit of momentum in this round two.
Saudi Arabia, everyone else came to play. Try to take the favorite down a peg or two. It's a long OT and barely getting there. Kaliers had to really manage the boost, time the flip perfectly there to make that save. It was a heater, and now Roas is going to get the benefit here. TRK and Kaliers closing in, and they really believe they had Netherlands beat on that play, but the 50 completely stuffs them, and just one touch buys a little bit of time. Netherlands get a demo, and if Roas doesn't get that touch, you've got power play for Netherlands on that play. TRK, this is that first touch, has to dive forward against Oli.
The problem is when Saudi finally get the ball in their hands, it's such low boost. This is one of the better moments, but the ball, again, taken away. Ruas, shot on net and in, draw to Saudi.
Absolutely electric match between the Netherlands and Saudi Arabia. 4 straight draws, and you saw it on the faces of Netherlands, no doubt. They felt like they had that one. Let's go to Veracity and talk to the South.
Doom, oh my God, the crowd are going crazy, but you boys have had a shaky start to the tournament so far. Where do you think the disconnect has been for you?
It's a new format, so it happens that we get used to it. And now we are better than the first of the tournament. And we promised the fans that we are going to qualify and get the good seat.
And what was the communication like during that 0-second goal? Oh my God, was everybody going crazy?
Yeah, it happened. Something like this happened in Rocket League. So we keep calm, because we know we can win in the overtime.
Keep calm and carry on. Saudi Arabian crowd, give them your energy. Let's find out what my desk has to say about that.
Thank you so much, Veracity, for checking in with the teams as they win. Now we're taking a look at how the teams did it. Taking a look at these highlights, James Bond.
And this one looks like it is from the Australia-Belgium matchup, and this one from the England-Germany matchup. England, I didn't get a chance to see the results.
We were so locked in on that Saudi Arabia and Netherlands match, so a lot happened as Here we get to see some of that early gameplay. Netherlands put the hurt on Saudi Arabia. 5 goals in game 1, absolute stunner, and once again locked up a guaranteed draw, so well done to them.
Yeah, and that was such a fun series to watch. And I'm honestly shocked that Saudi Arabia was able to bring that back after going to overtime in the fashion that they did, but that was a huge result for them. The Netherlands, they'll probably be content walking away with that result as well. Saudi Arabia, even though they haven't won a game or a series yet, getting a draw against them, it's still very good.
Wow, England working hard there against Germany, and here's the 0-second goal that got them the equalizer and forced an OT, and what a shot from Roas to close it out and at least confirm another draw. So again, not exactly what they wanted, but you drew the top player currently in your group. So Saudi Arabia, not ecstatic, but not devastated either. So I said don't change anything before that series. I would like to amend that statement. Go find more time to get more boost. Y'all are spending way too much time playing with 20, and it limits so much of your opportunities. So you give a little ground, you might get a little bit of room to work with.
Interesting, and it does seem like there is a renewal of synergy here for these teams. Interesting matchup, too, between England and Germany there. Both teams doing quite nice throughout this event, finally meeting each other. What do you think of that draw result?
It's unfortunate if you're Saudi Arabia, but it is what it is. If you're England and Germany, I mean, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Fine.
Sure.
We'll see you next time.
You can do that.
I think if you are Saudi Arabia, your next matchup is going to be South Africa. That is a matchup that I think they are going to take. They are
gotta smash.
Yeah,
need the goal differential.
It will come at the right time, unless there is some crazy upset, which might be possible with how things have been shaping up.
Yeah, we're kind of really mixing it up here, but as you pointed out, and a great call out, it's not just the round wins at this point. It really could come down to indicators, goals scored, goals lost. And so when you have an opportunity to take on an opponent that you feel you're much stronger than, it's so important in this format to capitalize on it. Anything to say on that, Achieves, with our current lineup outside of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, I think if you are at the top of the conference and you're playing teams of the lower conference, yeah, run up the score. It won't be pretty. It's not fun to watch, but you got to do what you got to do when it comes to tiebreakers, okay? That's the ultimate goal. Like, if you qualify because you have a high goal differential, you've done something right.
Well, we were talking a lot about the Netherlands synergy, how that's been increasing, improving, and how they already brought so much to bear. Let's see how that pans out in a match, because we've got a bit of a listen in.
I'll try. Ball middle. Yep. He's waiting on you. Mid, right? I'll go, yeah, right. Free shield. Open. Nice! Let's go! Come on! Okay, look in.
Okay, lock in.
There's a limited time on celebrating. You got to get right back into that match, but that's the kind of discipline it takes to be sitting at the top of our leaderboard right now. Anything else to say, James Bott, about what might be setting Netherlands apart right here?
Well, they're players where you look at it on paper and you're thinking, they're not going to be at the top of the group. You're thinking that, but they've come out and they've proved everybody that they are that caliber. And I think not only is it great players playing the game, but it's also got to be great coaching. You got Violent Panda sitting in the back, who's one of the greatest Rocket League players of all time, multi-time world champion. And it just seems like everyone on the Netherlands is vibing. They are gelling so well. The synergy is there. You can even hear in the comms.
Yeah. And you have to give credit to Mike Boy, to be honest. I mean, that guy, in that specific matchup versus Saudi Arabia, no disrespect to Mike Boy, you're 6th best on the pitch there. Dude locked down Roas out of the midfield. That's not easy. Not a lot of people just take the ball off him. Mike Boy says, yeah, I got it. He just popped it off. I was like, yo, fair play. And you're playing great car soccer.
And they're playing confident. And I think that's the big difference between Saudi Arabia. We know those 3 players are great players, but they are not playing fearless Rocket League like we've seen them in the past. They need to wake up.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Netherlands, see how synergized they truly are. We've got the heart rate monitor readout. And I wonder how in sync these will be. A little bit. Oh, actually, that's quite in sync.
Jorius continues to be the lowest.
He's just
on
chilling,
the heart
man.
rate. Yeah, he's
just locked in. He's like, yeah.
Oh, he's starting low, picks it up, but I mean, yeah, he is.
I always wonder, like, in that comms videos, like, does the heart rate spike when they're saying, oh, free shot, we can't believe this is a free shot, or does it only spike after they actually score it? That's what I'm always curious about.
To me, my heart rate always spikes when I'm about to get scored on.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
When I'm sitting on the goal line and the ball's bouncing off my backboard, I'm like, oh, goodness.
Good luck.
Save me.
Yeah, I'd like to see that mapped up to the replay, exactly where the spikes and troughs are. But that match, incredible. All our matches, every round, so worth watching. So make sure, if you missed any, check the VODs. But for now, we've got more matches to get right into. Our next one coming up, Belgium and England. Taking a look at these two teams. One of them we've seen a few times on our featured stream. Belgium making a bit of a debut here as our lead focus. Now, as we set eyes upon them, what are we looking for on Team Belgium achieves?
So if you're Belgium, you've had a bit of an up and down, and England's been looking characteristically solid, I think is the definition I would go with. So you've got a lot on your plate when it comes to breaking down that solid back line from England. So who does that fall to? Well, it generally comes down to two players. If you're looking at the Belgium roster, you're looking at Astral and you're looking at Atau. Those guys need to find a way to create space or hold the ball. There's two options. You can either mechanically outplay people, or you can just go for maximized time of possession and try and limit the time that Joyo and co have time to, go do the same to you, right? So it's a tough one if you're Belgium here. You're definitely the underdogs, and there's something to be said about what type of show do you want to put on here. Do you want to go try and own it and say this is our game to win, or do you want to say you guys have to come take it from us?
Well, let's check in with Belgium and see where their thoughts are at before this match.
My name is Maelo, also known as Astro, and I'm playing for Belgium. Representing my own nation is always a big pleasure, even though it's the first time on Rocket League. Yeah, it's a big opportunity, and of course we will try our best. It's a different support, of course, because it's not a typical club, but it's your own country, so I hope they will be behind us for the tournament. Of course, this is a big opportunity. We're not gonna take it as fun or something. It's gonna be as serious as a normal tournament it would be. Being at the FIFAe World Cup is a big feeling, even though for me, I haven't been in the land for like 2 years now, so it's pretty cool to be back. So yeah, the feeling is pretty cool, and I can't wait to play.
Yeah. We talked about the tough road to hoe that Belgium has ahead of them, but if they succeed, a lot on the line. James Bott, what are the standings looking like for these two teams?
Yeah, so, Achieve said that Team Belgium, the underdog. I would tend to agree with that, but right now Belgium is sitting in that 4th spot position to go to the playoffs here. They got 7 points, but Team England is right behind them with 5. So a win here for England would swap those spots.
It would be a huge one for them. We know our teams at this point in the group are really tabulating every win, every round, every goal, because all of that will become so important in the future calculations. But we have our two teams locked in. Belgium and England are ready to play. And we've got Jorby and we've got Hercules to take us through the action. So let's get this next match going and let's hear it for the players.
We are mixed up, messed up in Group A, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Belgium versus England. England fighting for control and trying to keep up with Netherlands. Get to the top of this group, and Belgium in that position as well. In that 4th spot, as James Bott was just saying, Hercules.
Yeah, right now, although Belgium is coming into this one as the underdog, this is a little bit closer than you guys might realize. This is number 4 and 5, Belgium being number 5. England has had a pretty up and down day, but I feel like although Belgium has had the same, it at least is going in a very positive manner for them, which I think sets them up fairly confidently for this game 1. And speaking of confident, Compact first to put Belgium on the board.
Compact is accurate because this man's a bulldozer. Forces his way through 250s. Rise was coming from behind. Nothing he could really do to get back to that ball, and Compact does it all himself to start for Belgium.
I mean, props to him. I mean, you're going against England. They've looked, they've had their shaky moments, but at the end of the day, it is still Rise and Joyo on the same team with the likes of Archie to match them. It's a terrifying roster no matter what situation you're in, but again, already up by 1, potentially almost 2 there as that one goes off around the corner. Compact tries to round this out to 3, but nobody there. England fighting to get out of their half, but they continue to stay boxed in, especially around that midline.
And we started today with England versus Saudi Arabia, and England took it to Saudi Arabia, forcing them into a draw. But England since then, I mean, Belgium have had all the pressure so far. Belgium, and of course with Otto, you're always going to have a great shot here as he puts 1 on the board. Again, 2 for Belgium.
Just a sneaky little double off the side over Archie.
So fast.
It was faster than Archie could have processed in the moment. 2-0, 3:43 to go. I mean, Belgium, they're bordering looking very comfortable against England right now.
Well, England actually going to let it go. They were trying to give a free clear to just get the full ahead send, and then that player gets demoed. Rise has to carry the ball out without any boost. It's not an ideal scenario for England to move that ball, and now they're forced to look again here from the backboard. As a result, though, Belgium, they get to get set up in the midfield. England have to work twice as hard just to get those 50s out, but they do get the work done. They get to this half, they steal some boost. They got to hold to buy Archie a little bit of time to protect the retreat. Astral just all on top of it. Otto trying to find it back to him, and they find the steam. Compact, concrete here for Belgium.
I gotta give credit to Belgium. Both players on 0 boost still manage to find Compact and find their ways on in 3-0 against England. For England, this is obviously such a frustrating position to be in, not only being boxed, but when you finally start to find ways to get out, now Belgium goes, all right, let's start adding in the demos. The layers just continue to unfold with this team.
And Compact's not a name that, you know, if you are an avid RLCS watcher, I mean, if you're an EU stan, you might know the name. But, I mean, you haven't seen him really in the top of Europe at all, but this man is all over the scoreboard for Belgium right now. And look, he got Otto on the team setting you up. You slot it behind Rise, nothing he could do.
No, I do want to give some flowers to Compact as an EU stan. I've had my eyes on him for a while. I've seen him on a multitude of rosters, but sometimes you just gotta find the one that clicks a little bit, and something about being on the national team right now is just working wonders for him. Asao tries to take a shot, this one sent off by Archie. England has half the game remaining to find not 1 but 4 goals to get back into this.
Yeah, he may just be looking towards a draw even with this amount of time left. But with 3 other matches going on at the same time, you do have Spain versus Germany. That is definitely a match with playoff implications. But Spain are in the lead in that game 1 right now, 2-0 up against Germany. So Spain trying to get that work done after Germany's fast start in the group. Compact, meanwhile, is looking slick here on the pitch. And really, England, with under 2 minutes, you definitely are looking towards that game 2 draw. Things just started off rocky for them. Right? Compact wins those 2 50s to start the game, just drills the ball in the net. England get caught out between Otto and Astral, playing the ball real close on the back wall. Compact's there to score again. And just nothing really went right for England on defense. Feels like they really lost sight of the pitch a lot. They get a bump here, but a goal or 2 heading into the next game certainly do wonders to get them right.
I do go back a lot to what Achieves was talking about, how Astral and Ital, their job really is to just slow down all of England, but in particular Rise and Joyo. And honestly, Archie too, because Archie is kind of that wild card, has the capability to really drive that team forward, but Belgium has done such an incredible job of just slowing England down to such a point that it is uncomfortable for them to get on target. But this is one of the better shots for them. This one on out. 1 minute remains between Belgium and their first win.
England getting completely shut down. Another clear out for Belgium. What a statement here. You're in the 4th spot. This is a tough game against, you know, coming into the day, saying maybe the 2nd best team in the group in England. And especially with how England started against Saudi Arabia, you thought, okay, hang on a second, here we go. But no, instead, here comes Belgium, who also forced Saudi Arabia into a draw a little earlier. And I mean, they're just straight up slapping England in this game. They're getting demoed. I mean, they can't even get anything feel good headed into game 2, Herc.
No, nothing at all right now. Belgium just looks so comfortable and fluid, not just on the offensive end, but defensively. Now that England finally started to get a couple of shots on target, I mean, you saw it in the earlier moments of this game. 4 saves back to back to back to back keeps England at a goose egg on the scoreline. Belgium's going to take their first win 4-0.
Really strong start. Meanwhile, elsewhere, you have Saudi Arabia cleaning up nicely against South Africa. Didn't expect any shenanigans there. Spain win their first game against Germany 3-0. And they have a chance to take 3 points there against another team vying for that playoff spot. And Netherlands cleaning up here against Australia as well. So all these first game ones rounding up here in round 5. We'll see if England can force the draw.
Oh man, my heart kind of going out to England. This one looks a little rough, but again, you go back on paper, this is actually a much closer matchup than people are realizing. And I'm glad that Belgium is coming into this extremely confidently, in particular Compact. I know we talked about it. Seeing him get so involved and allowing Atau and Astral to both just really be the mediators between them and England.
I think that's the thing about this Belgium team, though, is Astral and Otto. Astral, longtime player, has had, moments where we're saying, like, this guy, a long time ago, granted at this time, like, is he one of the top 5 players in Europe? And, like, really fell from, I won't say fell from grace, I think that's the wrong way to put it, but just kind of, like, regressed a little bit as other players came up. But here he is playing really solid Rocket League alongside Otto, and the fact that Compact is stepping up, like you've been saying, I mean, it's just a recipe for success that is really coming to bloom for Belgium.
Yeah, the recipe literally is having almost 3 little separate generations of incredible Rocket League players. You've got Astral from like the COVID era, like right before, and then you've got Atau, who's just kind of been kicking things off for forever, but Compact, he was the quiet dark horse that really has just been waiting for his moment, and this is it. So the fact that all 3 work, again, just so cohesively, it is very difficult for England to find anything right now. Compact, demo, on in, Belgium, take 1.
I mean, Astral has so much space. After this 50 from Otto, puts it up off the ceiling, recognizes he's got the 1v1. He's got Archie stranded in the box. He's gonna force Archie to stare down the barrel of death, and Astral put him in a coffin. And how about that? You don't give England any room to breathe at the start of this game.
I need to see some sort of an answer from England, but more importantly, I need a switch up. Clearly what they have been doing is not working. Belgium is inching and inching closer towards their net as time goes on. It's just so difficult for them to get out. They finally do, but it's a little bit low boost. Slow follow. This is one of the better ones. Down and in from Archie to kick things off.
Much needed. It's England's first goal of the entire game, or the entire match, excuse me, and it comes off that missed touch there from Astral. It was a tough bounce off that corner with where he was positioned. Rise just punted it and said, let's see if you get that touch. He did not. England punished.
Here comes another one off the kickoff. That looked promising, but it's sent back past 1. Compact's touch a little light means Archie can follow through. And Astral and Compact just trying to keep control of this ball, but England getting a little bit braver as time goes on. Joyo from the ceiling and down. Great save from Astral.
But everybody was too far back. You had Archie playing the opposite side of the field, so that 50 went to Belgium, but Belgium took way too long to get back to this ball as Joyo comes in and steals the show.
Astral had no boost. He kind of forced himself out. There was a little hesitation between, do I go for the challenge? Do I go for the boost? And at that point, there was too many decisions being made, and what was left was a wide open net for England, and they took full advantage.
Such a great 50 from Archie against Compact in that situation, too. Compact had to find a way to neutralize the ball, and he needed to buy time for Belgium. Belgium kind of took a risky push down the field, despite Compact really being the last one back in that situation. And England let it go! Archie will get the goal. Belgium were wondering where this ball was going to head.
I know he got the touch on that, but I need to see it in slow motion. Look at this. Just a tiny skim makes it too quick to save. England finally finding their rhythm here in game 2.
It did kind of look on the replay like he touched it.
He did. He got it with the back right wheel, and it was a skim, and it made it so quick that Astral's touch it still kept going the same direction.
Interesting there on the score, on the goal credit, but Archie will move it quickly here for England, and a completely different England from that game number 1. You thought you were going to get more of the same after Astral started with explosives. No fireworks right now, though, for Belgium. Getting watered down, unable to find any kind of dry powder.
Honestly, it wouldn't be too bad for Belgium to take a draw here. However, less than 3 minutes, there is still plenty of time, but as time's going on, England is just ramping things up. Belgium's taking these weak touches that are supposed to be these saves, but instead it's shot after shot. That's a better one, but no boost means this could be a floater. It's another one in off just the last attempt to make the save, but England, they are running away with this.
And Otto had to try to make that save. It bounces off the post. Compact was already on the side. He couldn't rotate back. And Astral was in the middle of picking up the diamond small pads. And when that touch comes out, Astral's like, there's no way I'm getting back to that ball. And was still trying to get turned around. It was so awkward for Belgium. And England are giving them the offense right back. With the 4-1 scoreline, you're almost talking about this one maybe being wrapped up. Unless England really want to choke that one. But they'll whip the ball downfield, and maybe Belgium, they have a little bit of life. It looks like right now England will at least keep on getting points, at the very least at this round-robin stage. Still a little bit of time left, but as Cole was saying on the desk earlier, and as we've said often at the pro level of Rocket League, you don't come back from 3 goals down very often, and when you do, it's usually because the other team fell apart. England do not look like they will fall apart at all right now. Solid foundation in game 2.
Yep, very great position to be in the last few minutes of this game number 2. Joyo, half a tank to work with, past 1 off the crossbar, follow up on target. Rise the one to clean this up as England work their way towards Brazil.
That's just a classic Joyo touch. That ball's coming down. You have to boot. You have to time your momentum and your impact on the ball perfectly there. It's not an easy catch to make. It glued to his car. Didn't skip off of him. Didn't skip up. I mean, that's just the Joyo vintage. Like, so good. It couldn't get any. You can tell I'm a Joyo fan. Little goals like that take me back to Los Angeles in 2022 or the 21-22 season.
It's giving queso.
It's absolutely giving queso. And England's giving the full cheese to Belgium.
Minute 23 to go. 4 goals down. They could get back into it if they can find something soon. As this one gets sent from one end to the other, Atao is gonna make no connection on this ball. Instead, Joyo just takes it back. And England, they waste time. They just take free-for-all shots at this point because at this point in time, Belgium just has no groove in the game.
Yeah, I think the big thing for England here is that you're still getting points in the match because the group is chaos right now, and you end up dropping any of these, and you give another team 3 points. I mean, that's going to be so hard to have to make up later. So even though England kind of falter a little bit, getting the point against Belgium after such a strong game that they had. Long round-robin stage for England to get it figured out, for these other Group A participants to get it figured out. Well, quite the start. Just a tale of 2 sides in game 1 and 2. Game 1 was almost a 5-goal lead for Belgium. Near the end, I think 4 goals. And now 6-1, almost Brazil territory. With 20 seconds left.
I mean, at the beginning, like you said, game number 1, it just completely was in Belgium's control. A lot of it due to Atao and Astral just completely owning the midfield, not allowing England past them at all. And then game number 2 approaches. England understand the mistake. They realize big clears, demos, and aggression are what are going to get you past Belgium. They haven't done it once. They did it 6 times here. And, well, they're not going to allow one last one for Belgium. They are going to try and hit the ground. And a draw for England once again keeps these 2 neck and neck.
Looking a little better to their normal form. England battling to stay alive in this playoff race. The long playoff race. Veracity, how's England feeling?
I don't know, I'll check in with Archie and I'll let you know in just a moment. Archie, bro, I've heard some rumors kind of swirling about. You get nervous in games, and after taking a look at the receipts, that game 1, yeah, the game 1, Archie, game 1, talk to me about game 1. What on earth went wrong?
I don't remember even what happened in game 1.
You don't remember? All right, Archie, moving forward, you guys kicked off today looking pretty strong, and then there's been a little bit of a dip off. So talk to me. Why do you think that might be?
It's like, I don't know, we kind of like are not playing. We kind of start slow. We start slow in a lot of games. We have to do comebacks. So, like, once we figure out like how to start good from the start, I think we'll do it. And we have another day tomorrow. We can easily win the next 7 tomorrow. We can win the next 2 today. I think we'll do that. So.
All right, Archie, you know what? I'm expecting better answers out of you next time. Good luck with the rest of your matches. We'll go ahead and check in with the desk.
Thank you so much, Veracity. Now, I love that the players are already doing math. The calculations weigh heavy upon the shoulders. But both teams had a great showing. Just one in the first match and one in the second match, Chiefs.
Yeah, definitely a slower start there for England, but you see what they're capable of with the back against the wall. Once they have to play for a win, you know it's in there. So you start to wonder, it's like, look, if you can do that all the time, why are we wasting the time in game 1? But to each their own. You take the approach you best think suits your team. And as we look at a few of the highlights around the other teams, here's the one from we were just watching. Atal and Astro really put in a good showing in that first one.
And Compact scoring so many goals.
Yeah, he put in like 5
Yeah,
or 6,
he was
like
running up the scoreboard. But then taking a look at some of the other results, you can see coming in, we saw Netherlands take down Australia 2-0.
Germany and Spain, 2-0 Spain. It was a battle back and forth, but ultimately Belgium and England would go back to game 2, and this is where England started to run away with it. And absolute madness in this second game for England, and got ahead early. Netherlands and Australia. It was actually a pretty tight one here. Netherlands took game 1 2-0, and then here in this second one, Australia was battling back, looking for that draw.
Maybe Jordy's got a soft spot for Australia after the last
yeah, he probably should, shouldn't he?
But in all seriousness, that matchup that we did see with Belgium and England, I think after watching that matchup, you can, agree that either one of those teams could round out the group in the top 4. And with Saudi Arabia hanging on the outside of the top 4, I still think they're a huge threat to make a comeback. So I think there's going to be a lot of uncertainty in Group A.
Well, what does that mean to you, James Bott, when you see a performance like Belgium and England, where both of them had an exceptional game and then both of them got stalled out in the opposite game? Is this unlocking ways to stall them out? Is this each team just rising to the top?
I think it's just the fact that both teams, they have the quality to beat each other. It's going to come down to who's playing better in that specific game, and you have very few opportunities to get those wins. So it's all eyes on the next time these two match up in the double round robin.
Yeah, same with Germany and Spain. They had a pretty tight one. There was a lot of potential playoff implications there. Spain starting off hot 3-0. Germany will battle back in game 2 and take it in overtime 4-3. So they forced a draw there. So way to battle back Germany.
Yeah, and as we're mixing about kind of in the middle of Group A here, we're starting to see these teams really spurn each other to better performances. It seems like the morning has worn off, and everyone's digested their breakfast. They're fully in the game now, Chiefs.
For sure, and that's part of the acclimatization process has finally settled in a little bit. So, okay, now we know what we're in for. If we understand the format a lot better, and like you said, the math being done definitely informs their decisions in some unique ways.
Yeah, absolutely. James Bott, thinking about the math that is being done down there on the floor for some of these other teams, you got to wonder, are some of them losing hope? Is there a path to victory for some of our teams on the bottom? Or are they hoping to maybe spoil a particular team that they still have coming up?
Yeah, honestly, the way that Group A is shaping up, it's looking like Team Australia and South Africa, it's going to be a long shot for them. I think they're going to be trying to save face. But for literally every other team, they're in it. So it's going to be really interesting to watch this group progress.
Yeah, it's an exciting time in the group when so many teams are still in contention. Nobody can slack off here. Nobody can start turning into, let me just gather goals strategy. Nobody can really afford to switch off what has been working for them. So the teams that are most successful, the ones that hold their ground and execute the strategy they're hoping to execute, what do you think gives them that ability in a tournament like this? Is it the consistency of communication? Is it
I truly just think it's confidence, because if Saudi Arabia came in and we're playing like we see Team Falcons play at all the other tournaments that they play in, then they would have run this group, but they came out, they were playing a little bit timid. I don't know if that's due to the added pressure of playing for your nation, because that is a whole added pressure. Totally. Torsa said it in his interview. He's like, if I'm just playing by myself, that's one thing, but now if I play bad,
people think all of Australia stinks. So, it is a different level of pressure. So I think, the composure and confidence has made the difference, not necessarily skill.
Games behind. Nothing worse than seeing 36-22. That is a bitter pill to swallow just past the halfway point. Well, I guess we're not quite at the halfway point. We're getting there, but
We're
2
getting
games
there.
to the halfway point of Group A, and then we'll restart the double round robin. But you got to give credit. Spain, Germany, Belgium. Hey, way to go out there and battle for a top spot.
Yeah, this is a tough one, tough for players to look at, to think they've flown all the way out here, but glad to see so many teams, as we said, still in contention and still locked in. Now, moving forward, have you had a chance to check in on any of the players? I know we've kept you trapped up here at Chiefs, but James, down on the floor, is the vibe different?
I haven't really had a chance to go into any of the player booths and talk to them yet.
They are taking players. I ran
been-
out during that 10-minute break. They're taking pictures with a bunch of people outside. So
That's
if
really
you
kind
catch
of
them
them.
in one of those breaks, they're like, "Hey, what's up?" So you can run into them.
That's good.
If you're here, so you got to get a ticket and get out of here.
I would hope that means that their mental is strong enough that they can afford to kind of take away, break eye contact with the game for a little bit there. But for, the teams that are still stuck in their booths, let's turn around. Let's see who's still there. Wow. It's just Saudi Arabia still
I see
sitting in
South
their booth.
Africa's over there
South
as well.
Africa's still in their booth.
Yeah, Saudi
Aw.
Arabia's like, "Look, guys, we got to sit down. We got to drill this out. We got
Take note of the
we gotta
teams
lock
that are
in."
missing. Let's see if this is beneficial or not so bueno.
I do see Joyos hanging out in the England booth all alone. So
He's sitting in free play, practicing his triple flip resets.
he is the freestyler on that team. So
And we've also had the chance to look in on the heartbeat monitors after each match, and it's been really interesting to me to see exactly how in sync the teams are. But has anything else stood out to either of you at Chiefs?
Wow, compact. I actually kind of would have predicted compact to be one of the highest, just because naturally you think Itao and Astro.
Well, he's scoring all the goals, so he's
Yeah, I
very
guess, yeah,
calm. He's like, I've got this. We're
He's like, "I'm already playing well. I have nothing to lose and nothing to prove because I just put in 6. So, no trouble for you." So you might be dead on to something there.
yeah, I mean, you can see though that first game though, compact coming out maybe a little bit nervous, but then started feeling really
Then he scored
confident.
3 in a
He's
row.
like, yeah, all right, this one's in the bag.
This is pretty easy.
Yeah,
These
these-
England guys are terrible.
These squiggles don't match, though. We've seen so many teams, and even this team before, with the exact peaks, the troughs. They're all over the board on this one, but potentially one of their most successful matchups. I mean, I know it was a draw overall, but we saw great play from them in that first round. So, in your experience, when you play at Chiefs,
Sure.
where do you feel your heart rate's at? Is it go right up in your throat as soon as the ball drops?
No, I think I'm actually pretty okay most of the game, but I do start to get a little uncomfortable if I can't find boost. Like if I'm driving around,
frustrated.
yeah, if like people start stealing it from me like 2 or 3 times in a row, then I'll start to be like, okay, now I know I can do nothing, and they know I can do nothing, and so then you start to realize, okay, I'm probably about to get absolutely crushed here very soon, and then I'll probably start getting a little tense.
Oh, the catastrophic thinking and the spiral already
Yeah.
just starts once the boost is empty. James, for you?
For me, I feel it most in the 1-goal games, in those final moments, or in overtimes. That's really when I can feel my hands getting sweaty and my heart
You
pounding.
play this game long enough, nothing gets your heart going like a 9-minute overtime.
Yeah, the overtime when you're just like, I have put so much work into this. I don't want to be the one to screw up. That's really that's kind of where my mind thinks.
Positive
It's like,
reinforcement.
yeah, as
It's gonna
Bryce
be me
thinks
who
about,
wins it.
exactly. But I don't think that way.
Yes, you do. You can do it.
Well, I know something else that makes a player's heart rate spike, and that is being asked to do an interview. We've got CJ on the floor with Jorius. Let's check in what they have to say.
Here with Jorius, aka the Great White, absolutely dominating so far. Just how are you feeling? You must be feeling pretty good on stage out here.
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling great. We've won everything except for against Saudi. And we were kind of upset, actually, when we lost the second OT against Saudi, which is kind of ridiculous because before this whole thing started, we would have been okay with even a loss. So I think that just shows how good we're playing right now and how confident we are in ourselves and each other.
And in terms of the heart rate monitors they've been throwing out on the broadcast as well, you seem to be one of the iciest players going around, like 70 BPM during games. Do you notice how calm you are out there?
Yeah, I mean, I notice when I'm very stressed, but yeah, I haven't really felt like that right now. Yeah, and I don't really feel like that on land most of the time either. So, I mean, beforehand I was very curious because I feel kind of calm in game, but it wouldn't have surprised me if I was still on like 120 BPM, but kind of confirmed my suspicions that I'm calm.
And on the other side of things, one of your boys, Archie, Team England, it's shown that he's going around 160 BPM. He might be not as icy as he says. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, it surprises me a lot. I thought he always seems like he's very cool, and he portrays himself as if he's a bit nonchalant always. So if his BPM is high, it really surprises me a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it could be a fake. Well, best of luck to you guys for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Icy is definitely the word.
Hey,
He's cool as a cucumber.
Some people have a naturally high heart rate. You know, I don't can't cook Archie too much on that.
I haven't seen him look shaky, that's for sure. And the high heart rate, if it does bother him, he doesn't show it.
Well, we'll give our players and our viewers at home a chance to take a quick breather, lower your own heart rates, grab a snack, grab a drink. We'll be right back in 10 minutes with more Rocket League.
woke up in the middle, in a field full of fighters, fighting a battle, fall down, get up, losing requires. Stay strong till you're moving to a higher ground. Rise up and proving steady forward, I'll stay around. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher, I ain't freaking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make it. Put your armor on, setting the game straight, something to hold on, 'cause I count on checkmate. You won't be alone, we'll be standing tall till the day is gone. You find it all the way up. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher, I ain't freaking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger, stronger. Together never break, we'll make
Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. I keep it moving, moving. Zoom in because I can. You cannot stop what you can see. I'm way, way, way up there. I'm okay, right, right. Been doing this for a minute. I'm feeling right, right. I'm about to go and get it. You never ever seen it quite like this. You best believe I'll keep you popping your head. Never ever gonna stop that chase of the bread. I'm turning up. You feel that heat? I'm checking the room up. The 808 thumping the beat. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. I keep the room moving. I keep you shaking, yeah. Pull up another cup. Throw your hands in the air. I'm up, I'm energized. Looking
Day one of the FIFAe Finals 2024 featuring Rocket League is off to an incredible start. We're most of the way through Group A, and so far the results were, well, unpredicted. But we still have a couple matches coming up. They could turn the groups on their heads, and we have in our next match a match of fortunes. Fortunately, joining me on the desk, I have once again Achieves, and we are joined by Hercules. Hercules, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Oh my gosh, guys, this format, for anybody that was hating at home, I'm sorry. This is so much fun to watch go down. It's honestly watching top teams squirm and you get stressed
Not
and
so
frustrated.
easy, is it?
Yeah, it's not so easy, is it, huh? But no, I'm very excited with how things have been going, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, and you just came up from casting down on the floor. I was asking James Bot. He was like, I didn't get much of a sense for it. How did you feel down there in the mix?
I felt great. I actually tweeted right before I went out. I was like, last time I tweeted was at the World Championship, so it's been about 2 months. It's very loud down there because you've got so many rounds going on. So you're like concentrated on one thing, and then you hear a scream behind you, and you're like, I know I didn't miss anything. So you turn around a little bit and you're like, no, I gotta look this way. Let me look at the 4 monitors on this side. It's a lot.
It's an embarrassment of riches if riches are Rocket League matches. Chiefs, we've been watching from up here, and we can fill Hercules in on some of those matches that she might have missed. Some unexpected results, some very expected.
Yeah, I would say so. Well, I guess some very expected is England for sure.
Yeah,
They're, of course, stereotypically solid, and they're battling through just outside the top 4 currently. But you got to give a lot of credit. Netherlands stomping people. Hello. Welcome to the party. We're glad you're here. And the rest of the top of the group is not who you would expect, that's for sure. We have Germany, Spain, Belgium, so they're all fighting in Saudi Arabia. You were dead on the money here.
Oh, yeah. To anybody who missed my hot take video and saw me, I'm so sorry to the crowd to hear me say this. I said that Saudi was going to have a very tough time in the groups. I didn't think it was going to be this tough, to be fair, but I did predict it a little bit. I mean, these best of 2s are rough. You have to come in swinging out the gate, and yeah, it's been a rough one for them.
Yeah, and we wonder about home team advantage, but it seems like home team pressure is a huge factor in this one as well. But 2 teams who are far from home are looking for a bit of an advantage in this next matchup. We've got Australia versus South Africa for this one. Now, we've seen some great bits of play from both teams. Do you think they can pull it together from here, and who will pull it together tighter enough to win?
Oh,
Chiefs.
man. My notes about Australia said they're either feast or famine. They're going to be like draw farmers, and maybe they squeak out a few upsets here or there and make playoffs because they're plucky like that. Or they get chewed up and spit out. And right now, it is definitely the latter. So I think for both of these teams, ironically, the best outcome you can hope for is a draw. Neither one of these people wants to lose this because, bottom of the bottom is the objectively worst feeling. So it's like, look, we both got ourselves in this situation. Gentleman's agreement. You take one, I take one. We move on.
Let's have company down here. No one should be here alone. Well, both of these teams did manage to get here to this tournament, though, and that is no small feat, selected to represent their nations. As we're taking a closer look at our teams, Hercules, you've had a chance to talk to them, to get to know these players over the years. Any sense of what they might be bringing to the table that could give them the edge in this matchup? Because both teams are kind of prey, I would say, in this bracket.
I think a lot of the times when you look at both of these teams, Australia and South Africa, a lot of people tend to immediately look down on them and just assume they are going to be the last. Australia and OCE as a whole proved that so wrong at the World Championship. So I expect nothing less from them. They've had a couple moments where they were up in very important moments. For example, the England match. Yes, it was an unfortunate loss, but for a moment, they looked like they could compete, right? And then on the flip side of things, South Africa, this is one of the most prideful teams I have ever met, and some of the most prideful people in general. I love listening to their interviews. If you ever have the chance to speak to them about what South African Rocket League means to them, it is a beautiful conversation.
And they've said before, they think if we played OCE straight up, like just OCE players, we'd win. Well, here's your chance.
There you go.
I'm very excited to check in with South Africa and get a temperature on their thoughts before this match. Let's do it.
My name is Gareth Spears, also known as Snowy, and I'm representing South Africa. For me, it's like the biggest honor, to wear this green and gold jersey. It's just, it's incredible, and it feels amazing to be able to do it for the first time. If we just win normally, it's like you say, we have our certain fans, but if we win as a country, it has a lot of extra implications. We'd probably get a lot more recognition, from some of the, national bodies in our country, maybe a few local news headlines and that sort of thing. It's definitely crossed my mind, and it certainly adds a little bit of extra pressure and prestigiousness. I think winning this tournament at South Africa would maybe be the biggest achievement of our careers. Like I said, just representing our country, it's pretty much the biggest honor that we can have, as sportsmen. And winning the tournament, representing South Africa would be the biggest achievement that we could have, pretty much.
A strong-looking team if you take out the results right now. Like, if you just take away the results, you're like, wow, okay, that's an amazing team of Rocket League players.
They are good. It has definitely not been the start they were hoping for, but I am looking forward to this one because this I think is probably one of South Africa's biggest matches of the tournament, as mentioned, because they believe that it's like, hey, in the RLCS region, like you said, they don't get a whole lot of respect. And so you take down somebody like Australia who has at least earned throughout years of kind of getting dumpstered, you earn a lot of respect for yourself here if you find a win.
Yeah, this is a really big moment for them. I think in particular, Snowy, I've watched so many of his interviews over the time, and again, I just always go back to the word prideful, but in the most respectful way possible. I could not think of three better people currently to be representing this team. I think they have the opportunity to do something really, really great, but like you said, on the flip side of things, Australia, they've just been in Rocket League for so long that they've earned the respect that even when they are down there, they are still considered a threat.
Yeah.
Well, Twitch, we want to know who you consider the biggest threat in this matchup. We're taking your votes right now. Australia or South Africa, take your pick. And, Australia coming out ahead, but quick question. Players to watch in each of these matchups. Chiefs.
Herc hit the nail on the head. Snowy, I think, is the one you want to keep your eye on. I mean, To Die For is obviously a phenomenal player on that South African team, and he forces players to beat him, but Snowy is the one who can really get things done on the offensive side of things. And over on the Australian side, I think, I'm actually going to keep focusing on that unfortunate miscomm that seems to be appearing between Fever and Gus. They just can't quite figure out where they want to go on the pitch, and there could be some holes for South Africa to go through here.
Herc,
no, I'm definitely in the same boat. Gus is kind of my player to watch, mainly just because you don't get to watch him very often. But yeah, that's where I'm standing.
All right, a lot to look forward to with this matchup here. You got your players to watch. You've got your two teams fighting for the honor and the glory and the not last position in the group. Send them your energy, and I'm going to send this on down to our incredible team of casters because we've got a match between Australia and South Africa. Let's go.
Well, here we go, Australia versus South Africa, two teams who haven't had a day go as they would have hoped for so far. 0-10 in games for both of them, Johnny.
Yeah.
As disastrous as it could have been, sadly.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. It hasn't gone to plan, but a great start for Australia in this match.
A match that they will absolutely consider a must-win. They cannot afford to lose this one. Losing out to European competition, you know, it happens. Australia will be thinking, you know, not our day. Against the teams that were slightly, or rather are slightly favored against us. But they'll be supremely confident in this match. This would be devastating. Somebody would have to immediately go check on CJ if Australia lose this.
Yeah, I'd like to see the post-match interview if Australia were to lose this one. For South Africa, I think the key for this one, get themselves early on the scoreboard and basically try and take it from there. We've already seen that Australia have taken a 1-goal lead. And that's the last thing South Africa want, because they have been improving in international competition. They have been starting to threaten to take games, and then took the game in front of a crowd at the World Championships against Pioneers, a fellow OCE team for Australia. More than capable, but I'd say they've not been at their best so far.
Yeah, they've taken, like you said, a game off OCE last time the two regions matched up in international competition. Australia are knocking at the door again here to see if they can double up on their already 1-goal lead. Only to die for. Any boost in the tank at the moment. Sweaty and Snowy have got 0 to die for, using everything he had to get that save to the top corner. Australia are all over them early. Last time they played, South Africa versus an Australian team, was at the RCS World Championship. After 2 games, the series score was 1-1. So that's what they'll be looking to do here. I think a draw would really be a win for South Africa.
Absolutely. Anything that South Africa can get on the board, they'll be overjoyed with at this point. They're doing a lot of defending early doors. Here it comes. Torsas, the old guard for Australia, doesn't miss that one.
Yeah, great read there by Torsas. Up early, completely dusts the defender and drops it in for 2-0. South Africa have not really been able to get out their half so far this game. Australia have been all over them. I mean, scoring goals has not really been the problem for Australia today. The problem has been that they've leaked way too many at the other end. And they've also lost quite a lot of leads that they've managed to establish. So let's see if they can hold on to this one.
Yeah, Australia, they were 2-0 up and 3-0 up against England that ended up losing that series 2-0. So certainly don't count South Africa out just now. But here comes Torsas trying to make it 3 again. Nearly there. Fever gets one into the center, and it continues to be all South Africa. I think job 1 for South Africa is get the ball out their own half, because right now they are so far pinned back. This is the opportunity. Snowy goes forward. Fever in front of him. How good is the dunk? It's into the center to die for. Wisely slows it down using that beautiful rainbow boost. Gets that one down. In comes Sweaty. He shoots.
Wow.
And South Africa keep their 1-goal series going.
Yeah, this is a great pass by to die for. And the entirety of the Australian lineup kind of covering mid there. No one in the net, no one able to get a save or get goal side of that relatively slow shot. But it was placed well. Pass made it easy there for the finishing touch.
Snowy puts that one into the center. South Africa suddenly have a little bit of momentum. It's faked there by Snowy. The shot comes in from to die for. Australia have looked nervy when they've easily coming back against them. Sweaty hits the post again. South Africa having it all their own way right now. Snowy is charged down. To die for this time, onto the corner. Pushes it forwards, goes for the bump as he couldn't quite get control of the ball. South Africa suddenly have something to chase, Johnny.
Yes, Australia's defense has really not been impressing us today. And again, they're looking nervous every time the ball gets anywhere near their goal. They've still got so much going the other way, though. Gus doubles in once again to make it 3-1. Offensively, Australia have been excellent. And it's not been a one-player effort. Everybody getting involved. Gus on the score sheet there with a great goal.
Yeah, the backboard defending is looking like a little bit of a weakness right now for South Africa. Every time Australia go high, South Africa seem to be all over them in that regard and able to keep putting down these shots. So South Africa will have taken heart from the goal that they got and the period of somewhat sustained pressure they received after. Australia win this kickoff and keep the attack going. A couple of minutes left. Australia 3 goals to the good. Will want to keep pumping up their numbers of goal differential as well. As Snowy and Fever charge into each other with this ball in the corner. Fever now chases it down. It's going high. Could be a chance for Torsas. May well be 4, and it is now.
Yeah, it's a great finish there by Torsas. The first shot was almost good enough to go in by itself, but it's more important that he didn't shoot it right at the goalkeepers, who are all panicking for South Africa. Once again, they just cannot contain this pressure coming their way at the hands of the Australians. While this game is getting a little bit out of control, I know you'll like this, Cole. England are 2-1 up against the Netherlands. And we've got a tie game 1 between Germany and Belgium, 1-1. Saudi Arabia 2-0 up on Spain as they look to regain after a pretty middling start from them in Group A.
Yeah, interesting matches all around the board, and they can all be watched online as well, if there's any of those that take your fancy. But we're going to stay right here with Australia versus South Africa, just to should we give these two teams the respect that they deserve, representing their nations and ensuring that they will not be, at least in Australia's case, if they can win this game, no longer will they be pointless. They'll guarantee themselves at least one if they can see this one over the finish line. Snowy puts it forwards. Gus is coming into the corner. Sweaty's up already. I think South Africa, they're improving in their defending as this game goes on, but Australia have been outpacing them in the most.
Yeah, the Australian offense is just far too much for them in game one. And once again, Gus has just gone through everyone, 5-1. And we cannot really talk too badly about the Australian offense.
Oh.
Maybe they've overcommitted today at times, but they do know how to put pressure on their opponents. No question about it.
What pace from Gus there as well. That one into the corner. And Australia have their 5th against South Africa.
Yeah, pretty much confirmed then. Australia 5-1 over South Africa in game one. This one is as good as over. We've also, by the looks of things, got a confirmed game one result. Saudi Arabia beating Spain. And England have also just beaten Netherlands. So overtime Germany, Belgium is the only game one left right now. And all the other games are as good as over for this round.
That one's boomed long to die for. With the save onto the backboard, went for the psycho. It was a valiant effort. Had to make sure he didn't own goal it. That's always the first thing to ensure you don't do when you go for one of those. Can be risky. Gus goes over the top, gets one more little touch that Torstens was expecting, but Australia easing their way to a game one victory here. And their first point on the board. Somewhere in here, CJ is in raptures. He is loving this one.
I don't think he is.
As the ball bounces, he might get a 0-second goal. This could somewhat dampen CJ's resolve, and it does. South Africa get a second.
Yeah, I think this is the bare minimum for, for CJ and for Australia. Torstens celebrating that win, which is good to see. But we know this team is capable of so much more, so they will not be satisfied with this 1 point. Not even close to it. And now South Africa are playing spoiler. Like I said, coming into this, a draw would really feel like a win for them to tie Australia, who have so much more experience in Rocket League than they do. But for Australia, a draw would feel like a loss, especially from this point.
There's also prize money for finishing 7th over finishing 8th as well. So if South Africa can steal a point, then they give themselves an opportunity just to steal one more game later on down the line at least. But that goal from Gus was a bit of a stunner. I love the pace that he showed. I always feel impressed when a player sort of bounces off the wall, all in one smooth motion. Beautiful to witness.
Immediate recoveries, unlike ourselves, Cole, when we play.
Yeah, we flop about half an hour, just sort of landing your back, spin about a bit. I believe that's what Gus meant to do, but he accidentally hit the ball back in there. Yeah,
we do still have an overtime in game one between Germany and Belgium. So the two nations with very similar flags. Which is it? Is Germany's flag fallen over to become Belgium, or is Belgium's flag fallen over to become Germany?
I feel like Germany's flag is the more naturally upright.
Do you think it
I feel
fell
like
over?
Horizontal is more regular.
Right, okay. The Belgian flag is Germany's flag fallen over according to Cole.
Yeah.
You can let him know on social media how you feel about
Apologies to any Belgians offended by my statements. I didn't mean it, I swear. But yeah, over here, we're going to have South Africa digging deep. This is their best chance of a game so far. And it's coming right up against Australia. Will they be able to take it?
They do still play England later on today. That's a pretty good chance.
Yeah, we'll see, mate. We'll see. Currently 1-0 up against Netherlands. England, Johnny boy. How are Scotland doing?
Who?
Oh, sorry, it's a World Cup.
Yeah, who?
My bad. You guys don't like making it.
Probably didn't qualify if I had to guess. The only time Scotland did play in a Rocket League World Cup, they lost last place in the group, so really true to form, you could say.
You got bagpipes, though.
We do.
So that's not bad. That's cool. That's a decent little compromise for you.
Haggis.
Haggis. And I guess that this will be a close game, too.
I hope so. I mean, I would love to see the heart rate monitor on Australia if they're tied.
Oh, man. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, Australia have been getting deep into games without winning games up to this point. I think they've been in 1 or 2 overtimes as well. So they are by no means pushovers. They've lost lots of games, don't get me wrong. But as was said on desk, take the results out of it, and they're a great team.
Oh, nice back post approach by Fever. 1-0 Australia. South Africa did not see him coming. Gus managing to get the ball middle, bumping Sweaty into the net, kind of just shepherding him into the net, I guess. Sweaty had no access to the play. Fever's there for the open net. And we can confirm for all of you Belgians and Germans, and just general fans from around the world, Belgium have beaten Germany in game 1. So that's a huge, huge match for two teams who are extremely closely situated, just like these two on your screen are, just at the other side of the table.
Australia only 1 goal to the good, so South Africa doing better at this point than they were in game number 1. This is the baby steps we always want to see as Tortos tries to fake to die for there on the goal line. To die for the key South African player across the limitless season last year and at Worlds as well. He's the one they turn to die for. He goes for the... I thought it was going to be a musty for a second. In the end, it was a fake. Maybe he should have committed because here comes Fever, though. He's got the flip reset, sends it high onto the backboard. The backboard defense from South Africa hasn't been the best, but thankfully for them, Australia did it for him.
Yeah, Fever did a bit too much there. Maybe could have just faked out that last touch, but they're still all over South Africa, battering the crossbars, post to the far side of the box. South Africa finally break free, but it doesn't seem to extend it. Just I say that, they do get a shot on target. Huge dunk. But it's easily defended at the end of the day by Australia. There was a third man back. Australia not leaving their net open, which is great to see from a team who have struggled defensively today.
Snowy up against Fever. Into the centre this goes. South Africa looking somewhat better again. But for a second, the third man was going to charge that one down. There was a demo there. Sweaty gets it back towards Snowy, who goes high to the dive for. So decent passing plays right now from South Africa. It's not too much at the other end at this point. It's those key touches they seem to be missing, and double commits won't help either. Australia happy to keep this one in their own half just for a little while and keep it looking fairly neutral. They'll be comfortable that they can show patience and eventually get the goal that they need, but I think that they may come to regret it if they don't try and kill this one while they can.
Yeah, it would be wise to continue attacking. Australia have looked good when they just pile the pressure on, and that's really going to, I think, help them build confidence, not just for this series, but for future series in the group. We've got a long way to go. Australia looking pretty out of it at the bottom of the table, but if you can rack up a few wins in a row, then you're right back in the mix, and we've got another round robin tomorrow. This is just the first day of the action. Now South Africa. Oh, lovely 1-2 pass. Snowy puts it in. It's 1-1.
I had a feeling that if Australia didn't commit soon, they were going to feel regret. Gusty just gets trapped in front of his own goal. I don't think he expected to dive for either to be there or be as quick as he was. And then there was Snowy with the finish. South Africa equalised. Australia not going to have game 2 their own way.
And this is where it gets extremely interesting. Australia will be able to build some momentum in an attempted comeback in the group if they can win this. If they lose this, this is as good as over. This team is going to be so in the bin mentally. South Africa will be over the moon with a point here against a nation who have been in Rocket League so much longer than they have, been in international competition so much longer than they have. Now, what on earth is going on in the Australian defensive end? Gus has a bit of spare time on the ball, luckily for them. And a great last touch as well. South Africa got to be careful. They're boxing up at the near post here, Australia. Looking to capitalise.
They have to respect the Australian reads off those corners as well and those walls. Tadifo has boost. South Africa do seem to be keeping plenty in the attack, helping their defence. Gus goes into the corner yet again. He shoots it. It's too high, though. Sweaty sends this one high. Torsos' turn. A touch into the corner yet again. Tries to pinch it goalwards. Unable to now. South Africa still defending resolutely, and all it takes is one big clearance, and Australia have to go again.
Oh, nice. Great touch by Fever. Team pinch by Australia. Bounces into the middle. It's defended by To Die For. Does send it straight down the centre of the pitch, and Gus back pass to Fever is a good one. Australia spreading the pitch out now, but unlike earlier, South Africa are spreading out as well. They're not getting clogged up in one spot and all getting outplayed by the same touch. That's a great drive challenge. South Africa coming forward now To Die For, unable to get Gus to panic on the backboard. Does steal the boost away as he leaves the half, though.
Yeah, To Die For just ran out of boost. He used every bit of it to hit the ball, and after that, couldn't do too much more after. But South Africa keep this attack going. Gus has to use all of his to get that one into the centre. To Die For charges it down and shoots. Fever is coming back, but not in time. It's a goal.
39 seconds to go, and it's South Africa in front. To Die For spots an opening between everyone. And Australia didn't have anybody back. They've got to pull something out of the bag here, Colin. This will be the end, surely, of Australia's attempt to make it out of the group.
No more chances after this for Australia. They've gone for the slow kick. Oh, it's Fever. Gets the 50, but in comes Snowy. Nearly works out for them from the restart. Not to be on this occasion. Gus, perfect first touch. Decent second one as well. Fever's coming in. He hits the crossbar. And now Snowy charges down the ball. No boost. It's a shot over the top. Gus surely knows Sweaty. What a save from South Africa. Refusing to fall.
20 seconds to go. South Africa looking to pick up their first point in the tournament and deny Australia 2. 14 seconds to go now. Australia are sending absolutely everybody. It's the only option they've got right now, but South Africa hold on.
Could be out to make history. South Africa with their first point in the FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League to dive for into the center. It has to be now for Australia. Fever keeps it alive. Torsos wants to get this second touch as a redirect. He can't do it. Gus into the middle to dive for. Just has to let it go. And South Africa with a huge moment in their region's history. Claim a point from Australia.
Unbelievable. Australia in shambles, but South Africa are going to be over the moon with that one. Let's head to Veracity and hear from them.
Snowy, shaky start for you boys throughout this tournament so far. Mindset-wise, how did you reset for this series?
Well, we knew Australia is one of the better matchups for us, and even though we had a bit of a rough start today, like I was struggling a bit, I had like a bit of a migraine, so it was rough, and obviously we're playing good teams, but we knew this series was good for us, so we just reset for this matchup, and yeah, we'll take a draw.
Well, you know what? We want to see more of that energy coming on through. Thanks for joining me, GG's again. We're going to go ahead and check in with the Germany and Belgium showdown.
Well, here we go. Germany versus Belgium. The only one of our matches still ongoing as England and Netherlands draw. Saudi Arabia get their win against Spain. And now we have these guys up against it. Rizek is charging this one down. Belgium actually took game number 1. Which I would say is a bit of an upset based on how things have gone so far, but Germany trying to make sure they don't give away all 3 points.
Yeah, this is not good for the teams down at the bottom of the table right now. Australia, if they are trying to make it out of the group with comeback tomorrow, or now even further back with Belgium gaining on them. What a save there by Rizek. It could have easily been 2-1 there for Belgium. But they really have synergized so well. Compact has been one of the most composed players, evidenced now by the heart rate monitors. We don't just have to guess based on body language. We have got evidence to prove it. Can they tie this one? Germany trying to stay at the top end of the table here. They'll drop down to 4th if they don't get at least a point here.
Well, Germany, the more complete team, I would say, with the 3 of them, at least on current form, the 3 of these guys more likely to be making lands, apart from Atto for Belgium. Asher hasn't for a while. Compact has certainly not made an RLCS major, so he is stepping up incredibly well so far for Belgium, based on what we've seen. And this one is going to go down to the final 30 seconds.
Germany have yet to lose a series today. They're 2 wins, 3 draws, no losses. This could be their first loss.
Oh!
If Compact misses them again, is a fake flick from Compact, whether or not he meant it. It's gone in. 1v2 play from the LAN rookie.
Yeah, making his statement is Compact. This is what international competition is all about. The players that we don't usually turn to stepping up when they have their chances. And Germany so far undefeated and 20 seconds away. Might get an instant equalizer, but not this time.
And I do want to give credit to Compact there. It looked like he was just faking a flick, backing it up with a 50 that he didn't need because the fake worked out so well. 10 seconds to go now. Belgium looking to send themselves back into the top 4. And I think Germany would actually plummet to 5th if they can't get a goal here.
It has to be now. Atto is just bullying them away. Tox keeps it up as long as he can. It's not long enough. And we have victory here for the Belgians.
What an interesting group we've got now. It is going to be so close in the middle. Germany will be devastated. Their first loss in the group, but Belgium with a win against one of their biggest rivals. Let's head to Veracity and hear about it.
Atto, talk to me. A bit of a back and forth matchup that we've just seen from you and the boys. How is everybody feeling heading into that series?
I mean, it was the most important series of, the tournament final because they are second and it was our second test, so 2-0 is actually a big win, and yeah, we are happy about that win.
And how about for next series? How are the boys feeling? What's the kind of discussions that take place amongst the team?
Against Spain, it's gonna be last match, so at least we have to try to do 1-1, but yeah, if we win it will be like insane, so we're gonna give everything and we are feeling good in the game, so.
Give me a prediction. What's the score gonna be?
Hopefully 2-0 for us.
Hopefully 2-0. You agreeing with that, 2-0?
I agree, 2-0.
There we go. Let's go ahead and find out what my desk has to say about that. 2-0. Is it going to happen or no?
Oh, that's a question that I am going to pass right down the line. A cheeky Turk, 2-0 in their future, is it?
Hey, if you told me that they were going to 2-0 Germany as well, I would have been like, yeah, but at the same time, I put kind of Germany and Spain kind of on the same level, so hey, why not? I could see it. Compact's putting all the goals in the back of the net today, so fair play.
No, honestly, Compact has looked incredible. I'm very pleased with his performance right now, and yeah, if they stay at the same consistency, I don't really see Spain any more of a threat than I did Germany.
and a LAN rookie, as I understand it, able to bring so much to bear in a high-stakes competition like this, the Chiefs.
Yeah, a lot of pressure to have your first performance be representing your country and in a long travel time as well. So having a heck of a start, but is it beginner's luck? Who's to say? But looking at around at a few of the other matches, England and the Netherlands, absolute battle, of course. Ended up being a draw, but that didn't deprive us of some sweet, sweet goals. A nice little nasty pinch into the top for Mike Boy. He's been putting the ball in the back of the net today, too.
Yeah, my boys, he's been on his moments here, but so have Australia and South Africa. I mean, yes, it did result in a draw, but they had their shining moments. And again, same for Belgium. I mean, this team has just been nasty throughout the entire day, something not a lot of people expected.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see who lights up on LAN and who actually kind of shrinks back a little bit. It's a great, esport that we get to see both played from home, played in person, played in front of big audiences, played in quiet places. All of this has a huge effect on the players here, and we're seeing that in the mix-up of this group. The results from our round 6 now you're seeing on screen. And we were focusing in on that Australia-South Africa match when we started. It was a draw, as I believe you wished for. You predicted.
We needed the honorable gentleman's agreement. But actually, there was certainly no guarantee of that. After that first game, 5-2, I was like, oh boy, it may not go that way. So way to battle back, way to stop the bleeding for South Africa, find a way to come out with a win, even better for them.
Yeah, showing huge talent on both teams, Hercules.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm completely right there with the Chiefs. I mean, they both needed to have their own shining moments, like I said before, right? And they each got to have that time to prove themselves a little bit. But it is not the end. You do still have to go again, and hopefully they can carry each of their wins with them into the next one with a little positivity.
Yeah, we've got one more round in Group A to go, so I want to say it could still be anybody's, but, well, it's just because I'm not good at math. It's not because I truly believe that. But we do have a Netherlands and Saudi Arabia focused for our final match, and I just want to say that was locked in yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We did not write this script. We did not intend for Netherlands to make it such a dominating performance, and we did not make Saudi Arabia into such a difficult position. They did that all on their own, Herc.
Oh, yeah, no, it is so incredible to be watching the Netherlands do what they have been doing throughout the entire day. It was to the point that I'm texting Violent Panda's wife, and I'm like, they're literally first right now. They're still going. It's not ending. And I'm like, and the people that thought I was crazy for saying Saudi was going to struggle, I'm out there like, haha, I told y'all. So
I tried to tell you.
This matchup is going to be really, really fun because it's a battle of who is currently #1 and who should be #1.
Yeah, absolutely. Finding these results for each team is a heart-pounding experience. And as I said, we were just looking at that last South Africa and Australia matchup. We do have some heart rate results from that. Let's check in on how our team performed.
Whoa! Who is that to die for? Is just like, yeah, man.
Is he like even alive? Was the
50
bracelet all
spiking
right?
up to the peak of like 75.
What's like average?
Dude just he's asleep in the chair as he's destroying people. That is crazy.
I don't think I've seen anybody that low yet.
Yeah, it's like, we got to check your blood pressure, my
And
guy.
I was like, either the bracelet's on wrong or he's on another level.
He's chilling. He's good. I'm a little worried about Snowy. Snowy right in the middle performance-wise, but did mention he had a migraine coming into today. Might have really impacted his performance. Then again, he came out in such a strong way in the matchup. Maybe a Michael Jordan flu situation. We don't know.
Oh, gosh. No, nothing worse than trying to play Rocket League while your head is pounding. I definitely don't want to think about how to hit the ball, and then you also ask me where to hit the ball. That's too much with a migraine.
That's 2 questions.
That's a lot.
I want it best.
That's too much work. Don't look at me. I'm a diamond. I just talk about it.
Snowy is working hard today, so day's almost over. One more round. Lock it down. Best you got, buddy.
Day's almost over for Group A, of course. We've still got a whole group of Rocket League coming up after. But first, we've got CJ on the floor. What's going on down there, bud?
We actually have the Rocket Baguette stream here, the French alternate stream for the FIFAe World Cup, and we're just going to gate crash this thing and just get amongst it. So let's jump straight in. Here's all the production team. I think we're just going to get right into it. Let's go. Oh, here we are with the stream. Hello, here we are, guys. Whoa. Oh, sorry.
But we are casting the match now. It's the FIFAe World Cup.
Let's pause the match. Let's have a little chat real quick, guys. How are you enjoying the FIFAe World Cup so far?
So far, it's super good. Everyone is super nice. The competition is insane. The setup is very, very good. And we're so happy to be here.
And I'm sure you're excited to see Team France Group B coming up shortly.
Of course, we can't wait for what to see the team, the entire team with Batira, Monkey Moon, and Zen. So yeah, it will be great.
Yeah, super exciting so far. The heart rate monitors as well on the players. Have you guys been enjoying seeing, who's icy, who's feeling nervous?
Yeah, seeing the variation. Yeah, it's super. It's new. It's new. It's super fun. Yeah, and yeah, you can see who's stressed, who's not, and yeah.
And who's been the most impressive country or nation so far, would you say?
Well, I think Netherlands. I think Netherlands because I didn't expect them to be top one and at the end of a Group A, and Saudi is, well, it's surprising to see them at top 5.
Yeah, they're not doing good so far, but Netherlands are very solid, like very well organized, very strong team so far.
And who's the biggest competition to France in this tournament?
Well, we thought Saudi Arabia. So far, no.
Morocco, yes, it could be. Yeah.
And Brazil, we need to be careful about Brazil.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of great teams. We're having so much fun here at the FIFA World Cup. Alternate streams everywhere as well, so make sure you check it out. FIFA.gg if you want to find these guys on a Rocket Baguette as well. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, CJ. Love checking in with everybody on the floor. It looks so fun down there. We're trapped in this box of cheese.
It's a nice box, though.
It's a cool box.
It's a great view.
It's a big box.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, that's enough about that. Let's focus back on what we're focused on, which is Rocket League. And I promised you a Netherlands and Saudi Arabia match, and I think I just made that up. It's actually Netherlands and Germany. I can read, and we are getting into it here. Big matchup for both of these teams. Now, Chiefs, as we're taking a look at how they've performed throughout the day, their stamina, their heart rates, I don't know what they had for lunch and what time that was. This is it. This is their last chance to earn points in this group.
Today.
Is Germany? Yeah, today in this group is Germany going to do it to Netherlands?
I don't know if Germany's going to win, but I would not be surprised to see a draw. They're both playing very, very well, and Germany has proven surprisingly resilient on defense. And Netherlands, yeah, you're playing well, but they've definitely shown they're an incredibly tough nut to crack, so I wouldn't be surprised if Germany had a very solid goal differential at the end of the group stage.
All right, let's check in on Germany and see how they are shaping up themselves.
I'm Tox. I represent Team Germany for the tournament. Well, I think representing Germany for the FIFA World Cup is an honor. It's a great opportunity to make our nation proud. Yeah, we're very excited and we're looking forward to it. To me, winning this tournament would mean everything, honestly. It would finally be a personal achievement that I've been looking for my whole career, basically. I think as a team as well, since we're all so familiar with each other, we're very good friends, it would be unfathomable for us to win the game, win the tournament. So yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it.
Strong rosters across the board for both teams. But before you get in this matchup, Herc, I want to ask you, player to watch out for, your pick.
This is a hard one because the entire team is somebody I want to watch. These are, again, as an EU stan, you've been wanting these three players to do well for years. If I got to go one in particular, though, honestly, I think I'm going to go Rizex, actually. I think Tox and Raziers have kind of shown their own a little bit. I want to see what Rizex brings to the table. I think he brings a lot, but I want this to be his step-up moment.
Yeah, something for the frag reel.
Yeah.
Anything, anyone to watch out for? Did I date myself?
No, it's a great term. But I think if she's taking the Germany side, I'll go ahead and take the Netherlands side. And I am still going to double down on Oli. I think he's been having a great day so far, and I think you get a great chance to cement a potential top player of the day performance if he has a good one here and says, look, man, I crushed it all day. Come take it from me.
Whew, we'll see who takes it in this next matchup, Twitch, we want to know who you think will win. Will it be the Netherlands? Will it be Germany? And if they overwhelmingly select Germany, does that affect either of your opinions, Herc?
Absolutely not.
No, not at all, no.
Ich liebe Deutschland.
You're not like, well, Twitch picked it, I don't want it now.
Through and through. Not really. I'm Austria over Germany. But in this case, I am rooting for Germany in solidarity of that. And those guys are my friends. And no, by no means. I do still think that Netherlands is absolutely incredible and the performance is going to be really well. But I do kind of string along the lines of Achieves that I do see this turning into a draw.
Yeah, only 28% for the team that's currently at the top of the group is wild to me. I don't know. I don't know what happened. What did the Netherlands do to you guys in the Twitch chat? Because I felt like they've earned a bit more goodwill than that. But what do I know?
They're trying to write anime plot lines here. Look, my Saiyans are cruising to the top. But if they did that the whole group, it would be a little less exciting. So now's the time for the others to come in, throw some hands.
It could happen.
It's going to be a tough one. I'm curious to see how aggressive Germany wants to be. Because you know, it's the two conflicting 1v1 spheres, because we've seen the Netherlands today being like, yep, we're going to go out there, we're going to go take the game, we set the pace, we drive it. And when you have solid players on the Germany who are also strong in that 1v1 side, do you want to actually try and take that fight? Or do you want to just keep doing what you're doing all day and say, look, we'll fight out on the counterattack and see what you can do against it?
I will say, for as aggressive as they are and as aggressive as Netherlands are, it's a very defensive versus offensive game right now, and that's kind of the battle we're looking at.
We'll find out how it goes. Let's send it on down to the casters. It's time for Netherlands versus Germany.
Well, here we go. The Netherlands, they started off incredibly hot. And you can ignore our overlay at the top there. They've not already won a game. It is very much 0-0, we promise. You've not missed a single second of Rocket League action here on the main broadcast as Netherlands attempt to continue their previous dominance. They've started off this game well, almost getting an early lead, but Germany defend well.
And in a group that has ended up as we expected, but with a different team on top. We thought there would be one clear favorite, and then a whole pile of teams fighting for second place. But Netherlands are the team on top, and they can further establish themselves as that team with a win today and do some real damage to Germany, who are sitting down there in 5th place right now, albeit very close to the top 4.
In Germany, they've got themselves a couple of wins, and as we're seeing in the middle of the pack there, one win can really leapfrog you. If either of these teams can claim victory here, they'll be in a huge position to qualify at the end of tomorrow. There is still more Rocket League to come tomorrow, more from Group A as well. It doesn't end here. Every team plays each other twice, which is a beautiful thing. A chance to turn losses into draws and draws into victories. And I'd say it's Netherlands just about edging this one. They come off the back of a 1-1 draw with England, but they had to win the second game. So they have started to slow down, as we thought they might, as any team would. But Mike Boy is able to put this one into the center towards Oli, actually on the wall towards Oli. He was staying in the center. Jarius clears his path. And Jarius in these Saudi lands just absolutely dominates.
Yeah, easily one of the best players that we've seen in the Saudi events. And this one continues that trend. It is unbelievable how close this group has ended up being. Nice save there by Jarius to keep the scoreline 0-0. If Germany, Spain, England and Saudi Arabia all win their round 4 matches, which could definitely happen, I don't expect Germany to 2-0 Netherlands here, but it's not outside the realms of possibility. That would leave us with just 4 points between 1st and 6th place going into day 2, which is a whole other round robin. Oh, Tox the slotted one. And it didn't look like it came from much, but Netherlands do trail early here. Talks to the back corner, just turns around, plays his own shot in a follow-up, and Mike Boyd did not have the bottom corner covered.
I feel like that is a very Tox goal. There wasn't too much mechanically to it, just outpacing the opponents, moving towards the ball where perhaps they expected him to let it run to a teammate, and that shock factor is what he's brought to so many teams over the years, and it's brought him to 5th place finishes in multiple EU events. Multiple EU seasons, should I say. Not quite enough to get to lands. Just always on that cusp. They must be sick of being the gatekeeper.
They are, yeah.
Towards teams who are sort of really running off into the sunset, enjoying themselves. Could be a second for Germany here, but Rizik's pass is just in front of Razia's.
Well, it's crazy. They're the gatekeepers online. They're the gatekeepers once again. They're in 5th place in the group, exactly where gatekeepers belong. So they're trying to prove that they are more than what we think right now, Germany. And this is a great step into doing it. Razia's really testing Oli's goalkeeping. Good save by Oli, not just finding a clear, but also a pass to a teammate with an outlet. Double touch by Rizix. Doesn't go too far, only as far as Oli, in fact, but Razier's had that one covered.
Mike keeps the attack going now for Netherlands. The first time they've really shown their fangs. Razier's gets the pass towards Oli. It was their early synergy that impressed us so much about the Netherlands when they faced Belgium and beat them 2-0. And since then, they've really gone from strength to strength. Oli is already up for Mike Boy. Mike Boy tries to get the flip reset. Tries to just wriggle it towards his teammate. Nearly there for Netherlands. The time is beginning just to speed up when Netherlands don't want it to, although there's a huge mistake from Raziers. What happened there, Johnny?
He ran out of boost and he backflipped in a panic. He's tried to go quickly here.
Well, there's the heart rate.
Easily, yeah, the heart rate's probably spiked right there. 1 minute and 52 remaining in the game. Yeah, he's just accidentally flipped there, but his team have left him completely on an island with no boost, so it's not entirely his fault. To be that isolated in defense is never easy, even at pro level.
Well, the Netherlands hold their nerve. You sense they knew they'd get a few opportunities against Germany, no matter how resolutely their opponents were defending. And that's what proved to happen. Oli is teed up by Jorias. Yet again, they're going for these pre-jumps. Something we're not seeing too much of in these events, of these makeshift teams and these new faces here at LANs. But there's a big one there for Netherlands. We've seen a couple. Raziers has to go back towards his own net. Rizix, so man who needs to help him out. Michael steals some boost and then gets the bump as well. So Netherlands could be on top here, depending on how Raziers clear this one. He does immaculate work. Boostless to the ceiling, to the flip reset, and gets Germany on their way.
And now as a reward, they've nearly conceded.
Harsh lines.
Just a nice hard clear there by Mike Boy straight down the middle. It's all about the basics as well as the big mechanical plays at this level. And Jorias has one of them, and that's immense speed. 2-1. Netherlands continuing their dominant day one run. Just simply too fast. Mike Boy over Rizik's head. Jorias up immediately. Didn't even have a chance because he's been bumped to the recovery as well. 59 seconds to go. Germany trailing by 1.
That Mike Boy bump was absolutely savage there. Just when it seemed that Tox might be able to get something on it, and we are really seeing why Netherlands are so good. Look at Mike Boy chasing him down.
Unreal.
They can't escape him.
It's just the synergy from Netherlands, and it's what Jordy has mentioned earlier on today. You know, he came here at the Esports World Cup with 2 players he's never played with before. Had a great performance. Now he's back again with players he's played a ton with, and they've got so much experience together, and it really does show that synergy on the pitch. They're a deserved #1 in the group right now, and nobody can catch them if they even pick up a draw here.
Well, Germany will still be hoping for more than a draw, but they've got 45 seconds, and they have to make it happen. Mike Boy and Jorias, they both commit, but Jorias wins it cleanly. It's actually faked out, and that is an example of a decent double commit. The defense didn't know which angle to play with.
Yeah, Oli just ran an interference. Raziers thought he could get the overhead here. He's not just trying to hit that ball anywhere. He's tried to hit it to the left and ended up missing it while trying to precise touch. Interestingly, well, this game is getting a bit out of control in favor of the Netherlands. South Africa are coming back from a 3-goal deficit against England. They're now within 1. It's 3-2 to England, 28 seconds to go. Cole's heart rate has just absolutely skyrocketed.
Yeah, you'll see my spike there following Razier's one earlier. But this one is looking like it's going to be an, in the end, comfortable Netherlands victory, and Germany are trying to take something into game 2. And I think Germany will just be thinking, what on earth just happened? You know, we had the lead, we were playing okay, we weren't in complete control, but it was certainly, let's say, 50-50, and suddenly Jorias is utterly styling on us. Netherlands are ridiculous.
Yep, Jorias probably in the team of the day. We'll have to wait and see how Group B goes, but what a goal. 5-1. Netherlands over Germany. It's also 5-1 Saudi Arabia over Australia. England off on the one of the other games have held on to win 3-2 over South Africa. Very respectable comeback attempt there by South Africa. What about Netherlands? Absolutely stunning. Over the top of one of their rivals. A team we thought would be really, really close to them coming into this tournament. Maybe not, as Netherlands are on a different level.
I mean, Germany would have probably picked... Did they pit Netherlands in your particular power ranking? They would have been mine.
I don't like the brag call. You know me. I don't like
Netherlands S+, were they, mate?
I had Netherlands top of B tier and I had Germany bottom of B tier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe the 5-1 is the surprise. I thought this would be a close match coming into today, and even
look at that, top of B tier. This is what B tier in Rocket League looks like, everybody.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be S tier, but they truly do look S tier right now. It's been an S tier day for Netherlands. Interestingly as well, Belgium have beaten Spain. So it's the 2 teams at the top of the group, Netherlands and Belgium, who are adding to their points totals, really putting the pressure on Germany, putting the pressure on Spain and England, teams right now who need more points to close that gap.
Who would have thought when we first started this tournament all those hours ago and it was Belgium versus Netherlands, we were actually watching a sort of preview potentially of the grand finals.
Yeah.
We were like, oh yeah, Netherlands look a little bit better than Belgium, but they'll both do all right. And suddenly, these are the two that are just stomping everyone. And I'd say just a quick word about Belgium. I thought we'd see an Atto carry if Belgium were to get games. I haven't seen too much of an Atto carry. There's a proper team dynamic between them all. Atto seems to be relatively chill among them.
He's obviously still doing immense work. Atto's one of the best players in the world, but you can't go all the way to the top of a group this stacked with just one of the best players in the world in your team. You need the full team to be playing well, and the full team are performing brilliantly. Asdrill's back at his best on LAN. Compact's been fantastic. That's a good save by Rizix here as we start off game 2. But it's still Netherlands piling on the pressure. They've got another one, 1-0. Oli just forces it through. There were defenders in the area for Germany, which usually means that they're going to make saves. No, they couldn't get anything to work here. Rizix actually blocked out the play by Raziers.
I mean, first off, I'm not surprised to see Oli getting a huge 50-50. He is a monster in the challenge game. But what I love there is Jory is trying to finish it off as well. So Germany, they couldn't quite get that touch. The ball was rolling in, desperately past them. But even if they were, Jory's was still there. Netherlands just always seem to have the extra man going forwards.
They trust
more
each
boost
other.
in the tank.
Yeah.
They completely trust each other. There's no fear of what if we get countered.
Yeah.
They seem fully aware that they're not going to get countered.
Yeah, they've really picked their moments brilliantly. They've been clinical, but they've not left openings for opponents to counter-attack them all that often. Excellent activity there by Oli on the recovery, just keeping Germany busy. That's not a good clear from Germany as Jory pounces on the ball. Mike Boy misses the read though. Now Germany have a chance to go the other way. Not really any support in the attack though. It's clear difference. Oh, hold on.
Oh!
Out of nowhere, they've got goal. Where was the defense for Netherlands? I thought they were about to get the ball clear. But, oh, it looks like Mike Boy trips on the post going for the back corner boost, and it wasn't even there.
And it was a great challenge again from Tops, who then recovered to get the finish too, because I think that Netherlands would have been able to smuggle that ball away in the end. Elsewhere, Australia have just taken a slender lead against Saudi Arabia. Still 3.5 minutes, but Australia 1-0 up against them in Game 2 after losing Game 1, as
Good
expected.
question, Cole. What percentage chance would you give Australia holding that lead 1-0, 3 minutes and 20 seconds?
Of holding it
against Saudi
1-0,
Arabia?
so not even
Yeah,
a
holding
3-2
it.
or whatever. I
Not
would say 3%. 3% they hold a 1-0, yeah.
Yeah, if they could pull that out, that will be one of the biggest shocks of the day. And it would really lift the Australian spirits, which are an all-time low right now. Germany in another 1-1, though, against Netherlands. They had the exact same situation last game before Netherlands ran up the score to 5-1.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of blowout game 1s and then, comeback game 2s today.
It's fairly common in Rocket League, as teams feel each other out and they get a sense for how their opponents play. Especially there's the difference of this format is there's no concept of game 1's gone, let it go.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I'll build towards second game. You have to fight and scrap for everything.
Oh, yeah.
Here with this. Netherlands have already backed themselves a point, and that's great. Germany fighting to get a respectable draw against them right now and frustrate their opponents too. The Netherlands, I can just about sense blood. They'll be frustrated they conceded that equaliser. But since then, I've got to say Germany have stepped up. Rizix is looking dangerous. Raziers is coming in. He one charge too many. Has to hope that Tox is back behind him, but he left his teammate again. So open to the bump. And they are brutal.
That's just immediate reaction by Oli, turning upfield with no boost, boxing out the defender, and leaving it wide open for Jorias. He didn't waste any time there after noticing Jorias was going to be next to the ball. That's, again, the synergy of Netherlands.
We've seen it a couple of times, though, from Germany, where they've left their third man pretty isolated. And the way that Netherlands are going for these bumps, you just can't do that.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
A physical play, the true counter to the teams who play very aggressively with their second man and leave themselves exposed to counter-attacks. And Germany responds. They're going to be a long way back in the group if they can't. Oh, it's hit the bar! That was a completely free shot. Top corner was open, and he's hit the bar with it.
Oh, man, that's got to sting when you're thinking we're fighting every step of the way right now against Netherlands. You have to take these chances. Tox has been playing so well as well. He's been a real bright spark for Germany in this tournament and in this game in particular. The Netherlands, they'll think they're lucky stars. They continue in the lead. And now Oli, look at his boost management. Still got 34 after getting all the way from one end to the other. Joris is following up Mike Boy here. This could be a chance to kill it for Netherlands. One more, and I sense that Germany's fight may just about begin to run out. He should get this save. Has to avoid the Rizix dunk. Blackboy into the backboard, sends it long. Oli wants to get another bump on Tox. Even just the threat of it is enough to get this ball back deep into Germany territory.
As we get into approaching the final minute in this game, quick score updates from around about the Group A. England 2-0 up in South Africa inside the final minute. Spain 2-1 up on Belgium inside the final minute. And Saudi Arabia have tied the game with Australia. And actually now just taking a 1-goal lead inside the final minute. So decisive scorelines across the board, but all close games in Group A.
Jarius now has a chance, though, to kill this one up against Razias. He fakes him. Razias is incredibly. Rizex sends it forward, back towards the Netherlands half. Maybe he could have slowed that one down there when the Netherlands are looking a little bit isolated in defence, but in comes Tox. No boost there. Razias misses the first touch, and now suddenly Rizex in a little bit of trouble. Jarius watches Rizex get this first hit.
Well, as Netherlands hold on to a much closer game against Germany.
Oh, touch.
I've just noticed Cole's heart rate spike again. England have conceded 10 seconds ago. They're winning by 1 against South Africa. It's a really close series. South Africa fighting England tooth and nail. Germany doing the same thing here against Netherlands. 30 seconds to go. 1 point on the line for them, but they can also deny 2 from Netherlands if they can get 1 goal and then lead us into overtime. Jarius actually misses as he attempts to cut rotation. Talks a little bit of time on this one. Flicks it high. Oh! Mike Boy gets the touch after it hit the crossbar. That half clears it. Tox cuts rotation, comes back in. Raziers to the backboard. Is it open? It was. And it's through the post. More free shots for Germany that they've not taken.
Oh, Germany, you can't say you didn't have the chance. And Netherlands will sink them there.
Wow.
Open net after open net. Netherlands breathe out a sigh of relief. They will know. They've not been lucky in this tournament, but in that game, they had some fortune. And to speak to them, maybe ask the question, is Veracity.
Mike Boy, congratulations on yet another victory. The last time we saw you here was back in Gamers 8, 2023, finishing 17th to 24th. This time around, though, it's safe to say your experience on Saudi Arabian soil has been very different. So from your perspective, why exactly is that?
Well, I'm winning more, obviously, and yeah, just the stage and everything is like really sick, and I'm just enjoying my time here. Like, it's really fun to do. So.
Well, you guys have topped your Group A. The real question is, who do you think is going to be topping Group B? Because it's looking pretty stacked.
I think France or Morocco. I think they are really good.
And what's the game plan for you boys heading into tomorrow's match? Is obviously still going to be replaying all of the teams that you faced today. Is it going to be rinse and repeat for you?
Yeah, just the same game plan. We played really good today, so let's just keep it up for tomorrow.
Amazing. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not you'll be able to keep up that same momentum. What does my desk think? Can they do it?
Well, that's a great question, Veracity, that I am immediately going to pass on to the way more knowledgeable Rocket League people. Herc, what do you got to say?
Can they do it? Certainly. Is it more difficult than they make it sound? Absolutely. Consistency is a difficult thing to find in the Rocket League sphere, and despite having a fantastic day, there is no guarantees of success tomorrow. So you got to keep working hard and looking around at the rest of this round. Belgium, Spain, absolute dogfight, but boy, Belgium went out there and had a chip on their shoulder. Got it done.
Yeah, Belgium is actually low-key terrifying, but not as terrifying as the Netherlands, I think. I'm looking right now at Group A's standings for the end of day 1. Netherlands #1, Saudi Arabia did get it together there at the end, worked their way on back up to #2, and then Belgium at 3 and Spain at 4. Honestly, I did not have this as my top 4. I'm very excited that this is how it worked out. Again, the draw system is very fun and interesting. You're at the hands of fate almost at times.
Hey, all I'm saying is next year for RLCS, this stage, best of 4 with a draw.
Dude, that could be fun. It would last like 8 hours.
Yeah, it'd be forever. But what a show, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, like you said, right there at the end. There you see it, Kalir's huge game winner. And South Africa and England. England finding a way to find a win at the end of their round for the day. So good for them. They definitely needed it in terms of the points. And we'll see what they can do tomorrow, see if they've got a bit more bite behind them.
Yeah, we get to watch these highlights, as spectators, enjoying them, analyzing them, thinking, wow, what a great shot. But all of these players have to go home tonight, maybe review some VODs, maybe think about what they did today and how they can bring that consistency to tomorrow, because they're going to run this whole group back again. But we were just taking a close look at that Netherlands-Germany matchup. Here's the entirety of round 7 for Group A. pretty fair results based on what we've learned throughout the day about these teams. If you think there's a team on here that's going to have the biggest improvement between today and tomorrow, though, who would you identify that as, Achieves?
I'll pick England.
England.
Just because I believe they're capable of more. I think they handcuffed themselves a little bit and are too married to the idea of the format. And I think if you want to keep destiny in your own hands, you got to go out there and take a few more risks.
All right.
I think for me, despite Saudi Arabia ending at number 2, there is a huge jump for improvement for tomorrow. I think they were way more inconsistent than they would have wanted to come in being. I hope to see the very aggressive, hardcore version of them that we know that they all can be, that we're all missing today. So hopefully that's what we get from them tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we're talking about national pride. You're talking about your home team. It's not just about coming out and winning. You really want to make a showing on your home turf in front of your home audience. So wishing them luck and wishing all our teams some time to think, to reflect on how they did today. Feel good, feel bad, but come back ready tomorrow. We are going to take a look at, I think, some heart rate monitors. Let's check it out. This has become quickly one of my favorite features of this tournament. Geez, we've learned a lot about the players from this.
Yeah, now I'm just glued to see if anyone sets a record lower than 50 and higher than, what was it, 170 or something crazy like that. But Joris, he's kind of been pretty level all day, but there he goes spiking again. And was that when he was talking about somebody missed a clear in the corner? Or I don't remember.
Oh, we had 1 minute and 52 seconds in the first match. I wrote down Jorby's quote there.
Oh, yeah, Rizek's missed a boost in the corner and then gave up the goal. And then he probably just popped off right when they scored. So that's probably pretty accurate.
Well, all of this has had a big impact on our standings. Everything goes into a fight, a battle, a war like this as you see our teams knock down, drag out, trying to get to the top. And as we check out the standings, there we go. We'll find out. But wait, Hercules,
I feel like the meme from what is the
Mike Wazowski?
Yes. As soon as that came on screen, I was like, Mom, I'm on TV. Oh my gosh, these results though, like we were talking about before, though, they are very interesting. I'm sure a lot of people had things going a whole lot differently than they were. Although yes, Saudi did still end up in that top 4, even top 2. That Netherlands shock, that was the most consistent I think I've ever seen anybody play.
Yeah, they definitely put on a show and earned their position today, I will say so. Belgium and Spain, a little bit of a tail off at the end of the day. You fell outside the top 4, but that's the best part. You get to come back tomorrow, do it all over again. And even Germany's not out of it. They're 2-3-2, so there's a lot to play for down there in the middle of those standings. And tomorrow's Group A is going to be nasty.
Well, tell me, Achieves, what are these teams, especially looking at Australia, South Africa, what are they going to go home? What are they going to do tonight to come back and improve their results tomorrow?
It's not often that I like to give this advice, but it feels like after day 1 you're pretty much mathematically eliminated, because what are the odds that you make top 4 after getting 1 point on the day, right? It's not very good. So you unfortunately get relegated to the unfavorable but amazingly enjoyable role of spoiler.
Yeah.
And there is nothing quite like making, teams 5, 6, and 7 or teams 3, 4, 5 really fight to stay in that top 4. It's like, no. No, you don't just get to walk all over me. If you lose to me, this is your fault. And that's a really fun position to play.
Well, what about the top of the leaderboard? Hercules, Violent Panda, his team in the Netherlands are feeling pretty strong. How are they going to maintain that for tomorrow?
I mean, you have to go into tomorrow being very aware you have a huge target on your back now. People will be VOD reviewing what you did today. They have tape to process a little bit more. And this is definitely what I had talked about coming into today is for the rosters where you are choosing your top 3 players in a nation and bringing them together, you don't know what that combination really looks like until you play against it. And of course, we've had a couple versions of the Netherlands team, but not this exact one. So for them, again, just understanding you are now the number 1 threat to everybody. Everybody's going to be going hard, crazy. It's going to be 10 times worse than what you saw today.
Well, we did take a look at that prize pool earlier today. We know that there is something to fight for at every level of this tournament, so we send all our teams from Group A back to the hotel to chill, to relax, to get their heads in order, and we'll be seeing more of them tomorrow. But don't go anywhere, because we still have Group B over here on the stream. We're going to be right back after a short break, so grab yourself a snack. We'll see you on the other side.
I wake in the morning, I see it so clearly. It's no competition. It's just on with the vision. We giving incisions. We feeling amazing. It ain't never gonna stop when we take to the top. We feeling amazing, feeling amazing, feeling amazing. Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we controlling with aces. Now tie up your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living this, giving the chase this. Now turn up the faces. We keep living this grizzly, we got it to face this. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gon' stop and we living it up. I'm going through changes, living so dangerous. They saying he famous. I keep telling myself I'm the best with the aim. It's saying it's criminal, they do the minimal. I'm just a general, keep it subliminal. Break them the minerals, keeping it cynical. Keeping it moving in the speed of pinnacle. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gon' stop and we living it up. Feeling amazing. Raising the temperature, counting your days. 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 Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we never gon' stop it. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gon' stop and we living it up. dog, we the livest. Never gonna fade us, in the end we survive this. Trials, tribulations, but it only make us stronger. Never gonna stop and bring the heaters like a sauna. Gotta take it to the highest heights, deeper depths. Gotta move it right to left, but we always move in step. Gotta be the champions, dog, never losing. Get it, I gotta deliver to go. Never gonna stop, but I take it a blow. What I get to it, they never can know. What I get to it, I'm back at it all. My time like a python, I'm an icon, I got this. Never gonna stop, and we take it to the top. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang. Put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang, put your money where your mouth is. I got change, I could do it like a house bid. Now let's bang.
Darkness creeping over, I don't see a world beyond. Calling to the distance, only silence to respond. Peace is not a virtue, it's a sign of what was lost. Play until the end, but every battle has a cost. Into the dark, hiding in the shadows from the truth of who you are. Into the dark, facing inner demons with the fire in your heart. Into the dark. Time to see the light. When the lost they shall be found. Time to see the righteous take the blood. Falling walking into the darkness. Into the dark, facing inner demons with a fire in your heart. Into the dark.
Can we talk about it for a while? Before we take a chance and do this. Before we looking back as foolish. Can we talk about it for a while? Can we talk about it for a while? Before we take a chance and do this. Before we looking back as foolish. Can we talk about it
of the FIFA E Finals 2024 in Riyadh, featuring Rocket League. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and we've stacked the desk with genius right now because we just wrapped up Group A. We've got to talk about Group B, but you know, I want to make sure there's like some sweet filling in the middle, like an Oreo. So we put Jorby here. We've got a Chief still, and we brought James Bob back. And gentlemen, it has been a long morning of games. Jorby, first time on the desk, how you doing?
I'm doing great. You know, you said we brought a lot of genius, and I know you were talking about me, because that's definitely not these two. But Group A did not go the way that we expected in the first series of round robin. Granted, you know, best of two, some of our slow starters really getting punished, but makes me really excited to see the second round of there, but even more excited for Group B.
Yeah, nothing is promised. We found that out. Now, Achieves, we've kind of been talking a lot about that on the desk, how it's been just so unexpected, so topsy-turvy.
Yeah.
We've had some time now to kind of go down, check in with the players as they're heading out, get a sense of the new players heading in. Did you talk to any of the Group A team?
No, I went to go get food.
Oh, that's fair.
Sorry.
You didn't work for free on your break? What are you doing?
I'm sorry.
James Bond, maybe you?
No, same. I just had some chicken. So.
Man, you guys got lunch? That sounds...
I'm sorry about that. But I was really excited about Group A. You know, it started out really interesting, I think, with all eyes on Saudi Arabia. They are the host country here. And everyone expected them to dominate the group. It wasn't the case. But they also didn't lose. The draws really came into play a huge role in the beginning for Saudi Arabia, but then they won their last 3 rounds. So they're looking good. Second place, we expected them to be number 1, but overall, really fun action out of Group A.
Yeah, we talked about how interesting it is to have a best of 2. It's not a tournament format that you see a whole lot of, but there's so much value, so much interest even in the draws in this matchup. And we've had some really big draws that have really set the tone for Group A. Anyone that jumps off the top of your head, any match that you weren't quite expecting to turn out? For me, it's England-Germany.
Yeah, or England-Saudi Arabia.
I think that kind of set the tone.
Yeah.
The England-Saudi Arabia match, we're all, you know, Johnny Boy, he obviously critical of England.
He loves England.
His
favorite country.
Yeah, I'm sure. But, you know, we were expecting Saudi Arabia to come out and dominate that matchup. But England, I believe they shut them out. They dominated that first game, ended up getting the draw. And that set the tone for Group A. And we saw so many matchups where we're thinking, okay, surely this is going to be one-sided. But they end up splitting.
I think the thing for me is that the Netherlands, like the huge surprise
yeah.
how well they've been playing and being able to maintain the pace that they did throughout the whole round robin, has me looking at Group B a lot differently than what I was at the start of the tournament. I think specifically the United States of America might have a shot here in this Group B where nobody else is going to give them that shot. We do have a shot.
We got a chance.
We got a chance.
Well,
Don't give me
break
hope.
that down for me, though. You're telling me that there's some stuff to watch out for in Group B that you're aware of now, thanks to Group A. What would those elements be?
I think the main thing is just the chaos of like the stage down there and facing everybody. It's just a different vibe, a different environment for a lot of the players. You know, they have a lot of LAN experience, but not like this. This is definitely a little different. And best of twos is like, you know, we've talked about it on the desk. Like a lot of teams need time to start gelling, to start getting a team downloaded. And when you don't have that time, it just creates a lot of chaos in the format.
And so I think, you know, after watching Group A play out, I put a decent chunk of stock in teams like Brazil and Chile. I was like, hey, you know, wild card, you know, upset. But now I'm like, no, those guys play to win. And playing to win is very good in best of 2. So I like their chances a lot more after I've seen round A play out.
All of this is going to color our interpretations of Group B as we kick it off. But to start things, let's bring out our teams and head down to the stage with Veracity.
That is right. Group A is done and dusted. We've seen overtimes, we've seen upsets, and we've seen competition aplenty. But it is finally time for us to introduce our Group B teams. First up, we have Team Argentina. Representing them, we have AJG, Unbroken, Misery, and Paquitas. The force to be reckoned with, it is France. With Zen, Batira, Monkey Moon, and Farah, the crowd are loving this team. welcome to the stage, Morocco. Itachi, Nas, Jolly, Safi, and Yekatuke. Magic Bear Cheese, Torment, and Raw Bread. Our next team is Turquia. With Zigot, Loralee, JZM, and Anek. Welcome to Chile! Representing the flag, it is Razebull, Davitrox, Pan, and Groval. Portugal! Rafa, Beyond, Vadi, and Order. Good luck and have fun. The final team from Group B, it is Brazil. Jan, Lost, Drafino, and STL. Boy, oh boy, what a group this is. Now, Group B have had the opportunity to tune in and check out how all of our Group A teams did. Have they used this opportunity to their benefit to max and relax? Or is pressure going to get the better of them? What do we think, Desk? Who's going to rise to the top?
Who will indeed? I just saw 8 pumped-up teams enter that stage, and they're all looking equally strong from here before we get in the game, but I know that you guys have lots of experiences with these teams, these players as individuals, and I'd like to know, taking a look at their faces as they walked into the arena, Jorby, which team looked most ready?
I gotta say, I love Razebull's energy coming in for Chile, and I got a chance to handshake with Razebull a little earlier today. Firm handshake. I have to say that bodes well for Chile.
Oh, that does. Uncommon in the gaming sphere.
Authoritative. But I look at, we just saw France there for a second, and Pharaoh rightfully so admiring his visage behind him. And they were a team that was like, hey, we're out here and anything less than a title is completely unacceptable. France is well aware that they are the region that is currently at the top of the Rocket League sphere. And they say, hey, this should be ours, and we're going to make it ours. And that's a team that doesn't speak of, we're going to come in here and just, for lack of a better term, laissez-faire,
I think they want that target on their back, too. I think they enjoy that kind of heat and that kind of attention on them because, it's fine. You want to come after the best, we are the best. That's exactly the kind of pride and the attitude that France always has.
Yeah.
Yeah, James Bond, same question to you. Taking a look at these teams here, well we got some players in Chile here. Who would stand out to you?
For me, Razebull, 100%. Razebull, we've seen him come over and compete in North America on complexity. He's dominated in South America. He is such a talented player, and I'm really excited that we get to see them right out of the gate. This is a Chile team that I think really is a threat to make top 4, make it into the quarterfinals, and we've seen teams have that synergy, that boost from representing their country. Perhaps this Chile team can really make some fireworks happen.
Yeah, he really seems excited. I think a Razebull that's feeling good is dangerous. It's been a while since we've seen him on land. Complexity moved back to South America. They met a lot of competition. in RLCS, and so weren't able to make those lands. And Razebull's one of the most electric land players that we have ever seen. The fact that we've been missing him for a while, and now we have him for the FIFAe World Cup, I think is something special. And I agree with you, James. I think Chile are absolutely a threat to take it, but I can't talk about this group without talking about Brazil. And Brazil are, you know, kind of on a downswing a little lately. But Yan is still Yan. Lost is still lost. Drufo is still Drufo. Dr. Ufi, as Jordan would call him. And all the South American teams in this group, I think, is just going to make it even more chaotic.
Oh, yeah. But there's so many interesting teams to look at, especially Morocco. Morocco, you know, we see all these French teams have a sprinkling of Moroccans in there, and they're all so good. But now we get to see them all playing together, which I am really excited about at Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, Morocco is a team that a lot of people coming into this tournament rated very highly. And that being said, it's nice to say that, like, oh, they're going to do well. It's another thing for them to go out there and actually do it. I mean, you can look at teams like France and be like, oh, okay, they're definitely going to
It's a team that on paper should be excellent.
Yeah, but the on-paper stuff, as we've learned, is rarely the way we want it to go.
That's true. And you know what, Chiefs? I'm glad you brought up paper. Because paper don't mean anything when you're talking about USA and who's representing this country. Reddles, Magic Bear, and Cheese. Now look, Spaceman and Corelli are not here to pump these guys up, but do you know how many Game 5s, how many close nail biters that they've had to cast up?
There's no Game 5s in this format, though, so what's going to happen?
That's my point, James, is that they always take the lead in those series, and then it ends up sneaking back up, and I'm just saying, best of twos.
Maybe they were built for this format.
If Netherlands can be at the top after the first round of round robin, US of A, the whole group is open.
It's over.
It's open.
That's bold. I don't hate it, but it's bold.
There they are now. That's USA.
That's right.
I'm so excited.
That's Reynolds, the new Captain America.
The new, wow.
Too early, Jordy. Too early.
Okay, let's pass the torch. It's official.
Okay.
Okay. Don't be too
I didn't hear about that official torch pass, but I'll trust you on that. But no, I really am excited to see how this group shapes up, especially after all the chaos in Group A. I think Group B, it really is going to be wide open. And all eyes are going to be on Team France. You know, Saudi Arabia was the group favorite. Team France, not only the group favorite, but in my opinion, the tournament favorite to win this whole thing. So we're going to really get a good idea of how these other teams in Group B stack up to France and, you know, get a sense of, does this environment really lend itself to upsets? Will France dominate or will they not?
We get Zen and Monkey Moon on the same team.
Yeah, that's so cool to see.
Just absolutely ridiculous achieves.
And apart from, you know, all your superstars, Group B has some complete wild cards.
Yeah.
No idea what we're going to get from teams out of like Portugal or Turkey. And we're kind of like, yo, you've been on the outside of looking in at the various regions of the RLCS that you play in, and you try and look at what they've done. It's like, okay, they've played a bunch of like small scale like community tournaments, but you come out here, you get a shot to represent your country. You get to play against literally the best players in the world. Okay, show us what you can do. You have nothing to lose.
Yeah, taking a look now at Argentina, there's so many teams here that were assembled on behalf of their nation, and the way they each came together, a little bit different for each team. Taking a look at Argentina, though, what can you tell me about these players, Jordan?
Well, the centerpiece of this team is absolutely AJG. You know, AJG, I think the last prominent memory that a lot of fans have of him is him missing the game-winning shot against Zen's Vitality in the upper bracket at LAN, where they would have knocked them down into lowers
with Razebull.
Exactly. Razebull AJG, an absolutely legendary combo in North America, and he kind of fell off. And then AJG kind of disappeared for a little bit, and he just popped out of the woodwork like a jack-in-the-box, and here he is. I'm very excited to see him play.
I'm so glad he was locked in and didn't have to hear, like, you know, just any sort of stressful
thanks for
stuff
reminding me of that, Jorby.
I don't know how much he would have understood.
But for his teammates, he's got Unbroken and Misery. Misery's played on True Neutral in RLCS, and he's kind of been on the cusp of breaking out in the South American region. Up-and-coming player, young kid, so a lot to prove in that sphere. Unbroken's played for a few seasons now in the RLCS, and he's been solid but not exceptional. So earning a spot to play for your country is pretty big for him.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this carries over the Greater Rocket League season into the community. Will this be a new format, this nation format, that people really are excited about, James Bott?
I think so. I think already it's proven to be quite entertaining. It's excellent, I think, you know, to have a format that's a breath of fresh air. And also, I think one thing I was going to say, too, is we were looking at Argentina, looking at Brazil. These South American teams, we've seen it before, even when they were the new region into the RLCS, they came out and played fearless. And I think, with the way this format is, those 2 quick games, that fearless play style is going to put you at an advantage if that is how you play day in, day out, on LAN, online. It's going to be helpful for them.
The entire region is just so passionate. I'll never forget South America's burst onto the scene back in Season 7, and they just took it to teams where nobody was expecting it. They challenged every single ball. They were flying at supersonic, and people were like, oh, these guys aren't scared at all. And just to, really emphasize what you were talking about, James, South America never really let their foot off the gas.
Yeah, it only got better. It's that confidence. And we've seen the confidence pay off so much in Group A. So we'll see if it's going to be the same in Group B. Excited to see it.
Well, what could you guys tell me about the age range of these players? Because just as we're panning over these teams, I feel like we're seeing younger, we're seeing older players, especially after looking at Group A, which seemed pretty consistent across the board. But, nobody's face really tells the whole story, Jorby.
Yeah, I mean, in the early days of Rocket League, when everything was kind of new and the skill ceiling wasn't as high as it is now, those players kind of got overtaken pretty quickly. So you saw older players kind of get phased out early. But guys like Monkey Moon, who have been around since really the start of the 2020s and has been a top player for 4 years, which was previously unheard of in Rocket League. And you see a lot of players like Monkey Moon hang on to that. You do see new players come up like Zen, who really was kind of in and then out and then back in his journey. He has one of the most interesting journeys in all of Rocket League, to be honest with you, to becoming known as the greatest player in the game, which Monkey Moon took back from him. But, that's the fun part about them playing together, though. It's like 1A and 1B.
Oh, yeah. And then, also can't forget about Vatira as well, that young queso team that busted onto the scene. And
feels like forever ago.
Yeah, it does. But he's still quite young as well. But you do have those veterans sprinkled in as well. But
your veterans are like 20 years old.
Yeah, 22. 2022 is the veteran age usually. But then you do have players like J Naps, got a little more seasoned.
24. Yeah. a little extra seasoning. Yeah, just a couple of years.
And you know what? He's still pretty good for 24.
He's pretty good for 24.
Another guy that's getting up there in age that I still think is pretty good is Reddles, and he is actually here. And
he is here.
I'm telling you, man, this USA team, I love the passion. I love this team. We haven't talked a lot about them. I'm just saying.
But now the fact you've hyped them up so much means
what do you mean so much? I barely got started.
That's the problem.
He's locked and loaded, Jorby. We got some runway. You want to hit people with some USA.
To be honest, they're going to have a huge test right out of the gate. They're playing Morocco round 1. And I saw a tweet from, I think it was from the FIFA E account, with Johnny Boy ranking all the teams.
Yeah.
And he's not alone when you're ranking Morocco up there near, at S tier, or even if you put them in high A tier. This is such a good team. I think they are the favorite in that matchup against Team USA. So if Team USA can get a result, even a draw, I think that is going to be an excellent sign for them moving forward into these next 2 days of the group stage.
Yeah, we've seen how much draw momentum in Group A really helped a lot of those teams at the top. You get some of your hardest opponents out of the way with not a loss, but that's fine, not a win. And then you're free to cruise through the rest of your group here. You think that's likely for these boys?
I'll tell you after the USA match. How's that?
Likely, I'm
not so confident
sure.
Morocco.
No, I like Morocco. I think they're a dark horse.
You're like, I
could be good
first.
But that's exactly what I was talking about. James and I hit on earlier. They're great on paper. Paper tells a really, really good story.
Wait. What do you mean Morocco are great on paper?
They are great on paper.
They're great on the field, too.
Well,
I understand that, but they've never played together. That's my point.
Yeah, you can bring superstar players together and it not work out. We've seen it in many sports, esports. Just because you have 3 great players doesn't mean you have one great team. And I think that's why this event is so special as well. We are getting to see the players who many people think are the best in their nation, who are not necessarily teammates, form up to try to represent their country and claim total victory. So Morocco, I think maybe more than any other team, is the team that people are looking at being like, all right, these players don't play in a team, but if my calculations are correct, they could win it all.
I just love some insight, too, into how these teams came together, how much time they had to prepare and synergize as a trio, especially for Morocco, Jorby.
Yeah, I mean, for Morocco, definitely needs some of that time to gel together. Zen and Monkey Moon for Team France, they've actually been playing a lot of 2s together, so
nice.
they've been developing a lot of that synergy. This team right here, though, they've been a team. On Furia, in the regular season, but here at the World Cup representing Brazil have been the best in Brazil. Have always been the top seed that goes. There was only one time they weren't the top seed coming out of South America. At one point, it looked like they could even be the best in the world. I do think they took a step back or two over the last 6 months. But Yan is still Yan.
Yeah, and you can't forget, they came over and gave North America a lot of trouble, too. NRG missed out on some opportunities because they could not beat
I know you felt a lot.
I remember that. I'll never forget that. So, this Furia team now representing Brazil has given me plenty of nightmares because of how good they are. And Yan on land. That's what we love to see. Yan on land.
Man.
He is. So can he bring it, though, when he's representing his country?
Well, with a team that you've seen so many matches from, like Furia, you've seen them trip up too. What is it that makes them stumble?
It's their full belief, their passion. They ride the highs, but they also ride the lows, and that's kind of emblematic of their country. That's Brazil in a nutshell. Just that passion that I at least identify so much with, and that's part of what made me fall in love with that team so much. And you can see it, especially when they're playing well, is like that energy hits you, and they're just shouting and they're feeling it. Like you feel that reverberate through you. It's so infectious. And when you ride in that kind of high and you have that kind of full belief in yourself, and you literally are that man, I mean, it just makes those painful moments that much more painful because you do have that belief in yourself.
Yeah, that is hard now. And taking a look at, we're still looking at Turkey over there.
For a second, yeah. We're on USA back. We're back to USA.
USA!
Torment's luscious locks.
Stripes on the sleeves. I don't have my glasses on. The monitor's far away. But those are my USA boys. Jorby.
That's right.
Those are boys.
That's right. You see that guy over there on the phone?
Tell me stories about that guy.
Torment's a legend, right? Absolute legend on the pitch.
World
But the
champion.
guy right next to him, one of the most passionate men in the community, Raw Greg. Raw Greg has been coaching up this Red Hills Magic Bear Cheese team for a while. Salute to you, good sir. He is absolute joy to talk to. He loves talking the game of Rocket League. This man is absolutely passionate about the scene, about the sport. Five of these guys were so excited to get the opportunity to represent their country here on the international
Yeah, I think
stage.
passion is the perfect word to describe the Team USA. They actually had to fill in last second due to some situations with the previous invited team for USA. So they got an opportunity late in the game, and they pounced on it. Like, they are just talking with them. I did have an opportunity to talk with them in the player lounge, and they were so honored to be able to represent the USA and so excited about this opportunity. And I hope that fire spreads over here to the stage, honestly.
Well, how does that manifest in them? How have you seen this passion really come to life in them?
Work ethic. Absolute work ethic. They are grinders through and through. They believe that we can get better always. Like, they have down moments, they don't get down on themselves. They just go back and they get back to work. And to me, that is just something that is so, it's just so, you just want to root for them.
Yeah,
they're so easy to root for, Jay.
I don't live in their comms, but I have had the opportunity through like Gold Rush and Solo Queue, some various events where I've been on LAN with Cheese and with Magic Bear, and they are two of the kindest people. Like, they are so gentle, so kind. And like, I feel like in terms of camaraderie and teamwork, like off the field, like they're just solid dudes. Like, they're not going to get upset. They're not going to have the passive aggressive size. They're going to be putting 100% positive effort into everything that they do, and I think that can put them over the top, especially when you have, best of twos.
Oh, that positivity is a great reason to cheer for them, too. You can see teams really get frustrated, fall apart. You wonder if that's what's going on. We don't get an opportunity to listen to all the comms. But if you can support each other through these tough times, like we said, tomorrow, we run these groups back again, start to finish. Every team plays all the other teams once again. So you got to hold on to your mental. You got to hold together as a team. And as we take a look at the schedule here, you got to prepare yourself because this is a marathon. And taking a look at our first matches that we're going to see in Group B, it starts with a bit of a pistol.
Yeah, Portugal and Chile. Chile definitely the favorite there again. Portugal, total wild card.
Yeah.
The world is their proverbial oyster in that matchup, and I'm very curious to see what they bring to the table. And of course, you got to close out with definitely the largest amount of fireworks possible, I think. Brazil and France certainly likely.
Those are bangers. Brazil, Morocco, Brazil, France.
I mean, Brazil, France has turned into a real rivalry. Like, those two countries, genuinely in Rocket League, it is a rivalry. Those fan bases and the players.
They've exchanged words.
They do. What I love about it between what was Furia and Vitality and what is now Brazil and France is that there is mutual respect. They respect each other. They leave all the trash talk. They leave all the passion on the field, on the stage, and then respect off of the field and off of the stage. And to me, that's what makes the rivalry turning into something that really is quite special in Rocket League.
Now I'm excited. Is there a team that doesn't do that? Who takes it to the streets, Jorby? I have a new favorite team. Just tell me who they are.
All right. Everyone knows that I love Brazil, but they do that to other teams sometimes.
I was
They take it a
gonna say,
little
what
too
are you
far.
talking about?
Let's do it.
They respect France because of Zed. Okay, that's why. But
too
other
good.
teams, they're like,
not
no,
fair.
we want to put you in the dirt. But you gotta kind of respect that attitude a little bit. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you swing hard and
bit
they
of
swing
moxie.
back at you. So it's a lot to go into a battle with. And I keep describing these things as battles, these matches, but they are. They're exploding each other. We saw a lot of demos. We saw a lot of interesting strategies kind of come out from our players in Group A. Anything that you guys have a sense of that people can keep in their back pocket, strategy-wise, interest-wise, maybe changing up how they usually play to throw off these teams that have a lot of information on them?
I think take risks. I think, it's like if you're in a situation where, you can either be conservative and try to stay in net to block the shot, or just trust your teammates and go for that mid boost or something like that. Play a little riskier. I'm a fan of that in these situations where people tend to be more nervous, and it does seem like with that added pressure of playing for your country, players are more nervous. And I think that's why we're seeing the results that we have been. So if you can master those nerves, play a little bit riskier, high risk, high reward, I think it'll pay off.
Yeah, let's talk about what they're playing for. Again, let me remind you all of our incredible prize pool. We've got a lot of money on the line here. That's when you see teams who are even at the bottom are still fighting so hard to stay any level up they can get, because big difference in prize money here, $50,000 all the way at the top. Got to be a nice little take home from your trip to Saudi.
Healthy chunk of change for sure. And you can't be disappointed because, you got to go out there and play a heck of a show for a bunch of people who really care about it. And the FIFAe World Cup is an awesome opportunity. And to say, hey, we'll pay you for it as well is the nice cherry on top.
Yeah, I think that, the prizing is obviously nice. The players want that prizing, right? I think you nailed it. Achieves, the pride, the national pride that a lot of these teams were like, I just want to jump and play in a World Cup for Rocket League. Like, that's amazing. And the fact that we have all those teams that just want to be there to represent their nations, just to get the pride, just to do that for their fans from their countries.
I mean, yeah, Joy said, it's like it's a dream. Wearing this kit, representing your country is a dream that you have since you're a kid. I mean, who doesn't dream of representing their country? So, it is something special.
Yeah.
Well, it's special to represent your country, but there's also a hard aspect to it. We've divided everybody up to represent their nations. That means we've split some established teams. Let's head on over to CJ and check out how our players are feeling. Content piece, rather, about how our players are feeling about facing off against former and current teammates.
Being on the same team as Torment, after all these years, I've competed against him since I was 14. And, finally being on the same side as him, it's a lot of fun.
I'm playing with Atto and Compact. Never played with both of them, just against. Both players have very good potential, so it's pretty cool to have them with you and not against you this time.
I won my first RLCS regional with Joreus actually, and got a top 3 with Mike Boy. So that's always nice to play with them again. I mean, you also got chemistry from the past, so that works as well. When you first start scrimming again.
My history of Rise kind of speaks for itself. We've won LANs together, won regionals. Probably one of my most successful teammates I've played with. And it's nice to, be back in the environment and the boot camps and stuff, being able to talk and play with him like I used to. Archie, I've only started playing with recently on Oxygen. They're both like brothers to me in different ways, and it's nice to have them both together with me. It makes you feel very comfortable.
The synergy is very, very good. We actually did not practice a long time before the event because everyone within the team was focused with their own club. But since we are together, we actually had a boot camp in Clairefontaine. Things clicked as soon as it started.
Every coach has their own little spin on the game. So to hear Torment's POV a little bit, because, I've been with Greg and Kev, our 2 coaches for a couple of years now. So to have, another hand in the playbook, it's nice. Because there are, only so much players that haven't been on the field can see. So it's nice to kind of have his point of view on that.
Everyone is behind the idea of representing your country, so there is no worry that there's going to be any bad blood or bad feeling. And I think especially with the French community, everyone is kind of close to each other, and the teams there, after each season they swap, there is changes. Everyone kind of plays with each other, so I think everyone is good friends with everyone pretty much.
Me, Atto and Compact are really
friend before being teammate for the Belgium team. So we have a good mood. It's not that we're discovering each other as a person, as a player. We all know each other for years. So it's easier to build like a synergy or just a friendship.
I think we're all working together. There's no rivalry. On the RLCS pitch, we of course try to beat each other, but we're representing our country here, so I don't think that counts. We all got a separate playstyle. I've been playing this game for 9 years, I think, so I don't think they can easily steal my playstyle.
I may have to keep some of the strats away from Torment. We may have to keep him out of the book a little bit, but it's been good.
I'm not worried about Rice stealing my strats, no, to be honest. I think we work well together and we bounce off each other well, so we'll be fine.
It's difficult to say that we're stealing their strat because Rocket League is not about really strats, but I'm taking notes.
Hearing these players discuss each other like this, I have to wonder, have you heard the players talk about their relationships with each other in such a way before, Jorby?
I mean, Reddles and Torment, they've been on opposing sides so many times that it's really funny to hear him be like, we're going to keep a couple of things close to the chest. I'm like, he's right behind you, bro. I don't know what you're going to hide from.
What are you keeping away, man? You can hear the comms.
But I mean, it's great. Like, you hear players talk about, I've been playing this game for 9 years, and like so many of these players have been around for that long that they have developed those relationships, and you have legends who are coaches now. You have legends that are still playing the game, and teams that have like switched around, and like everyone's kind of played with each other within their own regions. So like you just ended up developing that kind of camaraderie with each other. It becomes easier to gel with new players because you've kind of been there, done that. You have that experience with those players. So it's really cool to see. Really fun to hear.
This is the first FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League. Hopefully, it's not the last. And with all these players, you can't just roster change someone out of your country, right? They're developing friendships, and this hopefully could be long-term partnership. As players representing their country anytime they get the call. I was so happy to see this opportunity for players to represent their nation, but now they're here. They're hopefully going to be able to play with each other for years to come. So this is going to be really fun to watch those friendships develop, but also how they play together, just getting to see that develop as well.
That's what I appreciate about you, James. That's a very long view, and that's good. That's good.
Sometimes you got to take that far, look past the short term.
That's great.
Well, there's a long future ahead for Rocket League, and especially as you're talking about some of these new players that we're seeing joining these teams, showing up, starting to make a name for themselves at a huge tournament like this. How do they integrate into the new community, and how does Rocket League welcome new top-tier players?
It depends on the region. I mean, like, you look at France, and France kind of built their own ecosystem of players. They helped develop new talent, and that's why we see some new cracked French kid come out of nowhere and dominate everybody. There's going to be another one coming soon. Just wait.
Just wait.
Like, certain communities just have that kind of camaraderie, and you even see that in expansion regions like South America that kind of have that same thing. Everyone's kind of in it together, and there's, obviously, like, there's always going to be people you don't like. There's always going to be people you don't really gel with, but I do think it's kind of region dependent on how much of a community you do form. And like some of the regions that have seen a lot of success, or countries like France, I mean, I think you see the benefit of that kind of collective mentality.
It definitely seems like it's different culturally, because you do see that in France. They're all so tight together. They're hosting LANs, competing against one another. And then, I've seen other countries, other regions where they'll strategically not play and strategically not develop those up-and-comers so that they can keep their spot at the top of the food chain. So it's interesting to see it, but I think how France as a nation approaches Rocket League and how their community is developed really lends itself well to something like this. And now we'll see if they shine. This is their opportunity. This is their platform. We know their professional teams in RLCS can do well, but how will they do with that extra pressure of representing their nation?
Well, I'm glad to hear that the competitive community is so welcoming. I know you as talent really set that trend, and I know we've got CJ down on the floor to talk to some other players, these from Team Morocco.
I'm here with Sathiou, coach of Morocco. Definitely for the first time we've spoken today. What are the excitement levels coming into this event for you?
Yeah, no, I'm incredibly excited. It's just a whole different vibe from what I usually do, so it's new experience, so it's always exciting.
Obviously coaching Morocco, you're not here with the G2 boys that you used to. How different is that for you here at the FIFAe World Cup?
It's definitely different. They have their own tendencies that my guys don't, and they play very differently. They see the game differently. Europeans just play a naturally different Rocket League game, but they still do a lot of good things that my guys do as well. So it's not like it's a foreign language, but it's a little different.
And obviously with this format, with the group stage, playing everyone twice, how much is today, I guess, just feeling out the other teams and adjusting for tomorrow?
I'd say that's pretty much exactly what it is. Today is the feeler. Tomorrow is like actually reviewing and then going at them again and probably having the true matchup. So it's just feel, get as many points as you can, and set yourself up for a good position tomorrow.
And the biggest talking point, you guys taking on Team France, you got Brazil obviously as well. I mean, how much have you guys been focusing on those two?
They were always going to be the focus in this group. We've had little prep time, so we don't have too much footage on them yet, but today will help us with that. So we'll have a better idea of kind of what we need to focus on against them for tomorrow.
And the kits look good too. You're looking pretty sharp in the red and green.
Yeah, I mean, red and green all the way, baby. Let's get it.
Awesome. Well, let's go Morocco. Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm so glad CJ said it to him, because I don't know how to bring it to Netherlands. This might be my actually new favorite kid. They look so good. What do you guys think?
All I'm saying is genius move from Team USA to put Sathiou in there as the sleeper agent to take down Morocco.
I don't think so. He's not like that. You know, it is one of those things of like, what is this polar bear doing in Texas kind of thing? But
that's an odd place for a polar bear to be.
Exactly.
But, you know, Sathiou is like very well respected in the community, a player once himself, and a phenomenal coach. Like, I talked with him several times about about the way he coaches, and I think the way that he coaches is actually very good to, you know, he doesn't overanalyze you. He doesn't overanalyze his players. He's like, you know what, you do this, this, and this well, do this differently, and you're good. And I think having that kind of direction helps actually get your team where you want them to be. It helps your team believe in you, because I think that's the hardest part for coaches in general in Rocket League.
Oh yeah,
is actually getting your players to respect you.
Yeah.
It's been the hardest thing for a lot of coaches. Sathiou has transcended that, and he's earned that respect. Case in point, Morocco were like, come coach us, which is crazy to me. I mean, respect to you, Sathiou.
Oh,
And Morocco.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
he's available. Hey, come on.
We take it.
Well, I think we've evenly gassed up all the teams now, so we can reduce our focus to the two teams that we're going to see starting off Group B. It's going to be a match between Portugal and Chile, so let's check out these two teams a little bit closer. I'd love to know, Achieves, exactly what you know about Portugal, about Chile.
So Portugal is made up of 3 players who've placed, again, sort of like Turkey, some relatively small-scale community tournaments. One guy has been like EU bubble player, but not like making Swiss stage or anything like that. But they make, you know, top 128s, the occasional top 64. So they're familiar with competition. It's a matter of scale for Portugal here, you know. So they're, I hate to say it, likely, you know, going to be in the same spot as like Australia or, you know, South Africa found themselves earlier.
I think you're giving a little disrespect to Australia there.
I can give a little disrespect where I want. They're at the bottom of the group.
They haven't won a game yet.
Yeah.
So
I get it.
So I'm with the Chiefs here. I think Portugal has a lot to prove.
Yes.
A lot to prove. And Chile, I think they have the star power of Raise Bull. And when you think about aggression and playing fearlessly, to me, one of the players that pops up first in my mind is Raise Bull. He's like literally a bull in a china shop when you put him out there on the field. He is so dangerous anywhere. If he's got boost, he's on the wall, coming off the ceiling. Any mechanic that you can think of, he can pull off. He is the threat. He is the player to watch on the pitch.
That's El Toro, man. He is absolutely electric to watch. But, you know, I think the fun part about Chile is that it's not just a one-man army over here. They got 2 really solid players. I'm especially excited to see Misery Achieves.
That's Argentina.
Oh, Argentina, sorry, not yet. Getting it mixed up in my head there.
You may be thinking of Pan.
I'm excited to see Pan on land.
One thing that is
Pan on
interesting
land.
is that we have a keyboard player.
Yes.
Not
Full
keyboard and mouse, just keyboard.
Full
Davey Trox
keyboard.
just plays with the keyboard. Got 2 hands on it. I've seen players do that before. Yummy Cheese Man actually plays that way as well. So I have seen it, and that's Pan right there. Repping the kit. Pan, if you've been following him on Twitter, on X, he is so pumped to be here. He's so pumped to be able to represent his country, and I love seeing that.
There's been so many times in South America where Pan has gotten close to qualifying for LAN. Like, he has gone through so many different teams, and now he finally
plays a lot of top 8s.
Yeah, he gets to represent Chile now on the international stage. Such a huge moment for him. And Davitrox, who has also gotten that close with Pan.
Well, let's take a closer look at Team Chile.
I'm Pan, a Rocket League player from Chile. I think it's such a dream for everyone. And we talked about this like maybe 4 years ago with Raceball and Davitrox, and we said like it would be crazy if there exists a LAN and which you have to represent your country against the best players in the world. And now we're here, so it's like a dream coming true. I'm just grateful for the opportunity. I think that I deserve it because I worked so hard for many years to get into here. I think this is the time where I need to show the world what am I supposed to do. I think we can be one of the best countries in the world in this tournament, so we need to show that up.
So many players coming here with the intention to show their stuff, to show what their nation can field in the field of Rocket League. Chile, we talked a lot about what an incredible team they have built for this.
Yeah, show a little love.
Yeah, the national pride's there. And also, I hope we get more of the heart rate monitor graphs. I want to see that, especially in this matchup. You've got Portugal, the underdogs here, going up against
Look
Chile.
at them hyping them up.
And I am curious to see what the chat votes. Like, are they?
How much respect do they get?
Yeah, which way are they going to go?
Oh, obviously they're going to go El Toro. Come on now.
But how much?
I'll say 80%.
Ooh, all right.
Ooh.
A little less, but
yeah, almost there.
It's not a bad split there for Portugal. And we talk about maybe the potential of an upset. The Netherlands identified themselves as underdogs, and they did quite well in their group.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Portugal is on the same level as Netherlands. You do have, a legend. Jory is on that team, and Portugal, as the Chiefs had said earlier, they don't have a lot of scale when it comes to that LAN experience.
But perhaps Chile could be what the Netherlands is. I think Chile is one of those teams where you're thinking, if they play really well, they could make top 4, and that's kind of how we felt about the Netherlands. And they came out and ran the table for this first round of the round robin. So we'll see if Chile can really step up.
Yeah, if it comes to confidence, as you said before, they've got it in spades.
Or at least it seems like it.
Yeah, every time the camera pans over, they've got it. I don't know what
the aura's just there, right?
The aura's radiating.
It is.
Someone's making it up here. I could use some of that, guys.
I really think that's part of why everyone loves Raceball, because he's not only like that sitting there in the chair, then you watch him play in game, you're like, dude, this guy is electric. I mean, he's one of my favorite players of all time.
Well, we're talking about USA and how great the attitudes are. Great attitudes there from the coaches to the players. Lots of smiling, lots of great communication. And that does go far in a competitive game like Rocket League.
Oh, yeah. And you see all that hype from Chile back there is coming from their coach, Groval. He's back there like, yeah, let's go. Come on, guys, let's do this. So, you're finding the aura. It usually comes in some type of supporting role. Yeah, sometimes the players go bring it out, but that's got to be in the moment, hey, we're crushing them, let's do that. And it takes a concerted effort when we're outside of that immediate impact type of situation to keep a team amped up like that. And Portugal, I am fascinated to see what happens, because you talked about the potential for upsets. The upset here is a draw. That's the big upset. If you take anything here as Portugal, that's a huge win for you.
Yeah, goals indicator, or potentially a draw would be huge for this team. And I wonder, we're talking a lot about these players learning each other over the course of the tournament. The coaches learning each other. Perhaps Portugal might be picking up something over the course of the day, seeing the other successful coaches. Anything here could change the vector of their trajectory. So, Portugal, if they can get it together, what would that one element be?
Stop Raceball at all costs.
Okay.
Challenge him
You gotta
immediately.
put a lot in front of the
I don't
bull
care
to
if you
try
have
to
no
shop.
boost and you're way far off. Just go. Get him.
Gotta take it off him. Can't let him do it to you.
Don't let El Toro do it to you again.
This is looking to be an incredible matchup. Portugal, Chile, starting off Group B. Both teams come with so much to offer, and both teams are looking to start things off on a win that might give them the momentum to make it all the way to the top of the group later on today. Let's send it down to the casters and find out how it goes.
It's the opening match in Group B. It's Portugal versus Chile. Chile coming into the group favourites in their opening match. Portugal with their first big international appearance. This is going to be huge for these young players.
Oh yeah, this is a really exciting opportunity. And of course, this is just the start of Group B. They've been waiting all day for this. So you know that the energy is really high. Everybody's kind of just being let loose for the first time here.
Yeah, they've been waiting around, watching the action in Group A. Chile, of course, the favourites here. They're not favourites to qualify out of this group, but I think they're just on the other side of the line looking at USA, thinking, you know what? That spot would look pretty good in our hands, to be honest. So this is a must-win for Chile if they're going to make a push to make it into playoffs. They need to win this 2-0. As for Portugal, much like South Africa and Australia in Group A, they're just trying to get points on the board, trying to represent their nation.
100%. I think right now Portugal's focus needs to be draws, in Chile, like you said, getting as many 2-0 wins as you can possibly to just try and upset and sneak your way into that top 4. And right now, first minute of gameplay through, couple shots taken here and there, but both teams defensively standing tried and true. Although this one could center itself. It's a shot just above. No follow-up though.
Well, I like what I'm seeing from Portugal early though. This is good stuff from them. They're confident and they've almost scored again. This is very surprising to see. Chile, mainstay players in South American RLCS. Of course, you all know Razebull, but even Davitrux and Pan, these guys are always making top 8s in South American RLCS, an incredibly stacked region. And they're getting the game taken to them. It's beyond with the opening goal. And what a start the youngsters from Portugal are having.
This is just pure confidence, and this is exactly what they needed coming into something like this. Like you said, Chile pretty much having mainstay RLCS players. You can't wait till the end of the event to say, hey, we're going to come in just giving it all we got. Portugal coming in, swinging from the fences.
It really is such an impressive playstyle that they're showing up with. I've seen a lot of teams in this kind of position Portugal are in come in with all the maybe too much respect for the team who they're up against, but they're just giving it everything. They're not holding back. They're not hesitating on the pitch. They're just full sending it to every ball they decide to go to, not getting stuck in no man's land. So if they keep up this momentum, they're going to really be a problem for Chile.
And interestingly, I saw a team bump from Chile, so I'm a little nervous for what's going on. They might also be a little discombobulated there. That's a great shot, but a better save by Vady. This one, again, sent off. Portugal doing a great job, though, of keeping the pressure consistent.
Yeah, they're looking for each other in the pitch as well. The passing has really been there. And, you know, we actually started off this game with almost a mid-air team pinch from Portugal to open the scoring. They opened the scoring with a more conventional goal. But, you know, the fact that they're coming out with this pace and this level of team play, it might explain why a Chronic team didn't qualify. You know, Chronic, the main player from Portugal's history in Rocket League, he was actually in the qualifier against this team, or signed up rather, but didn't play. Might have thought, I don't know if they decided to sub him out for that game, thinking that they were going to qualify without him. But looking at this Portugal team, I can see why they, you know, beat Chronic's team with a Chronic not actually on the pitch. These guys are legitimately starting off well. Oh, good bump. Davitrux gets the goal, but look at Razebull in lean, mean form off and on the pitch.
I was waiting to see Razebull kind of come alive a little bit on that one. And yeah, no, that bump at the end there, S tier. Nice little tie-up for Chile with just under 2 minutes to go here in game number 1. Off the kickoff, we're going to see who's going to be the first one to regain that control.
As we're tied up here, we can report that Argentina have a 2-1 lead over Brazil. That would be an upset if they can close that one out. 2 minutes to go. France 4-0 over Turkey and Morocco 2-0 over USA. So no upsets outside of the Argentina-Brazil match at the moment. But Portugal holding Chile to this close of a game is a surprise to myself. I'm sure it's a surprise for many of you watching. And they're looking to take the lead again, but you got to be careful infield passing to your third man.
There could have been a catch out on that one too. Vade had no boost and he was racing back to that corner. Thankfully it was wide for him. And now Portugal head on through to that orange side. Pan, no connect on that one. Could be a little interesting. Thankfully, there's a little bit of a lurk there from Razebull. No connect. The demo allows this one to go forward. 1 minute left on the clock. And it's a lot more pressure starting to come back from Chile.
Oh, a huge shot lanes finish by Razebull, 2-1 to the favorites. Portugal lost control, and Razebull just slams it straight in. No need to double that one. Perfect finish. And with 55 seconds to go, Portugal find themselves trailing for the first time in the tournament.
The question is, how do they respond to it, and how quickly can they respond? And I want to see it here. This one pinches back. And Rafa's going to take it. Low boost, going to have to leave it for Beyond. He does. Carries it down. That's a great touch there. Disruptive from Chile, which is what you like to see. This one almost passed as they're pushing forward. Chile, again, you got the 1-goal lead. You're just kind of holding on to it for now.
Oh my goodness. Everyone's been cleared out of defense. Luckily, Beyond's able to guide the ball across the box. We get into the final 30 seconds here. Still a respectable game for Portugal, but after securing the lead early and seeing it taken away from them, of course, they will not be satisfied with a competitive loss. Chile have the ball in the Portugal end, though. This is going to be a tricky position for them to get any kind of chance on target from. Vadi in reverse. He does get it off to the left for Rafa, but he's completely closed down. Pan now just has the ground to aim for, and he secures it. 2-1. Chile take game one in a much closer fashion than we expected.
Oh, for sure. I think a lot of people would have expected maybe like a 3-0-ish kind of area here, but I really liked what I saw from Portugal. It was a great jump, and that's what you need. You can't come into this with too much respect for opponents that you know are a little bit above you in certain situations, and that's exactly what they did, and I feel like that really carried them through that first game.
So it looks like round one of this group has been all about the favorites bouncing back. Chile bouncing back against Portugal to take the lead and then win the game. Brazil have done the same thing against Argentina as they trailed 2-1. Now they've won that game. Well, actually, they're winning 4-2. I shouldn't say 1. It's not over just yet, but they do lead by 2 goals with 7 seconds to go. And France and Morocco both getting pretty easy game 1 wins against Turkey and the USA respectively. Well, we can't say easy. Actually,
I was like, that's a crazy word to throw out there. Although
let's just say it wasn't close. 7-1 France over Turkey, 4-0 Morocco over USA. But, you know, they might have had to work very hard for those. I take back easy.
No, I definitely am with you on them. I definitely expected some of those ones, but I am interested to see if Portugal can turn this one into a draw, though. It's going to be a little bit different here. Off the rip, Davitrox gives Chile the lead.
Oh, what a fake by Razebull. He's faked out everyone. That is unbelievable. The flip reset fake and then the wave dash fake on the deck as well. He just had all of Portugal in a string there. 1v3 play by the Bull.
And back into the kickoff we go. Do they just rinse and repeat it? No, Beyond actually gets passed on kickoff here. Low boost, though, means it just gets sent right back. I expect a lot of bigger clears this time from Chile, if I'm going to be honest. Quicker follow-ups, that's what's happening here. Razebull carrying that one down over to Pen. You already see the quick turnaround, the shot on target, the demo. Nothing comes through, but not a bad attempt.
You know, Portugal shouldn't panic here. You know, they are inexperienced players, but that was a good game 1 from them against a tough Chile team. And now, in the second game, they've kind of just let go of their fundamentals. You know, it was a great double fake there by Razebull, faking out one player, faking out another player, but when you've got teammates behind you, as Portugal did there, you've got to play the ball, at least part of it. You can't be getting completely fake with a, you know, first man, second man challenge at this level. But of course, it's easy to say that, much harder to remember it when you're on the pitch and you're overthinking what Razebull's going to do.
Yeah, with Razebull in your face, you never quite know what to expect. That's a rough touch that goes out. Lost the control, means Razebull is going to send this one on over towards net. Easy save though for Beyond. Portugal still just trying to find their chance on back. Pen just keeping this in favor of the team. Davitrox down. Great pass over to Razebull. Double off the backboard? No.
Yeah, tough open net. I think Razebull was kind of in two minds there. Thought about just trying to drop the ball into the net immediately. And at the last second pulled away for the double tap, thinking it would be too awkward of a shot to finish. Proved to be too awkward to double as well. So potentially an open net, but definitely a difficult one that Razebull has been unable to secure.
Great pressure here, though. Gotta give the flowers to Chile. It never seems to let up, but defensively, Portugal have not let a single one of those shots through. They're just really waiting for their moment to break out and follow each other up. Low boost, though, means this one still stays blue side. Davitrox from the corner tries to make a center. Instead, it's a clear out to mid. And here comes Pan. Gonna get another touch to the side. Great intercept from Beyond.
Yeah, Beyond running out of boost, still able to get the ball middle, actually. Faddy running out of boost as well, but luckily for them, Chile weren't able to capitalize. But Chile are into the swing of things now. It took them a while to really warm up to this occasion. I don't know if they underestimated Portugal. I've got to admit, I definitely did. But Chile now really taking control of this match. They're keeping Portugal pinned back in defense. It's a tough position for a young team to be in. It's always more uncomfortable playing on the defensive end in Rocket League, but especially on LAN, under all the lights. And up against a team like Chile, with a player like Razebull especially. I'm interested to see what his heart rate is looking at when he's hitting double fakes on everyone.
Some part of me wants to think he's like Jorius and it's just gonna be cool and calm the entire way, and then other times I'm like, it's Archie vibes. It's all a front. We're getting spikes every 30 seconds, but we'll find out at the end there. For now, still a 1-goal lead here, less than 2 minutes to go. Pass from one end to the other as Razebull gets that mid boost. This could be really good for him to get around the defense. Instead, it's going to stay here in the corner.
So, favorite leading 1-0 here. I've got good news for you, Hart. USA lead 1-0 over Morocco. Just past half-time in Game 2 there. It would be a huge pickup of a draw there for USA if they could take down Morocco. One of the teams that's, you know, being touted as a dark horse to win this entire tournament. Definitely one of the strongest teams in Group B. No, just I say that, Drelly's equalized, so USA's got to go into it
again. I knew as soon as you told me you jinxed it, I've been avoiding looking at that screen. My eyes are so locked on Portugal right now. Honestly, I would love to see Portugal attempt to draw Chile. I think the fact that it's only 1-0 right now is good progress, unless this one finds its way through. Rafa and Vadi trying to push their way past the midline, but it's just impossible. Chile, it's man-to-man at this point. There's no getting past them. Finally, a breakaway as Vadi takes this one to the corner, completely denied again.
Well, you know, in one sense, it's discipline for Chile to just hold on to this 1-goal lead and keep the clean sheet, but in another sense, it's not bad for Portugal either, because if they can get a late goal here, then we're almost in overtime, and they do nearly get a late goal. The ball spills across the box. Rafa slams it. It's off the goalkeeper. Now Beyond with a shot, fakes it out. Razebull didn't get contact. Portugal are still coming forward. Beyond pre-flip center ball. Rafa looking for the pop. He gets intercepted.
Oh, that should have been it. Rafa just got caught off guard a little too far forward, but Vadi's trying to keep the pressure going. But Davitrox interrupting all the work they put in from the ceiling down to the ground. Might give them one more, but 6 seconds on the clock. One last attempt. Low boost as this one rolls back. It'll hit the ground. Chile get their 2 up.
So it's the expected series score, but really impressive from Portugal to play Chile this close. Chile, a team that we expect to be in the middle of the pack here, fighting for one of the bottom spots, making playoffs. But they really had to work for that one. Portugal with a very disciplined performance. We're going to hear from Chile, though. Veracity standing by.
Razebull, GG's, well played. Talk to me, coming into today, how did you and the team prepare for this series?
Nada, siento que fue una partida bastante difícil, o sea, fue la primera partida, así que estamos bastante ansiosos y nada, mucha suerte a los rivales y siento que nuestro equipo jugó muy bien.
We thought that they are a really good team, like they are really underdogs, but we played really great and we had like a really good series as a team.
Well, I'm super excited to see how you continue to perform throughout the rest of the tournament. Let's go ahead and check in on that Brazil and Argentina matchup. Spicy.
So we do still have more action here. Brazil 1-0 in the series and also 1-0 in Game 2 against the regional rivals. Argentina actually make that 2-0 loss. There's just a word as we transition to the match here. Argentina power ranked by most of us and most of the online community around about the same level as Chile. So they've played Brazil pretty close overall in this series, but the result does seem to be in the favor of the favorites.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't doubt that Brazil was going to do well by any means. I talked about this before the event even started. I personally have felt like any of the rosters that come in as a full OG RLCS roster are going to have a little bit more of a synergetic lead compared to most. But
yeah.
On another matchup, USA up by 2 to Morocco. 8 seconds left on the clock. Could potentially force a draw here.
They've done it.
They've done it.
That's huge. You know,
That's crazy.
That might not feel like much, you know, playing for a point, but USA taking a point off Morocco is a massive start for this team. We know that they've been taking this extremely seriously. They stepped up to play for the US national team at a moment's notice when the USA called them up. And they've started off by taking down one of the tournament favorites in Game 2. And that was off a blowout loss in Game 1. So what a regain by the USA. And that although they currently trail Chile in points, will feel like they've got an advantage with some easier teams to play later on today.
I think anytime a team like the USA comes into this, right now teams like Argentina, teams, like the USA that are all really fighting for that last 4th spot because it is so up in the air. That's a really important draw. But over here, still 2-0, Brazil up, less than 2 minutes to go, trying to turn it into 3 as Yan carries this one away. Not going to get past quite yet.
You know, that already convinces me that USA are the favorite to make it out of the group alongside the big three in the group being France, Morocco and Brazil. Argentina, Chile, USA are the next teams in line with Portugal and Turkey as the underdogs, but USA, they kind of put themselves as that, you know, 4th team in the group who are likely to make it out with a strong statement opener. We saw what can happen with a good opener in Group A. Netherlands were able to run away and take the lead in the group.
Great example.
It really is, you know, such an important thing to get your momentum early. You know, Saudi Arabia took a long time to get theirs. Once they got it, they kept winning.
Yeah, and also it's important to note that teams like Saudi Arabia, although they were drawing, you know, for the majority at the beginning of the day, towards the end, once they started to gain their momentum, they ended up in 2nd. So that's a good testament that those draws, when are needed and important, and I'm talking specifically for those top 3, so we're looking at France, you're looking at teams like Morocco, right, and Brazil. You want to make sure that if you can't get the 2-0, you draw them at the minimum.
Yeah, that'll feel like, you know, a win for sure. Like Argentina would feel like a win if they could draw this, but it's not happening. Brazil 3-0, 35 seconds to go. We can report as well that France, as we expected, are winning against Turkey fairly comfortably at 6-2 in Game 2 with 50 seconds to go over there. So, you know, well played to Turkey to get some goals on the tournament favorites.
No, it's definitely something you want, although some people might be like, oh, it's super disrespectful to be like completely going ham and going in. At the end of the day, there is the goal differential should there need to be a tiebreaker.
Exactly, yeah, you have to keep scoring because that is a tiebreaker. You know, goal differential, you don't want to lose out on, you know, seeding based on that, or even worse, lose out on qualification based on goal differentials. Leave nothing up to chance. I doubt we're going to, well, if teams forget about that, we might see some silly pre-jump goals, or even, you know, in other formats in Rocket League, you'll sometimes see own goals for fun. That should not be happening here in the group stage. AJG does get one back, though. And it's not just consolation. You know, that could be a goal differential difference later on. But Brazil win it 2-0 as they pick up a group, a win just like Chile and just like France, who have confirmed the win off stream as well. Let's hear from them as well. Veracity now standing by with Brazil.
Drafino, congrats are in order. Coming into this grudge match, did you think it would be such a dominant victory for you boys?
Yeah, I think so, because we play all the time against them on SAM, and normally it's easy, so we were pretty confident.
Well, your next opposition is going to be Team Turkey. How do you think you're going to face against them? You think it's going to be another 2-0?
We are pretty confident, yeah.
I like to hear it. Let's find out what the desk has to say.
Veracity, you're getting the juice. I love these quotes from these players, promising to 2-0 their next opponent. Will Brazil live up to it?
Does he know who it is?
Yeah. It's definitely, you know, those guys.
Okay. If he knows who it is and he says that, like, yeah, that's pretty baller. But if he just says it and then it's like, oh, we play France. Okay, my bad.
You know? Might be Turkey.
All right. Fair enough.
But taking a look at the highlights here, lots to look at, lots to admire, because Team USA is on the board, but later they have way more points. It's way cooler.
Well, I mean, you can't understate how important that is. I mean, we're talking about it, those
early draws that can really give a team momentum. So big result there for Team USA.
Big result is right, and Portugal put up a pretty decent fight against
started
Chile.
out pretty well, but
yeah.
in the end, Chile was able to pull ahead. And you saw Raisbull, he had an incredible fake. That was the end of that fake play there. And when he pulled that off, I'm like, okay, they got him. It's over. And then Turkey did score first, I think just 5 seconds into that game, but that was about the highlight for Turkey.
That was the extent of that joy. But USA and Morocco, here was game 2, and USA needing to find a win, force a draw, and there's Reynolds to put one away. Argentina and Brazil, a battle back and forth, but Yan, as Jorby said, is Yan. Guy gets it done, and he had Rafinha back there as well to help put that game away. Chile walks away, or Brazil, excuse me, walks away with a win in their first round.
Big win. Really nice to start off the day like that. We talked about momentum. We talked about attitude, and you can definitely see they're happy. They're happy about that win, and they absolutely should be. Taking a look at the results from just round 1 of Group B now, and every round counts. Every goal scored counts.
8-2 and 6-2. That bodes well for your goal differential if you're France.
Quite nice.
Yeah, you'll take that. No slow starts for them. They said, we want a title, we're going to come take it. I don't care who we're playing, we're blowing you out.
There you go. Portugal, Chile, by a comparison, relatively low-scoring game there, but Chile still managing to get a point on the board. What does that represent for what they were able to strike against Portugal?
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure if it's a strike against Chile so much as it is, okay, you kind of have a much more concrete measuring stick for Portugal at this point, because you go, okay, they played Chile and they don't get that draw, but they put up a pretty decent show, so probably puts them at the banana peel team, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like if you underestimate them, you just, oh my gosh, we lost, oh gosh. And that's a terrifying prospect to me. I hate playing banana peel teams, nothing worse than it.
You slip
I haven't heard it put that way before.
Can't slip up, man. They'll beat you.
James Bott, any reactions to what we saw there from Portugal and Chile?
You know, I think I was expecting it to be a little bit more one-sided. And, you know, for Group B, you look at Group B and you're thinking, all right, France, they're a lock. Morocco, they're a lock. Brazil, they're a lock. And then that last spot in the quarterfinals, you're thinking, okay, I'm leaning towards maybe Team USA. I think they might be able to get it done. But now that these results are starting to come in, we'll start getting a clearer picture. And I think, you know, based on what we've seen, I know it's very early, but I actually am liking the chances for Team USA based on that result, even though I didn't get to watch every second of that game. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching these next rounds.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a lot of fun looking at my favorite part of the post-match analysis. Let's take a look at the heart rates for Team Chile. I wonder, consistent.
Look at Raisbull.
Ice cold, man.
Yeah.
Just about sub 100, pretty much almost the whole time.
That's the closest to a straight line I've seen on one of these
Yeah,
graphs. That's very nice.
Pretty even. Like, and for a guy who when they score, like, dude pops off when they score.
Yeah.
So, like, way to keep it under wraps, man. Good for you.
Yeah, that's like superhero level control. I don't even know how they're managing to pull that off, but I do love once again that you see this great synergy. They all fall right there towards the end of game 1, but they all rise back up together. You know, they're resonating, they're vibing.
Yeah, something to be said about the right wavelength, you know? Yeah. So they're on it. Good for you.
No, we do love to see it. We love to see the results of these games here. And we have a treat because we have a full group ahead of us. Still so much in Group B left to uncover. And as we were preparing ourselves, James Bott, we got our next match coming up. Going to be Argentina, USA. And, you know, yeah, I feel like there's some nice things we can say about USA again, probably.
Yeah, and nice thing. I mean, achieves maybe calling them a banana peel in this matchup. I think that is, you know, that is true in this situation. Team USA, again, coming in. I would give them the edge in this matchup, but they cannot slip up. This is an Argentina team who is very talented. AJG has been 2 majors in the RLCS, very, very capable player. So this is a good Argentina team. I would not count them out.
Agreed. Argentina is certainly a team that kind of, you look at the roster, you raise an eyebrow and you go, okay, sure, show it to me, you know? Because, yeah, Raisbull, definitely the most decorated player on that roster. But he's got a pretty, like, solid supporting cast. Unbroken played for a lot of decent teams over in the RLCS in the previous season. Misery playing on true neutral on the cusp of the breakout. So there's a lot of potential for Argentina. It's just a matter of, does it get realized here? And short form format, sure. Why not take them in a coin flip?
And this Team USA squad, all the players are, I think Jarvie talked about it in the pre-show, they're known for making things close. Like
Yes.
That's what they do. They push series to the distance every single time. So we might see them draw every matchup. With I don't know what to expect from Team USA, but just looking at their performance, especially recently in some of the off-season tournaments, I would really give the edge to Team USA. They've been really in form. I think they've surprised a lot of people with how well they've been gelling and the results that they've been able to get. And even outside of representing their country, recently getting signed by Genji Mobile One, which was a big pickup. So this team's riding high right now for Team USA. I think all the players on the same wavelength. Things outside of this tournament have been going really well for them, so they're riding high.
Yeah, well, let's see what Team USA has to say about themselves. Let's check it out.
My name is Reynolds, and I'm representing USA. I couldn't be more excited, to be honest. As many people do know, we were the second team in line for this, and very grateful those boys turned it down because I'm so excited to be here. All teams are going to be important to beat. France is going to be exciting. I hope to play England. I really want to play them. Those two, France and England. Those are the two I'm excited for. Representing USA, there's not many honors that are above that. We don't really get the chance to do that much in esports. So to be here in Saudi Arabia, playing against 15 other of the biggest countries in the world, it's exciting.
All right, we got a team with a lot of history, a lot of synergy here together for USA, going up against Argentina, a team put together for this tournament. Do we have any insights into how Argentina came together? Chiefs?
If memory serves, when I was looking through all of the records, Argentina they chose each other and qualified through the qualifier. And if I remember right, they did it in fairly smooth fashion. So Argentina said, nope, it's us three, and we're going to make sure that nobody else has a chance because it's going to be us. And they earned that spot for sure.
What a great proof of concept to put your team together and then to have such success in the qualifier. It's the best indication you can have for how your team will do at the event. So they've got to be holding on to that. They got to hold on to anything else. I mean, they've got Rabel in there. They're pretty confident, but what else do they have as far as feathers in their cap, James Bob?
I mean, I think this is just a similar situation to Chile, where you had Bull, who is that clear leader, that player with the experience, that player who's going to need to be the presence on the field. It's the same for me for Argentina, and that player that's analogous to Bull is AJG. Former teammates actually with Bull. AJG, we've seen him on the international stage. He was known for being one of those players that, we joke about calling him the glue of the team, but that was AJG for complexity. He was so good everywhere, especially on defense. He had to play third man quite a bit and made a lot of stops. So yeah, I'm really looking to AJG to be the player that sparks Argentina if they are able to get a game win here. But this is a situation where Argentina, they came together, they had to qualify. They're not, they weren't a team outside of this prior. And for Team USA, they have been playing as a team for quite some time. So I think a lot of you look at Team USA, they got a lot of advantages here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's a good way to put it.
And we're taking your votes right now on Twitch. Who you think is going to win? Love to see the support for Team USA, but I got to admit, you guys have talked me into being a little bit worried about this Argentina team.
You can't overlook Argentina, even if you think you're better than them. Just because that's the one-way recipe to disaster for any North American team as you go against any team from South America. Because historically, South America has been really dangerous on the attack and middling in defense, but passable, and that's improved over time, and that's why they're out there contending, for top 8s, top 4s regularly on the world stage now, right? And so here at the FIFAe World Cup finals, things get a little murky when you start piecing together these South American teams that you just haven't seen before. Because now you've reintroduced that sort of element of randomness that you're just unfamiliar. You know, what they can do, but everyone's got their own different flavor, right? So what does a player like AJG do when he doesn't have like an overwhelming presence like Razebull on the field with him? What does that look like?
Well, as the keystone of the team, I sure hope he is ready to
Yeah, I
lead
hope he's
them
got a
to
plan.
victory, right? We're just about to get into the match. Any final words James Bot achieves?
I don't want to be biased, but I'm going to be.
Do it.
Team USA, this is an opportunity to get 3 points. They cannot pass this up. I think they're the better team. They need to not play down to the competition. They got to play their game.
Agreed.
We will find out if USA is able to play their game, if they can get a win, if they can get some extra goals out of this. Argentina about to be tested. We're heading on into the second round of Group B. The first day here at the FIFAe Finals 2024 in Riyadh. Let's go!
We've got two very interesting teams in front of us, both of which trying to break into that top 4. However, the start to their day was a little different. Argentina coming out with a loss and USA drawing against a top seed like Morocco.
Yeah, both these teams, they started off underdogs in round 1, and now they might both consider themselves the favorites. I'm not sure how Argentina are feeling about this match, how well their prep's been going. It's a tough team, though. You know, USA, I think, are the favorites, but not by much on paper. We all know what AJG could do, but don't underestimate Unbroken and Misery. These guys, just like the backup for Razebull and Chile and Pan and Davitrox, Misery and Unbroken are consistent top 8 players in South American RLCS. And if you're not familiar with that region, I mean, they just churn out teams who have decent RLCS majors.
Oh yeah,
Decent
this is two different stories as well. Like you said, you cannot count out Argentina by any means, but this is one of those like national teams where you take the 3 best of the time, right, and you bring them together. And then USA, you've got a roster that's been together for a long time.
Yeah.
And this is where that story of does historic synergy outdo national synergy?
Oh, nice play by Misery. This is the young player in the team. Unbroken, like AJG, more of a veteran of Argentina and of South American RLCS, but Misery, just this last season, having by far his best season. Very mechanical player, but not the most consistent when we look at the results that he had in the past RLCS season. Excited to see him in this format, although that's not the best clear. Easy shot for Rettles, puts it confidently in off the post, and USA lead 1-0 off a double commit.
Great play all the way around, but yes, spotting the double commit, spotting the space on the far side post was great for USA.
Yeah, and a nice cut there by Cheese, just barely getting a touch on that to block Misery's attempt to clear. You know, Misery diving in and blocking this wasn't a bad play at all. You know, the defenders just got to talk to each other. You got to let your third man know you're coming back, you're helping out. Stay grounded, be ready for the follow-up touch.
Here comes the AJG. Try to take it, but a quick takeaway again from Cheese, and Cheese and Rettles working together to drive this one forward. Magic Bear was already spotting and lurking, and this is something you can expect a lot from Team USA, are these very connected plays from 2 members at a time. But Argentina trying to get their breakaway moment, even on no boost, but it just dead balls in favor of USA as they regain control.
Great play from Rettles. Gets Misery into the air. Looks like Misery did secure that back corner boost just off screen there, so the attack will probably fizzle for USA. It's little things like that. If you can seal that boost away while you put the overhead on target, then you can keep Argentina back in their corner, keep them back in net. Now Argentina broken free, but USA keeping a keen eye on players out of their view, stopping the passing plays short. Misery's blown in front of the ball there. Very threatening in the air, Misery. USA won't be too surprised. It's nothing they haven't seen before.
Yeah, this is not the more difficult challenges. I think also after drawing Morocco, you've got to feel pretty warmed up and good about yourselves, especially because it was a first game loss and a second game comeback.
Yeah.
So headed into this one, there's a decent amount of confidence, and you're playing on Argentina's 0-2 loss as well. So 2 minutes left on the clock here. USA still leading by 1, trying to get the Rettles bump on it, but this one doesn't go through. Cheese tries to follow up, and USA keeping that pressure going.
Yeah, they got to be careful here. Rettles in a very awkward position, does get the 100 boost as it respawns. AJG does not get that 50-50 to bounce middle. Misery might. You know, Argentina are knocking at the door here. USA have got to help each other out in defense. Unbroken to the backboard. Huge hit off the backboard by Cheese. That was dangerous.
I like the lurks I'm seeing too from USA. Like you said, they cannot not respect Argentina in this series by any means. Less than 90 seconds on the clock. You definitely are going to want to extend this lead because as time's going on, Argentina is getting around the USA defense a little bit easier as time goes on.
Yeah, and while this match coming into the tournament on paper was a close one, you've got to watch out for, letting a team like USA build momentum. We've seen what they can do when they can play with confidence. We've seen them give some of the best teams in North America a run for their money. And Misery now looking to capitalize on space made, couldn't do so. 55 seconds remaining. USA still 1 goal in front. We have no upsets to report. The big three all leading in the other 3 matches of Group B.
And it's the same happening right before our eyes. Now, Argentina has been trying to get a little bit creative on the back end. They were trying to get the demos, but USA broke back out again. Cheese to send it forward. Misery there to catch it. Very low boost means most he's going to do is try and send this over to a teammate, but USA has done a really great job of staying fairly close in proximity at all times. Magic Bear 1v1 on Misery. This stays out.
That's a nice demo on the recovery from AJG. Argentina running out of time though in game 1. Disciplined performance from the USA to hold this at 1-0 unbroken. Will knock it into the air, but Cheese again with a huge clear. That's not the first time this game that Cheese has got so much with so little. And Argentina tripping over each other as USA are mere seconds away from confirming the Game 1 win. And they can do so by hitting this into the net or into the ground. Cheese goes for the latter, and it is going to be USA with the win in the first game.
I am loving what I am seeing from Team USA. Although this is, I will give flowers to Argentina, decently close. USA came out just a little bit cleaner. That's what drove them forward. But defensively, even when Argentina started to find and bob their way through USA's end, there was no getting past them. There was always somebody on the backboard, somebody on the sidewall to deny every single attempt.
Yeah, Cheese especially for me, a couple of really impressive clears. And he was the one who created the first goal. Rettles passes it off to Cheese. Well, just, knocks the ball forward. Cheese gets up, blocks the defender's touch, and then Rettles, of course, breaks rotation, comes back in for the goal. So that's a good start for USA. Can they finish the job, though? Because they're not going to be happy with 1 point in this match. Still 2 more to get.
I'm really curious. I mean, at the end of the day, this team is very famous for the game 5s. They're going all the way to the end. And they already got their first version of that, right? So obviously they're not going to want to be there. I do think they are in a better position to try and attempt to get those 3 points, which would be very crucial. And if you had looked at predictions before, there was a stream that you and I did where we talked about this a little bit. If USA were to want to sneak into that top 4, claim that spot, it's teams like Argentina that you have to 2-0 to do that.
Yeah, they've got 3 types of matchups in this group. They've already pulled off 1 successfully, and that's, get points, get draws against Morocco, Brazil, and France. Argentina and Chile are the really big matches for USA, and so far, in their first of 8 games they're going to play against those 2 teams combined, they're off to a great start. It's even better. Magic Bear gets another goal. 1-0 USA much earlier in game 2, and look who it is setting it up again. It's Cheese, losing the 50 straight back to him.
They're just feeding the bear every single time, and now they're doing it internationally. It's a great lead to have. You want to have the early start and kind of get Argentina already shaking a little bit and playing catch up, and they're going to try and do it again as this one pinches forward. Misery keeps it out.
Yeah, this is great news for USA, and you look at the standings after this, as things are currently going, USA would have a 4-point lead on Argentina, which would be massive against 2 teams who are probably considering themselves fighting for that playoff spot. To grab a point off Morocco already, and then not just win 3 here, but deny one of your closest rivals 3. I mean, this is a 6-point swing we're witnessing right now. USA showing up huge, getting the job done early on in Group B.
40 seconds into this one. I'm still liking the consistency we're getting from USA, but Argentina's really got to get into this. This is a great moment. Misery no connect on Cheese to do the bump play, but I like the quick follow-ups that I'm starting to get here from Argentina. The problem is USA is just as quick to follow each other up, to break out. There's an attempt to make a feed, but this one goes back. Cheese is making the race for it. He does. It's a little bit awkward there, but they send it out to the corner.
Yeah, Rettles able to help out, get that ball clear. I noticed something on the Turkey versus Brazil match. Turkey lead 1-0 against Brazil. If they were playing if this format was first goal wins, Turkey would have beaten France and Brazil now. They've scored first in 1 game against 2 of the group favorites. So good stuff out of Turkey. We'll see them on the mainstream later on today. USA would also be thriving in that format. They've scored the only goals in this series against Argentina. Spreading them out very evenly at the moment, but I think they're probably going to push for more here. Not nice to sit on a 1-goal lead forever, even if this has been a very strategically sound performance from USA so far.
Yeah, this is definitely, it's a good place to be, but it's better to be more comfortable. This one, sealing in down. Hopefully USA can break out of it, but instead Argentina, little wobbly here as they stay on in, but that's a great opening demo to give a shot. That one's on in. And misery to tie Argentina and USA.
Yeah, for the second time this game, it was Cheese earlier on, now it's Wrestles. Not the best clears. They're not getting good touches, and defense kind of rushing a little bit, getting on the outside of the ball and dumping it middle. This time they are punished for it. Argentina get their first goal, and surprisingly it's off a USA mistake, which after seeing game one was not what I was expecting. I thought if Argentina are going to score here, they're going to need to earn it. Well, USA definitely helped them out a little bit there.
Yeah, hopefully those are few and far and in between, but if they aren't, it's good on Argentina to be taking advantage. However, taste of their own medicine. Magic Bear spots the disconnect and just slides that one on in.
Well, I'm surprised for a couple of reasons here. AJG is turning away from that ball, which would indicate that it was calmed that he had it. So that was not just a miss midair, but it must have also been calmed as a hit. It wasn't, you know, usually when you're missing an overhead, you just yell you're faking and say, yeah, I told you I was faking, you should be there. But it looks like they calmed it as a hit there, trying to deflect it back corner, and AJG wasn't there to sweep it up. Magic Bear was. A couple of defensive mistakes, one at both ends, and USA, after all said and done, do still have the 1-goal lead.
And now second half of this match approaches. Still though, just the 1-goal lead with 3 on the board total. USA really need to find themselves a little piece of comfort here as AJG goes to the backboard. He's got a little bit of space, but no boost means that one's going to go on down. There's an attempt, but that's a great send-off by Reddles. And USA continues to live. Here comes Reddles. One reset over one. Tries to take it down low, no bump.
Yeah, he tried for it. He really did go all in for that bump, landing pretty slowly as a result. But Cheese is going to take his time in the back corner. They're not rushing this, USA. When it, you know, it looks to me like Argentina don't really have as much offensive firepower as I expected them to have. You know, USA have defended pretty well, but the only times USA have looked vulnerable is when they're panicking in defense. So if they could just keep this calm, then yeah, they look like the better team. 3-1, right on cue. And it's Rettles to add to the already impressive result.
Listen, if you're panicking on defense a little bit, you might as well just full send on the offensive front and just take 40,000 shots and hope they all go in. But over on the flip side of things...
Guys, Turkey are 1-0 against Brazil still. It's 45 seconds
left.
What is happening here? Turkey are beating Brazil with 40 seconds to go. USA are also beating Argentina. Yes, I know. Casters, talk about the match. Yes, we're acknowledging it. USA are playing really well. No. But Turkey beating Brazil would be unbelievable. I can't believe... I don't believe it.
On the other end of the field, too, Morocco is only leading Portugal by 1. It's 2-1 with 3 left on the clock. Misery, though, over on this one. It's going to give them that second.
All the underdogs currently only trailing by 1. In fact, Portugal have just tied the game with Morocco. But okay, we have to look at this for a second here. Turkey are 10 seconds away from beating Brazil in a game. Brazil have looked a little bit ropey against Argentina earlier on. They're 5 seconds away from losing a game to Turkey, who we thought were going to be fighting for the bottom of the group. And 0 seconds, the ball's up in the air. It's not gone down yet.
It's still floating.
We'll let you know when it does. Meantime, we're a minute to go with Argentina trailing by 1. Turkey have done it. They've beaten Brazil in a game. What is happening?
Huge.
What's going on?
Congratulations to them. And then over here, 45 on the clock. USA still leading by 1. Drawley puts Morocco back up by 1, denies the tied game over with Portugal. It's just the potential and actual upsets all over the board.
I mean, we've got a real game here as well. 5 goals in this one, just 1 in the first game of the series. USA have overall been the better team, but can they close it out and get the 3 points? Can they establish themselves as the favorite to make playoffs? Who knows? Even with a better seed than 4th, if Brazil continues to struggle. Final 10 seconds approaching. USA still looking good.
8 seconds to go between USA and their first 3-point win. Here comes the Unbroken. This one's just gonna float. This one will hit the ground. Team USA have done it. They get their first 2-0 win of the day, and they are well on their way to success.
Veracity, she ran straight over there. She can't wait to talk to them, so let's not delay her any longer. Veracity, what you got for us?
Thanks very much for that, guys. Reddles, last time we saw you in a LAN environment was the Copenhagen Major. Was there an added level of pressure representing your country and competing on LAN here?
Always. It's one thing representing your org and, your teammates, your staff. It's another representing, 330 million people, so it's good to be here.
How much pressure, how do you kind of overcome that pressure heading into this?
It's Rocket League. We got 14 matches. Everyone, we lose some, we're gonna lose some, we're gonna win some, we're gonna draw some. So it's just, staying in the right headspace and playing our game.
Well, I'm hoping you're going to be winning a lot more games. Let's check in on the Morocco matchup and see what's going on with that.
Guys, Morocco only leading by 2, but still Portugal is in a whole fight with them. And if you missed it, Turkey just got into a draw with Brazil which means hope is not lost for the underdogs.
Elise, I saw Turkey walked over. I probably shouldn't tell you guys this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Turkey walked over to Brazil to, a lot of winning teams. And it was after a draw, by the way, so they're not even technically the winning team. But they won the last game to draw the series. Walked over, fist bump to, say good game. At Brazil, the players did not get out of the chair, did not look. They were fully locked in on their monitors, just like grinding free play. They are furious. Absolutely furious. Brazil are fuming right now. And they might have beef with Turkey, which is a bit ironic, but it makes sense in a FIFA E context.
In a FIFA E context, yes, 100%. And speaking of the FIFA E context...
Yeah, in a restaurant, not sure. Bit of a weird combination. Anyway, Morocco 6-2 over Portugal. When we joined this game, it was a lot closer. It's getting a bit out of hand here, but Portugal overall have been pretty impressive. This is a matchup that we thought would be 2-0 coming in. It looks like it is going to be 2-0 at the end of it all. But Portugal, I think they're going to pick up points, just like Turkey.
Portugal is giving Germany vibes. Back when it was a little bit rough at the beginning, I'm trying to think of who else was having one of those days. No, definitely, it's Germany vibes. They were having kind of a rough start, but they're making people work for their wins.
They are making them work for it,
This Morocco team has had so many people predict them to win the entire event.
Yeah, I mean, look already. We're seeing some team play again from Portugal. Another goal for Portugal. We're seeing aggression. We're seeing team play, and although they're going to probably come away with a loss here, they have actually worked Morocco pretty hard here. Morocco have really had to focus up, and we thought the gap between these teams would be bigger. Obviously, 6-3 is quite a large scoreline, but we didn't think Portugal would really cause Morocco any problems. Morocco having to worry about Portugal goals, that's already a surprise in and of itself.
Yeah, this is a little interesting, but not to be unexpected. Again, I think a lot of people do have to have the realistic part in their minds that some of these teams are just coming together, right? This isn't somebody that's been playing together all of the regular season. These are just pretty much built up super teams. But 3 seconds left on the clock. 1 for the road to go as Morocco goes 7-3 here with 2 on the clock. Portugal should still walk away with their head held high.
Yeah, I think that they're learning a lot in these games, and as long as they can keep the mentality in check, as long as they can keep the vibes up, then they're going to be okay. I think they're going to have a chance to pick up points, fight Turkey and Argentina at the moment for the the 7th spot in the group, because some of their better matchups are still to come later on today. They shouldn't have put their heads down at all because they've lost to a very strong Morocco team.
Yep, this is a very great start to this Group B right now. But speaking of great starts, Morocco has had an incredible one. Veracity, let's hear from them.
Itachi, congratulations to you and the team. I have to ask you the question on everybody's minds right now. You're coming into this event after the recent announcement of your departure from Gentlemates Alpine. Do you feel like that kind of affected your confidence in any which way coming into this event?
No, not at all. It's e-sport. Transfer happens. Sometimes it's about level, sometimes it's about something else. And in this case, it was something else. So now about myself, I'm confident. I'm confident on my team as well. So everything goes well.
And are you feeling any sort of pressure now to prove that, you still got it, you still got that power behind you, and you're all about the Rocket League?
Yeah, of course. Every time I play, I just want to prove everyone that I'm strong, that I want to win, and that's what I will keep doing every time.
And your next opposition is going to be France, some of the fan favorites. What do you think? Are you feeling confident about that matchup, or do you think it's going to be pretty tough?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a really good match, a really tough match as well for both of us. So yeah, I'm really excited to play.
Anything you want to say to Team France if they're listening right now?
Nah, just good luck.
Good luck, have fun, GG's again. Let's find out what my desk has to say.
I gotta say thank you, Veracity, for the interviews. Love hearing from Itachi, love hearing from all the players and coaches down there. But we got some spirit from Morocco. I think they're really eager to take on France. They recognize that it's gonna be a hard match they've got coming up next, but whoa, hold on, we got a whole bunch of highlights to get through.
Yeah.
Take me through them, Chiefs.
Yeah, Brazil and Turkey, devastating for Brazil, if we all remember Drafinho. We're going to 2-0 our next opponents. Whoops, not that time. Turkey escaping with a draw, with a win in game 2. And of course, Portugal and Morocco. Chile and France, they all put on a pretty decent show, but France looking like a powerhouse out of the gate. They have blown pretty much everyone they've played out of the water, and they've looked comfortable doing it.
Yeah, some of these teams look like they're going head-to-head, and some of them look like they're going to the grocery store for points. Morocco looking very strong out there, and I'm glad to see.
Yeah, and you know, Morocco has been looking good, but so has the team that they drew against earlier on, Team USA. Team USA coming out, getting this win as well against Argentina in this round. Really solid performance, and I think France has lived up to the expectations so far, which is always fun to see, especially after seeing Saudi Arabia have such a slow start, even though they ended up picking things up later on. But fun start so far to Group B.
Yeah, and as Saudi Arabia taught us in Group A, there's all sorts of ways to move through this group. You never know what's going to break your incentive or what's going to give you more motivation. A win, a loss, a promise broken. You know, maybe you say you're going to win 2-0 and you don't, and then you get really mad and then you crush everybody. I don't know. It remains to be seen here at the tournament. We're only looking at the results of round 2 now. Any other reactions you've got to Chiefs?
Well played to Turkey. That's massive. Huge draw there against, honestly, a strong contender for, like we were talking about, that 4th spot out of this potentially dangerous Group B. So, way to go, Morocco. Definitely putting together a solid performance against a team that they should beat. So, good showing in getting what you expect out of that team. It's, again, proof of concept.
Well, James, anything that jumped out at you from the results of that last round?
I mean, the Turkey result is obviously, that one's the biggest one. So, you know, when we were talking about this group earlier, I said France is a lock, Morocco's a lock, and Brazil. But now I'm starting to question that a little bit. Brazil dropping that game to Turkey, that is mind-boggling. You could hear the reaction from Johnny Boy. No one expected that. Nobody at all expected that. So all eyes on Brazil. See if they're on tilt.
Is that perhaps another banana peel team, Turkey, in this matchup?
Oh boy, I hope not. If it is, then Group B is brutal. If they're a banana peel team, I mean, completely untested, unproven, and total wild card. So yeah,
we were expecting it to be like an Australia or
South Africa.
South Africa, and already this is just round 2. They've been able to pick up a game.
Yeah, so I guess objectively, I must agree. Yes.
Banana peel team indeed. Then we'll put the label on, and then we'll turn and talk about one of my favorites. We got Team USA against Argentina as our focus match for this one, and we got to attach some heart monitors to our USA players. So let's see how they're. A lot of spikes there.
And even more convergent wavelength. Yeah. Like Chile, everyone was kind of all right. We're on different tiers. We're on the same ride. USA's like, nope. Around 100 and 140 is pretty good. 120, 140.
Yeah, they all ended around the same level. But then look at the gap between Cheese and Magic Bear on in that first game. That's pretty fun.
Cheese just had to get into it. You know, he always needs a moment. He has to get his first demo, and then the heart rate
Then the game is on.
And Magic Bear at the end of the second game there, big spike.
He probably won the game. Probably put away a sealer. I don't remember who scored the last goal.
I'd have to go back.
Yeah, I'd have to watch the tape.
Fantastic, though. I love seeing how the players are reacting. Not how they self-report, because that's usually pretty flattering, but how their bodies are literally lighting up with the excitement of Rocket League and how it responds to their achievements. So much to get through here. We got a lot more games in Group B. Well, we're talking about Morocco and France now, and this one is... Whew, you guys excited? It was that nerd chills down the desk.
This is super exciting. This is super exciting to see. I mean, you know, we're early on, we're seeing Morocco. They struggled a little bit against Team USA. Team France, it's been nothing but business. They are the favorite in this tournament. And if Morocco gets the draw here, or if they get a win, that would blow things wide open.
Oh yeah, all bets are off at that point. I think a draw definitely keeps things, well contained. A win for Morocco, though, oh boy. All bets are off at that point.
Now, how tiltable would you say France is in this situation to lose to a team?
I don't think you can tilt.
Farah is the ultimate anti-tilt.
Fantastic.
Anti-tilt. Also, you got Zen and Monkey Moon, world champions who have been through the ringer. They've been, in those situations where it's, if you tilt, you
we've
lose.
Seen Monkey Moon tilt in the
he literally
and still win the whole thing.
It's a patented Monkey Moon chair rock back, but he still manages to keep his head in the game. I mean, he does show his emotions a bit, but he's a professional. He really doesn't let it affect him. He gets those results.
Fantastic. Cannot wait to see these two teams go head-to-head here. And we're going to take a closer look at Team France.
Hi, I'm Farah. I'm 28 years old, and I'm the French Rocket League coach. Putting on the French jersey feels amazing. It's an honor to represent your own country, especially in such a prestigious event, and with all of the other countries taking part of it. Our feeling about the team we're building, I think we aim for the title. Nothing else will be satisfying. I think we have to win the event. That's why we build the team. That's why we're here for. I mean, France has dominated Rocket League for years. We need to keep doing that. I'd like to thank everyone, all of the fans, whether you guys are French or just love good Rocket League, because French people love to produce good Rocket League. Thanks for all of the support throughout the years, and let's bring the title home.
Untiltable experience, the favorites to win according to, well, a lot of the studying that I did for this event. But talking to you guys, where does France stand as far as what you'd put money on for this? James Bob.
I mean, if I'm having to, use my esports tokens, putting them down in one place, I'm putting it all on France. I'm just putting it all on France. They're so good. And, we're going to get to see Vatira team up with Zen and Monkey Moon. This is a team where you have those threads on the internet where people are saying, all right, craft the perfect team.
It's true. They would be
perfect
this
team.
one.
This is one of them. So they are the favorite. I'm putting all my tokens on them.
Okay, this is like the fan fiction team. It came together, guys. We finally got it. The All-Stars are here. So
this is the no salary cap.
Yeah,
you just hit the lotto.
What the world always wanted at long last. Vatira with a chance to claim a world title. He's been denied by his own teammate Zen at this point a few times, and Monkey Moon's been in his way too. So Vatira, I think, happy to have a chance to not have to face those guys to win something.
You have to be on their side for once. Yeah, to get not carried. Everyone's carrying their own weight in this incredible matchup.
Thing.
But yeah, to not have that resistance on your windshield.
Them, to finally be able to work together. Because you see it a lot of times with those French teams, they all have their mega talent that they build around, and talent is a little bit spread out, but with something like this, you have to take the top talent, the most consolidated talent, to build the best team for your nation. And so this French team, we look at the players and think, this could be the greatest Rocket League team to ever play together talent-wise at an event. So it's really exciting to see, but Morocco is going to stand in their way. And Morocco, another team, Drawley, world champion as well.
Monkey Moon's former teammate.
Yep. So you know that they have extreme talent also. And Itachi has been around in the game. I mean, he even qualified when his region wasn't even supported in RLCS. He's been around since season 3. He has been playing at a high level for an incredibly long time, and we know what NAS can do winning tournaments in the off season. So this is going to be no easy matchup for Team France.
What an exciting opportunity to be witness to the legend. Finally, Rocket League is getting their dream team together, and they're getting tested against some of the best in the world that we could assemble here at the FIFAe Finals 2024 in Riyadh. We're just about to get into this game. I'm going to send it to you, Achieves. 1 second. Hype me up.
There's one big difference. It's Vatira. Strong defender. France wins.
Oh, defenders, too. We've seen a lot of aggro payoff. Let's see how it pays to be balanced. We've got two great rosters here and history in the making to see if this dream team can prove themselves or if Morocco can head to the top of the group.
we're going to hand it on over to our casters and get this match started between Morocco and France. So let's give it up.
They started the week as teammates, and now they face each other in the field. Drally and Vatira, nationally, of course, proud of both of their respective rosters. They've been dominating the off-season together, and now we get to find out who the reason was for all those wins.
That's definitely one way to look at this. These are two very exciting teams to have your eyes on here. This, for me, literally could be a grand finals matchup. I have these two going extremely far. This should be a very telling series of what we're going to be getting this weekend.
Well, you know, Morocco, for all that, high praise we're giving them and that they deserve, they're right now sitting, on 4 points, and if it stays that way, they could be looking up at teams like USA, even Brazil, ahead of them in the standings. France, if they don't pick up a point here, France are the team who have come out and done what they're supposed to do. Brazil struggling, Morocco dropping some points to USA. Out of the three teams we thought would be on top of this group, only France are currently winning every game. So this is definitely their biggest test, but they look the most ready in Group B.
I'm very interested to see how Morocco does against France. I feel like it is going to be a little bit different. There's probably a little bit more familiarity with what is on the opposing end of the field now and what to expect. However, I can't throw my hands up and say that that should have been the case with USA. But for now, it's a push forward from France. No connect with Vatira. Monkey Moon quickly rises up to take this ball back and keep this attempt going.
Yeah, I think Vatira decided to fake that after jumping, but his last movement was to pull away from the ball, so I think he called fake on it, and Zen and Monkey Moon both jumped at it. So it's been mostly France as the aggressor at the start of this game. Nothing too dangerous for Morocco. It's actually slowing the game down in the back corner, something he's done so well at the club level. This is a counter-attacking team, if I've ever seen one. It's actually Drally Nas. Plenty mechanical ability, but really plenty defensive ability. And, it's going to be such a difficult team to break down in a series format. In this, two-game match format, this is, anyone's game. But, wow. Thinking about this series that we might see later on, we would be very sad if we don't get to see that as well.
Oh, for sure. Right now, though, name of the game is get on the board first and keep your eyes on what is in front of you. Nobody has been able to find their way on through. It's been a lot more attempts for the end of France, but finally Morocco has an attempt of their own, and Vatira denies and clears. Zen off the backboard, tries to make the double, had the space to make the touch, but it's Monkey Moon with the center to Vatira, and I like what I'm seeing from Morocco. Patience was key, and they break out of their half and fight to stay at tie.
Yeah, Zen was threatening there. Now Pogo shot. Itachi's stopping everything Zen throws at them so far. Vatira looking for Monkey Moon in the back corners. France have got to be careful not to overextend here. It's excellent Morocco defense, as we thought. I wonder who's going to be the main attacking player for them. My first player that comes to mind has got to be Drally, as Itachi now makes another great clear. Can France find the balance? Can they find a way through? Can they force the mistake out of Morocco? Can they go and outplay them? Or will it be Morocco surviving long enough for Drally to do something incredible? Or who knows, maybe even Nas to do something incredible. You know what he's capable of mechanically as well.
Here comes Itachi. This one falls into the hands of Monkey Moon. France not necessarily struggling, but Morocco just more so putting up a really great defensive fight. Now finally out. This one over to the side wall. Follow completely denied. It was a great bump from Monkey Moon there. And Zen's the one to take down to Vatira. Vatira completely sent off. That's a great half clear from Drally.
The France, as we get into the final minute, have controlled the game for the most part. And Morocco have answered every single thing that they've sent their way. Elsewhere, Brazil lead 2-1 over USA, Argentina 2-0 over Portugal, and Chile 1-0 over Turkey. It's close games all around Group B once again.
This group, I initially called it my group of death. I felt like it was going to be way more closer than people were anticipating, and that's exactly what we have been getting and seeing. 40 seconds left. Nas, what looked like it was an open net was just Vatira racing back in time and keeps this one where it is at, although Zen's going to try and end it here. Here comes Monkey Moon. Shot on target, sent on away.
Very Monkey Moon-esque shot there. No air roll needed, so he's not going to use it. As France knock at the door again. Morocco, every time they've had an answer. Will France be able to put it together? They've had more when it comes to passing plays, solo plays, and everything you can think of offensively. But now here come Morocco. It's actually sent to the physical play to finish things off, but it's defended well by France.
No follow to it. Instead, it's Jolly trying to carry this one to the ground.
Oh, wow.
Itachi's going to take his opportunity to the backboard.
Oh!
No 0-second goal. He didn't. It was just a bit wide, but now you just got to jump straight back in.
He was reading a hit from the defender. If he just predicted a miss, that was an open backboard double for Itachi. With no time left on the clock. Now France in overtime. Monkeyman first up. He's defended well. Batira infield to Zen, who gets bumped out the way. What a chance for Morocco. Their best chance of the game with no time left in regulation. Phenomenal read by Itachi in defense again. He has been an absolute brick wall.
Oh, absolutely. Here comes Zen, though. They're still trying to keep it going.
Well
That's
played.
a great setup for Vatira from Zen off the sidewall just to end things quick.
Oh, that was huge. I mean, the selflessness to pass in that position. Brilliant synergy by a France team. The only question mark for this France team is the synergy. We're not seeing them play too much. Zen and Monkeyman, new teammates on Vitality. Vatira and Zen did play together for a little bit way back in the day in a bubble team when they were on the come up, but it looks like they're linking up really well. And it doesn't surprise me, as this France team, they did try out for these positions. These out of the 6 players who did try out for the team were the best performing as a unit. And there is Staffview, the second American coach, but not for the American team, for the Moroccan team. So he's looking to learn here as much as possible, I'm sure, from players that he's not worked with before. He's worked with Nas before, but now it's actually Andrali as well.
No, that's definitely an interesting position to be in. Yeah, he came in from USA, but still just interesting all the way around. Honestly, this whole group is so much closer than I ever could have imagined.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey and Portugal showing up like this is something I did not expect at all, and they're consistently showing up and being a thorn in many teams' sides. You know, they're not getting series wins yet. Maybe they won't, but the fact that they're competing and doing their nations proud is wonderful to see, especially for a young team like Portugal and an older team like Turkey. You know, at both ends of the age spectrum, when you're outside of the late teens, early 20s in Rocket League, you don't really have a lot of success these days. So yeah, I like seeing the older team in Turkey have a lot of success personally. Not sure if you agree with that, Hurt, or are you still
No, I do.
Zoomers?
I'm older, so if they're doing good, I'm doing good. The game stays alive.
But you might still have it tied to the Zoomers. No, you're.
No. We found out last night I'm Gen Z on a technicality.
You are, yeah. You're very old Gen Z. We figured out. CJ was devastated to find this out, by the way. He's Gen Z. He thought he lived his whole life thinking he's a millennial, but he's actually Gen Z. So yes, CJ's a Zoomer.
Well.
Oh, what
Zen's
fake.
just faster.
Yeah, Zen's a Zoomer, both on and off the pitch. He's just too quick. And yeah, that was the first big panic we're seeing from Morocco. Massive mind game by Vatira. I think it actually might have read it, fair play to him, but he couldn't get to the ball. Not enough boost.
Yeah, not enough to make any connects on that one. So France will go up 1-0 in the early stages of this game number 2. And again, you have to remember with the draw system, if France gets the second win, they go near perfect on the day and run up to 9 points, further than anybody was able to get so far.
And you know, they are the favorites in this group, but we expected them to drop points somewhere, but as we saw Saudi dropping overall 8 points in Group A. But Morocco have yet to really test them. This is a better attempt on target, but saved by France. The rare occasions where France have had to defend, they have done so very well, outside of maybe one instance with no time left in the clock in Game 1.
Right now, Morocco, it's all about just finding your fluidity together. This team knows that they can compete against France. They're trying to, as this one pitches all the way back, everyone's sent racing. The demo turns us into a 1v1. Monkey Moon on Drali and Zen to keep it pushing forward. And I like what I'm seeing, but Morocco, great job of the pushback right now. Although it's immediately redacted and put back into the orange side.
You know, the thing I'm liking the most about France so far is their willingness to use each other on the pitch, whether it be passes, mind games, or just simply challenging to give the player at the back an easier time. They're not going to have an easy time here, though. Oh, it's actually maybe could have struck that better. It was straight at Vatira who got the save. You know, Zen made waves when he first burst onto the scene, not just for his mechanical brilliance, but his willingness to be part of a team, part of a system, and really try and get his teammates into the spotlight as well. So really no surprise when you put him up with other greats from the strongest Rocket League nation, that we're seeing more of the same thing. They're all bringing the best out of each other.
No, they definitely are. And honestly, that can be said on both ends of the field, but France in particular, it's a great team all the way around, even down to the coach, down to the sub. It's a great one. Second half of the game, coming on through. Vatira taking his time, no booster to reset. It's a free floater if someone wants to finish, but no, it's a better save. Zen takes his shot at it, and still Morocco defend.
And, you know, for France to keep a team as impressive as Morocco at bay this long, really cannot be overstated how impressive this is. This is a controlled performance out of France. We're already top of the group alone, looking to extend their lead at the top of the group. As we get into the final 2 minutes here, I can update you on the Argentina-Portugal match. Is 1-0 to Argentina. We've also got a tie game between Brazil and USA. USA just equalized in game 2. Brazil did take the first game in that series.
Nope, not too bad right now. I will say the Turkey-Chile fan cams, if y'all could see them, you would laugh. They're so animated, Turkey in particular.
Yeah, they're having a good time.
They're having a great time out here.
Yeah, Zegok, interestingly enough, they're from Turkey, is a YouTuber with almost 300,000 subscribers.
Yep, he's on his side quest.
Yep, FIFA YouTubers, you know, finding a great home at FIFA E finals, which you shouldn't surprise us. We should have seen this coming.
Well, back on this end of the field, still just a 1-goal lead. Minute 14 left on the clock. Nas makes a quick cut, tried to take a shot. And same with Itachi. It's a lot of these quick turnarounds and these quick cuts to try and keep that ball driving forward. Follow-up finally coming through Demo, but still Zen made the save. Monkey Boots touched it out, but Nas can't be denied.
And cheers are up to the venue. The Middle East North Africa Alliance seems to have resonated with the crowds here, the locals in Riyadh. Morocco have been pretty quiet in comparison for the majority of this series, but now suddenly a chance to split the points with group favourites France.
Tied game still. Zen taking his time. He's got more control than most. This one pinballs out. And Vatira just lets it float forward as they all retreat. They're trying to find some sort of boost so that these shots have a little bit of power to them right now. But 37 seconds left on the clock. Zen shot goes wide. Morocco just continue to defend over and over again.
Yeah, some excellent defense out of Morocco. No surprise there. But France just chugging along, still creating offensive opportunities. Nas with an awkward touch does really well there to get it into the back corner safely. But can anybody defend Monkey Moon? No, they can't. It's bounced off multiple defenders on the way in. But Monkey Moon breaks the deadlock with 15 seconds left.
There he is, the one and only. You can never deny the king. 15 to go. France snake their 1-goal lead back onto the board and try to close out their second win.
Oh, nice kickoff here for Morocco. They will be able to do anything off the back of it. Nas was advancing forwards, didn't have a good position to get the overhead. Still though, Morocco with half a chance here. Into the middle it goes. Itachi selflessly backboards it. Zen's actually missed this one, but he should be able to follow his own miss and grounds it. France 2-0, remain undefeated in Group B.
Insane, but not unexpected by any means. Congratulations to France and congratulations to the GOAT, but honestly, all the way around, I mean, you got to give it up to Morocco a little bit there. That was a great fight, but more importantly, we want to talk to Veracity and hear what they got to say.
Vatira, most recently, you managed to take down Team Vitality in the Flip and Spin tournament, and now you're teaming with some of those very players. Is it a bit of a kind of mind-boggling situation, a bit weird for you coming into this now?
No, to me it's a new experience. It feels good to play with both of them because they are really good players. And yeah, you know, like we don't care about like Vitality, Carmine Corp. Like we are focused on the tournament. We're here to represent France, and we're giving our best. And we are friends, so everything's good, you know.
And you happen to be the fan favorite. So is there anything you want to say to all of the fans at home that have been cheering you on?
Thanks to all the fans. Keep supporting us, and vive la France. Allez les Bleus.
I love that. GG's again, man. Let's send it over to Turkey versus Chile.
So perfect timing. Welcome back to the action for Group B. Chile have just broken a tie to take a 2-1 lead against Turkey, who continue to impress us. Now we're going to get to see why. Let's take a look at what they've been getting up to. And as this match is about halfway through, we can confirm Brazil have 2-0 USA. So they are going to be launching themselves up the table, USA, with a tough matchup there. Historically, that's not been a good matchup for RMC against the Furia boys. So that's one of their tougher matches out of the way. USA got some easier matches later on. Let's take a look and see what Turkey and Chile are getting up to.
Yeah, this is a really fun one.
Oh.
Obviously, Chile took the first win in the series, but Turkey putting up a fight. I believe they were actually the ones to tie this, and then it was Chile that fought back for this lead right here. So great attempt from Lorelei.
Lorelei, the only player I admit coming into this tournament from the Turkish lineup who I had casted before. J-Zim and Zigok we have not seen before, so it's really exciting to see these guys doing as well as they are. It's a solid 50-50 middle. Nobody there for it for Turkey, but nice cut there by J-Zim as he tries to just keep Chile at bay. Will they be able to tie this one up and send us to overtime? That was good communication and defense, no panic, despite the fact the ball was awkwardly on target. Oh, raise goal. Man of mind games.
Oh my.
He's done everyone again. I mean, we saw the heart rate monitor after last series. He is just flatlining at 80 while everyone around him is panicking. He's driving through everyone and centering to Davitrox effortlessly.
I can't wait to see the tiny spikes on the opposing teams while he was doing all of that. 2-goal lead for Chile. As long as they can hold on to it, this could be interesting. Turkey, although a little bit on a kick of trying to make some upsets here for some people, or at least make them work for their wins. Big clear up to Zigok. Is this one just a time waster?
Yeah, we do have to ask our Turkish viewers, let us know on social media the meaning, if this name has a Turkish meaning, which I imagine it probably does. So we're just guessing the pronunciation here, but my best guess would be, is Brait, is it Turkish for bro? I'm probably sounding like a complete idiot by saying this, but I'm totally guessing. But if it's anything like this, probably something completely different.
It's gonna be like a Shaw set where it just means like
yeah,
stock.
stop. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. I'm throwing that in the. I'm just
throwing that out into the
ring.
lore
Yeah.
mix.
See if I can guess that one correctly. But they've got some work to do here. 35 seconds to go. They were able to take a point off Brazil. Chile proven to be a bit of a tougher opponent here. Chile, who are racking up points in this group. Some of their difficult matches still to come. But for now, they're doing what they have to do in the earlier rounds.
I do like what I'm seeing from them. Honestly, despite Turkey potentially going out to go right here, most likely 100% going out here, I will give them a couple flowers and say you guys are doing as best as you can, but holy Chile.
Wow. I mean, it was Raised Bill earlier on. That's Pan. They're just faking them into oblivion here. 11 seconds to go. This one is as good as over. But of course, there's still goal differential to play for. That is a tiebreaker in this format. So usually it would just be pride, but this really could matter. Deciding prize pool distribution, deciding the seeding later on, or even deciding playoff qualification. Chile in the mix there, along with the USA in the middle of the group. And they get the job done against a Turkey team that have been giving other teams a lot of problems.
Yep, they're my dark horse upset team, but for now, Chile get to walk away with their heads held high and a mic in their face. Veracity, what's going on over there?
Good job, great showing from you and the team. You won against Turkey, but we saw them walk away with a victory against Brazil. Did that have you guys on ropes a little bit? Were you kind of concerned heading into the series?
That's a really good question. To be honest, no. In the sense, just in the sense that we respect every team, right? And but after that, like, we just care about doing our game and just trying to do our best against any team.
Well, if my calculations are correct, you managed to beat the team that took down Brazil. Now you face Brazil. So does that mean that you're also going to manage to take down Brazil?
Yeah, Brazil is a really good team. We respect a lot. And we will do our greatest effort to beat them because they're really tough and they had like some card against us, but I think we're a really clean playing team. So I really trust in that.
Clean play style, clean results. Best of luck to you and the team. I'm looking forward to this showdown.
Thank you so much.
Back over to the desk.
Clean throw from Veracity, too. Now let's talk about these matches we just saw. We got Jorby back on the desk. We've got Achieves, and we've got round 3 matches to take a look at. Big win there for Chile. Big win for France as well. No draws this round, Achieves.
Yeah, and what a round it was. For everyone who found their wins, well deserved. Group E is turning into much more of a contested one than I would initially anticipated. Brazil definitely upset about the previous round. Sorry, USA, you caught the bad end of the stick there.
Although the one thing that has been consistent so far is France. And France actually getting the full win against Morocco is pretty big, because for most of that game, for most of that series, I mean, it was neck and neck, 0-0, very low scoring, kind of what you expect from those 6 players. But to see it actually play out, I'm excited to see that the second time around.
Yeah, and I'm curious if we can glean from any of these highlights exactly what Morocco was doing to keep France on the back foot so long before France claimed that victory.
I mean, defense. They just really excellent challenges. No surprise when you have Itachi on your team, really solid on those 50s, but also getting it into space where France can't immediately punish. Problem is, France just had a dominant midfield game, and Morocco had a lot of trouble actually breaking out. Yeah.
At least right now. Tomorrow, all bets are off.
Might be
once
different.
Again.
Yeah.
Tomorrow very well could be different. Turkey are making Chile work for their meal, of course, but
Turkey look good.
They do.
They look good. They kind of came out of nowhere. I kind of love this little story developing. And like, sure, they they got a point off of Brazil. It's the most Brazil thing ever. But like, I mean, the way that they even played against Chile. I mean, this Turkey team playing upset right now.
Love to see it. Love people coming onto the scene, making a big splash here. What could this possibly mean for the rest of the group? Is it an early splash? Will it peter out? We will find out. France, though, as you called out, Jorby, exceptionally consistent. Not just picking up wins, but picking up big old bites out of the opposing teams to make sure they've got that round indicator, that goal indicator.
I mean, I'm not really surprised by it. France, they're best region, best country in Rocket League for a good bit now, and they're just going to be tough to beat no matter who faces them. The fact that they take the 3 points against Morocco, the team that should be challenging them more than any other team, I don't think bodes well for anyone else against France.
Agreed.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about France's community earlier and how that really just breeds incredibly competitive players that kind of pop up out of nowhere because they're pressure cooked until they come out that amazing. So when you see a team like France out there on the national stage, what does that do for Rocket League back home in France? Are people getting hyped? Are more people signing on? What's happening?
I mean, you have an alternate stream right now with Rocket Baguette. You got the entire French community is watching alongside them. They always do. I mean, they are so passionate, and like, there's just so many players that want to be a part of the community because they see how awesome it is. I mean, France, like, they just have so much energy, and not just really in Rocket League, but in all of esports and sports. Like, that culture that they have has just bled over. Specifically into Rocket League, they just happen to be the best.
Yeah, knowing France, they're probably at home thinking, great, who's the next
one?
one?
Then wins.
Keep turning them out, man.
No surprise, we keep going.
He's cool. I'm sure we have someone better.
Well, speaking of the talent they've churned out, let's see if they have kept it cool under pressure. Team France wearing the heartbeat monitors for this last match. And I don't know, I want to ask for predictions on it, but whoa, the absolute sinner. Were they holding hands at that point? What was going on there, Chiefs?
That's after probably game 1 finishes. And then they come down a little bit. Game 2 ramps back up. Okay, we won. Great.
You know what that is, Seltzer? That's a 0-0 game where every single 50 could turn into a goal. That's what that match was. Crazy to see that.
Zen right there with that calm line in the middle, too. Not spiking, not dropping, but really putting the solid state for his teammates to cling on to and to jump off of, it looks like, Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise to me that Zen is definitely in the middle of those two. He has drilled this game to an infinitesimal degree. Like, it is not surprising that not a whole lot phases him. Sure, the arc of the game will make it go up and down, but the individual moments, nah, man. Dude's locked in every moment he can be.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. And you know what? We got to tap any cardiologist in chat, any registered nurses. You want to give us a little extra read on what we might be seeing? Like, yeah, and first of all, are these guys okay? They're fine, right?
was gonna say, I think it's valuable information for their coaches to be like, bro, why are you tweaking? What's going on?
180, chill.
No wonder you missed that shot.
You're freaking out, man.
Chill out.
Like, what's the spike before the game starts, bro? You gotta bring that down there.
Right? Oh, man. I mean, but I think it's cool. We haven't really ever seen like a heart rate thing tested in Rocket League before, so this is a brand new look for all of us.
Yeah, I've only seen it in a few other arenas of competition, but that's not relevant. It's
I've
been
only
cool
seen it-
every time, though.
I gotta attach one of those when I'm casting. I wonder what my heart rate is.
Your default baseline, like 150 plus.
150? Oh,
Yeah.
God. That's not good.
You're amped up, man. You're ready to go.
Nurses in chat, let us know. Let's take a look at the standings now. See the results of round 3. It should be a bit of a shakeup here because, as we said, there was no draws on this round. Just straight W's. Jorby, you're closest to it. Lean in. Can you read that for me?
Yeah. Well, I'm behind.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
all
well,
right.
peruse it, like the
relax. We got
blinds,
out of there. We got out of there. Achieves, tell me what you see.
France winning next.
Yeah, obvious.
Brazil, battle back. Way to bounce back.
I
as
am
well.
amazed that Brazil is in second.
No.
After watching that game, too, against Turkey.
No. We saw round A, Group A, sorry, and I was like, nope, Brazil and Chile are going to be near the top. And right now they are. Long way to go, though. So Morocco, I think, 1-1-1, a little bit surprising. Again, the only real surprise, I think, the USA match could have easily been 2-1 with no draws, but unlucky. And USA, like we said, tough end of the stick there with Brazil definitely rallying. But the bottom 3 probably expected.
Interesting to see. Hoping no spirits are broken by these results because, as we've seen, it's still anyone's group. And of course, a reminder, we run it all back again tomorrow. We do these same groups, they play the same teams, and we double on up that score just to make sure the consistency is in there. And speaking of consistency, we got CJ on the floor, bringing us constant good news. What do you got for us now, CJ?
I found myself upstairs here at the FIFAe World Cup for Rocket League, and well, I've been able to cast my eye across these Group B matches, and let me tell you, there's a bit more spice in Group B than we did have in Group A. I know Johnny Boy mentioned it, but that Turkey-Brazil match, the 1-1, how good are the draws, by the way? We saw Turkey hop over to Brazil. They weren't too happy after that second game, losing a 1-0, and they weren't really willing to throw a little fist bump or two. No, they were just stuck in free play Brazil, so we're seeing a little bit of beef coming through in Group B. The French, well, they seem to be dominating, but it's so fun seeing 4 games going on at once, and you get a little perspective from up here, just the nerves and some tilt coming through from some of the players here in Group B.
Thank you so much, CJ. Getting that extra look on the floor really does add so much. The players are in that mix, and he is ever closer to them. You notice he's kind of creeping towards the player pods every interview?
He has that effect. He wants to be a player again really bad.
Yeah,
he's trying to get back there. But
you deserve it.
I just want to say, I did say on the pre-show that Brazil could be a little toxic, but I think every tournament needs a little bit of toxicity, okay? You got it, like you said, a little bit of spice, you know? It increases the stakes a little bit, creates some fans, creates some enemies in the stands, and that just makes the competition all that more exciting.
Yeah.
Well, any extra note for you to add?
I'm surprised, and it seems to me that Group B, at least initially, seems to be a lot more willing to play for a win. Group A felt like, okay, we settle or we rally, right? And Group B, I'm liking decisive results.
Yeah, I wonder what comes from within and what they learned from watching Group A. But we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back with a lot more Rocket League on the other side of this 10 minutes.
Puedes seguir, Rey. Entonces seguir derecha.
I'm in it for the rush. Levels up, not many like us. Cool with it, leaving ops in the dust. See me on the grind, on the rise coming up. Pushing through, blood rushing through my veins. Repetition separated me from the lanes. Now I'm here, speeding down my own lane. Destination on top of the game. Go, go, go hard. Go, go, go hard. I'm fired up, I'm a boss, I'm in charge. I'm fired up, I'm a boss, I'm in charge. Don't stop. Don't stop. I'm charged up. This the past another guard. I'm charged up. This the past another guard. Push, 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 push. I'm pushing through. Push, 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 push. Got nothing to lose. Push, 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 push.
field full of fighters, fighting a battle, fall down, get up, losing requires. Stay strong till you're moving to a higher ground. Rise up and proving steady forward, I'll stay around. 'Cause underneath, for everyone to see, held my head up higher, higher, I ain't faking. That's why I believe what everyone will see. Together we'll be better, never break, we'll make it stronger, stronger,
If you're looking for some top-tier Rocket League played by teams representing 16 different nations from around the world, well, you couldn't find a better place to be this fine hour. Welcome back. This is the FIFAe Finals 2024 featuring Rocket League. I'm your host, Rachel, and I've got another bunch of geniuses on my desk. Well, it's still a Chiefs, same genius. But we've got Johnny Boy joining us once again. Welcome back. How's it been down there on the floor?
It's been great. I mean, I'm loving the arena. I love seeing the teams and the different styles that they're approaching this event with. Some of them are really chilled out. Some of them are very locked in between games, looking at some replays, looking at how they can play better the next time. And some of them just seem to, just having a good time. Just trying to make the most of the experience. Turkey, I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Turkey. The vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, I'm so happy they're having a good time. Like, I'm glad you're reporting that because this can be so stressful. You're flying to another country. They got to be on this crazy schedule. They've got to do media. Then they've got to come out here and play for that huge prize pool and for the honor of their country. So that they can smile through all that they can enjoy each other's company, even while going head to head. It's one of the greatest things about esports, and it's one of the greatest things that esports can bring to an event. The other great thing, sick games. We have absolutely been blessed in our matchups. Chiefs, we've seen some toppers already in these first 3 rounds. Anything you want to shout out in case somebody's just joining us and wondering, how do I catch up?
Well, you may have just missed France-Morocco. Definitely go check that one out. It was probably the highlight of today's matchups out of the Group B. If you missed anything from Group A, good ones to look at. Netherlands versus anybody, because they put on quite a good show. And if you'd like to see the home favorites win, Saudi Arabia, check out the last 3 rounds. They rallied and righted the ship there.
Well, we are going to head into another banger of a match. We've got USA versus Portugal coming up on our featured stream. USA has been a joy to watch so far. Portugal really impressing a lot of people. Johnny Boy, what are your thoughts on these two teams?
Well, coming into today, I expected these teams at this point to be trying to regain. Portugal, I thought, they would be where they are points-wise, but I didn't think they would play as many good teams as closely as they have. They've actually looked like dangerous in games here and there. And, USA getting a game off Morocco is massive for them. So I think both teams are looking better than I thought they would at this stage. But USA have an easier second half of the day. So this is where they can start to pick up, and they need to be getting all 3 points here. Even though Portugal have impressed us, USA still have to pick up the 3 points.
I love that you said they had an easy start to the day because those matches that they had early on, great results for their future in this tournament. Portugal, though, nothing to shake a stick at, just like you said. Chiefs, they did manage to take points off Morocco and put up a pretty impressive fight against other teams as well.
Yeah, Portugal and Turkey are both making things difficult for their opposition. So Portugal, Johnny, you're absolutely right. USA definitely needs the 3 points here. If you get a draw, I do not envy your chances of having to battle tomorrow for a top 4 spot. You need to beat the teams below you.
Yeah, Chile did this. So, Chile, USA seems like the fight right now for 4th. That's, of course, if Morocco do produce the goods and finish top 3 like we thought they would. But they're not out of the woods yet either. Morocco, they're in the middle of the table with USA. But Chile did beat Portugal. So now USA has to go and do the same thing.
Absolutely. And Portugal here. Let's check in with the team, see how they're feeling before this match.
Hello, my name is Rafa, and I'm from Portugal. For me, the important team to beat is France, because we are in the same group. They are the best country, I think, playing not just Zen, Monkey Moon, and Vatira. They have so much players, the community is all together. I always like to be on pressure, and of course I want to achieve big things with Portugal. So to all the Portuguese fans, I want to say that I want to make it to the top. Portugal is going to make it to the top, and we're going to pass to the group stage. My teammates are incredible. We are the first time meeting each other, and it's like we are meeting since 1 year old. We have the connection.
Instant connection over Rocket League and their peak skills. Any thoughts?
Aiming high.
Love it.
I want to beat anyone. France. All right.
France. Okay then. All right.
Could have picked
That's
anyone,
what I would
but
have
all
said as well.
Who you want to beat? I want to beat France too. That would mean a lot to me. But you know what? We've got CJ down on the floor with Magic Bear. Let's check in with him.
Here with Magic Bear Team USA, a little mid-round update. How have your first few matches gone so far?
Morocco went good. Obviously, we started off a little slow, but we picked it up and got that second game. Argentina, we played pretty good. We probably could have played better. And then Brazil, obviously, 0-2. We could have definitely played a lot better, but it's just momentum going into the next round.
2 games go by pretty quick. How have you adapted, I guess, to the format? Not used to, I guess, playing sets of 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely different. You know, sometimes, you know, like, after the game 2, it's just like weird typing GGs, and I think I'm already used to it, but the whole tournament is going to be fun.
I've told everyone for years now what the Bear can do in scrims. Are we going to see some peak Magic Bear gameplay at this event?
I'm hoping to have my flu game. I'm a little sick right now, but yeah, I'm gonna give it everything I got.
Let's hope for the flu game. Magic Bear, thanks very much. Best of luck to USA.
Oh no, a little sick. We don't like that for players. Also watch that mic, CJ. CJ, thank you so much for the insights. Any thoughts before we head into this match? And they gotta be quick ones, Johnny boy.
I think USA are going to do it. They need the win here to keep up with Chile, and I think they're going to get it. I think they do get both games, and they go 2-0, get the 3 points.
Yeah, feed the bear. You need Magic Bear and Cheese. I think if Cheese is having a good time out of the midfield, good things are in store.
Oh, a bear loves cheese, and Twitch chat loves USA's chances in this matchup. I like them too. Quick votes from you, Johnny boy.
Yeah, USA, I think that Portugal will play them close. USA will be on their best behavior, though. They'll know based on the results that Portugal have been getting, the games that they've been playing, that USA they're not going to take any prisoners here. They're going to be playing fully locked in.
The Chiefs agree?
Best behavior is an excellent way to put that. You know, you don't have to take risks you don't have to here. Take your 1-goal, 2-goal lead and just make sure you lock it down.
Well, let's see who is able to lock it down in this matchup. Both teams, both rosters are locked in, leaning into the monitors and ready to get going. So, if you're all ready, Rocket League fans, you lock in too. We're gonna send it on down to the casters. We've got a match coming up between USA and Portugal, and both teams need your energy. So give it up and let's get it started.
Not a bad matchup here for Team USA up against Portugal, who are currently 0-3 in series, which means 0-6 in games. So James Botts, you must be feeling pretty confident for your boys in this one.
I mean, it's looking pretty good for Team USA, but it's still early on in the competition. It is a double round robin, so we're going to be doing this all over again tomorrow. But for Team USA, starting things out with a draw against Morocco was fantastic. And it looks like they've been picking up points where they need to.
Yeah, they have been. That's all you can really do in this format. Make sure you win as many games as is humanly possible. And when you have Magic Bear scoring flip resets, things get a bit more simple.
And that is a nice start. Magic Bear, the flip reset makes things look easy. Lovely start here for Team USA.
You always expect that. When you have a top NA team, you know the mechanics are going to be there. You know the solo plays are always in the locker. The question is how they can link together. And Metal's finding Magic Bear with that pass. Actually, it falls to Cheese. It's a good sign for them, but Portugal, I mean, despite getting no games so far as Beyond gets his goal, they've pushed some teams close.
And this was a lovely first touch. You see that first touch gets it up in the air, second touch gets some distance to get that flip reset. Team USA low on boost, not able to get the save on it, but that was an excellent play, showing great composure there from Beyond.
I mean, 3 Portugal players that we've not heard too much from. You know, they beat Chronic's team in the qualifier. Chronic's the player that I'd normally think of and associate with Portugal. He's not here, he did not make it. These are the 3 that have stepped up for this team and trying to do Portugal proud. And the more goals they get, the more experience they'll get, because these are 3 individuals as well who want to make their own name in the Rocket League esports world.
Oh, certainly. You're a tough region to do that in. Jeez, oh, you can see the bump attempt beyond calm despite that bump attempt. Another shot opportunity here. Magic Bear.
Good save.
Denied, rebound out. Reynolds goes for the pass. That one barred down and out.
Yeah, the first one was a lovely save there from Beatty, but after that, hitting the crossbar from Rettles, you'd expect a little bit more. The finish was certainly on. Here comes Rafa up against Magic Bear. The boost is pretty dire at the moment for
50.
Portugal, but somehow they get it away again. The defending is dogged from them.
Beatty, that 50 was huge. Cheese keeps peppering the shots, but Portugal staying alive. Shot after shot, they keep it out.
How long, though, can Portugal survive like this? They need the ball in blue territory. USA passing the ball out well. The transitions are solid from them, but the clearances from Portugal are also okay. Magic Bear gets them on towards Rettles. Magic Bear steals 100 boost, so Rafa's going to be fairly starved now. Coming up against Cheese is Beyond. And he and Rafa get in each other's way somewhat. You need to not see too much of that from Portugal, but you can understand why as they're trying to play for pace. And that
wow, where is
dropped in?
Yeah, where is anybody from Team USA? Everyone was so far upfield, must have been hunting boost down. Rettles using everything in the tank to get that 50. Beatty will take over. Tries to get back to it, couldn't get the wall pinch. Magic Bear leaves the ball. You see the wall dash, the ball movement on low boost. Jeez. Denied by Rafa.
Yeah, that would have been fun though. Wall dash was needed to get him over there. Almost led to a goal. Would have been a fun one. Not to beat. Big demo there. Beyond gets it towards Rafa. The shot's in almost on target. I think it was Rettles that just about got enough on it. The Portugal are stepping up as this first game goes on. There was periods earlier where USA had it all their own way, even after Portugal had equalized. But now that is not the case, as Beatty gets an all-important touch himself. Beyond puts it into the center. Rafa up against Magic Bear. Rafa's got the boost here, but Magic Bear has got the read, and USA are okay.
Cheese, the full tank to work with. Gets by Rafa. Cheese tipping it by Beatty. Reynolds will have an open shot. Cheese took this from his own backboard and took multiple defenders out of the play. You see a demo as well. USA marching full field.
Yeah, I believe that Beatty just believed that Cheese had run out of boost perhaps, or certainly run out of control. Not to be when you're up against a team of the quality of this USA. Magic Bear loses that one to Beatty. Forward it goes. Cheese catches it low. Rafa into the center. This could be a chance for Portugal if they win this one. They have Beyond shoots. Rettles saves. As far as Magic Bear, it's risky. Rafa gets it almost on target. It's a pass to Beatty in the end, and Portugal can't quite squeeze it home.
Shaky there from USA. Cheese deflects it back out to the middle. Another dangerous spot. Beyond will hit that 50 to the backboard. Cheese low boost clear. Attempt out to the middle. Cheese has to leave that for Rettles. Rettles trying to keep it close, but Beatty will keep this in Team USA's half. Magic Bear making multiple defenders miss, but Rafa with a nice stop at the midfield will slow things down.
Yeah, Magic Bear's mechanics seems to be the difference to me between these two teams. When he catches it and takes control of the ball, it's something that Portugal aren't quite able to expect. And here he goes again. He has the 100. Let's get past one. Up against Beatty now. Is the dunk there? No, Beatty. Clean. Nice, tidy defending from him. He finds Beyond nearly. If Beyond had just had 10, could have done something with it. Rafa's turn, and Rettles clears it wide.
Beatty up against Magic Bear. Cheese to the ball first. Beyond trying to get a hand up. Does get a tip on it, but the battle for possession ensues. Back out to the middle. Beyond gets it away from Cheese. Rettles there with half a tank. Popped up by Beatty. Beyond, not enough boost to make the play. Will go for a fake instead. But Beatty not there to be able to take that shot.
Well, Portugal are pressing though. They just have to make sure they don't overcommit, but with 15 seconds left, you can't blame them if they do. That one hits the crossbar. Great touch from Beatty. Rafa's just behind him. Cheese in front, has to swallow a few seconds and avoid getting dunked. He does exactly that, and then gets it past Beyond as well. Beyond tries to scoop it central, but USA, their positioning is too good. That should be enough for game number 1, and USA guarantee at least another draw.
USA, they've been playing pretty close to their competition. This one, another close game, but they were able to edge it out. Portugal, they're still in this one despite not being able to pick up a game win so far. They're in this series. They were taking it to USA. We saw such a good play from Beyond in that first game, getting that touch up in the air, right into the flip reset. And I'm sure we'll see it on the highlights, Cole.
I mean, lovely goal from Magic Bed to start things off. 26 seconds in. The last thing you want to see if you're Portugal, but they rallied. They didn't get overawed by the situation until Beyond, threading through 2 of them. And that touch from Cheese, though, was enough to do Portugal in.
There was a demo off ball on that play as well. Team USA pulling out all the stops. Portugal, though, they must be feeling pretty confident after keeping that one so close.
I mean, how impressed have you been with these Portuguese rookies at this level, you know, at a LAN with S-tier players? Because I'm pretty impressed myself. And
I mean, they're keeping it close, but I mean, you see it a lot of times with those teams that are big underdogs. Sometimes they have those close games, but it just seems like they can never find the win. We see that quite a bit. You know, whether it's teams from Australia or South Africa on land, there's just times where it seems like they continue to get so close, but are not able to push things over the top. We'll see if they can do it here. Portugal still looking for that first game win.
As for USA, we've seen over in Group A how much of a jump getting that win, getting that 2-0 victory can be in your group stages. You'll be hovering around mid-table, but 3 points that you get and your opponents don't if you can get a win against a close team, and suddenly you're feeling a lot more comfortable. This is one that USA will certainly have penciled in as a must-win, and to do so, they have to win this second game. Rafa flicks it forwards. Portugal survived the first onslaught from Team USA. I expect there'll be plenty more.
That bump attempt there, but Magic Bear saw that coming. Was still able to keep that ball in the corner. Magic Bear again navigating the bump attempt, but a rebound out to Beyond, a double commit. Magic Bear tips it up in the corner. Reynolds panicked hit. Portugal causing a lot of problems right now. Reynolds was first on the scene.
Oh, the double demo comes in. Oh, man, I thought that was a chance there. The USA managed to get back in time. Beyond. He takes a slow touch, tries to go into the center. Magic Bear isn't having none of that. I'm sensing that USA are defending from the front, making sure they're charging Portugal down at every opportunity, not letting them have any of their solo plays. They do respect their ability to get the ball past them, so they're charging them down so quickly.
Magic Bear has had some lovely stops on defense. That time, again, getting up quickly, shutting down the play, waiting for his chance to go in. Doesn't even flip into that ball. So bold. Magic Bear has been that last line of defense for Team USA in Game 2.
USA happy enough to play a counter-attacking game right now, allow Portugal to trend forwards, try and tempt that third man out of defense. And then finally they spring their trap and make their tackles. Magic Bear has one touch, goes for the bump. Beyond did well to stay below it. In comes Vady up against Cheese, and Beyond is in front of Vady, but he does take over. I'm not sure that was needed. I think the bump was the better play there.
But you can see both players on low boost. Perhaps just trying to remain unpredictable. The bump plays do seem to work out quite a bit, but maybe not having enough boost to get upfield and make that play happen. Portugal, though, they've had the initiative this game as we approach the halfway point. Team USA playing on the back foot. Here's another opportunity.
Oh!
That one somehow saved by Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds just floating like a butterfly, gets that save. It seemed for all the world the ball was going to be tipped past him. Portugal have to keep their heads up, ensure that was not their moment that's just gone by, but here come USA. Vady can't let Cheese beneath him, he doesn't. Aerials downwards to make sure that
there's a bump.
He's there for a block, but there's a huge bump coming in. Vady isn't going to get that touch. Beyond's hit is risky towards Rafa, but it's worked out almost okay. So Cheese half flips up against Beyond. Beyond has a couple of players in front of him. Good cover again. A good defensive game, a high-quality one so far.
And you like seeing that out of Cheese, being able to hit the brakes and backflip challenge. You see that sometimes in 1v1s. Cheese able to pull that out, and now off the board! 50'd out by Rafa! Team USA's best chance gets denied by Portugal.
Another unbelievable save. There have been some huge ones in this second game. That one rolls towards net. Portugal have a lead.
And there's not much time left on the clock either. You can see Cheese trying to get that out to the corner. Reynolds maybe wanting to tip that to make sure there's no shot on target, but didn't get a touch on the ball. And Portugal saw their window.
Now we will see all-out attack. Maybe not quite yet, but in maybe 30 seconds or so, I'm sure USA will start to get a tad frustrated. This is their series win slipping out their fingers. They have to hold their nerve here. turn this one around. That one's in their own corner. Magic Bear flicks it as high as he can, but Vady is now the one for Portugal, who's pressing upon USA. They can't break out of the blue. Beyond doesn't even need to get the save because Rafa is there, and Vady can get a pinch into the center.
Cheese was up very quickly, but still it wasn't fast enough. However, the 1-2 play, I mean, Cheese shoots this from downtown. He's at the pretty much just past midfield, and he slots that near post. The defender trying to get there in time, couldn't do it. A long-range shot works well for USA.
A series that USA will feel they have to win if they are to break into that top 4 amongst some top-tier teams. A demo comes in. Magic Bear now up against Vady. Good half rotation there from Rafa, who tries to just pip it over the top of Cheese. Cheese doesn't let that happen. Vady's been beaten. Cheese has got the read here. He's got the flip reset as well. Beyond stays tall, but who's following up? It's Magic Bear, who completes the turnaround with 45 left.
Cheese seems to continue to do this, just fakes out the defense. They don't know what he's going to do. Has barely any boost, looks like he might get a reset, lands, immediately jumps to get that challenge, and that was what set up the opportunity.
Here's Magic Bear. They'd love a third still. USA won't feel comfortable right now. So the ball goes in the net once again. Vady sends it high. Beyond is in front of him. In the center, here's the shot. It's just wide. Will there be another chance from it? Cheese has taken out the game. Beyond boostless, trapped on the floor. Has to avoid a bump. Magic Bear goes under, saved by Vady.
Magic Bear has been looking so good. Defensively, offensively, so clean on his inputs, his mechanics. Just looking so nice. Now a chance again for Magic Bear. Rebound out to Reynolds. And there's the insurance goal, a 2-goal lead with only 11 seconds left. The late surge from Team USA looks to be enough.
And that almost certainly will be that. Team United States will take a huge jump up this table depending on how other results go for or against them. And looking around, it's the favorites that are winning. So USA will be very pleased they were able to keep up with their other favorites in this group. A fourth would be nice, but not necessary. It's saved there. Here is Vady. I think at this point, Portugal just want to kill this game. Everyone wants it to be over, and it is. Team USA, they're looking chill now, but James, 30 seconds ago, not sure,
yeah,
not sure they were.
It was a minute, what? Minute 30 or so left on the clock. Portugal scored that goal, had the lead. It looked like they might be able to get that first game win, but USA locking things down. Magic Bear, so good. And we've got Veracity with the players down to talk about it.
Cheese, GG's, well played. The real question is, though, how are you going to carry this momentum over to face the aggressive Brazil that we know next?
I think we played Brazil already, actually. I think it's France we're playing next, correct?
Yeah. You're playing France? Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad, bro, because we've got Chile and Brazil going on right now. So tell me, France, what's the game plan for that?
Just play confident, man. You just gotta play confident, play our game. We know we can beat them on the day. It's the best of 2. So whoever, it's 2 games, so anything can happen. We're confident, obviously. We're gonna play our game and just try our best to win.
USA on top, what do we think, yes?
Yes, sir.
USA on top, let's find out. Let's go ahead and tune in with that Chile and Brazil matchup.
Alrighty. You heard it. Feeling confident. Team France, though, that is a big opponent. See how USA does. However, we've got another match going on right now. Let's tune in to Brazil versus Chile. Brazil took game 1. Game 2, just a 1-goal game for now. See if Chile can manage to get a draw. Brazil already furious about that draw with Turkey earlier on today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not too impressed by that one. They will not want to be hoovering up points and just about getting into that top 4. They want to be storming their way through the playoffs and through this entire tournament. To Team Brazil, that's the sort of players that they are. Here comes Pan and Chile. You can never count these guys out. Davitrox as well.
Stole that boost and got the bump. Raise Bull double tap! Impact play from the Bull!
He was just waiting for all eyes to turn on him. As soon as Raise Bull is on the mainstream, suddenly he rolls back the years. A player who has made it deep into international competitions in his time reminds Brazil how.
Oh, kickoff strat here. It pops right back to Trevino, but didn't have the boost to get up for that challenge. Pan will rotate out. Lost. Gets bumped off the ball by Razebull. Pan gives up possession. Things a little bit awkward. You see a demo. Another demo on a Chilean player. Chile struggling to get their footing under him. Razebull has to jump off the back wall and gets another 50 downfield. Stellar defensive play by Razebull.
Yeah, but Brazil now have control of the ball until it falls to Pan. He tries to get this dunk. That one is going all the way over the top. Devatrox. This one's been just a tiebreaker away from making an international LAN. Sweeps up. Pan waits for the ball. Yeah, he leaves that one. Or his teammate leaves it for him in the end. There were two of them there. I was worried for a second they were going to bump each other. They have to hold their nerve to Chile because Brazil are going to come at them hard.
You see Pan trying to take a route to that ball. That also allowed him to get that corner. Razebull does get that ball. You could see him trying to hit that to the corner in a spot where the defense would have to leave that corner boost. Another demo off ball. It's Devatrox who gets taken out.
Yeah, these demos are just flying in now. No love lost between these two. So much international pride between Chile and Brazil. Oh, Yan gets that one over the top, though, but you can be as proud as you like. You have to outpace Yan.
And you saw this challenge from Razebull. Didn't work out. Ends up sending the ball right back to the middle. Devatrox too slow to that challenge. Yan getting there first. And now Brazil have the lead with only 16 seconds left.
Team Brazil, who currently have 2 wins in the competition and 1 draw, yet to taste defeat in a series. Even a draw here would feel like a defeat, especially as Rufinho has the ball with 7 seconds left. Yan tries to finish the job, not able to this time. Here comes Razebull. Pan is up, has to win this one. He'll get the bump, can't do either. Lost is fast enough. Razebull, one more pass, met by Yan. Now it's Razebull into the center.
Should be over.
Lost should be able to get that ball away. Rufinho says that'll do, puts the bow on it. Brazil go 3-1-0.
Went down to the wire, but in the end, Brazil pulled it off, and I think that Turkey result really lit a fire under Brazil. Following that, they took down USA, now taking down Chile. Let's go over to Veracity.
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Rufinho, let's cast our minds back because that Turquia matchup that we had. Firstly, what went wrong for you boys?
I don't know, I think we were confident, too much confident, you know, that we lost ourselves because of that, so I think it's that, yeah.
Now, with this new format of the 2 matches, obviously there's not much room for error, no room for mistakes to be made, so how did you kind of adopt a mental reset heading into this series now and walking away with a win?
I think just not be extra confident, but be confident in ourselves and not care much about the other team and just ourselves.
And how are you feeling about your next series? Everybody confident? You get a little bit of a break?
Yeah, we are confident, always confident, so yeah.
Always confident, but never overconfident. That's the key point here. Rufinho, let's go ahead and check in with the desk. GG's again.
Thanks, Veracity. Just the right amount of confidence. We've talked a lot about how confidence is fueling the wins of some of these teams, but it did ultimately cost Brazil that 1 game against Turkey. Fortunately, everyone came into round 4 looking real confident on the winners end. USA, Morocco, France, Brazil picking up 2-0 victories. But the real story is in the goals, Johnny Boy.
Yeah, it's close. I mean, for once we kind of nailed this one. Portugal are they're sort of tough to beat. I mean, Rocket League's a really difficult game to predict, so usually when we say this is going to be a respectable loss, it's all blowouts. But yeah, Portugal put up a good fight. They had USA on the ropes a little bit in the second game. The USA kept their cool, got the win, and much the same around the group with the favorites winning in round 4.
He's a smart guy. Johnny knows what he's talking about.
Sometimes.
But it was a lot of goals there for France again. I mean, France continuing to very likely be a goal differential leader at this point. It doesn't matter what side of the group they're playing on. They're just crushing people.
Razebull's been one of the best players today. He's had one of the lowest heart rates as well, which is great to see. He's very calm on the pitch, Razebull. Even play style very calm today, just going for the mind game. Just let the ball roll past the opponent. Why do anything too fancy when you just let the ball do the work for you?
Yeah, first day of 4, you don't want to blow all your energy that first day, but you're taking the time to maybe size up your opponents a little bit, figuring out what to bring later in the tournament. and you should get some great information out of these matches. All teams giving it their all, and the results falling as they may, Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, well played to everybody. USA, way to lock it down. Johnny, you had it absolutely diagnosed, you know,
Somehow.
best behavior, and they needed it to make sure they got that.
But they were on their best behavior. They're 1 goal down in the second game. There, they didn't panic. They just came back and won it. And Portugal might, you know, still be showing some signs of inexperience, a little bit excited when they get their noses in front, which they have done a couple of times today, and they've not been able to close out the wins.
Yeah, Morocco, Turkey on absolute lock, 5-0, 3-0, double shutout. So well played. I don't know, what do you call a perfect sweep in a draw?
Well,
format?
they kept a clean sheet, I suppose.
Yeah, clean sheet. There we go. We'll take that. That's good. So good for Morocco there as well.
Absolutely. A lot to be proud of across each of these teams. Fortunately, we were only about halfway through the group, so nothing is out of reach for any of our teams yet. And yeah, thinking about that, knowing what these teams have brought, knowing that we're getting kind of late, maybe some teams woke up early, maybe they're getting sleepy, maybe some teams slept in late. You know, have you gotten the temperature of any of the teams down there, Johnny Boy?
I'm impressed by Itachi. He flew in today, so Itachi's been tweeting about his arrival, but, you know, being a little bit complicated here to the tournament, but he made it, which is really important, because I think Morocco would be a shadow of what they are with him, without him. So yeah, that's really impressive that you can just pull up today and play like this, and really put on a great performance, especially in defense.
Yeah, good shout. That is amazing. Anything you've noticed, Chiefs?
I think apart from, Itachi's surprise arrival, everything else has been a pleasant surprise outside of I didn't know what I was going to get out of France and how big the gap was going to be for their group. So good for them as well.
All right, well, let's check out the heart rate for Team USA. Let's see how big the gaps are between these beats, and pretty similar patterns across the board. What are you seeing in the squiggles here,
I
Team?
think they might have been playing the same game with these lines, because that's really similar. Yeah, no, obviously they were. So yeah, Magic Bear is the high heart rate player on the team, and then Cheese, despite starting off pretty similar to Rettles, does trend lower. This is a consistent pattern.
I wonder why it's Magic Bear at the top, though. I mean, is it because he has to cover for Cheese and Rettles a lot, and it's just stressful?
Or is it their fault, you think?
It's stressful. It's always felt like Magic Bear, like, he just has to drive around and figure out what Rettles and Cheese are up to and just plug a gap.
I can't wait to see the advanced stats based on the heart rate monitor. Which position is the most stressful? Third man, probably the most stressful, I guess, in threes.
Yeah, there's a lot of information to pull out of that. Great call with the positions and who is kind of carrying that stress. I was wondering the jitter on Magic Bear's
hey, man.
His line. I don't have the technical term. I'm not a doctor, guys. I talk about video games for a living. This has just been very exciting. I love these
Somebody diagnose that for us. What does that mean? He's not got a steady heart rate. I think it means he's alive. I've seen that.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'll take that much.
The other way when it goes flat, so he's living.
I believe you, doctor. Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to your assessment on our next two teams. We've got a match between Turkey and Argentina that's coming up next. And let's get a closer look at these two teams. One of them a lot of history, one of them making history this weekend here at Chiefs.
Yeah, Turkey are doing a great show as well. It's not gone their way so far, but as you've again assessed with Portugal, it's a fight just about everyone they play. A scrappy draw earlier as well, and they're looking good. And Argentina, a great chance to actually pull out a win, as they're also kind of towards the bottom of this Group B side of things. So Argentina, if this is your get-right game, if you're Turkey, hey, go out there and play for a win.
Also look at Argentina's biggest rivals, Chile and USA, both in tough matches. This is a chance for them to close that gap and get back into that middle of the pack.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great call out. Love to see all the results of these, but let's take a closer look at Team Turkey.
I'm Arda, aka Lorly. I'm representing Turkey. Of course, I'm feeling proud, and I will try everything I can do in the field. It's representing our country, so that's just not my feeling. That's everybody's feeling. So I have big responsibility, and I will represent it. The only thing I can say to them, let's fight in the field, and just waiting for them to watch me in the field. Herkese destekleri için şimdiden teşekkürler. Sahada elimizden gelenin en iyisini yapacağız ve kazanmaya çalışacağız. Teşekkürler.
You know, we've talked a little bit about the fan bases across the nations represented here in Rocket League. And I do have some questions about Turkey's scene. Tell me a little bit about how they came up, when they came up, and who the superstars and history makers have been.
That's the funny thing. They're the first.
They're the first one? We're witnessing.
Yeah, you're witnessing history as you go.
You know, one thing we haven't talked enough about this whole weekend, we might have to really circle back on this tomorrow, is the cuisine. Turkey bringing one of the strongest cuisines to the tournament. Love me some Turkish food. So, yeah, definitely have these guys to thank for that.
Oh, I hope they can find a good meal here to fuel them up. Twitch chat, we're asking you who you think is going to win, so drop your votes in chat. You know, if you're correct, you get a congratulations.
50-50. Turkey earned a few fans. Fair enough.
It's fair enough, though. Yeah, it is. It's definitely possible. They've beat Brazil in a game, so why not Argentina?
Why not Argentina?
Yeah.
I agree. That's fair enough. Okay.
Turkey's in the chat for Turkey, Argentina. Let's see who can come out on top in this next matchup. We're right in the middle of the group, and every goal counts, so you want to do the best you can. And we figured out two teams who are absolutely ready to bring their best. Now let's send it on down to the casters and get this match between Argentina and Turkey started.
Argentina currently 6th in the group, taking on Turkey at 7th. An opportunity for Turkey to turn their fortunes around, but Argentina stands in their way.
Yeah, it's been relatively disappointing for Argentina to be down as far as 6th, but they're a team that are certainly capable of doing just a little bit better. They'll be the favourites here up against Turkey, but from Turkey, we have seen that if you blink for a split second, they will do to you what they did to Brazil and punish you for it. And every goal, every game that Turkey can steal is a huge moment for them, I would say. So Argentina have to be careful. You know, they have to keep their eyes open this whole time, because we're seeing now from Turkey, they've got the next to hurt you.
So does Argentina, who is on the attack right now. Misery with a shot. It's denied, but two defenders went. Unbroken. Also ripping a shot there. Turkey running on low boost right now. See that player's having to pick up small pads. Loreley in Argentina's corner. AJG up and around 1. Goes for the 50, but didn't make contact on the ball.
Yeah, JCM gets a good couple of touches as well to make sure that ball stayed safe. And here he goes again, showing some decent pace up against these speedy Argentinians. Here comes Loreley. Keeping an eye on Unbroken. Unbroken now round the corner. AJG. Let's be careful to Turkey. That's a great touch there from Loreley. He's got 0 boost, unfortunately. Tries to get as far as he can. JZM tries to help him out. It's more decent play from Turkey. I've been pretty impressed by them in the opening minute and a half.
Yeah, so far, it has been a bit back and forth. Argentina maybe having a slight bit more possession, but a miss from Misery. Tries to get back to the ball and doesn't win that forward. AJG will try to take it off his own corner. Leaves it for Unbroken, but JZM gets up early to at least stop that first attack.
And Misery now gets the flip reset from the ceiling. There's a defender in front of him. That one goes to the backboard. AJG over the top of the others. The longer this deadlock remains unbroken, the happier that Turkey will be.
AJG stealing the corner. And again, he lands a team bump. AJG opts to stay on the ball. Try to get behind it for a 50. AJG holding on to this ball. You can see multiple players go for Turkey. Shot opportunity here for Unbroken. He tries to take it into a dribble, but didn't get the flick off soon enough.
Loreley into the center with him. He gets the dunk nearly. Comes Briat, not quite in there. AJG gets the charge down on him. Misery towards the backboard. AJG tries to sweep up. Unbroken, a chance to shoot. It's almost there again for Argentina. Not quite there. Still a tense, close game to start off the series.
Zikard almost able to make something happen. AJG will lob this across the field. A miss from JZM, picked up by Loreley. Misery. And now JZM.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely little fake by Misery, and there's the flick. Loreley with the save, but I like that idea from Misery.
Yeah, that was a class miss. You don't always have to connect to the ball. Sometimes not hitting it is just as impactful, as we saw there. Unbroken has a pass forwards, but Zigok isn't going to let that happen. Loreley has taken out the game. Unbroken's turn, end-to-end stuff right now. Neither team really able to keep sustained pressure. It's more small moments. Maybe both teams playing it a little bit safe. That would be my one frustration. I'm ready to see a team really press the issue, because both of these can win this one if they try to avoid not losing it.
Which team will take that risk? That ball goes all the way across the net. Zigok left the corner. JZM has plenty of boost to go for this. A little bit slow to it though, and that shot will be easily turned aside. Argentina starting to develop some pressure, but this one goes all the way back. Unbroken will collect the corner. Has AJG on the sidewall, but opts to stick with it on the solo air dribble.
I mean, looking at the group as well, looking around the results elsewhere, all the favorites are winning yet again. The top four are really going to start pulling away. Argentina have to stay on their coattails if they are to make that top four, and they are capable. But they have to win this series. This is not one they can allow Turkey in. Here comes AJG. He gets the shot away. It's over the top. Unbroken wants to keep the attack going, but can't. So Lawley can begin the counter. JZM behind him is Zigok. It's that one forward towards Lawley. Unbroken a couple of touches. No, fakes the second one. This has been looking like a one-goal game for a while, James. It might be coming now. The dump, though, is just wide.
We've seen multiple times Turkey has had 2-3 players on their goal line all jump for the ball to make the save. Argentina is getting chance after chance, but time is running out. This is going into golden goal territory.
Yeah, we're pretty much there at this point. I can't see there being more than one. I'd be shocked if there is one before overtime. Thought AJG for a second was going to allow that ball to die. Not to be on this occasion. Thought maybe he could flick it goalwards, but did not have the boost. And we will have overtime in game one.
Turkey with a chance to at least get another draw. They can put in this golden goal. They've been surviving, not necessarily thriving. Argentina has had multiple chances and now has another. Loreley getting it out to the side and gets another nice 50. And a demo on top of that. We see Turkey starting to have a resurgence.
Well, they'll have to get hold of this ball first. It seems to be all Argentina so far in overtime. AJG sends that one onto the backboard. JZM has to stay aware. He does so for now. Misery puts that one into the center. But so far, it's all very lateral, these passes from Argentina, with no one really in the center. The passes aren't precise. They're not decisive. There's no one there calling for the ball, demanding it. It's just sort of loose touches across the Turkey goal. And Turkey are more than happy to defend that way. They're not being overawed by Argentina in any way. In fact, when they come forwards, they're showing signs of danger themselves. AJG sends that one long. JZM up. Decent touch from him again, but I just want to see more, James. I want to see more from both these teams right now.
Yeah, but this could be a good counterattack opportunity for Turkey. Picking up that corner boost. AJG doesn't really have much. JZM trying to conserve what's in the tank. See what he can do with that boost. Taking it up the sideline. AJG comes in to shut down the play. Now Argentina on the attack. Loreley fighting through the contact. Now JZM, 1v1 in the air. The reset, trying to use it late.
Nearly got that. Zigok's turn this time. It's the stealing with him. Wants to get the floor pitch. No, instead, he keeps the attack going with a flip. Couldn't quite follow it up. Misery out wide towards AJG. Good pass there. And he takes the 100 as well. This could be the moment for Argentina. Couple of touches on the ball. AJG going for a bump. Gets the bump. Saved by Lawley, though.
AJG did the right thing there. Filled that lane. Ensure nobody can get up there to block that shot. Did land the bump, but that second player there to get the stop. Turkey staying alive, being a nuisance to Argentina. And now things getting a little hairy for Argentina. Ball out in front of the goal. Zigok trying to work this pass out to the middle. And there's the shot, and that's game. Turkey pick up another win.
Guaranteeing their second point of the competition after the upset in Game 2 against Brazil. This time against Brazil's old enemy, Argentina. They're capable of claiming all 3 points. Another fantastic story here from the FIFAe World Cup featuring Rocket League. Argentina, all they can do is shake their heads, James. Game 1 is gone. The win is gone. Now they have to show their own headspace is still there and battle for the draw, because you do not want to come out of here with 0.
Certainly, I mean, this is now in a situation where Turkey could leapfrog Argentina in the standings. Argentina not managing to score a single goal. You can see the hype from Turkey as they let it in, and the disappointment from Argentina losing in overtime. Looking forward to seeing those heart rate monitors. But Turkey, they stepped up on the goal line. They had multiple situations where they had 2-3 players on the goal line with 0 boost, sent multiple players, got the save, and stayed alive long enough to just get that single opportunity.
They stayed alive, but I just don't know if I saw enough from Argentina. I didn't get the impression that Argentina were confident they were going to get a goal. I didn't get the impression they were taking the fight to their opponents, going for boost steals, going for bumps, going for solo plays, having a third man pressuring forward and making sure that Turkey was trying to back in their goal. I can't have any sympathy for Argentina in the way they played that game. It just didn't seem like they were trying to shape the initiative and tell the story there.
Their attacks seemed to break down in the final third. They had possession. They had a few good looks. I mean, we saw the AJG bump in the air to generate that shot opportunity, but every shot was predictable for Turkey.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Turkey, they are, of course, a limited team, as we expect. They're also gaining experience here game by game, so we expect them to get better per game. I think we even saw that in Series 1 they had against France, where the first game was 8-2, the second one was 6-2. Just small baby steps forward. And then, of course, they got that game against Brazil, which was, you know, the biggest moment of them all so far. So Argentina have to expect that as the series goes on, Turkey will improve. That's why I'm somewhat frustrated that Argentina didn't really try to take the fight to them at the start there at all. But now they're going to have to talk things through. You know, this is a big job for their coach. This is a big job for Pekitas to really get in there and speak to them and say, you know, lads, what was that? That is not the Rocket League that we've come here to play.
And, you know, to be shut out by Turkey. It's obvious that Turkey is playing a very defensive game. So what is the best way to break through that turtle on the goal line? You know, maybe it's demos, maybe it's infield. Like what strategy are your players most comfortable with when your opponent is turtling in net? Because that is exactly what Turkey did in that game.
They did. Yeah, they did it well as well. I mean, credit to Turkey's defending there because it was impressive. There are 1 or 2 tech issues in this game, so what we're going to do, instead of watching these players be deep in thought for the next few minutes, we're going to jump on over to France versus USA, where there has just been a huge equalizer for America against France. France currently unbeaten in games, 7-0 now. USA trying to step right up, but France the favourites. France the favourites for this whole tournament, Jay.
Oh, yeah. If USA managed to draw against France, that would be remarkable. But that is still a tough thing to do. Team USA tied up as we reach the halfway point. Zen. 50 up against Reddles staying in the play. This could be a chance here for Team USA. The backboard defended by Zen, but Zen doesn't have boost to follow that up. There's a demo as well. Zen taken off the field. Reddles, the wall dash, tries to put a shot on target quickly.
Zen spawned on the wrong side of the field there as far as France were concerned and had to be chasing the ball around all the way around the perimeter of the pitch for a good 15 seconds or so. France team who will not be taking draws lightly. They'll be very frustrated if they can't get through this belligerent USA. Monkey Moon, Vatira, and Zen, the team that so many people have honestly played together for so long. All the history they have between them, world championships aplenty, major wins, every decoration you can think of pretty much between the three of them. But USA not doing so bad themselves, multiple major qualifiers. They've won some regional events as well, these players, so on undecorated Team USA as that pass comes in towards Zen. Vatira keeps it going. Monkey Moon's coming in. He shows no fear as a third man. And that is what I wanted to see earlier, the third man being brave.
Another bump as well. You can see Magic Bear and Reddles trying to play on low boost. Vatira will take it all the way back and gets it by Cheese. Leaves it for Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon. Oof. See Reddles seeing that challenge incoming. Had to just go to the corner. Team USA starting to run out of gas.
Oh, the fake!
Oh! And that is how you beat teams that sit on the goal line. This fake here, Monkey Moon just lets it through to Vatira, bamboozles everybody from Team USA.
I think Rettles is still flying. Rettles is still yet to land after that fake. Ankles are broken. There's all sorts going on. USA parts on the pitch. But France have their lead again. They are looking supreme and every bit worth the hype that they had coming into this tournament, but don't write USA out just yet. Rattles the chance for the floor pinch. Monkey Moon, I mean, he must just be a nightmare to play against. He is always on the ball.
Making the plays, the high percentage plays. And that is why he is a world champion. Multi-time world champion.
Can confirm that Chile versus Morocco is currently 1-0 to Morocco, 0-0 on the next, and Zen makes that one 3 as I look over elsewhere.
Cheese, not the best touch, ended up passing it right out into the middle, and Zen just scraps that goal out. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. And France, with only 24 seconds left, get that 2-goal padding. Looking pretty good for France at this point.
Yeah, it's seeming like France have managed to wrestle this initiative from Team USA. But meanwhile, our feature match, Turkey versus Argentina, has started game 2, and Argentina have got off to a flyer. It is 2-0 Argentina with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. As Zen seals this one, we're going to go back to our feature game.
Yeah, that game between France and USA over. So we'll get back to this featured match. About to hit the halfway point. Argentina finally picking up the offense. See if they can keep it going. Turkey held Argentina scoreless last game, scored that single overtime goal in their 1-0 victory. Turkey will have to do more this time. Missouri forces that ball through. You can see the composure there from AJG to not even go for the 50, but that leaves the net open now! And Turkey are on the board.
Yeah, JZM getting involved yet again. It was a good charge down there from Zigog, and then JZM finished the job. All 3 Turkey players involved, all 3 deep in Argentinian territory. And I've just hit out the corner of my eye, by the way, just quickly. Brazil 9, Portugal 0. So that is going on in that one.
I think Brazil is mad.
Yeah, they've had enough.
They are angry. And Turkey made them that.
And now they're trying to do the same to Argentina. And it's not looking beyond the realms of possibility that they will make Argentina really mad. Still plenty of time in this one. Lawley up against Unbroken. Lawley tries to keep it going up against Misery. Zigog almost there. That one's going to be going towards that corner. It's saved well by Lawley. It's towards AJG. JCM tries to get involved, but Unbroken sees it home.
And this is the mix-up I was talking about. Instead of taking the obvious shot, you can see JCM is up early to contest that. Instead, Unbroken uses arrow, gets around the ball, essentially throws a changeup to bait out that save attempt. And it was the right call, and that gets Argentina their 2-goal padding.
Now Turkey able to come back. They will still have the dream of getting a win here at the FIFAe World Cup. That one's fake 12 from Lawley. Zigok just went for the ball a tad quickly, didn't really believe in the fake. The determination wasn't there. And Argentina have had a much better game too, playing more the way that we wanted them to play. Really seeming like the bullies in this lobby as we expected and wanted them to be.
Seems like they've at least figured out how to counter that turtle. And then you see the bump as well from AJG, the shot. Only 58 kilometers per hour. But AJG says, all right, last player back. I'll make sure you don't have a chance to save it.
They're playing in front of the ball now, are the Argentinians, clearing a path for their teammates. They'll be frustrated if this one goes the way it seems to be and they take 1 point Argentina, but fair play to them. It would have been so simple to tilt out after losing that first game, throwing your toys out the pram, giving up, and they have shown that they are doing nothing of the sort as they make a statement here in Game 2.
Argentina cruising to a Game 2 victory. This certainly looking like a draw is inevitable, and you see another bump play, and that seems, maybe that is what happened to the first 2 goals. Obviously, we didn't get to see it. We jumped over to the France-USA game, but now 2 back-to-back goals. They just bumped the last player back.
Oh,
that one almost the 6th goal for Argentina.
What a shame that one didn't go in. From the ceiling, following it up, hitting the post. And Argentina now are having a great time, and they're playing with freedom. I hope this is the blueprint they take forward, James, because bear in mind they will be facing Turkey again as well. They'll be facing Turkey tomorrow, and who knows what this table will look like at that point, and whether they need to defeat Turkey in order to go through. That's a permutation that's very likely very realistic, or even just playing for more prize money. you know? So this will be what they take forwards. Hopefully we see a full-blooded Argentina tomorrow and beyond, potentially.
And also Turkey with confidence. You know, they are showing that it wasn't a fluke that they got that game off of Brazil. Getting another game here off of Argentina, but in the end, Argentina will stay ahead in the standings. Both Turkey and Argentina picking up a point each for this draw.
Yeah, Turkey, who'll be looking at that matchup later on against Portugal and thinking, hey, we could really win that one. We might even be favourites in that one in a couple of rounds' time. So plenty of potential for Turkey to do more, but they'll take the draw, I'm sure. We're very proud of it instead. Well, we're about to find out because Veracity is with Turkey.
Zigok, commiserations to you and the boys. That match didn't go your way. First and foremost, settle a debate for me, because me, the analysts, the casters, how do we pronounce your full name?
Zgoch, right? You can say Zgoch.
Zgoch. Okay, and then how about the rest of your team? How do we pronounce the rest of that? JZM, is that?
JZM and Lorelei.
JZM and Lorelei, there we go. We got it confirmed here. But coming into this tournament as a whole, a lot of people were kind of expecting you guys to not necessarily perform the best, managing to take a game off Brazil. Talk to me emotions-wise what that meant to you boys.
We are trying our best. We are doing our job. And we got some points and we are so happy about that.
Representing Turkey as well, surely that's a level of pressure on your shoulders. Is everybody pretty nervous, or are you all kind of coming together and everybody's relaxed?
I'm so chill.
Okay, all right. I want to see whether or not the heart rate monitor agrees with that.
Chill guy.
Chill guy, I like it. We got a chill guy over here. Best of luck with the rest of your games, and I'm gonna throw it over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Veracity. I'll let you two chime in on that.
Chill guy. I can't believe this. I wouldn't know about those memes except recently. Like my girlfriend can't get enough of them. But man, he does seem like a chill guy. Does Zgoch Brett? Is that what he said? I think that's how he said it.
I'm not even gonna try. Yeah.
If they're the team with the heart monitors, we'll find out exactly how chill they are, because the action was pumping. We're watching the replays now.
Yeah, France walked all over USA, unfortunately, for them. And Brazil also put the...
Don't sound so sad, Cheese. They're still very much in the running.
They're very much in the running, but that one went about as I expected it to.
They've got some good matches coming up, actually. Well, USA.
Hey, man, the last time I trusted strength of schedule, it's not good. Not good at all. But Argentina and Turkey was a battle, of course, ended up in a draw there as well. And Brazil, yeah, dropped the hammer on Portugal a little bit.
They always do this at some point, don't they? They just score way too many goals.
Gotta put up 7. Why not?
Yeah, we thought actually they might do that to Turkey before Turkey showed us that we were completely wrong and underestimated them. Won't happen again.
And what was the other one? It was, oh yeah, Morocco. Blew out Chile in this one as well.
Yeah.
We'll probably see a few highlights from them shortly, but good battle for Turkey. Secured at least the draw early on, and then, yeah, here we get to see some of those Morocco goals against Chile. And that feels pretty bad for Chile.
It does. I mean, this is really where the big three, the speculated big three, kind of separated themselves from the group. France were running away with it, Brazil nipping at their heels, and now Morocco in a clear third. So that USA-Chile fourth place battle is very much underway.
Yeah, taking a look at our standings now, just from round 5, we can see all those points that Brazil and that Argentina were able to pick up here. It's got to feel good to leave with that. France, though, leading the pack, taking the bites out of USA, 9 goals total. How do you think USA is feeling after that one, Johnny Boy?
Yeah, they're feeling pretty bad. Yeah. I don't say too much. Don't want to rub it in. Don't make it worse. But no, really, at this event, yeah, England are the only ones I'm going to be rubbing losses in the face of. USA are going to be bouncing back.
You didn't want to take responsibility for that.
I still back USA to make it out of this group. You know, I do still back them. I think they're going to finish 4th.
Yeah, that's achieved.
I mean, it's possible.
It's possible.
I believe that everything is possible in Group B at the moment, for the most part. But I think Argentina actually had a pretty good turnaround there. I know it turned out to be a draw. Obviously not what they wanted. But they did the right thing. 5-1 in Game 2. So goal differential. Probably not going to matter, but you never know.
We do love the draws, do we not?
I love the draws. Listen, like, it's not for everyone, but like those draws for Turkey, if we're being honest, in a best-of-5 format, they're not probably picking up points there. There's just going to be more losses. So to see the chance to get what's really going to feel like a win for them, getting a point on the board, I love that. It's unique to Rocket League, and it's fantastic to see.
Well, we'll see if Argentina took that draw to heart and how much they liked it. We've got the results here from the heart monitors. Remember, they were down that first game. They picked up that second game, and I could not read that in this chart.
Why did Unbroken and AJG really care?
In game one, yeah, Unbroken and AJG were just starting to freak out a little bit, and Misery's just,
why are they beating us?
He's just fully relaxed, and then they lost, and he started, wait a minute, and then they flipped. He's like, realized it hit him. Wait, we've lost game one, guys. What's happened there? And he started like going all over the place. So that's an interesting one.
Look how close they came together, though, when it comes to terms with winning. They were most
they put up four, five goal differential. That'll help out a lot.
And this information, I look forward to, applying it, maybe taking a look and then slapping it on the games later. If analysts are out there, anyone on...
The jury's out on Zigoc. He's still, he claims that he's a chill guy, but we've not seen his heart rate.
Yeah, we got to see the heart rate, buddy.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that later.
You gotta show me on the heart rate monitor for sure. Find out if that is the
No
measure of
one's
chill.
beating to die for.
No.
No shot.
To dead for.
Yeah, to dead for real.
Yeah, check out the VODs from earlier today if you're wondering what we're talking about. But if you're just joining us, let's catch you up with the standings. We're talking about Group B here, and we're talking about some huge teams, very feared. And I think taking a look at this scoreboard, Johnny Boy, you will see why.
Yeah, the order is exactly what we thought. Well, Turkey and Portugal interchangeable when we came into this event. So the order's what we thought it would be at. But Morocco kind of falling behind a little bit compared to Brazil and France. That is surprising. Although I'm loving the fact that USA and Chile are still so close. That is going to be a really interesting match. And Argentina, it looks better for them than it really is. They've got some tough matches. So it could be 7th place by the time the day is done for them.
Could be. Achieves, if you were going to mix up any two names on that board, who would you swiggity swap?
I actually don't know if I could. I mean, you can't take away anything from what Turkey has achieved, and I don't know if I could say that USA has done enough to really supplant Morocco. I think this one's played out about as deserved. It's not like anyone's got like massively unlucky. You get your 2 games, you know what you got to do. You either do it or you don't.
Oh, you answered that in such a perfect analyst way. You can speak from the heart too. I would put USA just right at the top.
Good for you. I don't have that in me. I'm not that kind to us. I already know that we play second fiddle to a lot of places in the world, so I just can't give it to them. You got to earn it for me.
You're accountable throughout this season. I'm just going to be like, whoop, yeah, USA, bye. So, we've also got CJ. He's checking out the venue, touring around. Let's see what he found for us to see.
Not only do we have Rocket League action here at the FIFAe World Cup, we've got plenty of activities right around the grounds, around this arena for the crowds to get themselves involved with, such as the photo booth. We've got a photo booth live right here that we can take a photo with as we just hit bang and take a little quick pic as we just go absolutely nuts here. The crowd's loving it. We're loving it. Oh, the photo comes through and you can get it printed straight away, pick it up. Not only that, but your photo goes on the wall. So throughout the weekend, the live crowd will be able to create a little collage for the FIFAe World Cup. So much action, so much fun, and we're going a little bit crazy in this arena.
I say we go to the photo booth and we all take turns doing that exact pose.
Yes.
And then never explain ourselves.
I think other people would get on board with that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think
Start a trend.
Yeah, we could go viral.
Ooh.
In the building.
Hashtag it.
Don't tempt me.
We'll put a stopper in these dreams right now, and we'll return to focus on Rocket League right after this quick 10-minute break. We'll see you on the other side.
I'm checking the room up. The 808 thumping the beat. Can you keep
but I'm richer than a mother. I've been down, but I'm finally out the gutter. Got a crew, yeah, we rock it like no other. Yes, I'm proud of my sisters and my brothers. Strangers now, gonna be the best of friends. Celebrate like the story never ends. What a sight when we're stepping on the scene. What a night, like we're living in a dream. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me. Oh, so young and free. We got the keys to the whole city. Oh, so young and free. We got a good thing, you and me.
Us, we're analyzing it. We've got casters talking about it, and we've got Veracity and CJ interviewing about it. Couldn't have asked for a more stacked roster to cover. We've got 16 teams of incredible players from around the world, and it's been a real treat to watch them play. We are into the final matches of today's Group B. Of course, tomorrow we run both groups back again. So if you missed a match, we'll check the VODs and then tune back in to see if anything changes for tomorrow's head-to-head. But gentlemen, we're heading into Brazil versus Morocco. We've got Cole back on the bench. How have you been, Cole?
It's been all right. It's been a pleasure to top and tail today. It's been so long since I've been up here. Everything's nice. I know what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
Looking beautiful. Yeah, nice new plant over there, I see. Good work.
Like 10 degrees hotter. Yeah. We're cooking in here, but Achieves has been the one that's really been stirring it up. A lot of great ideas, especially about this Brazil-Morocco matchup, huh?
Hey, man, Brazil and Morocco is absolute thunderbolt, as you Brits would like to say every now and again. It could be a fun one, could be a blowout. Brazil still, I think, ironically upset about finding that draw versus Turkey, as every team they've played since then has just got railroaded. So, Morocco, it's been a good couple of games for you. Now I think you get a good test to round out the day.
Yeah, Brazil is mad. That second round against Turkey was the dog, and they're going full John Wick now on the rest of this group. But Cole, you've been up closer, you've been witnessing it. Their faces, are they mad? Are they chilling out? How are they feeling?
I think they are incredibly mad, but they're pretending not to be. They're like, it's cool. Yeah, no, it's fine, as they score the 8th goal, as they score the 9th goal. Like, hey, it's fine, but I am going to score 10 against you. The problem is, though, I can't quite, call me controversial, the Chiefs, see them scoring 15 goals in 2 games against Morocco.
How
Maybe I'm the fool. Is that that's my hot take for the day? I don't think they'll score 15. Yeah. What do you reckon, higher or lower?
Yeah, I'll take the bar.
Okay.
15 on the money.
We're going Price is Right rules, that's safe.
A much closer matchup between these two. But I have been impressed. I mean, if you take away that sort of the black mark of the game that they lost against Turkey, which will be gnawing away at them, I'm sure that they're not 5-0 with France. They've looked pretty solid, I think, it's fair to say about Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil, I think, across the board, still extremely dangerous, and Morocco, I think, has a bit of a workload in front of them here, so still questions to be answered. I think this is the toughest part of the day, if I remember correctly, for Morocco, I believe. What's their last round? That's my real question.
Your real question is that they're against Argentina in their last one. So yeah, that's easier. That's a
here's your
easier,
final test of the day.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Argentina, but I call it like I sees it.
Yeah, when we're talking about Brazil, well, you guys certainly know how scary they are, but if you're just encountering this team, let's take a closer look at them.
I'm Jorfinho. I play for Brazil. I think it's a dream, to play for a country, represent your nation and everything. The fans from Brazil, not only for Rocket League, but for all the world, everything football. So it's amazing. I want to beat Argentina so bad, 2-0, 2-0 and go home. So keep cheering for us. Cheer a lot because we are doing our best in the off season and now for the tournament, and we are pretty confident that we can bring one more star to Brazil.
I stand corrected. It's Argentina's last match of the day. It's what they've been waiting all day for, so never mind. Job's not done as far as they're concerned after Morocco.
Yeah, are you waiting all day like it's ice cream in the freezer and you finally get to be like, oh, let's have some fun, boys? Or are you waiting because you know something that the rest of us don't know about this Argentina team?
Well, so Brazil have already 2-0'd Argentina. Their first series was against Argentina. They 2-0'd them earlier on, so that started off so well. But what they do have their last match of the day is against France. And I think what they'll really be trying to do, Chiefs, is top this group after day one. For all the hype of France, I've seen Rocket Baguette tweeting, saying, oh, we're undefeated, we've got all these games in a row. Brazil will be thinking that should be us too, and that could be us. And if they can do that, that is the statement they want to make. But Morocco are not so bad themselves.
Absolutely not. And we've actually got CJ down on the floor with the coach of Team Morocco. Let's check in.
Coach Seth, your little mid-round update. Obviously spoke to you before you guys started your account here. You're 5 series in now. What are your thoughts so far?
I mean,
going in with all the the conditions that we had before, I'm pretty happy with everything. We've handled the teams I think we should have handled. I think we let a point or two slip away. I guess 2 points slip away against the U.S. But they battled hard in that second game, so I can't be too mad. The French series was it was as close as it could be, so I can't be mad about that. We're already talking about things that we can iron out. I like it because the boys are actually starting to make their thoughts heard, and now it feels like, okay, actually maybe we do start. We talked about countering before, but maybe now we start implementing stuff.
Now you guys are, I think, you're sitting third at the moment. You've got a massive matchup coming up next against Brazil. I think they're second, so what's the strategy against those guys? I know they're a little bit fired up. They did draw to Turkey, so I think they're going to be pretty aggressive against you guys.
Yeah, it's definitely one we can't sleep on. They're woken up after that Turkey series. We would be too if we were in the same situation. Good team. I think we're just better, though. It's strategically not much to say right now. I think we'll just outplay them. We'll play how we play, and we'll outplay them.
Just lastly, for Itachi, he probably hasn't had too much sleep. He got in a bit late. How's he traveling for day one?
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the conditions I was referencing earlier. That's why I'm happy with the points we've gotten so far with his status. I'm happy. I'm glad he's definitely a little tired. I've caught him nodding off a couple times, but we're in a better spot.
Awesome. Couple games left for Morocco here in day one. Let's see how they finish off.
Oh, thank you so much, CJ. CJ, insights great from the coach, but now we're taking a look at, right down the barrel of this match. Brazil, Morocco, both of them bringing more to the table than we may have originally calculated. But Cole, any final thoughts on this match before we jump right into it?
My final thoughts on this match are, if this was being played in 6 months and Morocco had been playing together and all that time, I'd probably be leaning towards them. I think their skill ceiling is higher. However, Brazil, as Furia, have been playing together for a while now, an entire season and beyond. And I do think that counts for something in these high-intensity situations.
Normally I would agree with you and take the team synergy across the board generally, but I feel like the firepower of Brazil is actually not enough here, unless you get one of those games from Yan and he just decides to single-handedly win it. And I think that's what they're going to need here if they want to knock off Morocco. I'm not sure if the other two players quite have that, breakthrough capability versus that Morocco defense.
It's a fair point on the field. Off the field, though, I would say that Brazil certainly have a lot more about them. You're looking at Drufinho to be standing up and getting in Morocco's faces. I can't see any of these Moroccan players giving as good as they get in that regard. So I think the battle of the shouts will certainly be won by Brazil here. That sometimes counts for something, it sometimes doesn't. Don't get me wrong, but there's certainly arguments to be made that Brazil are going to take this one.
They're on the complete opposite end of the Coliseum.
Yeah, so Drufinho will have to be even louder. No, he's not devastated. He's great.
You really
Let's get the decibel meter out.
No, don't tell Brazil they're going to come up here.
Yeah,
they get mad, okay?
Drufinho's where's my megaphone? I know I brought it with me. It's got to be somewhere.
Well, it looks like you managed to convince Twitch chat as well, or they came to the same conclusions, because only about 30% looking at Brazil to win this. I got to wonder how Brazil is feeling. Unfortunately, if we want to know how they're feeling, they're going to have to go the distance and talk to Veracity to get the true temperature after this match. So we'll see if we get to hear from them, or if we'll be hearing from a victorious Morocco after this. All I know is every team on the floor is ready to play. We've got this round and the next one to close out Group B today. And then, of course, as I said, we run it all the way back tomorrow. So, our two teams, Brazil and Morocco, they're ready. And Brazil is not looking to lose this one. So, with our team set and our casters at the ready, let's get this match started. Let's give it up for Brazil versus Morocco.
Nearing the end of the Group B round robin part 1, Brazil continuing their tear and want to keep that going after they had dropped the game to Turkey, who are also doing some damage to other South American teams, but a big game for both of these teams trying to vie for that playoff spot, Hercules.
Oh yeah, this is a very important matchup because both teams have had a couple of outcomes that they didn't quite want to happen. So this is where you make up for it, attempting the 2-0 on somebody that is definitely in that top 3 with you. And for Morocco, this is the difference between second and third.
Well, Morocco had just missed what looked like an empty net on Brazil, and Brazil take the shot right back. Well, the Chiefs said it. You're going to need a Yan-like game. That wasn't a Yan-like play. That was a simple shot, but it goes in nonetheless.
A Yan shot on target, and it is a Yan shot that's very classic to all of us. Brazil, the first one to go on the board. Fairly expected at this point, at least for most Brazilian fans, but I'm very curious how Morocco stands to the Brazilian offense.
Trevino had a really nice pass there, and always love hearing Trevino talk on the interview. He's always so happy, and then he just gets so aggressive on stage. You gotta love the dichotomy. He goes in the interview, and you wouldn't think he's got that kind of energy in him, but you know, those Brazilians go different. Yan, a little bit of trouble. So do these Moroccans, though. They played a really tight game against France. It was a lot of defense, low scoring. And I think that's the one thing that the desk was probably expecting Brazil to run into against this Moroccan squad is that defense, that demo, and it's off the post, but the backflip in, no, it's saved, and they're not going to get the rebound either. Trevino gets the clear.
You just got to continue following this one, too. Here comes Lost with the finish.
That's an absolutely ridiculous sequence. Somehow that ball doesn't go into Brazil's net, and they get a free clear down the field. Nobody has boost for Morocco. They can't get back to the ball in time. I mean, that was painful. If I'm Morocco, I'm in pain after that one.
Yeah, that is a very frustrating situation to be in. Although that almost worked in their favor. This one will for sure. Drawley getting that next touch after the clear came through. Brazil, well, you got a challenge up against you.
Yeah, no silly antics on the saves this time. Looked like Trevino might have got a second try at it. But we obviously have other games going on as well as these ones are dropping. USA up against Turkey. USA actually just tied it against Turkey in game one. Turkey was scored first. They are quite the surprise here.
Oh
in
yeah,
Group
this
B.
is that's an interesting team. A slight dark horse, I feel like, is respectable to say at this point.
Meanwhile, these first 2 minutes have not been short of action. Bounce off the ramp here for Trevino, just trying to get this to the weak side of Morocco's rotation. Find a way in. Trevino all over that ball. You saw Brazil ready. The second and third man. Lost will take his time. He's got the space and the boost. Just trying to play a little more methodical. Get the 50 and a little bit of help on the pull shot from Yan. That's the one thing with Brazil is, you know, if Morocco can continue to frustrate them on defense, Brazil are the type of team that will get frustrated on offense. They will start taking chances that might be a little risky, cause a mistake, clear the other way. But they're holding the lead for now. Drawley has possession from the midfield, has the foot still, but has to move over the corner.
Unfortunate. I mean, it's at least a good chance and an opportunity, but it does go wayside. Lost tries to take this one away. Morocco from Drawley to the backboard. Again, a lot of these touches are very, very slow, not quite followed up in the best of attempts as Brazil goes back into the blue side. And like you said, Brazil eventually going to get really frustrated with this Moroccan defense. And it's going to be the same thing. Couple of weird wide shots. This 150's back. Yan trying to keep it forward. Great boost click there from Lost, but the center to Trevino just a bit too far ahead.
That's why discipline is really the most important factor. You have the lead. You don't need to take unnecessary risks. You just got to protect the ball. Make sure you have eyes on all three Moroccan players. And there you go. You blow through one, challenge the backboard, and at least get to the ball. They'll get the boost steal as well. Lost will get back to help support Trevino. There he takes the shot on the left side. And well done on the pressure here from Brazil.
That is very solid placement all the way around. Very low boost for Morocco. Itachi, he had enough to try and make it. Unfortunately, that ball back to perfect placement. Down in the far left side, you're not touching that one. So Brazil goes up by 2, less than 90 seconds to go. This is a great performance for them as well for how boxed in they were in that first half.
We talk about, you know, getting ready for the second part of the round robin, and you want to try to gain as many points as you can in this first round because, you know, Sathi was talking about it. Loves making those adaptations, says, I believe after today, you know, we're going to be able to make those adjustments, feeling really confident with the team. You know, for Brazil, this is the toughest part of their schedule. You have Morocco and then you have France next. It's two very important games if you can get both of these wins here. Like you were saying, you know, you could take the lead as the shot Just denied. Morocco trying to apply a little bit of pressure, but the shots have been far and thin.
Yeah, right now Brazil is kind of just on one, and rightfully so. It's been an interesting day for them. Once they had that first draw, I believe it was against Turkey, that was when everything broke loose for them. Nobody has been able to really stop the rampage that they've been on so far. 28 seconds to go here, and a 2-goal lead remains. Yan gonna try and extend it to 3 off the backboard, doubling in, and he does.
That's looking pretty clean for Brazil for game number 1 to collect at least a point in this series. Meanwhile, Portugal is actually getting destroyed by France. That 6 looked like a 0 for a second, and I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
It's been a long day.
It all makes sense now.
Yes, they're trying to Brazil. Brazil is working their way up to doing one to Morocco. It is a battle out there for some of these underdogs, and underdogs on Morocco very respectfully in this situation. But 8 seconds left on the clock here. Brazil gonna take that game 1 win, much needed, much earned, and deserved.
And you know, Achievs was saying he didn't really believe that Brazil had the high power on offense to break through this Moroccan defense. And you're making a face as if I'm calling Achievs out. And you're right, I am. He was dead wrong there. That's a high-powered offense from Brazil.
No, that's an interesting take there. I mean, hey, sometimes we double down on things we're wrong about, right?
You know, Achieves is allowed to be wrong once in the universe.
Yeah, we all get like one pass to be really wrong about something.
You know, Morocco could still take the next game here, and then he can go back on the desk and be like, I don't know what Jordan was talking
I don't know what you were talking about, but no. As far as this game's concerned, great performance out of Brazil. I gotta give it to Morocco. Defensively, they had to put up a wall, and they did. It was just those few moments that Brazil really shined through.
One of those goals was actually off of a failed shot from Morocco. Their early shooting was really not great. They could not apply consistent pressure to Brazil. Constantly found themselves getting starved out on transition, which is the worst time to be starved out. You don't have control of the boost. It's going to be hard to control the game. But we've had a long day between Group A and Group B in this first set of round robin. We get to do it all again tomorrow, where it's really going to amp up the pressure, because that's where the points will matter even more, because you know you only have so many games left. And Brazil right now, they're playing like it. Sathu on the mic with Morocco. And I think really, if Morocco just shores up some of their early shooting, the makeup of that first game looks a lot different. Brazil punished them on 2 opportunities, kind of like you were alluding to, Hercules, that, you know, Morocco overall, really on the transition, just got killed here. So game 2, I could certainly see flipping the other way.
Oh, for sure. And that's kind of the pattern we've been getting from Morocco as well. The few times that we've seen them be taken down or close to taken down, the next game is immediate. You know, you are fully watching them learn from their mistakes and not allowing anything to happen again to themselves. So Brazil, it is really on them to continue to stay consistent and be able to hold them back. But I am very curious, and in particular, my eyes do fall to Nas. Actually, I am waiting for him to have his pop-off moment. I haven't seen it yet, but once it's there, I think that this is where the Brazil matchup becomes even closer.
And that's the thing we've been talking about with Morocco all day is, you know, on paper, it should work. But do you have enough time to to develop that synergy? And I think that's why tomorrow that team will be really interesting to watch. But Morocco, they're not done in this series just yet. They can still grab a point. See how they start out here. Again, they started with the advantage. They just couldn't shoot. Can they right the shooting, or will Yan beat them on the transition again? He got the dunk. Oh! Loss was right there. Drafinho got it back over to Yan. That's a decent touch. Was able to get back to the challenge. If there's nothing else, the rest of Brazil will head back to their half. Morocco will move right through it. Tachi, 50 God. Need a little more than Divinity to get through this corner.
Not too bad. First minute of gameplay is going to go almost scoreless as the next 5 count down. Jolly desperately was trying to push Morocco forward. Finally, I think this clear might be the one to do it. Nas reset past 1. The follow from Itachi doesn't go in, but I like these connect a little more. This one almost finds its way on through, but the goal line save comes out.
Another goal line save for Brazil. They had those in the first 2 minutes of game 1 as well. Although that one looks much more doable and less panic, cry, hope the post bounce goes our way.
do like what I am seeing out of Morocco in comparison to that first game. It's a lot more consistent with the first and second touches towards net now, and Brazil is, I think, starting to recognize that Morocco's going to be following each other up a lot quicker than they were in the game past. Drawley sends us forward. Big demo means Itachi's up next. And his touch down to Nas. That's a nasty center and a great shot.
I don't think either Brazilian player here was looking. Nas is just kind of lurking in the shadows there on the right side. I think Yan did see him, but I mean, what was Yan supposed to do? That was a nasty shot there from Nas. Yan couldn't even react. And that's what the missing piece was for Morocco. They take the lead 2 minutes in. And Nas, you wanted to see him come alive. Well, he got a great pass from his teammate, got a great shot, got themselves set up to try to get this point. Lost has a demo, but they don't have control of the ball.
And Morocco it's such a young team, and once they find that cohesion, feeding each other that ball becomes extremely dangerous. Now Brazil's gonna have to do the same thing. Fed over to Lost and out. Yan's just trying to keep it in that blue side if they can, but this one's bouncing out of their favor here as Itachi's gonna follow around the corner. And here comes Drawley. Low boost. Most he can do is off the ceiling to himself, but Yan enough to take the challenge.
Drawley's always scary when he gets that space with the ball. We saw how lethal he can be not so long ago at the RLCS World Championship. Brazil, okay to stabilize right now, but they just can't find any kind of presence in the midfield. Lost was there to at least look at the ball, but not actually take control. Now he got the 50 to get underneath, trying to find a bump to the other side. He does take Drawley for a little ride. And Yan comes across to take the ball away, but Drawley will not relinquish control. Trying to get another bump. Nas came in early. Still in control for Morocco on the midfield line. Drawley will give him a little bit of space to snap the leash back shut. As that 50, Drafinho actually completely cuts out that possession. Morocco fighting for it again, and Brazil missed the ball. Nobody's back either. Yan has to get back. He had that boost first. A matter of positioning there. But Brazil still scoreless. Lost. With the reset, only 20 boosts, got the 50. You saw Yan pump one off the wall, and Drafinho missed the open net. You have to score that.
You have to make connection. Yan used everything in his car to try and make that save, and instead it's being set the other way around now. Here comes Nas. Redirect on target and in. There you have it. Morocco take the 2-0 lead.
Beautiful shot here from Nas. It was a hard clearing. Look how hard Lost cuts over to that near side post. Takes that angle and he completely leaves the left side of the net open. That made Nas's job easy. He sees Lost just full boosting. He knows he's not going to be able to recover. Take the shot and take your goal. Nas does come alive. And now it's crunch time here for Brazil. Shot forces the double commit. Drafinho just above the bar. Lost pops it up, but Yan needs that midfield boost. He's got it. Has a free touch. Whoa! Lost came barreling through like a bowling ball and hit none of the pins. That's a whiff.
That's a bump.
And that's a goal. Drawley just drills his way in, and Morocco send a return statement here to Brazil. Great catch on the wave dash. You have the assist there on the head hunting in front for Morocco. Excellent game, too.
I'm really tired of being blind and seeing those little things last second, but that's a great force there last second there. Morocco 3-0, less than a minute on the clock. This is a really important draw for them because these two are so high up. They're the only ones sitting behind France at second and third right now. So if they can force the 1-to-1 point, this will even things out and look a little bit better for later on. Brazil, on the other hand, has a tough matchup after this, but on the other end of the field, there's a couple other people facing some tough matchups. Portugal down 3-0 to France. USA taking Turkey down 5-0.
Yeah, not a great performance there in game 2 from Turkey, but
no.
Morocco, yeah, a lot of multi-goal leads here at the end. Looks like France will continue their dominance. Lost will score a goal, but with 8 seconds left, it will be hard to take that #1 spot here against France, only splitting a point with Morocco.
I mean, 8 seconds in a dream is pretty much what Brazil has in this moment. There's not much they can do unless it's right off the kickoff, but that touch is going to deny it. And that clear is going to say absolutely not. Morocco take Brazil down 3-1 and claim a draw.
Brazil tried the aggressive fake kickoff, give that second man the quick pop. It doesn't work out, but 8 seconds left. What are you supposed to do? Morocco take the win, and, well, that's just how Group B is. The fight for these top 4 spots. And Morocco are on the lower end of it here. But every single point they take will make them more dangerous, especially with Statue at the helm. But we got Veracity over with Brazil.
STL, I gotta ask you, kicking off today, Drafino said, you boys came into this feeling and looking really confident, especially with the format that we've had for this event. Were there any key preparations you made heading into this?
Not really, we just came here, play our game, and hopefully win.
And for everybody in the team, are they a fan of this new format? Has it been difficult for them adapting, knowing, every little mistake is gonna count?
I think it's hard to adapt for sure. I mean, we are used to play best of 7, best of 5s, and like for Turkey example, we made a mistake and we can 2 and cost the game. So yeah, for sure, hard to adapt.
And now your next opposition is not going to be easy by any means, facing off against France. Give me some intel, give me the lowdown. What's the game plan to face France?
Not let Zen play the game, pretty much.
Eliminate Zen from the competition is the game plan. Well, best of luck to you boys. I'm super excited for it. Desk, who's going to win? Is it going to be Brazil or is it going to be France?
Ooh. Veracity with a tough question, which I will immediately throw over to both of you. Cool. Chiefs.
Should we stay at the same time, Chiefs? Oh, yeah, well, I was going to say we could 3, 2, 1, France. Yeah, I think based on that, Brazil did fairly well. But, I mean, there was the moment at the end where Jovinho had a chance to equalize, and he didn't. I was raging. I had some choice words to say right there. And, Chiefs, I know you were the same when you were staring at that screen.
It was a terrifyingly heavy head that hung low. It was devastating.
Yeah, you got to shake it off. I mean, Jovinho's had some tough series in his past, and some tough series in his future as well. He and they played pretty well other than that, but Morocco are a team that you can't afford to miss chances against.
Yeah, you got to finish the job against them, that's for sure. But the rest of the round, I mean, France did what France did. They went out and they just decided that they were going to smash somebody's face in.
Not as much as Brazil did, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the U.S. also performing quite admirably, securing at least a draw. I'm not sure how the rest of
they won. They won. They went 1-0 down, I think, in game 1. Ended up winning that one. Then game 2, I think it was 5-0 or 6-0. We've got some of the parents here as well. I could hear those guys cheering along when USA were. You might be able to hear them in the background. That's them. Absolute legends. Good to have those guys here. And then France, as you mentioned, the Chiefs. They were just
smashing face.
Enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Portugal, I'm sure, put up a good fight, but we all know what happens when you play against France. Fist bumps all around for a well-played round across the board, but yeah. So what do we have? USA W, Argentina, lost to Chile, yeah. Morocco, draw, Portugal, L. All right.
Oh, it was 8-1 in game 1, so they almost did as well, Rachel, as Brazil did. Just not quite in the end.
You just fell it with the 8 as the B
exactly.
instead. That's all.
Well, that was last time Brazil drew. They came out pretty mad, and they came chomping for points. Do you think there's any way that this draw will once again fire them up to the levels that they need to even potentially draw against France? Cool.
Yes, there is a world where Brazil can potentially draw against France. They're not unstoppable in any given game of Rocket League. They just sort of take the edge. Say again?
Is it accessible from this world, or is this like a...
To them it is, not to any of us, I'm sorry. I know
Do we need a wizard? I don't know.
You feel like we could take on the Rocket League world together, but I don't know. Maybe in 12,000 hours we'd have a chance if we could do that. But
give us a shot then, maybe.
Well, Chiefs, what do you think about Brazil's potential finish against France? Do you think it's going to be a lot of distance between these two?
Between Brazil and France? I mean, I don't expect, France to put up 5 goals a game. I would reasonably expect, a scoreline around the world of like 3-1, 4-2, something like that. 2-goal gap.
Well, let's find out if Brazil tired themselves out in this last match against Morocco. We've got their heart rate monitor results, and we know they had some frustrations here. I don't know. This is a bit of a Rorschach test. I can just project whatever I want over these squiggles, and I think I see that moment of stress right there about halfway through.
Right when you missed it, that's a tough one.
They all seem to drop. Yeah, I think that was the moment. The spike and then the drop at the end is the moment that shot wasn't taken. And I thought, because then about 10 seconds later they conceded too. So that's probably when they started to. The heart rate seemed to return back to the 90 level as they're thinking,
okay, fine.
Yeah, we'll
you can
take
have
the draw. We'll take the draw and start to turn towards France.
Well, I'm curious who's going to be wearing the heart rate monitor for our next match there. If Brazil will even make France flinch, but Every team plays next round, so this is an important round for everyone, the last of Group B. Of course, tomorrow we do it all over again, and the teams will be that much wiser for what their opponents are bringing to the fight. But for now, this is a match where they're feeling each other out. All they have are the matches each team has played against the other teams in this group. But if France and Brazil both had some time to sit down and study, anything you think they'd pull out against each other that they maybe didn't know before, Chiefs?
I mean, unfortunately, France kind of builds the book at the moment. They're at the forefront of the Rocket League tech across the board, from kickoffs, mechanics, and everything like that. But Brazil, if they had the time to study, I mean, their best bet is they already know that you can't leave. There's two things that you cannot allow when you play the French team. One, you cannot allow Zen to have time on the ball. So anytime he's in the air, you have to hit him, period, or he's going to score on you. He's that good. And two, you always have to keep an eye on Monkey Moon. Because that guy, while he's not going to break your heart mechanically, he's just going to be in the right spot at the right time, and he is going to put a dot into the net. And it doesn't matter how many people are in it, you're not stopping him. So those are the two things you have to account for sure.
And if we find ourselves at the end of a match where France has eaten everyone's sandwich, they will have accomplished this by, I guess, breaking the spirit of Brazil. How would this possibly happen here where France actually treats them like some of the other teams it's encountered this far? Or is this its biggest challenge yet?
Well, I mean, so Zen in particular has had some decent battles with Furia throughout the season. They kept beating each other in Swiss, and then the other team who lost the Swiss would then knock the other one out later on in the playoffs. So these guys have had a bit of a back and forth, and now he's got Monkey Moon and Vatira alongside him. But Zen in particular, and that's the player that their coach mentioned, does have history of losing to these three players. So there's by no means some, aura around them. Even though they mentioned Zen in particular, it's by no means impossible that they are going to take games. I think it's a question to me of, one, if Brazil can rally after that last mistake, because I do think that would have hurt. I know I'm harping on one error, but I really do think they played it perfectly and didn't take the chance they had to take. They seem to be rallying at Chiefs, and I think they have to now. They have to play with full heart and spirit.
They're taking their time to do it right here. They know they don't have a lot of time. They got to sit back down and play another 2 games, and we don't have time to sit and think about the mistakes. So you got to go out there, take what's in front of you, and right now it's France, and they know that. They're seasoned enough competitors to be like, all right, fine, we threw it. Let's get it done the next time.
Well, we're asking you, Twitch chat, who you think will win. We've got Brazil and France in our last featured match today. And both of these teams have really brought out some exciting strategy. France
88, ate the whole bar.
The whole plate, France.
The whole baguette.
12% you left for Brazil.
It's pretty brutal.
Too.
Bearing in mind as well, this is a vote. 88% think that France will 2-0 Brazil. I think that in the first 2 games, Brazil won't get a single game. I think that's a bit steep. I do think that's a little bit steep. I'm back in.
A draw is certainly possible.
Yeah, I can see Brazil clawing themselves a game right here for sure.
Because this is the one that Brazil definitely won. No question. So regardless of how the previous one goes, everyone, that's the unfortunate side effect of being the team at the top. No matter what team you're playing, they will give it their best go.
And this is France's chance to win every single game so far if they win 2 ahead. That's incredible. That is incredible. Even though I thought that France would win this group, I did not think they'd go unbeaten in the group.
Just those
That's
guys,
a whole different
man.
story. They are, but even those guys lose some games. Not everyone goes 3-0 in the Swiss, then wins the playoffs, then wins the grand finals. That's not how it works, but France are making it thus.
Well, we have maybe Brazil just waking up, France maybe getting ready for some sleep soon. So both of you need to send some energy to your teams because this is a tough match and a huge one for both of them. As this hits the scoreboard, this will decide a lot of our rankings. Of course, it's also going to decide how angry these teams are when they face off again tomorrow. We're looking at Brazil and we're looking at France. And we have seen so much from these teams today. I do wonder if they have anything left to bring to this match. France seems like a bottomless well. Brazil, recently angered by their last match. It's gonna be fiery. Send them your fear, send them your love, and let's get this started.
Brazil versus France. Let's get it going. Twitch chat heavily favoring France in this matchup, and how can you blame them? France haven't dropped a single game yet.
They are the ones. They will always be the ones. This is the opportunity to finally attempt to take them down. Not a single team has even drawed France. It is a straight 6-0, 18 points on the day, and they're not looking to stop here.
You know, one thing I saw in Brazil's huddle was Lost, throwing a lot of words out. And multiple people were talking in that huddle, but you know, the journey of Lost, seeing him actually be part of that motivation circle. He used to be so much shyer than that, would not say as much. Nice to see him take that kind of role with the team and have those words to say, give that inspiration. And STL Mateus, he said it before this game that don't let Zen do his thing. They have played Zen plenty of times. Cole was talking about it. You know, they've traded back and forth between Swiss and the playoffs. It almost feels like it's turning into a rivalry. Obviously, Zen with a different unit this time, Monkey Moon and Vatira, but still, Brazil, it doesn't make them want it any less.
Oh, for sure. And the cool thing about this is although Brazil is coming in as a unit, they have gone up against every single one of those players on France in a different storyline, so they know what to expect. Great save coming out from Brazil as they try to transition out of their own half. It's a little bit slower, but it's still on the move. As Zen trying to do his thing, allows this one to get pushed forward. Brazil says no.
And so far, after that first attempt where Zen kind of pitched it back to his teammate, been a little harder for Brazil to actually get control of this ball and get to that midfield line, but even that touch right there, giving right back to France. See Monkey Moon get in the way as well. Stopping the momentum of Brazil, giving Vatira the clean out with the air dribble bumps, then underneath as well. Doesn't go for the initial challenge, backs up for the follow-up. Monkey Moon has to buy a little bit of time, and that'll certainly do it. Tried to hold on to the little bit of boost that he had, but he did his job, bought that time, and now Zen's ready.
Zen's still trying to go off this one, but Lost had taken it away, and that's a great double down on it too. Monkey Moon tries to avoid any center coming on in. It is a slow shot on net, easily sent away there for France, but Brazil, they got a lot of energy in the tank like we heard before. This is a drop down pass over to Yan, the corner shot denied.
Yeah, there was not many places to shoot on the net. Yan really had to squeeze that one in if he was gonna score it. No shot he was getting it. Yan gets another try at it. Not a ton of boost. He gets an assist just to get that ball back into the corner. Brazil a little bit more control here in the last 30 seconds. Actually getting those quality opportunities on net. Even the last one, not necessarily quality, jammed against the post. Not the kind of opportunity you're looking for. You want to try to whittle down this French defense, which is proving quite difficult, especially when they're on your half and locking you down, getting a little bump out. Yan's got no boost, but he actually moves through Zen. Zen's happy to do it, though. Always had that last layer of defense, and Monkey Moon will turn it into some offense quickly. Rafinha actually doesn't even take a 50. He takes the ball, and Brazil finding ways to keep France out of their half.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job doing it too. It's fairly consistent right now. You can see Monkey Moon once again breaking past that line. It's this follow-up that comes out of Brazil that is really going to start to frustrate France as time goes on. Minute 34 on the clock. Nobody's been able to find their way on through. Here's another attempt. Lost, denied. Follow-up in. Trefino is going to be the first to put them on the board with a nice little clean.
The beauty of this from Lost is he gets the reset. Zen has to respect it, but Lost can just drop it and be like, ha, flip reset. Trefino gets a free ball, pops right back to him, and a nice shot on top of it. Even when you're losing, you're winning if you're lost.
And he's never lost. He knows exactly where he is. 123 and a 1-goal lead. Monkey Moon's going to try and destroy that hope, though, for Brazil to take a win off France. If they can, they would be the first team to do so today, and that is a huge win because right now, France and Brazil are fighting for that #1 seed headed into tomorrow. Brazil trailing France at the moment, 14 points to 18. So with 1 minute left on the clock, this is everything.
The only other team to really give France this much of a fit was Morocco. We just saw what they did in game 2 to Furia, or to Brazil. I knew that was going to slip in at some point. Rafinha, it's cleared out here. France has a lot of time to work with just to get 1 goal, and Zen could certainly be the one to do it, but he didn't have the boost.
Hey, I mean, you told me before the match started there was one job that Brazil had, and it was don't let Zen do his thing. So if they can block shots like that in the next 30 seconds, and in the next game, they look good as golden. Lost and Yan lurking, trying to push this one upfield. That one's going back. Lost used everything in the tank to try and keep it out. Monkey Moon shot barely denied. And here comes Vatira. Last attempt forward, also sent away.
Man, Monkey Moon on that attempt was just a little slow on the rotation. He's got to chase this ball down. Not ideal. And Brazil were ready for it with a clear downfield. I believe they just handed France their first game lost. The ball's got to touch the ground, and there you go. How about it? Brazil will at least take 1 point here against France.
If there was one team I would have thought that could have given France that loss, honestly, it's Brazil. Where at the end of the day, it's been long, it's hours. And even at that, they were in Group B, so they had to wait for all of Group A to play it. The teams like this, the passion, they're those people that when you run a marathon, you think they're going to slow down at the end, and somehow they ramp up even more. And teams like France have to expect a level 10, level 12 version of Brazil, even at the end of the event.
I really wish I could have seen Law's perspective there, because I'd like to think that he flipped off the ball on purpose. But I also think it's equally as funny if he just missed it and then gets the free 50 out to Drafinho. But now here we go. Brazil in that second spot, trying to contest for number 1 in Group B, and against the team that just wasn't dropping anything. Even against Morocco, where it was 0-0, Monkey Moon, Zen, Vatira still found ways to get through Morocco's defense. And it's a different story now with Brazil taking this first game. If anyone can adapt, it's Zen and company.
And a lot of this comes down to Brazil's familiarity with all 3 members of France, right? They know them in very different ways, but it's very easy to learn about what they're going to be bringing you to the table, right? So I feel like that's kind of the vibe we're getting from Brazil. It's just very quick adaptations to what France has brought out onto the field. It worked out great for them, but now you're dealing with an angry France who has to force this first draw. They don't want to go their first loss 0-2.
And we have other games going on as well. A very important one between Chile and USA battling for that 4th playoff spot. Granted, we're nearing the end of that first round robin. There will be plenty of time for these teams to really take. We're actually going to look at Morocco versus Argentina as we get Brazil versus France going. We're actually at the start of overtime here. So Argentina have had an interesting journey through the first leg of this round robin. Could take game number 1 and at least a point here against Morocco. They keep finding themselves in these close bouts. AJG, though, a little stranded as Nas had it off the wall. Had slow support. Itachi, great pass, but it's off the bar. Had to avoid a defender in the mid side of the net.
Very solid defense, too. And I do want to point out, Argentina was the first team to score in this. So Morocco had to come back, and now they're trying to take the win in OT. But not this time. Argentina get the first win upset.
How about the air dribble bump to get it done? We go right back to Brazil versus France, 10 seconds into the game. Brazil has Yan on the 50. Going back in between them, Drafinho has the step down. Good touch from Monkey Moon, back to Vatira. As France look to get set back to the weak side of Brazil's rotation. Get the first beat. We'll see what France can do on the offensive half of the field, although they get picked. And Drafinho is always ready on that follow-up. Been so quick on it. That one comes across. Monkey Moon gets there before he's sent to his grave.
That was a really quick shot on pass, and I like what I'm seeing out of Brazil. They're really holding that midline, although France has broken out this time. That's a great backboard read there from Yan to stop it. The bump comes through, and a crazy read from Vatira.
And Vatira, he's coming across knowing he's just gonna go for it. Whatever drops, I'm going. Turns right back into it. Zen wins that 50. Just gets in between the traffic cones and gets France their first goal of the series.
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, that's the kind of play, though, I've been watching come out of France all day and night long. I expect nothing less of a response after that first loss here. And now they look to do it again. Zen working with what he has to try and get past loss. It gets stopped.
Whoa.
Monkey Moon, no connect on this one. Means it's going to go into the hands of Drafinho, but a demo takes it back into the control of France.
Yeah, Brazil were even kind of surprised and tried to reorient themselves, and that bought enough time for France to get reset. As much as they were able to get reset, Monkey Moon actually might catch Drafinho in a tough spot, but great wave landing there to get across. That was excellent work from Drafinho because he was going to be dead between Monkey Moon and Zen there. Now Lost has the redirect off the bar. Tough shot to make in that situation, and France will hold on to their 1-goal lead. Maybe add to it as it comes down for free, and Monkey Moon got the pass from Zen.
Monkey Moon saw the space that would have been available to him too. As soon as that found its way to the backboard, he knew it's low boost all the way around. They had to rush on back, and well, finds his way on in. France up 2-0.
Looks like game 2 has started between Chile and the USA. USA taking game 1 there. As Zen tries to really squeeze this lead out a little bit more. Brazil need to stop the bleeding. Getting 3 points against France be massive heading into tomorrow. We're gonna get demoed, Yan and Drafinho. Drafinho had to avoid that bump. He just gave it right back to Monkey Moon, who can't find the target.
Great flick up there from Lost. Zen catches it though. Tried to redirect it out, no power on it enough to really make a play here. Instead, it's gonna be him and Vatira working together towards that backboard. Zen was already up, going for the bump on this one. Instead, Lost had a great read. Monkey Moon tries to double, completely denied by Yan, and Brazil doing a much quicker and better job at denying all of these shots coming from France. They almost find their way in, but the defense rings true.
France had to commit too, because Yan was barreling down on him. And Brazil are almost getting caught on the transition, but a decent catch from Yan. He'll be challenged quickly. Zen has been all over this ball this game. Brazil are not doing the job of shutting him down. Instead, Zen is shutting Brazil down. Monkey Moon's gonna get a free ball, but what can he do? He gets deleted. Brazil handing demo in response to the demos. Lost, got through! Yan will get the credit, but Lost sets him up.
You saw it unfolding in front of you too. Brazil just continued to cheat up, and eventually found themselves within inches of the net with a pass to each other on in. They cut the lead in half with 2 minutes to go. This became a lot more doable.
A couple of close games as Chile and the US are tied right now in that second game, and meanwhile, you got France trying to add insurance back to their policy. Monkey Moon getting across, but the premium is proving not ideal right now for France. And as time ticks down, it will get harder and harder. Drafinho back over. Look how quickly Yan goes for that ball and Lost. Full commit. That's the classic South American style right there. Jump for the ball and just go. Drafinho with control, challenged by Monkey Moon.
And Monkey Moon is fully aware that they are just going to take those very consistent, quick, short shots at that net. The drop down pass over to Lost completely wide, but France, they need the clears. They need out of their half, because as time goes on, they're getting boxed in, and it's just a repeat of what that first goal was. A quick in jump and in, almost in. It's Monkey Moon to keep it out.
You can tell Brazil want it so bad. They just keep diving through. Zen can't find a way in. Drafinho had to avoid a bump. Yan comes to support him. Less than a minute. Drafinho. Nice touch from Zen. High and powerful. Lost can't go. Monkey Moon was already up for it. Another good catch from Lost. Off the ceiling. Just has to beat him on the 50, but a second touch will give it back to Drafinho. It's open! France get bumped out of the way. We got a tie game!
No one home. Zen calls himself off to the side. Everybody was trying to get into position, but all of Brazil was pushed on in.
I thought Monkey Moon got bumped. He turned forward. Zen was there as well. A massive error there in awareness for France.
Now France have to make up for this mistake here. Great save. 37 on the clock before they face a very intense OT that could have been denied right there. Instead, we head on over to Brazil's half.
And when Brazil gets the belief in them, you can feel it in their gameplay. They attack with such ferocity. And can France find a way to cool the flame? Yan goes for another tackle onto the ball. We'll feel the boost for his effort. And the support is solid so far. 15 seconds left in regulation. Just avoiding bumping his own teammate. Drafinho gets deleted. Zen can take his time. He doesn't have boost. He has to take his time. And it continues to tick down towards 0. Yan can't get rid of it. Lost to Drafinho trying to get in position. The fake Lost takes the save into the dirt. We have OT.
We keep going. If you are France, you just lock back in. Off the OT, Lost into the air. It's a weak flick up, and France, they're going to try and keep it in their favor, but a team bump means it goes back in the control of Brazil, and a bump on one means this could go through, but it's wide.
Drafinho trying to chase it down, and he barely prevents a hard shot from Vatira. Monkey Moon, weak. Right into Yan's bumpers on the ground. Vatira gets a decent 50, still challenging Brazil's ability to get this clear downfield. Monkey Moon sends a boomer back to the sender. And gets another touch. Monkey Moon starting to do that work. Then fake, but Vatira not really in a solid position there to attack the ball. Drafinho gets over one. Yan not going to attack it either. Vatira downfield after getting the midfield boost. No setups are available for either team through the midfield. Yan gets boxed out back into the corner.
France is trying to position themselves in a way where somebody can go upfield and try and catch a little bit of a pass. That was a great shot, but a better save from Yan. They're keeping themselves further and further back. Zen trying to disrupt the line of defense, but it's not working. Instead, Brazil attempts to catch France out. Monkey Moon's back. His 50 goes forward. Brazil's low on boost as this one goes down.
Oh my God, Monkey Moon doing so much work. He had slowed down midair to make sure that Brazil hit the ball into him. It doesn't result in anything though for France, because here come Brazil down the field, back to the orange. Another demo. Lost, gone for a second. And on the respawn, he gets a little bit of time. Drafinho barely gets back to the ball, and Lost actually kicked it right back to France. Brazil cannot hold on to the ball. Monkey Moon can't get back to the ball. Zen forced to respect Brazil here. Will hold it back on the midfield line. Off the ceiling, another demo from Monkey Moon. That just dropped. Goal! France will split and take the point here against Brazil.
That was an extremely intense overtime for France. You saw a couple of moments where they started to lose themselves, but eventually they find their way through and reign true. Draw between Brazil and France for first and second.
What a match. I can't wait for round 2 of that. Veracity, let's go ahead and take a listen to it.
Sarah, real quick, I need you to explain to me and everybody watching right now, what's the game plan moving forward? Is it scrims or cool, calm, collected, go back and relax?
It's too late here. We need to eat first, and we are gonna go back to the hotel and chill for a bit and come back tomorrow. And like the day was almost perfect. We need to do the same tomorrow.
Amazing. I won't keep you for much longer. Go ahead, grab your food, and best of luck for tomorrow's games. Let's go ahead and continue the show.
Thank you so much, Veracity, for that interview, for all your interviews today. So interesting to hear what the teams have to say. Very interesting to hear that France is going to grab a bit of a nosh and then head to bed. It is getting late over here.
It is.
But they do have the first half of the day tomorrow to get ready for more matches. Fortunately, we've got some to look at right now and right here.
Yeah, Turkey and Portugal continuing the battle, and Turkey continuing to look like that team that has the more solid floor, as Chile and USA also a battle there to round out the evening, and if memory serves, USA at least forced the draw.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Turkey as well, getting themselves more games, getting themselves more points against Portugal. Will feel good for them. I'm very impressed with the way they've applied themselves today. I mean, interestingly, in round 7, something we've not seen so far in this tournament, draws across the board, 4 times 1-1 overall. So I wonder if anybody predicted that this time around. It shows how close we are.
That's what Group A looked like all morning. So just draw. And I was fascinating. I will say, Group B definitely brought the heat. They went out there and went for decisive results, no matter what. And I love that. But Group A, not that they played poorly. I enjoyed Group A as well. It showed me the value of the draw.
I mean, it's just like football. There are good draws. There are draws you celebrate. There are draws you're proud of. There are draws you love your players for. And there are draws where you watch it and you think, oh my goodness, why am I putting myself through this? Thankfully, in this round, there were some very good draws. In my opinion, none more so than our feature match. Brazil versus France was huge. All players were going for it. We had overtimes. We had 5 goals in different games. Lots and lots of decent finishes.
So that leaves
matches.
what? 4 undefeated teams after all is said and done? France, Brazil, Netherlands, and Saudi Arabia, all undefeated?
Saudi Arabia being in that conversation when they were getting all sorts of abuse for their start.
They only get the hate because everyone's expecting them to crush people.
As France did.
As France, yeah.
They expect them to do what France did.
Yeah, that's what they were thinking was going to happen. So, Saudi Arabia caught a lot of flack, but at the end of the day, second place, undefeated, you got 4 draws, but you closed out with 3 straight wins.
And they're also 3 points ahead of the playoffs, so they'll be feeling a little bit happier as they go to sleep tonight.
Oh yeah, we talked about heading into this Brazil-France match that it was going to be a dominant performance from France. It was still extremely strong across the board, but did they change your mind at all, Team Brazil, by picking up this draw?
I definitely shortchanged them a little bit. I don't know if it would change my mind. I think if they met tomorrow, I still would probably pick France. But you do have to give credit. Brazil knew, and they had to bounce back after a pretty ugly previous round. So good on them.
They bounced back after being 2 goals down in game 2 as well. They gave everything. They left nothing on the pitch to try and get that win. Couldn't quite do it, but that's what happens when you go into an overtime against France. You can't be expected to take anything from it.
Well, I was glad to see even a round come off France. That means they can bleed. They will possibly go down? No, I don't know. They're still probably looking too strong.
Is it draw bleed, or is it just they blinked?
Well, we've got...
They blinked. They blunk.
We do have France's heart rates. Let's check that out. See if anything made them spike.
Oh my days.
Oh,
yeah.
Monkey Moon got into it. At the end there was a serious climb. Who's that chilling? That's Vatira.
Yeah,
What?
he's just chilling, dude.
The man of ice. He's been here. He's done that.
What was that 85-ish? 85 to 90?
Yeah, it's barely going over 90.
Pretty low key. That doesn't surprise me though. I mean, I would always expect Vatira to kind of just be like, yeah, man. I play car soccer.
Yeah, we'll just win. We'll just win in the
Actually,
end.
a little more erratic than the last time we saw France. I mean, it's a little bit more intense. Maybe that's just because Brazil really does force you to play some proactive Rocket League.
It does.
Well, they did lose that first Brazil match. You saw all their lines separate, different, not too close. But the match they won, all synced up, all synergized, all ready to win. So let's take a look at the standings now and see what these last round of matches have done to it. 7 rounds we saw. Every team played each other, and now, well, we're looking at Group A. That's Netherlands on top. They really impressed us earlier today. If you missed those games, go back and check the VODs of all these teams, though. Any VODs you want to direct our viewers directly to?
Oh, cool. You put me on the spot there of individual
give
matches.
The England-Saudi
I don't think there's a bad choice.
There's not a bad choice. I like the fact that every single team has got themselves at least one win. Australia versus South Africa at the bottom there, sharing the spoils. I wouldn't have been too happy about. I think Saudi Arabia's comeback would have been good. But Netherlands, I mean, take your pick from their 5 wins.
Yeah.
They looked flawless throughout. They looked brilliant. Way better than we expected.
Yeah, awesome show. And honestly, I would actually pick any of Saudi Arabia's games as well. I know it's a bunch of draws, but, teams really turtled up against them and said, nope, you're going to have to work to beat us. And Saudi Arabia said, fine. If we don't beat you, we're still going to just overall, across the board, make playoffs and move on.
Well, the reputation of Saudi Arabia caused its opponents' teams to turtle up, as you said. The reputation of France, what did that do to the rest of its group, Achieve?
There's a difference in mentality. Group A says we're going to survive Saudi Arabia. People in Group B says we're going to try and kill France. and that backfired terribly. It did not work.
I think my one match from this one that I'd like to see again would be the draw between Brazil and Turkey. Turkey getting their first point in Game 2 against Brazil after losing the first, was it 4-0 or something like that?
Something crazy.
They really struggled in Game 1, and then Game 2, suddenly they are able to deal with the Brazilian threat. I love to see it, and Turkey earning their 3 draws. I think they'll be one of the happier teams here, Turkey.
Yeah.
They'll be overjoyed from that.
And Chile as well. I think you could pick a lot of odds from them as well. Razebull had a phenomenal day today. I mean, dude was clipping left and right. A lot of good mind games, and I'm not used to seeing Razebull go for the mind game. That's usually not what he likes, but today it was in full effect.
Yeah, we've been taking a big look at the teams here, but it's definitely worth taking a closer look at the players on them who have really stood out throughout the day. A lot of great players that we can name and talk about. But I do wonder, we've got the Axe Player of the Day and 4 options for you to choose from. If you're watching on Twitch, type their name in chat. Or you can head on over to Twitter and give a follow to @FIFAE and let them know who you think the Axe Player of the Day is. But among these 4 options, Achieve, who are you going with?
I got to give it to Compact. Him and Razebull should be flipped, but Compact, I mean, a guy that came in 0 expectations, scored all the goals in the world for his team today. So awesome stuff from him. Definitely deserving of that number 4 spot.
Joreuz, for me, I just love the fact that every time we have one of these tournaments here in Saudi Arabia, Joreuz flies over and he just absolutely dominates. He bosses the field. I can remember one goal in particular, my favorite goal of the day, his flip reset off the backboard that came in off the post. That was a stunner, but I mean, that just was indicative of the way Joreuz played today, and Netherlands as well as a whole.
Yeah.
Fantastic. You have all night to vote, so make sure you head on over to Twitter. I don't know if the Twitch channel will be up, but you can keep punching it in this chat here. Whether it counts or not, I think they'll get the message that you support that particular player. But audience, you've been with us for a long day. We're going to reward you with another quick check-in with CJ, who filmed something a little earlier for us.
Okay, hello. I was just trying to get out of here. We just had a great day of action at the FIFAe World Cup. I mean, it's been fantastic. We saw a lot of nations compete. I'm sure you guys back at home have been cheering on your fellow countrymen. It's been a great day. So many games. The teams are getting used to a new format. The best part is, though, we get to run it all back again tomorrow to see who comes out on top of Group A and Group B. The French are looking pretty good. The Aussies They need to step up, but I'm so excited for day number 2. And let us know what you guys want to see from the behind-the-scenes action. I mean, I'm just looking forward to just getting home, getting some rest, and going again tomorrow, I guess. I mean...
Hey, CJ, don't leave just yet. I see you got some extra seats in those cars.
Yeah, okay. Take us with you.
But as we wrap up the day here, it's been a real treat having you, Cole, achieve indispensable on my desk, and everyone who's come up here to share their knowledge. So, Cole, as one of our last visitors, anything you want to say to close out the day?
If you want to say to close out the day, I am unbelievably pleased. I don't know what camera I'm looking at. Is it that one? I'm unbelievably pleased that there is international competition in Rocket League. It adds so much more. Long live this competition. Long live draws. I know they're slightly controversial, but I genuinely love them, and they mean so much to teams like Turkey.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I was not sure what to make of the draws, but immediately after one round, I was like, all right, I'm in. I like it. I get it. That's cool.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for everything you brought to this broadcast. We'll be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. I'm your host, Rachel, a.k.a. Seltzer, and I'll see you then, too.